Chapter 1 The Emperor of Great Qin. In the realm of Xianyuan, within the imperial city of Great Qin, least half pilgrimage. The ministers are embroiled in heated disputes, each clinging to their own opinions. Meanwhile, then a lycronid emperor, seated upon throne, I suddenly disregarded be the mighty scamming nullagethethy as mere puppet emperor, devoid of a true power. Observing the noble lord sandignitarius bickering like commoners, Ing Songyuan remains unfazed. By a twist of fate, he was transported to Xianyuan continent be a mysterious system and found himself inhabiting the Badai of Tetis Eastnth Prince of Great Qin. Before he could acclimatito his new identity, he next blias into the throne. Having been emperor for some time now, he has discovered that the authority he envisioned enough life and this nothing more than an illusion of power highs, in truth, nothing but a puppet ruler. There in soft power within the great Qinary firm held be the ministers, hodik Tathethiasu edixon life to arriving at a consensus. After spending some time with Great Qin, Ing Songyuan has come to understand this current predicament. This Xianyuan continent tis a realm conducive to cultivation, where formidable practitioner scans scorch the heaven sandboiled easiest, altering the verfabrico freely. Itis a world governed be thello wolf te jungle, whereth a strong dominating and thuicares subjugated. Life is insignificantas grass, dismissed as mere vermin. In ancient times, a cataclysmic erupted, ravaging the continent and fracture into disarray, leading to depletion of spiritual energy. The heaven sand earth became inhospitable to cultivation, compelling numerous sentient sects to retreat to seclusion. The Finderoth Great Qin rose from humble beginnings, seizing the opportunity presented by the retreat of the ancient power sto established Great Qin, a millennium ago. Recently, the spiritual energy of the heaven sand earth has begun to regain, prompting various factions to stress Leslie, and the incestible Great Qin hassle so begun to feel unrest. The Taichu Forbidden Zone has become a tumultuous teaching emperor, alongside them and a strong member soft royal family, ventured forth to suppressed Hecchaeus but ran annihilation, vanishing without a trace. A nation cannot be without a ruler forever not after weighing the Persankins, the influential ministers decided to levitate them and least likely to resist, Ing Songyuan, to the throne, resulting in Thesaneth a ton folds before us. Preposterous, even during Thesaneth of Great Qin, would not dare to underestimate southern barbarians. Now that the emperor has just ascended, with the hearts off the people line turmoil, it is absolute line advisable to deploy troops at this juncture. A scholarly figure, exuding Gaifinterof gently, chastise loudly. This Mani's Nangong Yushu, the chancellor of Great Qin, appearing gashgently jade, yet wielding ruthlessly cruel methods of the emperor harbored considerable trepidation towards him. Indeed, the southern barbarians seek and lie a few supplies. Our Great Qin possesses this territorious what harmless theory granting them a portion? Now that ethereal mice in turmoil, with the stability of testate and certain, various factions within are poised to act the determinus. The southern barbarian invasion is butamen or affliction at most, they will plunder Feratomy before retreating. There is no need for concern. As Nangong Yusha conclude his remarks, many court officials rally to support them, demonstrating Thext and Tophus power. The southern barbarians' incursion primarily threatens the territory of Liaozhou. Nangong Yushu and dis factions' foundations and interests lie within Jiang and Thera indifferent to Thefat of Liaozhou. Currently, the majority of the imperial armies under their control should they march, regardless of victory your defeat, itis thy own strength thought would suffer losses. Such short-sightedness, the southern barbarian sharper intention so annihilating Gur Great Qin. Shouldly as who fall, they could advance or unimpeded how shall were sponthen? An elderly man, robust in stature, speaks with indignation Thizmani Zoyangluan, the grand marshal of Great Qin, a power broker rivaling Nangong Yushu. Lia Zhuiyang's territory the southern barbarian invasion jeopardizes Weiyang's interests, and he can attack Weiyes. Indeed, the southern barbarian Shavalong cast covetu upon a realm. They must not be underestimated. The invasion of southern barbarians brings suffering to the populace well bear the responsibility to protecto your nation and its territory. Mobilization is imperative we cannot delay. The faction of Grand Marshal so possesses considerable influence, rivaling the Toth Chancellor. These 12 factions represent the most formidable forces within the Great Qin court, while the remaining factions subserve quietly, indifferent to the conflict, allowing that Wozidisto argue unabated. Thrughout his discourse, Nun Peishishi Toing Song Yuan, see it to Dupont throne. As Thefir si Debatterigson, a mechanical voiceres on Itezen Ingthun's mind. Summoning system activate Diu Havi obtained in summoning opportunity. Wu Dio Alikto initiate Tetha summoning? The motionless mechanical voice sound like celestial music towing Song Yuan seers. Thoth Hishi Artre ses with excitement, Hess suppresses his emotions, striving to maintain a composed exterior. After muck intention, that woes its reach an impasse and sees a Thirbikering, turning Thirgazestoward singing on the throne. Recognizing the titustum for him to act, Inkt Song Yuan addresses the assembly. Esteemed ministers, Uriel seasoned statesmen, Pillar soft hero Midas and Wisa to letman Nordas agreements disruptor harmony. Let us adjourn this skirt session for today. Inkt Song Yuan speaks steadily, signifying themed off T court proceedings. Long liveth Emperor. Long liveth Emperor. Long liveth Emperor. The courtiers Smain taint he facade of harmony had it not been forth earlier seen. One might believe a theme peror and his minister swore in perfect accord. After the court session concludes, Inkt Song Yuan returns Stoth Taiji Halland prompt lidis Mrs. Everyone. Everyone, leave. New nice permitted approach Taiji Hall. Your Servana base. Alt hoth great conspower has waned, the imperial family still possess sesamelagas simony faction serwario thislegashai and temporara liar framed from opin line croach upon the palace. System, summon. As Inkt Song Yuan initiates the summoning, he also familiarizes himself with these systems details. The summoning system allows forni summon per year, capable of conjuring various items, characters, and even armies. The summoning opportunity can accumulate themeretami zone summons, themer bound to folder words become. Ding! Summon Inji yields Golden Fire Cavalry. Inkt Song Yuan can hard like Consulis delight. This information regarding Golden Fire Cavalry floodshipment. Summoning reward Golden Fire Cavalry. Original World Qinshi Mingyue. General Meng Tian initial stage off Dao integration. Deputy Generals Meng Zhan mid-stage off Nirvana. Meng Shan mid-stage off Nirvana. Number off Fire Cavalry 5000. Cultivation level Qi condensation. Seeing the details off Fire Cavalry, Inkt Song Yuan is overwhelmed with exhilaration. Since his arrival in Great Qin, he has lived in constant fear, anxious about being harmed at an imminent, his life hanging beathra thread. Now, with Golden Fire Cavalry at his disposal, definitely possesses a safe guard for his existence. In the realm of Xianyuan, the path of cultivation is divided in hostages body refinement, Qi condensation, inner Dan, Gang Qi, Nirvana, Dao integration, life and death. Each stage further divides into early, mid, and late phases. Meng Tian, at the initial stage of Dao integration, represents speed combat power within Great Qin 5000 full-equipped fire cavalry, even among Thinamura Army soft Great Qin, Error and formidable presents. Moreover, no tall fire cavalry or Remor Eliath Qi condensation stay, Jessoma Captain San Lieutenant succeed this level, making the 5000 Golden Fire Cavalry an undeniable trump card. Inkt Song Yuan does not summon theme immediate with Taiji Hall cannot accommodate a 5,000 individuals, and Thirsidin appearance would undoubted Lilardal factions. Bring forth my command shall visit the Royal Mausoleum to respects to my ancestors. Inkt Song Yuan contemplates ajuitable location the Royal Mausoleum, housing the Emperor soft Great Qin, is strictly off limits to outsider San Service a San Idel place against Elish troops. Chapter 2 The 5,000 Golden Fire Cavalry. Despite Inkt Song Yuan being merely a puppet emperor, Thepalas made Sanju Nooks dare not defy Hyman Thesli test and promptly prepare to proceed to the Royal Mausoleum. Along the way, Anyan Huaglimpses Inkt Song Yuan kneels before Hyman reverence, own littering to Ryziansa the royal carriage has departed. Is this what power feels like? Truly intoxicating. The sensation of wielding the power to determine a life and death captivates him. Before long, the arrive at the Royal Mausoleum, wearing Song Yuan commands, I wish to pay whom get a thelatium paralifayu, withdraw, and allow Nuneta tread within. Your Servana base. Having found it convenient pretext to send Everyone away, Inkt Song Yuan enters the Royal Mausoleum. Simultaneously, Nusaf Intra top hair respects to thelatium para reaches Thirsoft he high-ranking official Synthi court. Just a reputable theme. The Royal Mausoleum holds no secrets, and the imperial family possess shidden for Sesgardin theorize no need to confront the royal family at this time. Informer people to refrain from entering the royal mausoleum antimona or from outside instead. Most factions refrain from sending personnel into the royal mausoleum, as citus themists say creed round off the imperial family, housing the emperor soft Great Qin. Although hele the emperor and min a powerful figure soft the royal family have perished in the forbidden zone, some power remains within the royal family no wis not the timido provoke them, lest they become embroiled in conflicts that serve their interests. Your Majesty. Shortly after Ing Songyuan enters the royal mausoleum, an elderly guardian approaches him, bowing respectfully. Event Hotilder belongs to the royal family and possesses strength that nervanistage, Hestil shows it most reverence toward the great kind of first from other factions while a strength is revered, the emperor of Great Qin holds in parallel authority within the royal family. This principal ways, established by the founder of Great Qin to prevent the emperor from losing control over the royal family, which could disrupt the stability of the realm. This principle has endured read through hedges, upheld by all members of the royal family. Where'll kin a need for excessive formalities. You shall stand guard gear, permitting Newtonter. Understood. With Thildegarding the entrance, Ing Songyuan feels considerably more to see adventurous per into the royal mausoleum. Thero Yalmasolium off Great Qin's grand and expense, capable of comfortably accommodating over 5,000 individuals. Come forth. Ing Songyuan steady as she's motion san summons the fire cavalry. Without a prior indication, over 5,000 figures materialize before him. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Great Qin. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Great Qin. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Great Qin. More than 5,000 individuals multi-unison, paying homagito in Kangyuan in a display off field to between sovereign subjects. Ha 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 ha. In Kangyuan could no longer contain joy swelling within Yamandrupted until laughter. After a brief moment, Heregan discomposure and hastile lie glanced outside. Thethundrous voice soft hemulta to the could potentially be eared by Ingxian, Hawas guarding the imperial tome. Noticing Ing Kangyuan's concern, Mingtian approached Etaman said, Your Majesty, don't worry have just directed the barrier to fleer voices. Upon hearing this, Ing Kangyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, while also taking stock of Mingtian. With sharp features in their salute demeanor, his imposing figure Cladinar more exuded in air of extraordinary valor. General Ming, you should accompany him as we depart the soldiers shall remain at the imperial tomb for the time being. Ing Kangyuan placed great importance in his safety, finding comfort in having Mingtian by his side, alleviating his anxieties about potential threats to his life. Your humble servant abees. To Ing Songyuan, his word swore akin to a royal decree, and Mingtian and Theather Shanwen tension off defying them. Ing Kangyuan instructed Mingtian to discreet, lie with the imperial tomb should he peer alongside a him, I tu dine vita bly raise suspicions. In the subsequent days, Ing Kangyuan remained at the tomb to pay respects to his ancestors, occasionally accompanied by Ingxian. While Ing Kangyuan engaged Dingzun in conversation, the for cavalry, shrouded by the cloak of night, departed in groups. Before he ascending to the throne, Ing Kangyuan possessed numerous states, some wolf which could serve as temporary lodging for the fire cavalry. Themeter of the southern barbarians invasion proved faculta for Jikinson, Chancellor and Grand Commanded target incessantly, while the other factions subserved from the sidelines, refraining from involvement in their disputes. As night fell, the Grand Commandant's residence was illuminated with brilliance, and Ouyang Lun found himself beleaguered and exhausted by the turmoil surrounding southern barbarians. At that moment, Thestward Camater port. Sir, someone from the palace has arrived. His Majesty has summoned the palace. Ouyang Lun felt a stir of surprise within him. Ing Kangyuan was beauty puppy temporor hiat to possess self-awareness, Sawa shumman him at this juncture? Informed them that he haversent like hotak killing dam resting, do suitable to attend the palace audience. Ouyang Lun dismissed Thesimans, viewing Ing Kangyuan as morally apid, and found the notion of being summoned to be laughable. As a formidable cultivator with unfathomable prowess, how could a possibly have contracted Ackle? This was betaper text. Even such a flimsy excuse could be easily dismantled, yet Ouyang Lun harbored no fear, confident that Ting Kangyuan would not dare to act against them. Sir, they further conveyed that His Majesty's summons pertains to the discussion on southern barbarians. Ing Kangyuan was acutely aware fis predicament Ouyang Lun would likely seek to evade death summons, hence had made prior arrangements. Athos, Ouyang Lunzi's brightened, piqued interest. Could it be thought the royal family is preparing to take action? Ouyang Lun speculated inwardly, Fourth Ying clan hadrilled kin for countless years, their foundation emia surable. Even with the fall-off to previous emperor ran numerous powerful figures, none had read to openly confront the royal family, highlighting their apprehension. Hesser Mai said that perhaps the royal family wished to prevent that a Klanoft Keenan suffered to rally against the tide, hence a summon sconvade through it shall make an appearance sought the Palacido ensure that this matter remains discreet and create, the legend that Haviel ready retired for the night. Understood, my lord. Ouyang Lun stealthily departeth Grand Commandant's residency and soon followed Thenvoy Tothbalas. This man possesses formidable cultivation we haven't ever encountered him before? Could he be ahead in strength of the royal family? Observing Mengzhan, who had come to summon him, Ouyang Lun felt tasons of astonishment, reflecting gaunt the royal family's might. Even after significant losses in the Forbidden Zone, there tain menu known reserves. Mengzhan said nothing gaunt sim plagai detue, and that war arrived dun impedi daith Taiji Palace, where a theater shadel ready be dismissed being Songyuan, leaving in Li Ming Tian to provide covert protection. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Bothman Bao Edenun isn't beforing Song Yuan, with Mengzhank kneeling while Ouyang Lun merely inclined the shan sin a gesture of respect. The Grand Commandant need not be overly formal please take siat. Inkang Yuan beamed, seemingly unconcerned by Ouyang Lun's lack of propriety. Mengzhan procure a care for Ouyang Lun to sit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Once seated, Ouyang Lun remained silent, exiting an air of calm, devoid of fanis signs of urgency. Cunning gold fox. Inkang Yuan inwardly cursed before redressing him. Isamaneth Grand Commandant tat this late Hordo discussed invasion off te southern barbarians I am curious to hear our thoughts and themeter. Inkang Yuan cut straight to the chase, directly inquiring about Ouyang Lun's perspective. Chapter 3. The Hanyang Army. Ouyang Lun gazed upon the composed and self-assured Tsang Yuan, feeling an unfamiliar sensation wash over him in the past, although Tsang Yuan had also exhibited a demeanor of neither arrogance nor servility. He had projected an air of caution and vigilance. Yet now, he emanated an unshakable confidence, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. The invasion of the southern barbarians was a matter of national significance, affecting the lives and deaths of countless citizens. I, as an elder statesman, cannot simply stand idly by while the southern barbarians wreak havoc upon the people of the Great Qin. Mobilizing troops is imperative. Truly, he is a wily old fox, having navigated the treacherous waters of court intrigues. As soon as he speaks, he makes his stance clear, exuding a sense of righteous indignation. Those unaware of his true intentions might mistakenly believe he genuinely cares for the country's welfare. My views align with those of the royal family and the Grand Marshal. How can we allow our ancestral lands to be wantonly ravaged? Tsang Yuan also articulated his position, aligning himself with the imperial family. Indeed, Ouyang Lun's gaze flickered. Should Tsang Yuan alone be the one to contend with, he would be insignificant, but with the royal family involved, the situation changes entirely. No one would dare underestimate the power of the imperial house. The royal family would dispatch formidable figures to Liaozhou. However, they lack an army of their own. I wonder how the Grand Marshal intends to temporarily restrain the Hanyang army. Tsang Yuan's intentions were laid bare. He sought to thwart the barbarian incursion while leveraging this conflict to elevate Meng Tian to a position of influence within the court. The Hanyang army was merely a fade. Your Majesty possesses remarkable foresight. I am deeply impressed, the elder statesman remarked. The Hanyang army is but a feeble force, lacking discipline and existing on empty rations. The nominal strength of 50,000 troops is, in reality, barely over 10,000. This army is insatiably greedy, akin to a bottomless pit, consuming resources without yielding any returns. Over time, no faction has been willing to accept such a battalion, allowing it to languish in neglect. The Grand Marshal oversees all military affairs, and the Hanyang army falls under his jurisdiction. With his consent, Meng Tian could justifiably become the commander of the Hanyang army. Very well. Tomorrow I shall dispatch a powerful individual to rectify the Hanyang army. And in 3 days, we shall march south to Liaozhou to confront the barbarians. With this objective achieved, Tsang Yuan demonstrated his sincerity. Your Majesty is wise, Ouyang Luan did not forget to flatter. With the assistance of a powerful figure from the royal family, coupled with the Ouyang clan's long-standing influence in Liaozhou, there is great confidence in repelling the barbarians. The following morning, Ing Songyuan issued a decree appointing Meng Tian as the commander of the Hanyang army, tasking him with restoring order and preparing for the campaign against the barbarians in 3 days. Although the imperial edict arrived unexpectedly, it did not infringe upon anyone's interests, and with the Grand Marshal's support, the assembly chose to remain observant for the time being. Even Nangong Yushu refrained from opposition. As long as his men were not sent to the battlefield, his interest remained intact, rendering the outcome of the conflict with the barbarians inconsequential. Once the decree was issued, Meng Tian promptly made his way to the Hanyang army's encampment, where he found no sign of patrols or sentries. The gates of the military camp stood wide open, revealing an eerie emptiness. A cold smile crept across Meng Tian's lips as he recognized this as the Hanyang army's attempt to intimidate him. Yet, this suited his purpose perfectly. It was an opportunity to assert his authority and instill discipline. With a thunderous roar, a formidable pressure surged skyward, enveloping the encampment. Meng Tian soared to the heavens, his voice booming like thunder, resonating throughout the entire camp. All personnel were summoned to assemble in the training grounds. With those failing to arrive within a quarter of an hour facing execution without mercy, the palpable aura of dread descended upon them. The individuals who had initially planned to intimidate Meng Tian now trembled with anxiety. What should we do? Should we comply? This general is unlike any other. He possesses the ability to fly, a feat only achievable by those who have attained the Nirvana realm. The overwhelming pressure was too much for some to bear, prompting them to abandon their earlier resolve and hasten to the training grounds. How foolish! Do you truly believe he can annihilate us all? Indeed, he is merely posturing. We have nothing to fear. A few defiant souls remained steadfast, banding together, showing no inclination to heed the call. When they finally arrived at the training grounds, they beheld the imposing figure of Meng Tian, a silent but fearsome presence, akin to facing a primordial beast. With a collective gulp, they instinctively swallowed hard and bowed before Meng Tian. We pay our respects, General. Your subordinates salute you, General. Meng Tian cast a calm gaze over the assembly. Under his penetrating scrutiny, the crowd hurriedly averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. Gradually, more members of the Hanyang army arrived at the training grounds, but soon it became clear that only 8,000 out of the 10,000 had responded. The rest remained unaccounted for. Very well, Meng Tian's lips curled into a smile that sent chills down the spines of those present, as if they were teetering on the edge of an abyss. Chapter 4. The Ministry of Revenue. Meng Tian paid no heed to those who had gathered. Instead, he leapt into the air. With a flourish of his hands towards the heavens, a tempest began to brew, coalescing into a colossal hand that threatened to engulf the sky. This spectacle horrified those who had previously exhibited defiance. They now realized how foolish they had been to confront such a formidable force. The order of the Great Qin had lulled them into forgetting that the world respects the strong. Had it not been for the protection of Qin's laws, they would have been eradicated long ago. Embrace death! The titanic hand descended, exuding an unparalleled oppressive force that left the crowd trembling, awaiting the inevitable demise. General, spare my life. I was wrong. Please let me go. I am willing to submit. Spare me. The multitude fell to their knees, cries for mercy echoing in unison. Regardless of their desperate pleas, Meng Tian remained unmoved. These individuals had committed heinous acts, brazenly subverting the laws of the land while enjoying the benefits of the Great Qin, nurturing treasonous thoughts, thus sealing their own fate. With a resounding thud, the colossal hand struck down, obliterating the very ground upon which they stood, sending debris flying in every direction. In the aftermath, no trace of the crowd remained, save for a vast pit shaped like a handprint. Those who defy the emperor's decree shall face execution without mercy. Meng Tian descended slowly to the center of the training grounds, where cold sweat dripped from the brows of the onlookers. What a terrifying powerhouse! With a single strike, he had annihilated thousands. Prepare your gear. We depart in 3 days to confront the barbarians, Meng Tian commanded. At this moment, the assembly dared not show even the slightest hint of resistance. Understood, we shall heed the general's orders. With a collective sigh of relief, they fled the training grounds, hastily preparing for their impending expedition. While the prospect of facing the barbarians loomed ominously, the alternative was to meet a swift demise. Exemplified by the thousands who had just perished, Meng Tian, however, exhibited neither leniency nor intimidation. In his eyes, these were inadequate soldiers. Their journey to Liaozhou was fraught with peril, with little chance of survival. Meanwhile, Yingtsongyuan arrived at the royal family's worship hall, a sanctuary dedicated to the imperial lineage, serving as the family's greatest asset. Only members of the royal family, having transcended to the Nirvana realm, were deemed worthy to preside over the worship hall. Once, the hall brimmed with skilled individuals, exuding an aura that commanded respect across the land. Now, it housed only a handful, 11 in the Nirvana realm and 2 in the Harmonization realm. This was the enduring legacy of the Great Qin. Resilient despite suffering significant losses, still formidable enough to deter encroaching factions. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Upon Yingtsongyuan's arrival, the assembly bowed in deference. Regardless of his ascension to the throne, the fact remained that he was the emperor of the Great Qin, a truth beyond dispute. Others might disregard this new sovereign, who wielded no tangible power, but they could not afford to do so. The barbarians advanced with ferocity, poised to invade Liaozhou. I desire that all esteemed offerings proceed to Liaozhou to engage in battle. I am uncertain which of you esteemed offerings are willing to go. Although the offering hall remains loyal to the royal family, it does not imply their allegiance to Yingtsongyuan. Where there are people, there is strife, and the offering hall is no exception, as it is rife with factions. Each holds their own favored prince, and Yingtsongyuan has never been among their number. Indeed, upon hearing Yingtsongyuan's words, the assembly fell into a profound silence, clearly reluctant to heed his command. They are not only members of the royal family but also formidable beings above the Nirvana realm. Thus, Yingtsongyuan finds himself at a disadvantage against them, emboldening their defiance. With Meng Tian and the Golden Flame Cavalry, they possess sufficient strength to repel the barbarians. Yingtsongyuan's request for the offerings to take up arms is but a test, seeking to discern who may be of service to him. After a brief pause, 2 gentlemen stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go. I am willing to engage in battle." These 2, being of the elder generation to Yingtsongyuan, are Ying Daoyuan and Ying Kunlin, both of the Nirvana realm. Well, with 2 offerings stepping forth, how could the barbarians not face defeat? To have 2 willing to serve him is already an unexpected delight. Upon hearing Yingtsongyuan's proclamation, the 2 could not help but shake their heads. The barbarian force, arriving with such might, could not be repelled by merely the 2 of them. Otherwise, the Ouyang family, which has maintained Liaozhou as a solid bastion, would not be so anxious. Come, esteemed offerings, follow me. Yingtsongyuan cast a meaningful glance around the others before departing with the 2. The following morning, during the court assembly, Yingtsongyuan, typically reticent, surprisingly spoke up. "Minister Li, the army is about to depart. The Ministry of Revenue must promptly procure all necessary supplies for the army. There must be no errors." The moment these words left his lips, all officials turned their gaze towards him, sensing a notable shift in the emperor's demeanor. Responding to Yingtsongyuan's direct command, Li Yuran stepped forward, brimming with audacity, and replied, "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue is unable to provide any funds or provisions." At this declaration, the officials exchanged glances of mockery, yet Yingtsongyuan seethed with fury, rebuking, "Why can the Ministry of Revenue not produce the resources for the army's deployment? As the Minister of Revenue, what purpose do you serve?" Li Yuran was taken aback that this puppet emperor dared to publicly berate him, igniting a fire of indignation within him. However, before the assembly, he dared not retaliate and could only suppress his rage. "Your Majesty, in recent years, natural disasters have been relentless, leaving the populace in dire straits. The treasury requires the allocation of funds to aid the victims. It has long been in deficit. The late emperor, upon entering the Taichu Forbidden Zone, took with him all the treasury's resources, and now it is utterly depleted," Li Yuran responded slowly. His words bore a mixture of truth and falsehood. While it was indeed a fact that aid was necessary for the disaster-stricken, The prior emperor's removal of resources was also true. Yet, more significantly, Li Yuran's faction had embezzled the treasury's wealth, secretly siphoning off its contents. The assembly looked upon Li Yuran, astonished at his audacity in emptying the treasury, which had accumulated over countless years, a vast reservoir of resources. Their envy was palpable. Li Yuran's greed was glaringly unattractive. Songyuan, fully aware of the underlying truths, harbored murderous intent towards Li Yuran. However, given the precariousness of the current situation, where a single thread could unravel the entire tapestry, and with Li Yuran's faction being formidable, it was not yet the opportune moment to act against him. As the Minister of Revenue, you bear the responsibility for the procurement of supplies. If you cannot gather the resources for the army's deployment within 3 days, you shall retire to your hometown. Songyuan's audacious move astonished all, as he intended to dismiss Li Yuran. Even Li Yuran himself could hardly believe this puppet dared to act so boldly. At the same time, he instinctively glanced towards the Grand Marshal and the Chancellor, pondering whether Songyuan's actions were at their behest. Could it be that his greed had become so blatant that they sought to conspire against him? With this thought, Li Yuran resolved to endure for the time being. I shall obey your command. Chapter 5. The merchant guilds. Li Yuran suspected that Ouyang Luan and Nangong Yushu aimed to undermine him, thus choosing to swallow his pride. Meanwhile, Nangong Yushu and Ouyang Luan exchanged discreet glances, each recognizing the concern in the other's eyes. After Songyuan's visit to the offering hall, where he took 2 offerings, he now directed his ire towards Li Yuran, likely having secured the support of the offering hall. The Ying clan is indeed the strongest force in the Great Qin. Should the royal family decide to go all in support of Yingtang, maintaining their grip on the court will not be as simple. However, neither was in a hurry to oppose. Li Yuran's embezzlement of the treasury warranted some reprimand. They would not only refrain from alleviating the pressure from the emperor, but could even take advantage of the situation. Once the court convened, it became clear that the emperor's behavior was unusual, prompting everyone to return and ponder the reasons behind this stark transformation. Soon, the day of Meng Tian's expedition arrived. After 3 days of training, the Hanyang army had barely instilled some discipline, and the Grand Army set forth towards Liaozhou. To retain his position as minister, Li Yuran reluctantly offered some of the pilfered supplies for the army's departure. As the Grand Army advanced, Daoyuan and Kunlin did not accompany the forces. Instead, they undertook a mission assigned by Songyuan to visit the 3 major merchant guilds of the Great Qin: the Jiangnan Guild, the Dongyuan Guild, and the Xintian Guild. These 3 guilds wield immense power throughout the 9 provinces of the Great Qin, with their influence even extending beyond its borders. Their wealth is such that it rivals nations. And to safeguard such vast riches, formidable military strength is imperative. Thus, their might should not be underestimated. The treasury's emptiness is an undeniable reality, and Songyuan must prepare for the worst. Should chaos erupt in the Great Qin, the treasury's inability to provide resources would leave them at the mercy of others. Securing the support of any one of the 3 major guilds would resolve the treasury's predicament. The 2 first arrived at the Jiangnan Guild. Do you think the guilds will consent to the emperor's proposal? Reflecting on their mission, neither held much confidence. Songyuan sought to ally with the 3 major guilds, even offering the position of empress as a means of persuasion. While the position of empress is indeed prestigious, it is not deemed indispensable in the eyes of the guilds. Though the 3 guilds operate within the territories of the Great Qin, they remain aloof from the fray of power struggles. Should they involve themselves directly, they would lose their neutral status and become targets for other factions. Moreover, with the recent resurgence of spiritual energy, numerous ancient hidden powers are poised to emerge, and the imminent disintegration of the Great Qin is palpable. The 3 major guilds would not be so foolish as to enter into a marriage alliance with the Great Qin at such a precarious time, thereby entangling themselves in a quagmire. After introducing themselves, the 2 quickly met with the guild leader of the Jiangnan Guild, who received them with warmth. However, upon revealing their intent, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The guild leader began to speak evasively, making his refusal abundantly clear. The 2 did not press the issue further and took their leave. The same scenario transpired at the Xintian Guild and the Dongyuan Guild, leaving the 2 disheartened as they exited. The rejection from the 3 major guilds ignited a flicker of anger within them. The current state of the Great Qin is indeed far from its former glory, and it is no wonder that they are looked down upon. No matter, merchants pursue profit. It is merely their nature. Let us continue to visit other guilds. Ing Songyuan's assignment extended beyond the three major guilds. Those guilds that rank just below them were also part of their mission. Soon, they arrived at Linlang Pavilion and met with the pavilion master, Su Tianhai. After stating their purpose, Su Tianhai did not refuse as the other guilds had, but instead, he pondered deeply for a moment. After a brief while, he solemnly stated, "You may not be aware, but Linlang Pavilion has previously offended the holy son of the Yin-Yang sect. Should we collaborate with the Great Qin, it would inevitably provoke the Yin-Yang sect. Is the Great Qin prepared to face such an enemy? Though hidden powers maintain a low profile, it does not imply that they sever ties with the outside world. Many factions remain under their control. Their disciples often venture into the world for experience, and the holy son of the Yin-Yang sect had crossed paths with Linlang Pavilion during such a journey, leading to their enmity. The Yin-Yang sect is an ancient and powerful sect, and their holy son is destined to become the sect's future leader. Should the Yin-Yang sect emerge, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Linlang Pavilion, not only to avenge their holy son, but also to seize the substantial benefits of the pavilion. The Great Qin has stood for over 10 millennia, established by its founding emperor through martial prowess, and has never feared any adversary. Ing Daoyuan's voice rang clear and resolute. Once these ancient forces emerge, conflicts with the Great Qin are inevitable. They require territory to establish themselves, and the Great Qin occupies the 9 provinces, placing them in direct opposition. Even without Linlang Pavilion, the Great Qin and the Yin-Yang sect would be adversaries. Very well, if that is the case, then Linlang Pavilion shall ally with the Great Qin royal family, becoming kin through marriage. Su Tianhai made a decisive choice. Aligning with the Great Qin was their sole chance for survival. Although the Great Qin is currently weakened due to its trials in the Taichu Forbidden Zone, it remains a legacy of immense historical depth. Should they join forces, they may yet possess the strength to stand against the Yin-Yang sect. Bring forth the young lady, Su Tianhai commanded, summoning his daughter, Su Ruawei, who was to be the candidate for the union. After meeting Su Ruawei, Ing Daoyuan and his companion wasted no time and promptly returned to the imperial city to report to Ing Songyuan. Simultaneously, the Hanyang army entered the territory of Liaozhou. Who are these people? How terrifying! Within the Hanyang army, many soldiers were left in shock. As they approached Liaozhou, a steady stream of cavalry joined their ranks. These riders bore finely crafted weapons, wielding battle spears that glimmered with a chilling radiance, while their armor shone brightly against the sky. They moved with strict discipline, each possessing formidable cultivation. Such a fearsome army was unprecedented in their experience. Leaving them in awe, upon entering Liaozhou, Meng Tian's expression darkened. Some of the local populace seemed only to recognize the Ouyang family, oblivious to the Great Qin emperor, as if it had become the private domain of the Ouyang clan, a nation within a nation. The Ouyang family occupied a state within the Great Qin, and the Nangong family was no less significant, with numerous other factions and noble families claiming substantial territories, leaving the Great Qin with control over merely 3 provinces. Among them, 2 states remain under the control of 2 ambitious princes, while only the state of Tianzhou is in the grasp of Ing Songyuan. The situation in Tianzhou is also fraught with uncertainty. The 100,000 imperial guards have been infiltrated by various factions, and how much loyalty can they truly muster for the emperor? General, according to reports, the barbarian tribes are engaged in a fierce battle with the Ouyang family at Liaoan Pass, with both sides suffering heavy losses, including casualties even among those in the Nirvana realm. Mengshan reports to Meng Tian about the situation in Liaozhou, noting that the barbarians have already blocked the pass, but have been temporarily thwarted by the Ouyang family from entering Liaozhou. Only Mengshan accompanies Meng Tian on this journey, while Meng Zhan stays close to Ing Songyuan to ensure his safety. You are to immediately lead the Hanyang army to participate in the battle at Liaoan Pass. I have other arrangements. Understood. The army will split into 2 paths. Meng Shan will lead the Hanyang army to support Liaoan Pass, while Meng Tian will command the fire cavalry to attack from another route. Chapter 6. Liaoan Pass. Outside Liaoan Pass, the battle rages fiercely, with rivers of blood flowing. The barbarians, towering in stature, far surpassed the citizens of the Great Qin. Their harsh living conditions forge them into formidable warriors. The elite among the barbarians don heavy armor and wield formidable weapons, exuding an imposing presence that instills fear. Hundreds of thousands of barbarians advance, their battle fervor overwhelming, placing immense pressure on Liaoan Pass. Having occupied Liaozhou and engaged in warfare with the barbarians for many years, the Ouyang family is no ordinary foe. The border troops of Liaozhou are among the most elite forces of the Great Qin, controlled by the Ouyang family, and Liaoan Pass is a fortress built with the blood, sweat, and tears of countless generations, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault. With valiant soldiers holding the stronghold, the Ouyang family mobilizes their regional forces to join the battle. Even the mighty barbarians struggle to make headway against the defenses of Liaoan Pass. In recent years, natural disasters have plagued not only the Great Qin but also the barbarian tribes. To survive, they are compelled to raid outward. The barbarians have resolved to send reinforcements from various tribes, vowing not to relent until Liaoan Pass is breached. Is this truly the battlefield of the barbarians? What a brutal scene it is! Upon the arrival of the Hanyang army at Liaoan Pass, they are immediately enveloped by the atmosphere of war, each soldier's heart weighed down by a shroud of foreboding. Will we return alive? This thought arises unbidden among them. The battlefield is so fierce, how many of them can hope to survive? General Meng, you have finally arrived. Upon the arrival of the Hanyang army, Ouyang Fei, the elder of the Ouyang family, promptly comes forth to greet them. After enduring prolonged combat, the Ouyang family has suffered immense losses and is on the brink of collapse. The arrival of a large army will significantly alleviate their burden. The Ouyang family is not particularly concerned about the Hanyang army. Rather, they are more focused on the powerful support from the royal family. Liaoan Pass is a bulwark that one man can hold against 1,000. Ordinary barbarians pose little threat to the stronghold. Only the formidable among them can hope to breach Liaoan Pass. Although the Ouyang family is powerful, they are not strong enough to single-handedly contend with the barbarians. The support from the royal family is crucial for them. Elder Ouyang has misunderstood. I am merely a subordinate general of the Hanyang army. General Meng leads another force in hiding, seeking an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to the barbarians. Meng Shan's words leave Ouyang Fei momentarily stunned, and he does not dare to underestimate Meng Shan's cultivation at the mid-nirvana realm. The presence of a mid-nirvana warrior on the battlefield will alleviate his pressure. Moreover, the arrival of nearly 10,000 Hanyang troops will also reduce their own losses. I see, General Meng, please. Such is the advantage of strength. Even though Meng Shan is merely a subordinate general, his mid-nirvana cultivation warrants cautious respect from the Ouyang family. Enter the pass, engage in battle, at Meng Shan's command. The Hanyang army enters the stronghold, their spirits heavy, as if they are marching to their deaths. Meng Shan pays no heed to their trepidation. For the crimes these men have committed, dying in battle is their best fate. Ha ha ha, Great Qin rats, come forth and meet your doom. As Meng Shan and his comrades step inside the pass, a barbarian warrior challenges them. Allow me to face him. Meng Shan steps forward, eager to test the strength of the barbarian warrior. Very well, I shall support you. General. Meng Shan's willingness to engage is welcomed by Ouyang Fei. Boom. Meng Shan's presence surges like a waking lion, leaping into the fray. His spear leading the charge. Well met. Niu Dingtian bellows, swinging a pair of iron hammers to strike at the spear. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of spear and hammer sends sparks flying, the sounds of their weapons echoing across the battlefield. Meng Shan grips his spear firmly, shaking it forcefully to repel the hammer strike. Ha ha ha, come again. Niu Dingtian, filled with battle fervor, raises his iron hammers to strike down upon Meng Shan. He is in the late nirvana realm, a level above Meng Shan, yet Meng Shan shows no fear, responding with equal intensity. Boom. Niu Dingtian's hammer strikes with tremendous force, each blow more powerful than the last. Even Ouyang Fei, when facing him, can only rely on skill to counter the brute strength. Unwilling to meet him in a direct clash, Meng Shan's spear strikes with the grace of a dragon, his technique both grand and ferocious, as the two warriors engage in a fierce contest, neither yielding an inch. This man possesses formidable combat prowess. Ouyang Fei, watching from the sidelines, is astonished. He had not expected Meng Shan, in the mid-nirvana realm, to contend so effectively with Niu Dingtian. Having faced Niu Dingtian multiple times, he knows all too well the latter's terrifying strength. Should it come to a life-and-death struggle, he believes he would not stand a chance against Niu Dingtian. Yet, such a powerful warrior as Niu Dingtian is being held at bay by the relatively unknown Mengshan, showcasing the deep-rooted strength of the Great Qin royal family. Ha ha ha, splendid. This is the might of our Great Qin. Laughter erupts as the human side's morale surges, for at long last, someone can hold their ground against Niu Dingtian, striking a blow to the barbarian arrogance. Niu Dingtian howls, lifting his hammers high above his head, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, as a pair of massive hammers materialize in the air, each several miles in diameter. Such a shocking sight stuns the onlookers. The immense pressure emanating from the hammers suggests that if they were to fall upon Liaoan Pass, they would surely create a gaping breach point one spear to pierce the heavens. Observing this, Mengshan begins to spin his spear around him, manifesting a dragon-shaped spear aura. Roar! The dragon-shaped spear aura rises and roars, charging upward to meet Niu Dingtian head-on. Die! Niu Dingtian brings his hammers crashing down, unleashing a colossal wave of hammer energy toward the dragon-shaped aura. Boom! Deafening explosion reverberates, plunging the battlefield into silence, as both combatants are thrown back, each spitting blood from the impact. You are formidable. We shall have another chance to fight. Niu Dingtian exchanges a grave look with Mengshan before turning to withdraw. Having both sustained injuries, remaining on the battlefield would be perilous, and he must retreat to the barbarian camp for the time being. Watching Niu Dingtian leave, Mengshan does not pursue. The two are closely matched, and to determine a victor, they would need to engage in a life-or-death struggle, something neither seems willing to do. Ha ha ha, General Meng, well fought. I admire you greatly. Ouyang Fei approaches Mengshan, showering him with praise. Though Mengshan is merely a subordinate general, Ouyang Fei addresses him as general, reflecting his high regard for him. It was merely a stroke of luck. Elder Ouyang has overpraised me. Mengshan responds with a calm demeanor, neither humble nor arrogant, as if repelling Niu Dingtian were a trivial matter. Chapter 7. Assassin with Mengshan and nearly 10,000 Hanyang troops now inside the pass. The pressure on Liaoan Pass has significantly lessened, particularly with the addition of a top-tier combatant like Mengshan, which has made the barbarians hesitant to launch further attacks. Just as both sides stand in a tense stalemate at Liaoan Pass, Meng Tian leads the Golden Flame Cavalry on a flanking maneuver, stealthily moving out of Liaozhou and gradually encircling the barbarian rear. Within the barbarian camp, Niu Dingtian and 6 other warriors of the Nirvana realm gather. Their campaign faltering. They have suffered heavy losses at Liaoan Pass, yet they have not made any significant gains, and the pressure upon them grows daily. Liaoan Pass is inherently easy to defend and difficult to assault. And with the support of the Great Qin court, breaching it becomes even more challenging. As the commander of the army, Niu Dingtian is acutely aware of the current situation. Now that Mengshan has entered the pass, their chances of breaking through Liaoan Pass grow increasingly slim. This is the reality of the Tianyu continent. Great power resides within oneself, and one individual can indeed alter the course of battle. Our tribe has paid a hefty price. We cannot allow ourselves to be stalled by Liaoan Pass. Summon reinforcements from the tribe. The war has reached a stalemate. To instigate change, they must commit even more forces. The barbarians are psychologically prepared for this. Liaoan Pass is a fortress painstakingly constructed by the Ouyang family over generations, and it would be a grave miscalculation to assume they could capture it easily. The battle cannot cease. Liaozhou, though vast, has its limits, and even if they cannot take Liaoan Pass, they must bleed the Ouyang family dry. The barbarian tribes are numerous, and they can afford to engage in a war of attrition until the Ouyang family is exhausted. The struggle in Liaozhou captures the attention of various factions within the Great Qin. Should Liaozhou fall, the barbarians may very well spill forth to plunder other territories of the Great Qin. Many factions do not wish to see Liaozhou lost. However, expecting them to lend their strength to aid Liaozhou against the barbarians is utterly impossible. In this tumultuous time of spiritual awakening, with hidden powers poised to emerge, preserving one's own strength is paramount. Mengshan, who is this man? Could he be a manifestation of the royal family's profound heritage? Truly, the royal family that has ruled the Great Qin for millennia possesses an unfathomable depth. Will the outbreak of this conflict summon forth those of the Dao integration realm? As the war in Liaozhou drags on, news of the conflict gradually reaches other factions. Mengshan has fought multiple times, making his presence known to many Dai in Tongzhou. The ruler of the Qi royal family is also monitoring the situation in Liaozhou, having learned of Mengshan's existence. From whence has this Mengshan emerged? Could it be that the royal family harbors secrets unknown to me? As the brother of the late emperor, Qi Wang, a member of the royal lineage, naturally possesses a keen understanding of the royal authority. Yet, he has never heard of this Mengshan. Furthermore, this individual, merely a subordinate general of the Hanyang army, wields such formidable strength. One must wonder how powerful Meng Tian, the commander of the Hanyang army, truly is. Both Mengshan and Meng Tian seem to have materialized from thin air, leaving Qi Wang in a state of bewilderment. The plan must be expedited. My dear nephew may now perish without regret. With a fierce glint in his eye, Qi Wang promptly advanced the timeline of his scheme. Ying Songyuan had also received battle reports from the Liaonan Pass. Yet he remained unperturbed. With Meng Tian and 5,000 Golden Fire Cavalry at his side, repelling the barbarian tribes would be a trivial task. However, the prolonged absence of Meng Tian and the Golden Fire Cavalry suggests that Meng Tian desires more than mere repulsion of the invaders. During this time, Ying Songyuan felt utterly drained, engaged in a battle of wits with the powerful ministers in the court, while dedicating most of his days to governance, leaving him no time for cultivation. Patience is required. Once Meng Tian enters the court, someone will surely share the burden with me. The court is not the only source of his distress. The royal family is also restless. Many within the Ying clan do not recognize Ying Songyuan's claim to the throne, and several of his brothers are actively scheming to unseat him. The Hall of Worship has also turned a blind eye to him, as there are already princes rallying support. The ambitious Qi Wang, who occupies Tongzhou, and Zhao Wang, who dominates Yinzhou, are both formidable adversaries. During the reign of the late emperor, they ignored imperial edicts, rendering the two provinces as their own possessions, to the extent that the treasury could not collect taxes from them. The royal family's strength is not to be underestimated. Rather, each harbors ulterior motives, all aspiring to ascend to power, leading to the erosion of authority and the dominance of the ministers. What a chaotic mess. Ying Songyuan reflects, realizing he has inherited a severely damaged Qin. Were it not for the summoning system, he would have long resigned himself to fate, merely waiting for death. In the midst of Ying Songyuan's contemplations, a shadow silently materialized within the grand hall, drawing near to him. Your Majesty, be cautious. A thunderous shout erupted from Meng Zhan, who had been steadfastly guarding Ying Songyuan, as he rushed forward to confront the intruder with a powerful strike. Bang! With a resounding blow, the assailant was forced to reveal himself, cloaked in black, his true visage obscured. What audacity, to dare attempt an assassination on His Majesty! Such a crime is unforgivable. Meng Zhan seethed with rage. Had he not been by Ying Songyuan's side, the latter would have already met a grim fate. Ying Songyuan, shaken, felt a surge of relief for his foresight in retaining Meng Zhan's protection. Otherwise, his situation would be dire. Bang! The assassin, formidable in skill, proved challenging for Meng Zhan to subdue. The commotion soon attracted the attention of others, and palace guards swiftly arrived. Assassin, protect the emperor. Someone is attacking His Majesty. Swiftly apprehend the villain. As the guards hastened to the scene, skilled fighters from the Hall of Worship arrived, their faces pale with dread. They had always been the emperor's most trusted force, and now, with an assassination attempt occurring within the palace, it was a clear dereliction of duty on their part. Realizing they were on the verge of being encircled and eyeing the proximity of Ying Songyuan, the assassin resolved to take a desperate gamble. Stab! The assassin took Meng Zhan's full-force strike head-on, disregarding his severe injuries, and lunged toward Ying Songyuan, intent on sacrificing himself to take the emperor's life. Foolish. Meng Zhan discerned the assassin's intent, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing directly before Ying Songyuan, a formidable barrier that was insurmountable. With the hope of killing Ying Songyuan dashed, the assassin channeled his remaining strength into the tip of his blade, executing a shocking act. He plunged the sword through his own skull, severing his life force entirely, and the violent clash of energy obliterated his head, rendering any attempt to trace his identity futile. We arrived too late to protect the emperor. Please, your majesty, impose punishment upon us. The worshippers from the Hall of Worship, having arrived, surveyed the ravaged Taiji Hall and the ominously dark expression on Ing Songyuan's face, fear gripping their hearts as they hastily sought forgiveness. "Ha! What sins have you committed?" Ing Songyuan, seething with rage, laughed bitterly, disregarding the crowd as he departed the Taiji Hall under Meng Zhan's protection. Fury blazed within Ing Songyuan. The emperor of the Great Qin had been attacked in his own palace, and word of this would undoubtedly become fodder for ridicule among various factions. Ultimately, this disgrace stemmed from Ing Songyuan's weak foundation. His status lacked recognition from the royal family. Otherwise, with the current strength of the Hall of Worship, not even a Nirvana realm assassin could infiltrate the palace to strike at Ing Songyuan. This calamity arose solely because the Hall of Worship had ignored Ing Songyuan's well-being. Chapter 8. Delving into the barbarian tribe's news of Ing Songyuan's assassination could not be concealed from the myriad spies embedded within the palace by various factions. They swiftly learned of the incident. Who could be behind the attempt on the emperor's life? The emperor's demise would yield no benefits for the many ministers in the court. The true beneficiaries would be rival royal families. Those capable of deploying a Nirvana realm assassin were certainly not to be trifled with. Speculations abounded. As Ing Songyuan had been chosen as emperor after much deliberation among the factions, his presence fostering a fragile equilibrium that safeguarded their interests. Should he fall victim to assassination, the delicate balance within the court would shatter, granting the two powerful princes and other influential royal contenders the opportunity to ascend the throne. Compared to the unanchored Ing Songyuan, any successor would be more easily manipulated by the powerful ministers. Alas, he truly possesses great fortune and luck. The last attempt on his life with poisoned wine allowed him to evade disaster. And now, against all odds, he had survived another assault by a Nirvana realm assassin. As long as he lives, we remain mere princes. News also reached the royal family, and their disappointment was palpable upon learning that Ing Songyuan had not succumbed to the attack. Ing Songyuan maintained the moral high ground. As long as he remained unscathed, the other royals would have no chance. Release the word that we have captured the assassin's accomplices in the palace and are subjecting them to harsh interrogation. Gradually, Ing Songyuan regained his composure, instructing Meng Zhan to disseminate a false message to mislead the public while preparing for his next steps. The assassination attempt on Ing Songyuan had far-reaching implications, further diminishing the royal family's standing among the populace. If even the emperor could be attacked within the palace, it signified that the royal family had lost its grip on the Great Qin. Regardless of external speculation, Ing Songyuan remained unfazed, diligently attending court and managing state affairs with utmost dedication, inspiring hope among numerous loyal officials of the Great Qin. Many of these officials wielded some degree of power, and should they unite, none would dare to underestimate them. Outside the Liaonan Pass, tumultuous winds began to swirl, and a tremendous oppressive force manifested within the roiling clouds. Crack, crack, the overwhelming pressure caused trees to snap under its weight. What terrifying force! The soldiers at Liaonan Pass felt as though they faced a formidable enemy. Their bodies bowed beneath the immense weight. Ha! Our clan's shaman has descended. The fall of Liaonan Pass is imminent. Sensing this grand momentum, the barbarian forces were elated. This was a powerful figure from the barbarian clan, capable of dismantling Liaonan Pass. Humph! At that moment, a cold snort emanated from Liaonan Pass, accompanied by an overwhelming force that neutralized the pressure from the barbarian's powerful figure. An elder soon appeared in the skies above the pass, confronting the barbarian warrior. Ha! It is our clan's ancestor. The newcomer was none other than Ouyang Ju, the steadfast cornerstone of the Ouyang clan. A formidable figure of the harmonization realm. Bang! Without unnecessary words, the barbarian's harmonization realm warrior, Man Tian, initiated a probing strike. This territory does not belong to you barbarians. Ouyang Ju, undeterred, retaliated fiercely. Boom! The two harmonization realm attacks collided, unleashing a tempest that ravaged the surroundings, altering the very landscape in an instant. Kill. After the initial probing exchange, both warriors launched themselves like arrows released from a bow, their silhouettes blurring as they engaged in a fierce clash. The details of their duel obscured to onlookers. Both sides instinctively distanced themselves from the battlefield, realizing that a battle of harmonization realm warriors was beyond their involvement. Kill, Niu Dingtian and others led the barbarian forces in a fierce offensive. While Mengshan and his allies retaliated immediately, the conflict at Liaonan Pass descending into a grim spectacle, devoid of light. The deployment of a harmonization realm warrior by the barbarians signaled the escalation of the war. As the battle at Liaonan Pass erupted, Meng Tian led the Golden Fire Cavalry into the territory of the barbarians. "General, we have spotted a barbarian tribe ahead." The barbarians, unlike the Great Qin, lived in a tribal society. During wartime, smaller tribes would heed the call of larger tribes and send warriors to battle, with little interaction in peacetime. "Let us commence." Meng Tian's gaze was devoid of emotion, cold and detached. "Yes." With a command from Meng Tian, the Golden Fire Cavalry charged forward, unleashing a horrifying slaughter. Stab, slash. Many barbarians, caught unawares, were trampled into a bloody pulp under the hooves of the cavalry. Annihilation ensued, leaving no trace behind. From the outset, Meng Tian had never entertained thoughts of aiding Liaonan Pass. Even if they succeeded in repelling the barbarians, the accolades would undoubtedly be attributed to the Ouyang clan. Thus, he resolutely traversed 1,000 miles. Stepping onto barbarian soil, intent on slaying enough of their warriors to achieve unparalleled glory, paving his path to greatness. Each member of the Golden Fire Cavalry was a cultivator, and their mounts were extraordinary. These barbarian tribes posed no resistance whatsoever. In just a few charges, they breached the tribe's defenses and commenced their massacre. It's bad. The Qin people are upon us. They are not human. Flee, run for your lives. Countless barbarian tribes have suffered immense casualties, with some fleeing in fear. A cadre of infernal cavalry has emerged among the barbarians, and news of their merciless rampage swiftly spread throughout the tribes, instilling a deep sense of dread among them, who now fear being slaughtered by the fire cavalry. The internal strife caused by the fire cavalry's onslaught has profoundly affected the battlefield at Lian Pass. Many barbarian soldiers, consumed by concern for their tribes, have lost all will to fight, yearning only to return home as swiftly as possible, faced with the impossibility of conquering Lian Pass and suffering from the fire cavalry's massacre. The barbarians have no choice but to order a retreat. Ha ha ha, the barbarians have retreated. We have triumphed. How splendid! Lian Pass has been defended. The pass resounds with jubilant cheers and exuberant celebrations, reveling in this hard-won victory. This battle has left Liaozhou severely weakened, significantly diminishing the foundation of the Ouyang family. 3 Formidable warriors of the Nirvana realm have perished, and over half of the elite Liaozhou army has been lost, with further casualties numbering in the countless. The Hanyang army brought by Meng Shan has suffered catastrophic losses, with scarcely 1 in 10 remaining. Meng Shan has intentionally stationed them at the most perilous battlefield, aiming to wear them down at Lian Pass. Ouyang Fei is naturally pleased with Meng Shan's arrangement, for the Hanyang army has become a mere shadow of its former self. After the great battle has concluded, Meng Shan immediately requests to resign before Ouyang Fei. "Why is General Meng in such a hurry? I had planned a banquet to express my gratitude." Ouyang Fei seeks to win Meng Shan over. If he can secure Meng Shan on the Ouyang family's side, it would bring great joy to the severely wounded family. The war is over, and I must also report to General Meng and His Majesty. So I bid you farewell. Meng Shan, indifferent to Ouyang Fei's overtures, resolutely departs, leaving behind a resentful Ouyang Fei. Chapter 9. General Meng Tian has slaughtered numerous barbarian tribes, pillaging their resources and departing with the Golden Fire Cavalry. Soon, Meng Shan reunites with Meng Tian and returns to the imperial city. Meanwhile, Yungyuan mobilizes all available forces to disseminate tales of Meng Tian's ruthless rampage across the barbarian lands, ensuring the news spreads far and wide. How exhilarating! A true man should gallivant across the battlefield, reveling in the blood of his enemies. General Meng is truly commendable, penetrating deep into enemy territory and slaughtering countless barbarian tribes. Such magnificent achievements are rare in history. I wish to join the Hanyang army and serve under General Meng, fighting alongside him against the enemy. The Qin Empire has languished in weakness for far too long. so long that the people have forgotten the taste of victory. Meng Tian's triumphant return is like a whirlwind, sweeping across every corner of the Qin Empire. The populace, upon hearing the news, rejoices, sharing in the glory. This is a victory for the Qin Empire and for them as well. Simultaneously, the existence of the Golden Fire Cavalry has been revealed to numerous factions, instilling a profound sense of trepidation within them. When did the Qin Empire acquire such a cavalry? It is truly astonishing. Could it be that the royal family harbors undisclosed powers? Swift as the wind, this cavalry appears to be a force beyond comprehension. The ability to penetrate barbarian tribes and unleash a massacre. Many factions understand the implications of such a powerful cavalry under the royal family's command. Serving as a formidable deterrent to all, before long, Meng Tian returns in triumph, exuding an aura of authority, as the Golden Fire Cavalry, akin to a blazing inferno, enters the imperial city, attracting throngs of onlookers who cheer in admiration. Is this the fearsome Golden Fire Cavalry that decimated the barbarians? Truly, they are extraordinary. What a terrifying army, with every soldier being a cultivator, and their steeds are no ordinary mounts. This is undoubtedly an invincible elite force. As the army progresses, they swiftly reach the imperial palace, where the remaining soldiers remain outside. While Meng Tian and Meng Shan enter the hall of worship, we pay our respects to your majesty. The two bow respectfully before Ing Songyuan. You have both worked diligently. There is no need for excessive formality. The two towering figures stand within the grand hall, drawing the gaze of all who scrutinize them. Meng Shan radiates a powerful aura of the Nirvana realm, and all are aware of his achievements at Lian Pass, daring not to underestimate him. As for Meng Tian, he remains inscrutable, revealing not a hint of his true strength, which only heightens the caution of those present. No matter how they probe, they cannot discern Meng Tian's depth. You two loyal ministers have faced great peril, thwarting the barbarian assault while penetrating deep into enemy territory, thereby elevating the prestige of our Great Qin. I am greatly comforted. Ing Songyuan generously bestows accolades upon them. All of this is due to your majesty's strategic brilliance. We dare not claim credit. Their deference to Ing Songyuan astonishes the assembly. Why would such formidable warriors show such respect to a monarch with no foundation? You two generals need not be so humble. Our Great Qin is a realm built on martial prowess, rewarding merit with titles. Your extraordinary contributions must be recognized. Ing Songyuan's words draw everyone's attention, eager to see how he will reward the two. Meng, you are loyal and upright, devoted to the state, and have achieved unprecedented merit. I hereby appoint you as the Grand General of the Qin and the Commander of the Golden Fire Cavalry. The title of Grand General of the Qin is nearly on par with that of the Grand Chancellor, marking a meteoric rise for Meng Tian. The previous Grand General perished alongside the late Emperor, leaving the position vacant and fiercely contested by various factions, yet it has unexpectedly fallen to Meng Tian. I thank your majesty for your profound grace. Meng Tian steps forward, bowing deeply. Your majesty, this cannot be. Although General Meng has accomplished remarkable feats, his experience is still lacking. It may be difficult for him to command respect in the role of Grand General. Nangong Yushu immediately interjects, intent on securing the Grand General position for himself, resolutely opposing Meng Tian. Upon hearing this, Ing Songyuan teases, "Oh, in your opinion, who is worthy of the Grand General title?" Recognizing Ing Songyuan's subtle mockery, Nangong Yushu's fury ignites. When did this young man dare to speak to him in such a manner? Nevertheless, he suppresses his anger and replies, General Du Xianyun has made significant contributions and commands immense respect within the army. He is the most suitable candidate for Grand General. Once Nangong Yushu's words are spoken, his faction immediately echoes in agreement. Indeed, General Du treats his soldiers as his own children and has achieved great military feats. He is the best choice for Grand General. General Du has rendered tremendous service to the Qin. Only he can adequately fulfill the role of Grand General. Observing the advocates from below, Ing Songyuan remains expressionless, silently noting each of them for future reckoning. He then turns his gaze towards several elder officials. Receiving Ing Songyuan's signal, the elder statesmen spring into action. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, this reasoning is flawed. Is our Great Qin a place where seniority reigns supreme? If that were the case, would not your position be ceded to me, given my greater age? The ancient voice of Wang Gufeng, the Minister of Rights, resonates, capturing everyone's attention. Nangong Yushu's expression darkens, while Ouyang Luan appears surprised. He did not expect this old man to supporting Tsang Yuan at this moment, even at the cost of opposing Nangong Yushu. Indeed, if everything in the Qin court were based on seniority, how could we continue to hold our current positions? The Prime Minister is ultimately too young. While he is indeed exceptionally talented, he still requires experience. Some elder officials, leveraging their age, chastised Nangong Yushu, causing his face to flush with anger, reaching the brink of explosion. This reflects the fruits of Tsang Yuan's diligent efforts over the past 6 months. He has adeptly managed state affairs, gaining the loyalty of ministers devoted to the Qin. The Prime Minister has made a hasty miscalculation. I still have faith in his capabilities. Tsang Yuan speaks once more. At this juncture, Nangong Yushu finds himself in a precarious position. Should he attempt to block Meng Tian again based on seniority, he too would be vulnerable to the same criticism. He can only swallow his anger. With Meng Tian successfully appointed as Grand General and Meng Shan elevated to General, commanding the Hanyang Army. Although the Hanyang Army is a mere shadow of its former self, Tsang Yuan can recruit new soldiers and re-establish a Hanyang Army wholly under his control. As matters in the court conclude, various factions are left in a state of unease. The events of today have taken everyone by surprise. None could have anticipated that the puppet emperor they had long overlooked would establish his own foundation. With the support of several elder officials and control over the Golden Flame Cavalry and the Hanyang Army, the emperor's power has grown formidable. Chapter 10. The Jinyui with Meng Tian entering the court, bolstered by the support of figures like Wang Gufeng, Tsang Yuan has begun to solidify his foundation. With control over the Golden Flame Cavalry and the newly formed Hanyang Army, this power is sufficient to contend with Nangong Yushu and Ouyang Luan. The Qin court gradually stabilizes, and no one dares to disregard Tsang Yuan any longer. He begins to formulate his next steps, discreetly gathering evidence of the transgressions committed by those aligned with Li Yuran. The establishment of the Hanyang Army proceeds smoothly, quickly amassing 50,000 recruits. And under Meng Shan's leadership, training commences. All resources for the formation of the Hanyang Army are drawn from Tsang Yuan's personal treasury. Unlike the national treasury, the personal treasury is the emperor's private property, accessible only with the Qin imperial seal, of which only Tsang Yuan has the authority to utilize. With the influx of resources, the Hanyang Army is rapidly established and begins training. System, summon. Unbeknownst to him, a year has passed. Tsang Yuan has weathered a tumultuous year, now arriving at a second opportunity for summoning. Ding, summoning successful. Jinyui, 3,000 men. Immediately, information regarding the Jinyui appears in Tsang Yuan's mind. The Jinyui consists entirely of cultivators at the Inner Dan realm or above, with 4 commanding officers: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu are all at the late Nirvana realm, while Qinglong stands at the early Dao integration realm. Ha ha ha, truly, heaven has favored me. With 3,000 imperial guards at my command, I am now more assured in my forthcoming plans. Accompanied by Meng Tian, Tsang Yuan arrived at the Hanyang military camp, where he intended to summon the imperial guards and also assess the formation of the Hanyang Army. Your Majesty. Upon Tsang Yuan's arrival, Meng Shan promptly came forth to greet him. No need for excessive formalities. Subsequently, accompanied by Meng Shan, the group inspected the Hanyang Army. Tsang Yuan was quite satisfied with the newly established forces, observing that Meng Shan had exerted considerable effort. The training of the Hanyang Army had already begun to yield results. This achievement was largely due to Meng Tian's support, as he had reassigned some commanders from the Golden Flame Cavalry to assist Meng Shan. At last, they arrived at a training ground, where all present were dismissed. Once Meng Tian personally confirmed that no one remained, Tsang Yuan summoned the imperial guards. As before, with a mere thought, 3,000 imperial guards materialized from thin air. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The assembly knelt in unison, paying their respects to Tsang. Meng Tian had anticipated this and muted the voices of the assembly to prevent alarming others. No need for formalities. The sight of the 3,000 imperial guards clad in their flying fish attire was indeed imposing. their presence exuding an aura that commanded respect. Ming Zhan, you shall return to the Golden Flame Cavalry henceforth to aid Minister Ming. As you command. With the imperial guards at his disposal, Ying Tsung no longer required Ming Zhan's constant protection. It was a soldier's duty to engage in battle and gallop across the battlefield. He entrusted the investigation of court officials forming factions for their personal gain, thereby harming the interests of the Great Qin. To the imperial guards, who were experts in such matters, he would withdraw all palace guards and place his safety entirely in the hands of the imperial guards. This decision left the worship hall in a state of disquiet. The guardianship of the palace had always been their prerogative, yet now Ying Tsung Yuan had not consulted anyone before replacing the palace's protective forces, indicating a clear loss of trust in times past. They would not have cared for Ying Tsung Yuan, but now, with the shifting tides, he had subtly secured his position as emperor, and the situation was no longer the same. What is the meaning of this? Your Majesty, to suddenly withdraw the worship hall personnel is an act of distrust towards us. Your Majesty has been led astray by treacherous individuals, doubting your own kin, and entrusting your safety to a group of strangers. How foolish! Alas, how did matters come to this? Before the worship hall could fully comprehend the situation, Ying Tsung sent word to convey an edict. The message was straightforward. The national treasury was depleted, and henceforth, resources to the worship hall would be severed. This proclamation left everyone in the worship hall in disarray. Their livelihoods and necessities for cultivation were all derived from the emperor. Now, with Ying Tsung Yuan cutting off their provisions, their interests had been gravely compromised. Your Majesty cannot be so misguided. We shall proceed to the palace to beseech you to retract this edict. They recognized this as a warning from Ying Tsung Yuan. His prior silence after the assassination attempt in the palace was all for this moment. Upon arriving at the Tai Chi Hall, Ying Tsung Yuan was listening to Qing Long report on the various evidence collected recently. Your Majesty, the members of the worship hall wish to see you. At this moment, an imperial guard approached to deliver the news. They have arrived. Let them enter. Ying Tsung Yuan had anticipated this and ordered the assembly to be summoned. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The crowd bowed more ceremoniously than before, a change brought about by the shift in power. The current Ying Tsung Yuan was no longer the puppet emperor of yore. He commanded their respect. Rise. What brings you here? With a calm yet commanding demeanor, Ying Tsung Yuan spoke, a subtle aura of imperial authority instilled within him after more than a year on the throne, evoking a sense of trepidation. Your Majesty, the worship hall is the foundation of the Great Qin. We cannot sever its resources. Your Majesty, blood is thicker than water. Only the worship hall will not betray you. It is only the worship hall that can ensure your safety. The palace's protective forces cannot be withdrawn. The assembly clamored with urgency, each emphasizing the importance of the worship hall, hoping to persuade Ying Tsung Yuan to revoke his order. Presumptuous. Both thunder and rain are blessings from heaven. You come together to pressure the throne? Qing Long's voice thundered as he glared at the assembly. As Qing Long spoke, all eyes turned to him, perceiving him as the one who had incited the emperor to take such drastic measures. Who are you to speak to us in such a manner? Your Majesty, this man speaks treason. Please punish him accordingly. Your Majesty, do not be swayed by the treacherous words of this minister, lest you hurt the sentiments of our clan. Voices rose in protest. Some called for Qing Long's punishment, while others lamented in despair. This scene amused Ying Tsung Yuan greatly. He remained silent, observing the spectacle, while the assembly felt their faces flush with embarrassment. I have heard your words. You may leave. The assembly was stunned. Was this all? Ying Tsung Yuan had been rather dismissive. He held little regard for the worship hall. Despite its considerable strength, it could not serve his purposes, and thus it was disposable. However, they were still members of the royal family and formidable figures. Ying Tsung Yuan refrained from severing ties entirely. Your Majesty, the assembly attempted to speak further, but Ying Tsung Yuan's cold gaze silenced them. The atmosphere in the hall turning palpable leave. Though his tone was mild, it was imbued with an undeniable authority, causing the assembly to shudder and respectfully withdraw. News of the palace's events soon reached other factions, who were puzzled by Ying Tsung Yuan's sudden removal of the worship hall personnel. Nevertheless, this was advantageous for them. Ing Songyuan's power had grown formidable, and should he gain the full support of the worship hall, he would surely dominate them all. Now that the two sides were at odds, they welcomed the discord. A month swiftly passed, leading to yet another grand court assembly. Just as the assembly expected a typical court meeting, Ing Songyuan unexpectedly struck. A contingent of imperial guards brought forth several boxes into the grand hall. The assembly had grown accustomed to the presence of the imperial guards, well aware that they represented Ing Songyuan's alternative force. They regarded the imperial guards with trepidation, for in just a month, numerous spies planted by various factions within the palace had been eradicated by the imperial guards, showcasing their inscrutable prowess, leaving everyone astonished. "Behold, my esteemed ministers," Ing Songyuan declared as the boxes were set before them. The assembly, puzzled, opened the boxes to reveal their contents. Moments later, their expressions shifted dramatically. Even Nangong Yushu and Ouyang Luan were taken aback. They then turned their gazes toward Li Yuran. The boxes were filled with irrefutable evidence of Li Yuran's faction engaging in corrupt practices that undermined the interests of the Great Qin. Among the evidence were documents detailing their collusion to deplete the national treasury. This, Your Majesty, I am innocent." Li Yuran's face turned ashen. The evidence was undeniable, yet he could not confess, immediately kneeling to plead his case. "Very well, you who feast at the emperor's table yet harbor treacherous ambitions. You dare to brazenly conspire and plunder the national treasury. Your crimes are unforgivable. Seize them and cast them into the dungeons. Let them await their fate." Ing Songyuan disregarded Li Yuran's defense as the imperial guards swiftly apprehended the individuals. "Foolish emperor, if you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As the imperial guards approached, Li Yuran suddenly erupted, revealing his Nirvana realm prowess, charging toward Ing Songyuan in an attempt to take him hostage. "Your Majesty, be careful, rebel scoundrel. How dare you? Protect the emperor. Protect the emperor." Loyal subjects were struck with fear. Should anything befall Ing Songyuan, the favorable situation for the Great Qin would be irreparably ruined. Presumptuous. Just as Li Yuran was about to reach Ing Songyuan, Qing Long's formidable presence loomed before him. Raising a hand, the movement appeared slow, allowing everyone to perceive Qing Long's actions, yet even with all his strength, Li Yuran, as a Nirvana realm cultivator, could not evade this seemingly languid strike. Thud. The hand struck Li Yuran's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Li Yuran struggled to rise, but his injuries were too severe, and several imperial guards quickly subdued him. What a terrifying powerhouse! This man is undoubtedly in the harmonization realm. How formidable! The assembly was left in shock. Li Yuran was already in the late stages of nirvana, yet he had been effortlessly incapacitated by Qing Long, leaving him utterly defenseless. To dare attempt to assassinate the emperor is to warrant the annihilation of your entire lineage. Qing Long's cold gaze rested upon Li Yuran, who suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! Annihilate my entire lineage? Do you have the courage? As long as I do not leave the imperial city alive, Zhanghuai County will surely revolt. My Li family will never rest until justice is served." Even reduced to a prisoner, Li Yuran remained defiant. The Li family had operated in Zhanghuai County for countless years, with a single command. They could incite rebellion. In these tumultuous times, should the Li family revolt, it would ignite a wildfire across the land, leading to the collapse of the Great Qin. Li Yuran doubted Ing Songyuan would dare to carry out such a decree. "Minister Li has served the nation for many years. I am not one devoid of humanity. I shall send your lineage to accompany you in the underworld, to preserve the bond between sovereign and minister." Upon hearing Ing Songyuan's words, the assembly trembled in disbelief, none having anticipated the emperor's ruthlessness. He truly intended to annihilate Li Yuran's entire family. "What did you say?" Li Yuran's eyes widened in terror. Did Ing Songyuan not comprehend the implications of such actions? Was he not afraid of destabilizing his own reign? "Take him away." Qing Long commanded the crowd to take Li Yuran away. Having navigated the tumultuous political waters of the Great Qin court for many years, Li Yuran undoubtedly possessed a wealth of incriminating evidence against others. The Jinyui would employ severe torture to extract these confessions from him. Qing Long, immediately encircle the Li residents and eradicate their lineage. "As you command, my lord." With that, the court was dismissed. Ing Songyuan did not grant anyone the opportunity to plead for mercy. He simply announced the end of the assembly. As the crowd departed, Nangong Yushu and Ouying Luan exchanged a knowing glance, each understanding the other's thoughts. The dreaming Dream Tower, the preeminent brothel in the imperial city, was filled with countless young and beautiful women from the Great Qin, alongside those from other regions. Their existence served solely to entertain the wealthy and powerful. The dreaming Dream Tower operated incessantly, a vast den of iniquity. The common folk perceived it merely as a realm of romance and revelry, oblivious to the fact that it was backed by the Li family. Within the establishment, a myriad of individuals frequented, the air thick with the sounds of decadence. Suddenly, a group clad in flying fish attire, with ornate spring blades at their waists, burst through the doors. Such a boisterous and rude entrance immediately incited discontent among the patrons. For those who sought pleasure at the dreaming Dream Tower were all individuals of considerable power and influence. Their enjoyment disrupted and fueled by drink, many felt an immediate surge of anger, eager to confront the Jinyui. Who dares to disturb my enjoyment? Begone at once. Impudent fools, come here and kneel. You dare ruin my pleasure. What punishment do you deserve? In the face of the crowd's insults, the Jinyui displayed no anger. Instead, a faint smile curled at the corners of their lips, with the sound of blades being drawn. The Jinyui advanced towards the vocal patrons. Puff! Ah! They're killing! With swift precision, heads began to roll, blood spattering forth. And some who had never witnessed such brutality fainted from the shock. The Jinyui acted with ruthless efficiency. Those who obstructed them faced merciless death. Like demons from the depths of hell, the Jinyui surveyed the room with ferocious glares, compelling everyone to bow their heads in fear of incurring their wrath. They apprehended all those responsible for the establishment, and the servants and women within were also taken away, witnessing the Jinyui's unrestrained violence. The crowd trembled in fear, none daring to intervene. Chapter 12. Eradication of the Li family. Li Yuran's faction faced confiscation and imprisonment, their assets seized, triggering a significant uproar throughout the Great Qin. Officials in the court beheld Ing Songyuan revealing his fangs for the first time, a mix of fear and self-preservation washing over them. After all, none among them were blameless. If Ing Songyuan could uncover Li Yuran's crimes, he could just as easily unearth theirs. In an instant, officials began to scurry about, deliberating on how to safeguard themselves. Within the Prime Minister's residence, no one could have anticipated that the esteemed Grand Marshal and Prime Minister of the Great Qin would convene here. This situation has spiraled beyond our control. Our emperor is no ordinary man. Ouying Luan spoke gravely. They had supported Ing Songyuan's ascension to the throne precisely because he lacked a strong foundation. Having lost his mother at a young age and possessing no backing, making him easy to manipulate. Yet now, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Ing Songyuan had quietly amassed power sufficient to rival theirs. His actions were swift and brutal, far from a puppet to be controlled. His Majesty's actions compel the Li family of Jianghuai to retaliate. I wonder how he shall respond. For now, we shall observe the unfolding events. The news of the Li family's eradication would soon reach their kin in Jianghuai. When that time came, the Li family would have no choice but to revolt. Though they governed only a single commandery, Jianghuai was a fertile land of the Great Qin, and the Li family's strength should not be underestimated. Furthermore, with the Li faction purged, numerous positions would be left vacant, causing the Ministry of Revenue to nearly come to a standstill, leaving Ing Songyuan to navigate the crisis. The Ministry of Revenue had already been in deficit, barely functioning due to Li Yuran's prior coordination, and now, with him imprisoned, no one remained to oversee its operations. The ministry was a bottomless pit. Even two individuals would hesitate to take the reins. The following day, the court convened as usual, and the officials regarded Ing Songyuan with newfound respect, sensing the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, the functioning of the Great Qin relies on the Ministry of Revenue. With the treacherously imprisoned, we implore you to make a swift decision. Nangong Yushu interjected, eager to see how Ing Songyuan would address this dilemma. Let him in, Ing Songyuan responded coolly to Qinglong by his side. Summon Su Tianhe to the court. Moments later, the assembly beheld the Jinyuri escorting a man clad in opulent attire, his demeanor commanding. Commoner Su Tianhe pays his respects to your majesty. Su Tianhe performed the customary bow of subjects to sovereigns. No need for formalities. With the Ministry of Revenue vacant, I appoint M.Art.Su to oversee it. I humbly thank your majesty for your gracious favor. The two conversed seamlessly, solidifying Su Tianhe's position as the Minister of Revenue. The onlookers were left bewildered, unsure of Su Tianhe's background, astonished by his meteoric rise to the role. This time, Nangong Yushu did not intervene. He was curious to see how this individual would manage the burdensome office. Your Majesty, with the treacherously imprisoned, the Jianghuai Li family will undoubtedly seek revenge. I urge you to prepare accordingly, Wang Guifeng cautioned. The prospect of the Li family's rebellion was not in doubt. A solution was imperative. There is no need for concern, Minister Wang. It will not be long before they are escorted to the imperial city. Ing Songyuan declared, his words laced with confidence, as if the Li family were already within his grasp. The officials exchanged glances, slowly realizing that General Meng Tian had not attended court for some time. Had he already arrived in Jianghuai? If so, the emperor's confidence was terrifying. He had evidently orchestrated a plan to drive the Li family to their doom. Su Tianhe was the brother of Su Tianhai from the Linlang Pavilion. Possessing remarkable capabilities, upon assuming the role of Minister of Revenue, he swiftly clarified the ministry's accounts. The Linlang Pavilion fully supported him, directing resources to the national treasury to ensure its proper functioning. Under the various tortures inflicted by the Jinyui, Li Yuren's faction soon succumbed, revealing all their assets and resources. These individuals had amassed great wealth, and after their eradication, a considerable bounty flowed into the national treasury. The treasury's operation stabilized, catching everyone off guard. None had anticipated Su Tianhe's adept management, which left no room for scrutiny. The power of the Ministry of Revenue smoothly transitioned into Ing Songyuan's hands, further strengthening his authority. Concurrently, numerous factions dispatched agents to Jianghuai, seeking to seize control of the situation there. In Jianghuai, the Li family's domain, the ruling members gathered in a frenzy. This dog emperor is far too arrogant. The Li family cannot let this go unchallenged. Indeed, we must rise up and act on behalf of justice, rebel against the Great Qin. Do they truly believe the Li family can be trifled with? The Li family clamored for rebellion, clearly dismissing the imperial authority. Contact Wanner immediately. If the White Lotus sect can aid the Li family in seeking vengeance, we shall willingly submit to their will. Declared Li Yun Tian, the head of the Li family, resolute in enlisting the ancient power of the White Lotus sect for revenge. His daughter, Li Wanner, was a true disciple of the White Lotus sect, which was on the cusp of entering the world. Securing the resource-rich Jianghuai would be a boon they could scarcely hope to attain. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, startling everyone. What is happening? Where is that noise coming from? As the crowd's curiosity piqued, the commotion intensified, compelling them to rush towards the source of the disturbance. Puff, run. Upon arriving at the city gates of Jianghuai, they beheld a scene that would haunt their memories. A cavalry, blazing like wildfire, had breached the gates and was already engaged in a massacre. Stop! Who are you? Damn it! The Li family members seethed with fury, immediately retaliating against the Golden Flame Cavalry. Suddenly, a magnificent pressure soared into the sky, halting their movements as if the heavens themselves had descended upon them, the weight of the force threatening to shatter their spines. There stood Meng Tian, a figure both divine and demonic, his cold gaze devoid of emotion. As if he were gazing at corpses, without uttering a word, Meng Tian raised his hand, summoning a colossal palm that blotted out the sun, descending upon the group. This is bad. He is at the Harmonious Path realm. Curse him! The Li family members, sensing the overwhelming power of their enemy, resolved to sacrifice their foundations and unite against Meng Tian. With a thunderous crash, the giant hand fell, rendering their resistance utterly futile. They were all struck down, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, immobilized. Meng Tian stood at the pinnacle of the early Harmonious Path realm, a mere breath away from advancing to the mid-tier. How could mere Nirvana realm cultivators hope to contend with him? Chapter 13. The annihilation of the Li family after a single strike. The Li family members found themselves devoid of any capacity for resistance. This was the might of Meng Tian. Seize these treasonous scoundrels. With a command from Meng Tian, the fire cavalry swiftly apprehended the incapacitated individuals. What has transpired? Who are these people? Why have they attacked Zhonghua City? Oh no, the Li family has been defeated. The commotion of battle attracted numerous commoners who bore witness to the horrifying scene. The ruling Li family of Zhonghua was in utter disarray, being slaughtered by an unfamiliar cavalry. The Li family has risen in rebellion, harboring treasonous intentions. I, the general, am acting on the emperor's decree to eradicate these treacherous and rebellious elements, so there is no need for alarm among you. As the surrounding populace congregates in ever-increasing numbers, Meng Tian strives to avert panic, raising his voice to elucidate the situation to the masses. What? The Li family dares to revolt. They have wielded their power oppressively in Zhonghua for years, and today, they finally face their reckoning. The Li family has brought this upon themselves. Their demise is well-deserved. They have long tyrannized the common folk, and now that they are falling, the people rejoice, celebrating and cheering in their liberation. Subsequently, the fire cavalry secures the city gates and breaches the Li residence. Any member of the Li family is to be executed without exception in a mere span of time. The ground is drenched in blood, with thousands perishing without a burial site. The Li family's ancestral estate is excavated to its depths, the resources accumulated over countless years swept away. General, according to the Li family members, the patriarch's daughter has joined the White Lotus sect and is a disciple of its true teachings, which may pose unforeseen complications. After rigorous interrogation, the Li clan divulges all they know, including matters concerning the White Lotus sect. The Li family members are to be escorted back to the imperial capital, awaiting the emperor's judgment. The eradication of the Li family does not imply that Meng Tian intends to annex Zhonghua. The imperial capital remains the priority. Securing Zhonghua is beyond his current reach and not under consideration for the time being. Soon, the Li family members are stripped of their powers, shackled, and escorted back to the imperial capital. Along the way, they are surrounded by countless onlookers, pointing and whispering. The Li family, accustomed to their lofty status, has never endured such humiliation. They feel as if they would rather die than live under such disgrace. Yet, they are bound and unable to escape, caught in a desperate plight. Meanwhile, news of the Li family's annihilation swiftly reaches various factions, leaving them astounded. The Li family, entrenched in Zhonghua for many years, has unexpectedly been obliterated by Meng Tian. After dismantling the Li family, Meng Tian surprisingly refrains from seizing Zhonghua, presenting an opportunity for other factions, who hastily send personnel to occupy the region and seize the advantage. The Li family members are soon delivered to the imperial capital, where Ing Songyuan orders their execution in a public spectacle, drawing a multitude of spectators. Having secured control over the Ministry of Revenue, Ing Songyuan initiates the next phase of his plan. The imperial capital, situated in Tianzhou, is the lifeblood of the Qin Dynasty. For Ing Songyuan to undertake further actions, he must ensure Tianzhou remains firmly under his control. The Imperial Guards, one of the most elite forces of the Qin, directly answer to the emperor. With the previous emperor's demise, numerous factions have infiltrated the Imperial Guards, resulting in their fragmentation. Currently, the Imperial Guards number around 100,000, with 5 commanders each leading 20,000 troops. The position of the Grand Commander has remained vacant since the previous emperor's death. Your Majesty, Liu Tianyun and Sun Zhan have been bribed by the Qi and Zhao princes, while the remaining 3 commanders waver in their loyalties. The unique situation of the Imperial Guards, historically the personal troops of the Qin emperors, renders them fiercely loyal to the royal family, as only members of the royal lineage can sway their allegiance, and why uncles are indeed restless. Reflecting upon the Qi and Zhao princes, Ing Songyuan's murderous intent surfaces. Were it not for their opposition to the previous emperor and their land grabbing, the Qin dynasty would not have arrived at such a juncture. A month from now marks the royal ancestral worship ceremony, and an edict is issued for the Qi and Zhao princes to come to the imperial capital to participate. The ancestral worship holds profound significance for the royal family, and failure to attend would invite criticism. However, the current imperial capital is fraught with peril. Should he venture forth, he may never return. Why, Lord? Why not send the heir in your stead to the ancestral worship? A counselor from the Qi prince's residence proposes a solution. Shortly thereafter, a proclamation is made that due to years of service to the nation, The Qi prince has suffered a resurgence of old injuries and cannot endure the journey, thus delegating his son to attend the ancestral worship in his place. Upon receiving this news, Songyuan smirks. How precious is their own life. His expression shifts, turning cold as he declares, "Then let your sons meet their demise in your stead. We may commence our actions, as you command." The Azure Dragon immediately departs to execute the plan. As the date of the royal ancestral worship approaches, members of the royal family begin returning to the capital. King Kong, His Majesty has summoned you. Please accompany us. King Song, His Majesty's decree commands your presence in the palace. King Han, His Majesty requests your cooperation in our investigation. As several princes enter the imperial capital, they are promptly seized by the genie Wei. They are utterly unprepared for Songyuan's audacity in brazenly apprehending them. Some attempt to resist the summons. Prince Chu, do you dare defy the Emperor's command? The White Tiger, leading a cadre of genie Wei, encircles the furious Prince Chu, demanding sternly, "When did this prince ever contemplate rebellion? You dare slander me!" The Prince of Chu finds himself in a precarious position. Should he surrender, he risks being confined by Songyuan, with his life hanging by a thread. Yet, to resist could lead to accusations of treason, a burden he cannot bear. My lord, these individuals are formidable cultivators. We are no match for them, a guard beside Prince Chu reports, realizing the futility of resistance. Upon hearing this, Prince Chu resigns himself to fate, following the genie Wei as they depart. Meanwhile, as the Qi prince's heir approaches the capital, his entourage is suddenly ambushed by a group of individuals clad in Imperial Guard uniforms. You are not the Imperial Guard. Who are you to dare impersonate them and attempt to assassinate the Qi prince's heir? A guard shouts defiantly, yet the assailants remain silent, striking with lethal precision. Young master, we will hold off the enemy. You must enter the city swiftly. The assailants prove merciless. Even the Nirvana realm cultivators among the guards cannot withstand their onslaught. The Qi prince's heir, a prodigy in his own right with formidable prowess, manages to break through the encirclement thanks to the valiant efforts of his protectors, making a dash for the capital. However, as they draw near and hope for salvation, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his heart and instinctively looks down. There, a blade has pierced his heart, and his vitality begins to ebb away. Chapter 14. The Imperial Guard's young master. The Qi prince's heir succumbs to his wounds, and despair engulfs his protectors, even if they manage to escape. The Qi prince will not spare them, and their families will suffer the consequences. Determined to avenge their fallen master, the guards engage in a desperate battle against the assassins. Yet, fury alone cannot alter the balance of power, and they are swiftly slaughtered, none surviving the encounter. Simultaneously, the Zhao prince's heir meets a similar fate, and his entire retinue is annihilated. In the Hall of Offerings, the Azure Dragon arrives to convey the imperial edict. His Majesty commands that Lu Tianyun and Sun Jian, leaders of the Imperial Guards, have conspired in rebellion, dispatching assassins to kill the heirs of the Qi and Zhao princes. The Hall of Offerings is to proceed to the Imperial Guard encampment to apprehend the two. Upon hearing this, the assembly is struck with disbelief. Why would the Imperial Guards assassinate the heirs, an act devoid of benefit to them? Moreover, two of the princes have ties to the commanders, understanding that Lu Tianyun and Sun Jian have already aligned with the princes, making such an assassination implausible. However, Songyuan's orders are not unfounded. He must possess knowledge of undisclosed matters. The Hall of Offerings will heed the edict and proceed to the Imperial Guard encampment. Songyuan promptly leads the Hall of Offerings personnel to the Imperial Guard encampment, determined to uncover the truth. Upon arrival, they find the encampment in disarray, a cacophony of chaos. Quickly, seal the encampment. The heirs have been slain by treacherous hands. We cannot allow the assassins to escape. No one is to enter or exit. The Imperial Guards swiftly surround the encampment, searching for the culprits. Lu Tianyun's face pales as he surveys the lifeless bodies of the Qi prince's heir and his retinue. Realizing he has fallen into a trap where life and death hinge on a single moment. Not long ago, a group had stormed into the encampment, discarding the bodies of the Qi prince's heir and his guards before departing without a trace. Upon recognizing the grim reality, Lu Tianyun is seized by terror. He comprehends that he has been ensnared in a scheme, He immediately orders the encampment sealed, desperate to uncover the identity of the assassins. Ing Songyuan and his entourage swiftly enter the encampment, their eyes widening in horror at the sight of the corpses. Rage ignites within them. Lu Tianyun, how dare you assassinate the Qi prince's heir? Upon the arrival of the Hall of Offerings, Lu Tianyun's hopes are dashed. Even if he can prove his innocence, the Qi prince will never trust him again. Lu Tianyun, surrender at once. Lu Tianyun makes no attempt to resist. The experts of the Hall of Offerings have converged, and any resistance would only solidify his guilt. Moments later, Lu Tianyun and Sun Jian are taken away by the Hall of Offerings, showing no signs of resistance. Resigned to their fate, as they are led away, the Hanyang army and the fire cavalry promptly surround the imperial guards under their command. Lu Tianyun, for assassinating the Qi prince's heir and plotting treason. If you are not his accomplices, lay down your arms and await investigation. Meng Tian's voice resonates throughout the encampment, finally clarifying the situation to the bewildered soldiers. Such slander. Commander Lu is utterly loyal to the Qin. How could he assassinate the Qi prince's heir and conspire against the emperor? Indeed, this is a baseless accusation. Do not lay down your weapons. We must vindicate our commander. Lu Tianyun has served as the commander of the imperial guards for many years, possessing considerable influence with many loyalists within the ranks. Bang! Suddenly, a colossal palm descends upon them, reducing their defiance to mere ashes. These individuals are all conspirators of Lu Tianyun, and they have already been met with justice by this general on the spot. Do you still wish to associate with these treacherous ministers and villains? Are you not afraid of having your entire clan exterminated? With the leader dead and the imperial guard in disarray, they began to lay down their arms under the pressure of Meng Tian, allowing the Hanyang army to take control. Similarly, the imperial guard led by Sun Jian was easily subdued by Meng Tian. The magnitude of such an event within the imperial guard's camp has long since stirred the various factions within the city. By the time their forces arrived, Meng Tian had already seized control of the imperial guard's camp and the situation. Subsequently, the news of Lu Tianyun and Sun Jian's assassination of the crown prince of Qi and the heir of Zhao spread, leaving all factions in shock. Impossible! Lu Tianyun and his accomplice could never possess the audacity to assassinate the two heirs. They had long since allied themselves with the crown prince of Qi and the heir of Zhao. How could they possibly commit such an act? There must be someone framing them for this crime. Who could be so audacious as to commit such a heinous act? Some astute individuals believe that the assassination of the two heirs cannot possibly be the doing of Lu Tianyun and his accomplice. Firstly, they had already pledged allegiance to the two princes, and secondly, assassinating them would only bring about endless trouble with no benefit. How could they, entrusted with command of the imperial guard, engage in such self-destructive behavior? Would Lu Tianyun dare to assassinate the two heirs? Treacherous ministers and villains, they are not worth lamenting. Their entire family should be eradicated as a warning to others. The majority of the populace chose to believe the messages released by Ing Songyuan's emissaries, condemning Lu Tianyun and his accomplice. Just as various factions speculated and discussed countermeasures, a significant purge was underway within the Imperial Guard's camp. You who so ruthlessly harm the loyal will surely face dire consequences. Foolish monarch, O foolish monarch! The Great Qin has fallen into the hands of a foolish ruler. The dynasty is doomed. The state is doomed. Numerous commanders of the Imperial Guard were executed on the grounds that they were involved with Lu Tianyun's conspiracy to rebel. Meng Tian, holding the emperor's decree, initiated a massacre, determined to root out all forces that did not submit to Ing Songyuan, even if it severely weakened the Imperial Guard. This slaughter shocked the hearts of many, with 10,000 of the 100,000 Imperial Guards being mercilessly slain, including many commanders. After this cleansing, the Imperial Guard was entirely under Ing Songyuan's control, becoming his force. Meanwhile, in the dark dungeons of the Offering Hall, Ing Songyuan was questioning Lu Tianyun. My lord, the death of the heir is certainly not my doing. Someone has framed me. Lu Tianyun understood that Ing Songyuan was aligned with the Crown Prince of Qi and had also pledged his loyalty to him. His only hope for survival lay in Ing Songyuan. Relate to me the events in detail, leaving out no particulars. Ing Songyuan knew Lu Tianyun would not betray the Crown Prince, and even if he were to do so, He would not assassinate the crown prince's heir at this time. Moreover, the news of the assassination of the crown prince's heir was relayed to the offering hall by Ing Songyuan, which hinted at some underlying mystery. Lu Tianyun recounted the unfolding events to Ing Songyuan, who, despite being present in the camp, found himself bewildered by the sudden calamity. After hearing Lu Tianyun's account, Ing Songyuan's expression grew increasingly grave, his breath becoming labored. He formed a bold hypothesis, yet he could scarcely bring himself to believe it. Chapter 15. Murder to silence. Ing Songyuan left the dungeon with heavy steps, suspecting that the true mastermind behind all this could very well be the current emperor of Great Qin. But could he truly be so cold-hearted as to act against his own kin? By imperial decree, the residences of the Prince of Chu, the Prince of Han, and the Prince of Song have come under attack. The offering hall is to provide immediate support. Just then, Ing Songyuan's edict was issued once more. Ing Songyuan snapped back to reality and hurried with others to the various princely estates, fearing that the tragedy of the two heirs might repeat itself there. As the experts from the offering hall departed, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the dungeon, and moments later, the shadow vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Soon after, Ing Songyuan and the others returned to the offering hall, only to learn of the dreadful news. The two prisoners had perished. What did you say? How could this be? How did they die? Anger flared among the crowd. Prior to their deaths, they had intensely questioned the two, who possessed a strong will to survive and would never resort to self-destruction. Now, with their simultaneous demise, it could only mean that someone had infiltrated the offering hall and murdered them. When did the offering hall become a place where others could enter at will and leave unscathed after committing murder? This was an affront to the offering hall. The group proceeded to the dungeon to investigate, discovering that Lu Tianyun and his accomplice had not suffered torture before their deaths. It was a clean, fatal strike. Lu Tianyun and Sun Jian were dead, the trail obliterated. How were they to pursue the investigation now? Ing Songyuan had entrusted the matter of the heir's assassination to the offering hall, and with the most crucial figures now deceased, they were left with no means of recourse. Gentlemen, His Majesty is arriving at the offering hall. Hasten to greet him. While the assembly was deliberating on how to investigate the assassination of the two heirs, Ing Songyuan arrived at the offering hall, prompting them to first welcome him. We pay our respects to your Majesty. We pay our respects to your Majesty. We pay our respects to your Majesty. The crowd bowed in unison to Ing Songyuan, who bore a faint smile, akin to that of an ordinary descendant of a family. Once seated, Ing Songyuan inquired, "What have Lu Tianyun and his accomplice confessed regarding their assassination of the two heirs?" By posing this question, Ing Songyuan simultaneously affirmed his belief that the assassination was indeed the act of Lu Tianyun and his companion. Your Majesty, Lu Tianyun and his accomplice are already deceased. Ing Songyuan replied, steeling himself to respond, "Oh, could it be that they chose to take their own lives out of guilt?" Ing Songyuan inquired, puzzled. Your Majesty, someone infiltrated the dungeon and killed them. To this juncture, Ing Songyuan no longer concealed the truth. What? Ing Songyuan erupted in fury, casting a furious glare at the assembly. What are you doing? How could you allow an assassin to infiltrate the offering hall and murder prisoners? What use are you to me? What use are you to the Great Qin? In the face of Ing Songyuan's wrath, the crowd dared not meet his gaze, nor did they venture to respond. After directing his ire at them, Ing Songyuan continued, "The fact that Lu Tianyun and his accomplice were assassinated indicates that they still had accomplices. They must have feared that these two would reveal their identities. Hence they chose to eliminate them. To be able to murder inside the offering hall is truly a remarkable tactic." Ing Songyuan then declared the nature of Lu Tianyun and his accomplices' deaths. Investigate. I want a thorough investigation. You have 2 months. If the true culprits are not uncovered, you need not remain in the offering hall. Go guard the royal tombs instead. That is where you truly belong. After making this declaration, Ing Songyuan swept away, his face a portrait of disappointment in the offering hall. Once he departed, the assembly exchanged glances, knowing that should they fail to identify the murderer within 2 months, they would be relegated to guarding the royal tombs, a fate akin to banishment. The assassination of the heirs of Qi and Zhao, with the blame placed upon Lu Tianyun and Sun Jian for allegedly taking their own lives out of guilt, was the narrative presented to the populace. Simultaneously, Ing Songyuan expressed profound sorrow over the deaths of the two heirs. His wrath ignited, leading to the annihilation of Liu Tianyun and Sun Zhan's families. As a means to appease the spirits of the two heirs, cursed be it, cursed be it. The Prince of Qi, upon receiving news of his son's demise, was consumed by rage, wishing nothing more than to dismember the perpetrator. He was also plagued by deep regret and self-reproach. Had he not sent his son to the imperial city in his stead, this tragedy of a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one would not have occurred. My lord, quell your anger. The true culprits are certainly not Liu Tianyun and his accomplice, but rather someone else. The Prince of Qi was well aware that Liu Tianyun and his accomplice were not the murderers. They were, in fact, the victims. Who stands to gain from this affair? That person is the true culprit. The Prince of Qi's gaze sharpened, knowing that while he could not track down the murderer, he merely needed to ascertain who would benefit from this incident to identify the most likely perpetrator. In the aftermath of this event, the Imperial Guard underwent a cleansing at the hands of Meng Tian, who had now gained control over them. The advisors trembled at the thought. If Meng Tian was involved? One could only imagine who was orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Very well, very well. I have indeed underestimated his ruthlessness. He can even strike against his own kin. I shall ensure he pays for this. The Prince of Qi, having lost his beloved son and knowing who his enemy was, dared not voice his knowledge. However, he commanded a state with vast territories and an army of hundreds of thousands. Even the late emperor had treated him with caution, opting for a strategy of appeasement. This demonstrated his formidable power. Now that his beloved son had been slain, he would not rest until he sought vengeance. Send word to Yanzhou. I shall form an alliance with the Prince of Zhao. The Prince of Qi resolved to unite with the Prince of Zhao to make Ingtong pay the price. The deaths of the two heirs were merely fodder for the common folk's gossip after meals. They cared little for who lived or died, or even who ruled as emperor. Their primary concern was for their own sustenance and security. As long as they could live peacefully under a stable regime, they regarded that ruler as a good emperor. The ancestral worship ceremony soon concluded, yet many princes found themselves confined within their own estates. Stripped of their freedom. How infuriating! What does he intend to do? Does he mean to slaughter us, his own kin? How dare he imprison us? Does he not fear the discontent of our clan? Ha ha ha, what a cunning strategy. He has truly outsmarted us, luring us into the imperial city under the guise of the ancestral worship ceremony, turning us into pawns at his disposal. The princes seethed with indignation, raining curses upon Ing Songyuan. However, Ing Songyuan did not imprison everyone. Those without real power were released, and he even provided them with ample resources to ensure their gratitude towards him. Meanwhile, the more powerful princes, who posed a threat, were kept under close confinement, as he would not allow them to escape. Not long after the ancestral worship ceremony concluded, the Hu people breached the Great Sand Pass, advancing with relentless vigor towards Jiangnan Prefecture. Intent on slaughtering. This news reverberated throughout the vast kingdom of Daqin, for the Hu were even more ferocious than the barbarians. Their incursions into Daqin territory invariably left countless citizens in dire straits. Chapter 16. Deprivation. Jiangnan Prefecture, a jewel of Daqin, teeming with resources and a thriving populace, was home to millions. Should the Hu penetrate its borders, the consequences would be unimaginable. Your Majesty, Jiangnan Prefecture must not be lost. I implore you to swiftly mobilize the troops. Nangong Yushu, unable to remain seated, understood that the foundation of his faction lay within Jiangnan. An invasion would spell catastrophic losses for them. Your Majesty, the Great Sand Pass is easily defended yet difficult to assault. And nearby are the formidable armies of Tongzhou and Yanzhou. How could it fall so easily, allowing the Hu to invade Daqin? There must be some hidden truth. Ouyang Luan spoke gravely. The Great Sand Pass was even more imposing than the Liaoan Pass. Easily defensible and with two elite armies providing support. Why then had it succumbed to the Hu? There must be more to this story. At that moment, Ing Songyuan was not inclined to investigate why the Great Sand Pass had fallen. It was clearly the doing of King Qi and King Zhao in their quest for vengeance against Ing Songyuan. They had allied with the Hu, yet without evidence, Ing Songyuan found himself powerless against their territorial ambitions. The urgent matter was to confront the Hu, preventing them from ravaging the citizens of Daqin. Meng Tian.at your service. You are to lead the Golden Fire Cavalry and the Imperial Guards to support Jiangnan Prefecture and eradicate the Hu. As you command. With the Golden Fire Cavalry and the Imperial Guards deployed, their swift arrival at Jiangnan would stabilize the situation. Ying Songyuan did not fear the Hu's invasion. Jiangnan was the stronghold of the Nangong clan, who would never stand idly by while the Hu pillaged. They had likely already organized their forces to counter the Hu. The Nangong clan was nearly as formidable as the Ouyang clan. Yet Jiangnan's interconnected waterways left it vulnerable, making it challenging to confront the Hu's cavalry. The army soon set forth, and Ying Songyuan ordered the 5 Nirvana-level offerings from the worship hall to accompany the expedition. Subsequently, he convened a clan assembly of the Ying family. Esteemed elders gathered, their reputations and influence significant within the clan. Ying Songyuan, the emperor of Qin, was also the leader of the Ying clan. Salute the clan leader. Pay respects to the clan leader. Bow before the clan leader. Many clan members held Ying Songyuan in high regard. Since ascending the throne over a year ago, he had gradually reclaimed authority and stabilized the precarious state of the Ying clan. With many viewing him as a figure of rejuvenation, today's gathering was a family meeting and formalities were set aside. Ying Songyuan presented himself with a demeanor of approachability, devoid of the arrogance typical of the sovereign. As attendance reached a near total, he spoke with palpable sorrow. I have summoned you all today because there are traitors within the Ying clan, individuals who have betrayed our interests. His words ignited a firestorm of outrage. Who dares to betray our Ying clan's interests? Which accursed soul would we ever forgive? To betray the Ying clan's interests, defying our ancestral teachings, cannot be overlooked. The assembly seethed with anger. The Ying clan had endured for millennia due to their bloodline solidarity. Though they might squabble amongst themselves, they would never betray their own. They understood that as long as the Ying clan endured, they remained royalty, exalted above all. Should the Ying clan falter, they would plummet from their lofty heights into obscurity. The ancestral edict proclaimed that anyone betraying the Ying interests would be exiled from the clan, subject to the collective wrath of the Ying family until death. Ying Songyuan lamented, the betrayers are King Qiying Donglin and King Zhaoying Songjiang. These two colluded with the Hu, allowing them to breach the gates and ravage the citizens of Qin, undermining the Ying clan's sovereignty. Ying Songyuan's shocking revelation targeted the two kings directly. How could this be? How could King Qi and King Zhao conspire with the Hu? Is this true? The assembly was momentarily incredulous. The two kings had always been pillars of the Ying clan, reaping immense benefits from their lineage. Could they truly betray their own interests? Do you not know? The Hu have breached the Great Sand Pass and are advancing towards Jiangnan Prefecture. For years, the Great Sand Pass has stood impenetrable. Yet the Hu have finally found a way in.as Ying Songyuan's fervor mounted. So too did the nods of agreement from the assembly, drawn in by his rhetoric. The Great Sand Pass, easily defended, with the Tongzhou and Yinzhou armies in cooperative defense, should not have fallen so easily. These two armies have long been under the command of King Qi and King Zhao. Without their orders, how could the armies have dared to open the gates for the Hu? After hearing Ying Songyuan's assertions, the assembly began to grasp the gravity of the situation, aligning with his perspective. Some among them, allied with the two kings, sought to interject in their defense, but found their words utterly insufficient. The facts were stark. Without the consent of the two kings, the Hu would never have gained entry. They are the traitors of our Ying clan. Their punishment must be severe. Clan leader, I volunteer to lead a campaign against Tongzhou and Yinzhou to cleanse our ranks. The assembly bristled with wrath, eager for retribution against the two kings. Indeed, let these treacherous wretches pay the price. Ying Songyuan, resolute, invoked the ancestral edicts, declaring that 3 days hence, a decree would be issued to the world. King Qi and King Zhao, having colluded with the Hu and betrayed the realm, were to be labeled as rebels, subject to the wrath of the people. Simultaneously, the Ying clan would strip them and their families of their titles, declaring that all clan members bore the duty to purge the traitors from their midst. Without respite, .2 announcements sent shockwaves through Qin, leaving all factions astonished. The royal family was embroiled in infighting, particularly between the Ying clan and the two influential kings. Ying Songyuan and the Ying clan held the moral high ground, while the two kings found themselves in a precarious position. Though the territories of Jiangnan and Tongzhou were their bastions, they remained nominally, under de Qin's jurisdiction, now branded as rebels and stripped of their titles. The populace under their rule was engulfed in fear. Even among their ranks, dissent began to brew, as no one wished to be labeled a traitor, a stigma that could never be erased. The Ying clan, having ruled de Qin for countless generations, had ingrained their authority in the hearts of the people. To them, the Ying family was divine, ordained by heaven, destined for eternal prosperity. Much of the populace followed the commands of Kings Qi and Zhao largely due to their affiliation with the Ying clan. Now, stripped of their identities, the very foundation of their rule was shaken. Chapter 17. The Hu invade the pass. Caught off guard by Ying Songyuan's decisive actions, Kings Qi and Zhao had not secretly conspired with the Hu. Rather, their decision to refrain from assisting in the defense of the Great Sand Pass was meant as a lesson for Ying Songyuan, a means to avenge their slain kin. Yet, they had inadvertently unleashed chaos. As the Hu surged into the pass, the situation spiraling beyond their control, Ying Songyuan, ruthless in his resolve, had branded them as rebels, stripping them of their clan identities. This series of blows threatened to destabilize their long-established foundations. Without a plan to counter this upheaval, their years of effort would be rendered futile. Under the leadership of the Nangong clan, the diverse factions within Jiangnan Prefecture united against the Hu. The Hu were merciless. Should they infiltrate Jiangnan, they would bring only destruction and desolation. Many factions had their ancestral graves interred in this land. Retreat was not an option. The Hu forces have divided into several contingents. And with Jiangnan's flat terrain and lack of fortifications, we can only engage them in a bloody battle. Prepare yourselves. Nangong Yu spoke solemnly, acknowledging the formidable challenge ahead. Where death loomed for many, I shall personally confront the strongest of the Hu forces. The rest shall be entrusted to you all. The Hu numbered 5 great armies, with the most formidable boasting over 100,000 warriors, bolstered by numerous Hu champions. In this dire moment, Nangong Yu demonstrated commendable leadership. Ready to face the strongest contingent himself, Nangong clan leader, we have reinforcements. At that moment, Bai Lu Yun, the head of the Bai clan, interjected. The White Lotus sect has emerged. If we cede Zhonghua County to them, they will surely send troops to aid our cause. With their strength, our chances of victory will significantly increase. Jiangnan Prefecture comprised 7 counties, with the Nangong clan holding 3. Zhonghua County had recently been under the control of the Li clan, which had been annihilated, leaving many factions vying for its claim. With the White Lotus sect now in play and needing a foothold, ceding Zhonghua County to them could secure their support. This plan is viable. I concur, agreed. The assembly found consensus. The White Lotus sect was an ancient force of considerable might, and their assistance would bolster their odds against the Hu. Yet, Nangong Yu was torn. While the White Lotus sect's involvement could alleviate much of the burden, they were a nefarious cult adept at sowing discord. Once they established themselves in Zhonghua County, their ambitions would surely extend beyond a single county, potentially leading to the Nangong clan's downfall. Under these apprehensions, Nangong Yu struggled to make a definitive decision. While the White Lotus sect could resolve immediate concerns, their threat was as great, if not greater, than that posed by the Hu. Nangong clan leader, the White Lotus sect has already entered Zhonghua County. It is too late to halt their advance. Perceiving the confusion in Nangong Yu's eyes, Bai Lu Yun divulged a shocking revelation. The Bai Lian sect had already taken control of Zhonghua County, and no one could thwart their advance. Bai Lu Yun, you are commendable, Nangong Yu thought, suddenly enlightened to the fact that the Bai family had allied themselves with the Bai Lian sect, serving as their vanguard. If the Bai Lian sect aimed to seize Zhonghua County, then let them make their move. The reality of the Bai Lian sect's dominion over Zhonghua County was undeniable. It was too late to impede their progress, and the only recourse was to allow the Bai Lian sect to engage in battle. After deliberation, the gathered individuals swiftly devised a response. The Bai Lian sect, having just resurfaced, was eager to assert its presence through this conflict, intent on establishing its reputation. The nomads, skilled horsemen, surged into the territory of the Great Qin, their galloping steeds stirring clouds of dust, as they advanced with great momentum towards Jiangnan province. Ha ha ha, it has been many years since I last stepped foot in the realm of the Great Qin. Kekekek, the women of the Great Qin are far more enchanting than those of my clan. I find myself unable to contain my anticipation. Jiangnan, the fertile land of the Great Qin, lay ripe for plunder. The morale of the nomads soared. Their long-standing desire for the riches of the Great Qin was rekindled. Yet, under the rule of the Ying family, the Great Qin had remained robust, deterring any invasion. In recent years, however, the Great Qin had begun to decline, plagued by incessant strife among various factions, presenting a rare opportunity bestowed by the heavens. They effortlessly breached the Grand Sand Pass, advancing unhindered towards Jiangnan. Montan, you shall lead the Imperial Guards to follow suit. I will command the Golden Flame Cavalry to retake the Grand Sand Pass, Montian declared. He orchestrated a plan to reclaim the Grand Sand Pass, severing the connections among the nomads and rendering those who entered the realm of the Great Qin as rootless and unsupported. Understood. The army split into two factions. Montian led the Golden Flame Cavalry along with 2 esteemed attendants towards the Grand Sand Pass, while Mengzhan commanded the Imperial Guards and 3 attendants to follow closely behind. The Golden Flame Cavalry advanced with the swiftness of the wind, quickly approaching the Grand Sand Pass. Soon, the forces of Jiangnan clashed with the nomads. Having enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, Jiangnan, situated at the heart of the Great Qin, had rarely experienced the ravages of war. Thus, no troops were stationed there. Even though the aristocratic families controlled Jiangnan, they lacked an army. The combatants were merely their kin, household servants, and slaves. Jiangnan's affluence had allowed each noble family to maintain a significant number of household guards, amounting to several 100,000 when gathered together. Kill, turn them to mush. The nomads, ruthless in nature, charged forth upon encountering the allied forces of Jiangnan without hesitation, dismissing them entirely. The cavalry's onslaught was irresistible, shaking the very earth and stirring clouds of dust. Resembling a cataclysmic tide crashing towards the allied forces of Jiangnan. No, stop. How terrifying, how terrifying. No, I must leave, I must leave. The allied forces of Jiangnan had never witnessed such an intimidating display and were instantly paralyzed with fear, crumbling into disarray. Before the enemy could even make contact, they had already collapsed in panic. Some found their legs weak, their bodies unresponsive, while others scrambled away in a desperate bid to escape this perilous land. With a swift motion, the members of the Jiangnan aristocracy executed some who dared to flee, proclaiming loudly, "Those who retreat without permission shall be executed without mercy," bringing calamity upon their families. The execution of the deserters proved effective, halting the rout of the allied forces. Although no one continued to flee, they remained trembling, devoid of any combat spirit. Follow my lead and kill. The aristocrats of Jiangnan took the lead, rallying the spirits of their kin. Their actions indeed inspired courage. Witnessing the once aloof nobility charging fearlessly into battle, the rest gradually emerged from their fear, with a few valiant souls following suit into the fray. The battlefield was horrifically brutal, resembling a one-sided slaughter. The cavalry's mere charge could send the allied soldiers flying, bringing them to their demise. These soldiers were hastily assembled from various noble families, lacking any coordination, merely a disorganized rabble. Incapable of withstanding the ferocity of the nomads, Chapter 18. Regained and lost the nomadic cavalry, after a few charges, shattered the allied forces of Jiangnan, dividing them and picking them off one by one. Kill, the cultivators from Jiangnan, undaunted by the cavalry, struck with lethal precision, obliterating both horse and rider. Yet, their numbers were insufficient, and among the nomads were also powerful cultivators, causing the allied forces to quickly fall to disadvantage. Boom! Nangongyu found himself in dire peril as the nomads unleashed 3 cultivators at the Harmony Realm, encircling him and launching an all-out assault, leaving him in a precarious situation. Ha ha ha, how lively it is! At that moment, the members of the Bai Lian sect arrived, immediately joining the fray. Bang! The 9th elder of the Bai Lian sect struck out with a palm, condensing his vital energy into a lotus blossom. Targeting the battlefield where Nangongyu fought, the 9th elder, possessing extraordinary power and unpredictable techniques, momentarily halted the 3 nomadic cultivators alongside Nangongyu. The disciples of the Bai Lian sect exhibited remarkable prowess, dispatching nomadic cavalrymen as effortlessly as one would slice through vegetables, quickly stabilizing the situation. Charge! Charge! The nomads launched wave after wave of relentless attacks, akin to surging tides, threatening to capsize the solitary vessel that was the allied forces of Jiangnan. With the Grand Sand Pass secured, the nomadic reinforcements could arrive in ceaseless waves, intensifying the pressure on the allied forces of Jiangnan, which began to wane. Boom, rumble. Another contingent of over 10,000 nomads departed from the Grand Sand Pass. Heading to support the battle in Jiangnan, they moved away from the Grand Sand Pass. A blazing force charged towards them. Not good. Enemies approach. Engage them. Despite the unexpected presence of the cavalry of the Great Qin, the nomadic cavalry remained undeterred. They defiantly charged towards the fire cavalry. Clang! In merely one round of combat, the nomadic cavalry suffered over half their numbers, turning into mere sheep before the fire cavalry. Unable to stir the waters. Not good. The enemy is too strong. Retreat. We stand no chance. Flee. As the nomadic cavalry recognized the terrifying might of the fire cavalry, they dared not engage further, fleeing in disarray. Trying to escape, outmatched, not only in strength but also in steeds, they stood no chance of evading capture. The contingent of over 10,000 was soon annihilated, with none surviving. Stripped them of their garments. The fire cavalry donned the attire of the nomads and boldly approached the Grand Sand Pass. Upon their return, they drew no attention from the nomads. During this period, the nomads frequently pillaged the surrounding populace of the Grand Sand Pass and would often return to the fort for respite. The area surrounding the Grand Sand Pass was teeming with their kin, and the Qin forces had long since fled, never suspecting that the army of the Great Qin would strike at this moment. The fire cavalry seamlessly entered the fort, ruthlessly eliminating the guards at the gate. You? What are you doing? The fire cavalry swiftly seized control of the gate, locking it shut and securing the passage in and out of the Grand Sand Pass. Not good. Enemies have breached the fort. The enemy is here. In an instant, chaos erupted within the fort, alerting the nomads. They surged towards the fire cavalry, intent on annihilating them. Among them were 3 formidable Nirvana realm warriors rushing forth. Having painstakingly captured the Grand Sand Pass, they would not allow the Great Qin to reclaim it easily. As the 3 advanced, 2 accompanying Nirvana realm attendants prepared to engage, but they witnessed Montian soaring into the skies. His aura of the Harmony realm unmistakable. The general is actually at the Harmony realm? The royal attendants were taken aback, having never seen Montian in action, astonished to discover his true capabilities. Montian condensed his vital energy into a colossal claw, crushing the 3 approaching Nirvana realm warriors in an instant, leaving nothing but ashes. Such terrifying combat prowess. This scene left the 2 attendants in a state of horror, although they often associated with Harmony realm cultivators. They had never witnessed such brutality, as Montian obliterated 3 Nirvana realm warriors with a single motion. Exterminate them. Leave no one alive. Montian did not relent. His attacks rained down ceaselessly from above, each strike claiming the lives of hundreds. The 2 attendants and the fire cavalry swiftly joined the fray, and in mere moments, they had slaughtered all the nomads within the fort, reclaiming the Grand Sand Pass. With the Grand Sand Pass regained, it became a formidable barrier, cleaving the nomads in twain. Those who entered the territory of the Great Qin found themselves unsupported, unable to incite any significant upheaval. Unwilling to accept the loss of the Grand Sand Pass, the nomads launched frenzied assaults, desperate to reclaim it. Alas, all was in vain. The fire cavalry were the most elite of horsemen, and even dismounted, they remained formidable. With Montian, a Harmony realm powerhouse, stationed at the Grand Sand Pass. No matter how vigorously the nomads attacked, they could not shake its fortifications in the slightest. Soon, the news of the Grand Sand Pass being retaken by General Montian spread to the allied forces of Jiangnan, radiating to the surrounding provinces. Upon hearing this news, the allied forces of Jiangnan rejoiced. With the Grand Sand Pass reclaimed, the nomads could no longer perpetually reinforce their ranks, and hope for victory was finally within reach. Ha! The Grand Sand Pass has been reclaimed by General Montian. Charge! The morale of the allied forces of Jiangnan surged, and the aristocracy mobilized their connections, rallying allies from other provinces to join the fight. Within the nomadic camp, the 3 Harmony realm warriors wore grim expressions. Their advantageous position had been utterly destroyed. Should they miss this heavenly opportunity, the cost of breaching the realm of the Great Qin again would be unfathomable. Cursed, despicable Qin people! How dare they impersonate us and infiltrate the fort? The nomads had seized the Grand Sand Pass and invaded the territory of the Great Qin with such ease that it rendered them complacent, leading to their underestimation of Montian, who effortlessly reclaimed the Grand Sand Pass. Now, with the Grand Sand Pass lost, they found themselves in a perilous predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. The imperative to reclaim the Dasa Pass is undeniable. We must not become entangled with the Jiangnan allied forces. Once we have secured the Dasa Pass, we can then address them accordingly. A consensus was reached among the few present. The Dasa Pass must be retaken. The cavalry of the Hu people swiftly retreated, their speed far surpassing that of the Jiangnan forces, as they aimed to create distance, utilizing this time to launch an all-out assault on the Dasa Pass before the Jiangnan forces could render support. With the Dasa Pass in our possession, the initiative would rest firmly in our hands, allowing for a potential resurgence at any moment. Alas, the Hu army has retreated. They must be heading to attack the Dasa Pass. If the Hu people outside the gates coordinate with their forces within, the Dasa Pass will be in grave jeopardy. We must hasten to provide support. The Hu army's voluntary withdrawal did not go unnoticed by the Jiangnan gentry, who quickly surmised their intentions. At this juncture, it is imperative to bolster the Dasa Pass. Should it fall once more, the Hu could unleash havoc upon the realm of the Great Qin, plunging Jiangnan into perpetual turmoil. Chapter 19. Divine Might. As the Hu army surged toward the Dasa Pass, the Imperial Guards were also advancing at full speed to reach the stronghold. Although their pace could not match that of the Hu cavalry, they were close enough to arrive before the enemy could breach the gates. While all eyes were focused on the Hu forces, a harrowing spectacle unfolded in a small frontier town in Huangzhou. The town's tens of thousands of inhabitants met a grisly fate, drained of their blood and flesh, left as mere desiccated corpses, their faces etched with eternal agony, a testament to the inhuman torment they endured prior to their demise. Soon after, the town was engulfed in flames, a conflagration illuminating the sky, its fierce glow lingering long after. Simultaneously, numerous reclusive factions emerged, vying for territory and inevitably clashing with existing powers, leading to a brutal struggle with escalating casualties. The Central Plains, home to the imperial capital, remained under the firm grip of the royal family, and for the time being, no one dared to provoke the Ying clan. At the Dasa Pass, ominous clouds loomed over the city, heralding an impending storm. The Imperial Guards had arrived a day prior, just ahead of the Hu cavalry. Nearly 100,000 guards had taken position within the fortifications, rendering the Dasa Pass an impregnable bastion. Even a dual assault from the Hu forces would fail to shake its foundations. The Imperial Guards were not to be underestimated. Seasoned veterans who had fought alongside the late emperor, they were the elite among elites, each possessing formidable skills. With them stationed at the Dasa Pass, victory was assured. Having entrusted the defense of the pass to the Imperial Guards, the Golden Flame Cavalry was unleashed, frequently charging out to engage the Hu cavalry in fierce combat. Each sortie yielded numerous enemy heads, instilling terror in the hearts of the Hu soldiers, who began to regard the Golden Flame Cavalry with a sense of dread. 2 days later, the Hu cavalry returned to the Dasa Pass, launching an unrelenting and fierce assault without hesitation. They had no alternative. Breaching the Dasa Pass was their only means of regaining the upper hand. Charge, slay, follow me. The Hu warriors, undaunted by death, fought valiantly, yet their prowess in open battle did not translate well to siege warfare. They met with relentless resistance at the Dasa Pass, suffering grievous losses and unable to breach its defenses. Let us engage. Witnessing their forces charge fearlessly yet achieve little success, 3 cultivators of the harmonious path resolved to take matters into their own hands. Despite the Dasa Pass being a natural fortress, it could not withstand the might of those above the Qi condensation realm. They planned to use their strength as a blade, piercing the heart of the Dasa Pass to turn the tide of battle. Boom! The 3 cultivators descended upon the battlefield, their combined presence inciting cheers from the Hu soldiers, boosting their morale. The Imperial Guards felt the oppressive might of the trio and, though initially frightened, quickly overcame their fear, steadfastly holding their ground and engaging the enemy in fierce combat. Suddenly, a long spear shot forth from within the pass, cleaving the heavens and bearing unfathomable power towards the three cultivators. The spear emanated a chilling radiance, exuding an astonishing murderous intent that compelled the trio to treat it as a formidable adversary, their expressions turning grave. They exchanged glances and unleashed their combined chi. Boom. Following an extreme clash, the earth trembled, and the winds shifted ominously, revealing the figure of Meng Tian upon the battlefield, brandishing his war spear with an imposing presence, resembling a deity descended from the heavens. Be cautious. This presence is no trifling matter. Remain vigilant. Sensing the overwhelming, unfathomable aura of Meng Tian, the cultivators braced themselves, harboring no illusions of safety. With a swift motion, Meng Tian wielded his spear, its blade tearing through the air, even the fabric of space itself appearing to fracture. Revealing ominous, dark rifts, the spear advanced towards the three, triggering a profound sense of crisis within them. One of the cultivators, wielding a long blade, struck at the spear. Clang! Upon contact, the blade shattered into fragments, its wielder staggering under the immense force. A spurt of blood erupted as he sustained injury in the exchange. He cannot be faced alone. Do not engage him individually. The other two, witnessing this, hurried to shield their injured companion. They clustered together, their movements synchronized, striving to maintain the precarious balance of the battle and restraining Meng Tian. Just how powerful is this general? The two royal guardians were once again struck with awe. Meng Tian's might surpass their comprehension, rivaling even that of the late emperor. After the ancient cataclysm, the world's spiritual energy had dwindled, rendering it inhospitable for cultivation. Those who broke into the harmonious path were extraordinary prodigies, yet Meng Tian was capable of facing three adversaries simultaneously and gaining the upper hand. Such combat prowess was simply astonishing. Though the spiritual energy of the world was slowly beginning to recover, it would take time. The harmonious path remained the pinnacle of power across the realm, with most cultivators merely at the initial stage, and few ascending to the mid-stage. Meng Tian's current strength had already surpassed that of the initial stage of the harmonious path, positioning him favorably against mid-stage opponents, making him nearly unparalleled. Where did this individual originate? Such a formidable figure could not be an unknown entity, and why would they pledge loyalty to the emperor? Were there ulterior motives at play? The two pondered these questions, their suspicions mounting as Meng Tian and his companions appeared without a trace, raising doubts about their true allegiance. Regardless of their misgivings, the time for contemplation had passed. The enemy at the Nirvana realm had already engaged, and they too had to respond immediately. After prolonged conflict, the Hu forces remained unable to breach the defenses, suffering only further losses. Boom. Meng Tian grew increasingly emboldened, his spear dancing with ferocity, compelling the trio to struggle in defense. With each clash, Meng Tian's aura surged, suggesting an impending breakthrough in his cultivation. This sight filled the trio with dread. They could no longer afford to continue the fight. Meng Tian was using them as stepping stones. Should he break through on the battlefield, their lives would be forfeit. Retreat the entire army. They immediately commanded a withdrawal, while the three held back Meng Tian, allowing their forces to escape before feigning a few strikes and retreating. Such a pity. Observing the retreating figures of the three, Meng Tian chose not to pursue. Even though the trio of harmonious path cultivators could not match him individually, their combined might presented a challenge he could not overcome. Meng Tian felt a twinge of regret. Had he fought longer, he might have seized the opportunity to advance to the mid-stage of the harmonious path. However, he stood on the cusp of that breakthrough, and there was no rush. The Hu cavalry came and went like the wind. The imperial guards could not pursue, and the fire cavalry, outnumbered, dared not chase recklessly, allowing the enemy to retreat unscathed. With such formidable forces stationed at the Dasa Pass, the possibility of breaching its defenses seemed bleak. What should we do now? After departing the Dasa Pass, the trio of harmonious path cultivators bore heavy hearts, now cut off from the Dasa Pass. They were unable to advance further into Qin territory or return to the grasslands, leaving them in a precarious position. Chapter 20. The six-sword slaves. The Hu army, isolated and deep within enemy territory, faced perilous circumstances. With their numbers exceeding several 100,000, the risks were astronomical. Their only option was to retreat to the grasslands and await a more opportune moment. The Great Qin held dominion over the 9 provinces, and with ancient powers emerging, conflict with the Great Qin was inevitable. They would bide their time for a chance to strike. "Let us return to the grasslands," one suggested. The others, though reluctant, recognized this as the best course of action. Arriving in grand fashion only to retreat in disgrace would certainly lead to ridicule and loss of face. They felt a deep sense of frustration as the tide of fortune reversed so swiftly. A bitter pill to swallow. With Meng Tian in control of the Dasa Pass, their return to the grasslands necessitated a detour through Tongzhou and Yanzhou. Ultimately, they chose to head toward Tongzhou. Shortly thereafter, the Jiangnan allied forces arrived at the Dasa Pass. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of the Imperial Guards and the Golden Flame Cavalry, their spirits lifted. It was evident that the Dasa Pass remained under Meng Tian's command. "We are the Jiangnan allied forces, here to support the Dasa Pass. Open the gates and allow us entry." The weary travelers, having journeyed tirelessly, longed only for respite within the stronghold. However, their request was swiftly denied. Meng Zhan proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, the Dasa Pass is of utmost importance, and I cannot risk even the slightest oversight. I cannot open the gates lest the Hu infiltrate our ranks." His words incited immediate uproar among the crowd. They had traveled tirelessly, yet Meng Zhan barred their entry, an outrageous act indeed. "What did you say? This is absurd. We are concerned for the safety of the Dasa Pass and have journeyed thousands of miles to provide assistance. Yet you refuse us entry? What is your true intention? Open the gates at once, or face dire consequences." The crowd was incensed, ready to dismantle Meng Zhan piece by piece. Unperturbed by their threats, Meng Zhan declared, "The main force of the Hu has already been driven off. There is no need for your concern regarding the safety of the Dasa Pass." Upon hearing this news, the crowd was struck with astonishment. The fact that hundreds of thousands of cavalry from the Hu people had been driven away was utterly unexpected. They had clashed with the formidable Hu cavalry before and were acutely aware of their terrifying prowess. Even though Daisen Pass was notoriously difficult to attack, the Hu still possessed numerous strong warriors capable of disregarding the treacherous terrain. Particularly alarming were the 3 beings of the Dao integration realm, whose power could easily obliterate Daisen Pass. The revelation that such formidable strength had faltered at Daisen Pass left them pondering the sheer terror of the forces within. "Humph, let us depart." With this realization, the Jiangnan allied forces left in anger. Daisen Pass was of paramount importance, and the Hu people's invasion had sounded a clarion call for Ying Tsongyuan. All significant passes across the Qin territory must remain firmly in their grasp. Thus, he ordered Meng Tian to support Jiangnan Prefecture, with the primary objective of seizing Daisen Pass. Alas, the Hu are advancing towards Tongzhou. Flee for your lives. The Hu are ferocious. Escape while you can. Although the Hu took a detour to approach Tongzhou, various factions were unaware of their intentions and assumed they were preparing to assault the city. The populace of Tongzhou was thrown into panic. Many families packed their belongings and fled. How infuriating! Why would the Hu attack me? The king of Qi was both shocked and enraged, as events spiraled beyond their control. With hundreds of thousands of cavalry advancing towards Tongzhou, if mismanaged, his domain could be utterly destroyed. "I shall personally lead the campaign and allow my second son, Ying Xiongling, to oversee affairs in Tongzhou." The king of Qi resolved to command the Tongzhou army against the Hu, delegating the governance of Tongzhou to his second son, Ying Xiongling. The king's retinue of experts surged forth, and a tremendous army advanced to confront the Hu cavalry, determined to keep them from entering Tongzhou and wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, Meng Tian retook Daisen Pass, and news of the defeat suffered by the Hu cavalry spread far and wide, bringing joy to countless citizens who celebrated with great fanfare. "Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the title of general, capable of vanquishing hundreds of thousands of foes with but a snap of his fingers. The general is indeed the pillar of our Great Qin, a divine protector. With the presence of such a general, the common people feel an overwhelming sense of security." Meng Tian's prestige in the Qin realm had surpassed even that of the esteemed Tai Wei, garnering immense respect within the military. Within the Taiji Hall, Ying Tsongyuan remained impassive as he listened to the report from Qinglong. "Your Majesty, there have been multiple instances of city massacres in Huangzhou and Anzhou recently. I have dispatched the Jinyu to investigate in Zhongzhou. The occurrences in Huangzhou and Anzhou had indeed been detected, and local officials, wary of neglecting their duty, promptly reported the news to the court. Such heinous brutality from the enemy must not go unpunished. We must track them down. Ing Songyuan's wrath was thunderous. These were his subjects, and as the Emperor of Qin, it was his responsibility to safeguard his people. The tragic deaths of countless innocents were a dereliction of his duty. Huangzhou and Anzhou were under the court's direct control, unlike other major provinces that had detached themselves and claimed autonomy. Ing Songyuan would not allow anyone to disrupt the tranquility of these two provinces. ASU command. Qinglong, sensing Ing Songyuan's fury, was equally filled with an urge for vengeance. The perpetrators must be brought to justice. Your Majesty, the Linlang Pavilion has sent word regarding the ceremony to establish an empress. Should we proceed? The Linlang Pavilion had long been allied with the Qin, contributing significantly to the treasury, ensuring the proper functioning of the Ministry of Revenue. With ancient powers emerging, the threat posed by the Yin-Yang sect loomed large, causing Linlang Pavilion to grow anxious for Ing Songyuan to establish an empress, hoping to deter the sect. Summon Zhuge to bring her to the imperial city, and have the Ministry of Rites select an auspicious date. Ing Songyuan had no intention of breaching the agreement. Moreover, he had seen a portrait of Su Ruowei, a beauty of unmatched grace and ethereal charm, and he was not inclined to delay the proceedings. Very well, as Qinglong departed to convey the edict, Ing Songyuan felt a stirring in his heart, initiating a summoning. Ding, summoning successful. 6 sword servants acquired. Shortly thereafter, information regarding the 6 sword servants materialized in Ing Songyuan's mind. Zhang Gang, the leader of the sword servants, possessed late-stage Dao integration prowess. Wan Shan, mid-stage Dao integration, and Wang Liang, Zhen Per, and Mia Hun each held early-stage Dao integration capabilities. Even after reigning as emperor for several years, maintaining a stoic faade, the appearance of the 6 sword servants caused a smile to involuntarily grace Ing Songyuan's lips. Your Majesty, they greeted in unison. Bowing deeply before him. Rise, all of you. With the presence of 6 Dao integration warriors, Ing Songyuan felt an unparalleled surge of confidence. Chapter 21. The Battle of Tongzhou. In these tumultuous times, the Qin was rife with instability, and Ing Songyuan lacked the strength to suppress various factions. The emergence of the 6 sword servants finally provided him with the fortitude to unleash his ambitions. Wan Shan, Zhen Per, Mia Hun, you 3 shall proceed to Daisen Pass and oversee its defense. It is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford any missteps. Ing Songyuan assigned the 3 to take command, liberating General Meng Tian for a separate purpose. ASU command. The trio promptly set forth. In Huangzhou, a group of Jinyu were diligently pursuing the recent city massacres. After extensive searching, they finally made a breakthrough. My lord, we have traced the whereabouts of these individuals. They are currently in Huifeng City. Based on scant clues, the Jinyu located the perpetrators. They immediately reported the situation, requesting reinforcements. The group refrained from acting rashly, fearing to alert the enemy, and reported their findings in Huifeng City, within a manner, a group clad in blood-red garments, emanating a faint scent of blood, conspired over the forthcoming massacre of Huifeng City. We require more blood to break the seal and fulfill the mission of our sect, croaked a skeletal elder. His voice reminiscent of a sinister serpent. With a population of over several tens of thousands, orchestrating a blood sacrifice in Huifeng City was no simple task. Meticulous preparations were essential. Huifeng City was one of Huangzhou's largest cities, home to countless citizens, and capturing them all was beyond their current capabilities. Support from the sect would arrive soon. Let us bide our time. They were cautious. Their recent slaughters had already drawn the attention of the Qin, and after the blood sacrifice in Huifeng City, they would need to lie low for a while to avoid the Qin's wrath. What is there to fear from the mere Qin? They merely seized upon the opportunity while various factions remained hidden, claiming the 9 provinces. How formidable could such a force truly be? Some were unconcerned, recalling that during the ancient times of the Blood God sect, the founding emperor of Qin was but an ant. Although the Qin had taken advantage of the situation to establish their nation and occupy the 9 provinces, they had never been regarded with respect. Furthermore, the current Qin had suffered grievously in the Taichu Forbidden Zone, further fueling their disdain. Oh, not be careless. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is not yet fully restored, and those above the Dao integration realm cannot act. The Qin boasts numerous Dao integration warriors. It is unwise to confront them directly. While the Qin seemed insignificant before the Blood God sect, the current inability of the sect's Dao integration warriors to engage meant that a head-on clash would yield no benefits for them. Meanwhile, Qinglong received urgent news from Huangzhou and promptly reported to Ing Songyuan. You shall go personally. Ensure that every last one of them is captured. I want them subjected to the most severe punishment. Ing Songyuan's order underscored the depth of his loathing for these individuals. Wan Shun, Zhun Pr, you two will accompany him and heed Qinglong's commands. To guarantee absolute certainty, Ing Songyuan dispatched both Dao integration warriors along with 5 Nirvana realm attendants from the Temple of Offerings. In Tongzhou, the setting sun bled crimson, thick smoke filled the air, and the sounds of battle resonated throughout the land. Charge! The King of Qi personally led his forces against the Hu cavalry as a fierce battle erupted on the desolate plains. Initially, the king had no intention of engaging with the Hu cavalry. However, upon their incursion into Tongzhou, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillage, he was compelled to act, resulting in this confrontation. Though the Hu sought to exit Qin territory, they required supplies, and their instinctual propensity for plunder was ingrained within them. Countless innocents suffered in their wake, a sight too harrowing to bear. Boom. The king of Qi's estate was indeed capable of self-sustenance. For alongside the king stood another Dao integration warrior. The two joined forces to engage in a relentless battle against the 3 Dao integration warriors of the Hu, with the king of Qi displaying unmatched valor. The combat between them fiercely balanced. Kill. The troops of Tongzhou were elite, showing no trace of fear even when faced with the savage Hu cavalry. The Tongzhou army, consisting of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, stood resolute like a mighty fortress, unyielding against the Hu cavalry's assaults, maintaining the integrity of their ranks. After enduring fierce combat, both sides suffered heavy losses. The Hu lost tens of thousands of cavalry, while nearly 100,000 soldiers from Tongzhou fell in battle. A mournful horn sounded, signaling the Hu cavalry's retreat from the battlefield. Unable to breach the Tongzhou army's defenses, they chose to withdraw rather than risk further losses. The Hu cavalry retreated swiftly, and the Tongzhou army dared not pursue them. They had formed a formidable formation, sufficient to contend with the Hu cavalry, but any attempt to chase would expose their ranks to vulnerabilities, allowing the Hu to scatter them. Once the 3 Dao integration warriors ensured their forces had retreated safely, they unleashed a powerful strike to drive back the King of Qi and his ally before vanishing into the distance. Watching the departing Hu, the King of Qi's expression darkened. He longed to rend them to pieces, yet found himself lacking the strength. Attend to the wounded and clear the battlefield. In this battle, Tongzhou suffered grievous injuries, particularly the elite forces of the Tongzhou army, which faced unprecedented devastation. Dio maintained their formation. The Tongzhou troops, undaunted by death, valiantly fought against the enemy's cavalry, incurring countless casualties. Over half of the 50,000 Tongzhou soldiers were lost, inflicting deep anguish upon the Qiwang. After leaving behind tens of thousands of corpses, the Hu people retreated in disarray, hastily departing the territory of the Great Qin. The trio from the Chaos Gods soon arrived at Daisen Pass, bearing the edict of Ing Songyuan. Consequently, Meng Tian, accompanied by the Golden Flame Cavalry and 50,000 Imperial Guards, covertly departed Daisen Pass under the cover of night, heading towards Qinchuan County in Tongzhou. Although the Qiwang's residence was not located in Qinchuan County was the most prosperous among the 5 counties of Tongzhou and held significant strategic importance. As Meng Tian's forces mobilized, the Hanyang army, which had been training in Zhongzhou, also departed swiftly, their destination being Tongzhou. Within Huifeng City, a large number of Genie Wei disguised themselves and subtly encircled the estate where the Blood God cult was located. Soon after, reinforcements from the Blood God cult arrived and commenced their operations. The members of the Blood God cult scattered, traversing various locations in Huifeng City, burying mysterious objects beneath the ground. Simultaneously, their formidable warriors positioned themselves at key ingress and egress points, ready to initiate a massacre at any moment. What should we do? The commander has yet to arrive, and the enemy is poised to act swiftly. The Jin Wei were consumed with anxiety. The enemy had already initiated their actions, yet the Qinglong still required a little more time to arrive, and it was already too late. We must act. Let us immediately thwart their plans and buy some time. Several Qinhu decided to take immediate action to buy time for Qinglong. The Jin Wei ceased their concealment and suddenly surged forth, catching the blood god cult members off guard. The formations buried beneath the earth were unearthed and destroyed by the Jin Wei, while some guarding the key routes were ambushed and slain, thus disrupting their plans. Chapter 22. Qingchuan County. Who are these people? How dare they sabotage our plans? The members of the blood god cult were incensed, witnessing their plans on the verge of commencement, only to be thwarted at the last moment. How could they contain their fury? Regardless of who they were, those who dared oppose us shall be met with no mercy. The blood god cult immediately retaliated. Outnumbered and possessing formidable strength, they overwhelmed the Jin Wei, resulting in the deaths of over 100 of their ranks in a brief span. However, the sacrifices of these Jin Wei bought precious time, allowing Qinglong to lead a large contingent of Jin Wei to arrive. Upon hearing of the deaths of over 100 Jin Wei, Qinglong's fury ignited, a raging fire within him. Annihilate them, leave no trace. The Jin Wei launched a massive counteroffensive, their reinforcements exacting vengeance upon the blood god cult, causing countless casualties among them. Qinglong, alongside Wang Li and Duan Shui, 5 Nirvana realm worshippers, stormed the estate of the blood god cult. Their presence radiated an unmistakable aura of intent to kill, alarming the members of the blood god cult. This is serious. Formidable foes are approaching. Who are they? The elite of the blood god cult surged forth from the estate, confronting Qinglong and his companions. Boom! Qinglong unleashed his ultimate technique, a tremendous aura of Tao converging upon the estate, as a colossal hand descended from the heavens, intent on obliterating the members of the blood god cult with a single strike. Arrogant! The 2 protectors of the blood god cult at the Tao realm, witnessing this, bellowed in unison and simultaneously struck out. Together, they unleashed a wave of sword and blade energy towards the descending hand. Boom! After the clash, Qinglong staggered slightly but regained his footing, while the 2 from the blood god cult stumbled backward, struggling to maintain their stance. Suddenly, 2 sharp swords pierced their bodies. Battle-hardened, they managed to twist their forms at the last moment, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to the heart. Even so, both sustained grievous wounds, blood gushing from their chests. Ignoring their injuries, their gazes remained fixed on Qinglong and his companions. We are the blood god cult. Those who oppose us shall not withstand our wrath. Aware they had fallen into a desperate situation, they invoked the name of the blood god cult, hoping its notorious ferocity would intimidate their adversaries. Kill! Qinglong did not respond to their threats, nor did he regard the blood god cult with any seriousness. The 2 members of the blood god cult saw the trio advancing. Their hearts turned to ash. Even united, they were no match for Qinglong, and now, with their injuries against 3 foes, they were doomed. Bang! Once more, they clashed, as Qinglong sent one of the Tao practitioners flying with a single palm strike, staining the sky with blood. Plop! While still suspended in the air, the individual was decapitated by Duan Shui's blade, the sword energy penetrating their body and extinguishing their life force entirely. This is bad. We must flee. The enemy is fierce. We must escape, scatter and break through. The remaining members of the blood god cult, witnessing this, panicked and hastily fled in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Wang Li swung his sword, unleashing countless sword energies, leaving the members of the blood god cult with no avenue for escape, though not let them flee. The 5 royal worshippers also sprang into action, blocking the opposing Nirvana realm members, denying them any chance of escape. With a final, anguished scream, another Tao practitioner from the blood god cult met their demise. Qinglong and Duan Shui joined the fray, swiftly concluding the battle, capturing several members of the blood god cult alive. Those within Huifeng City were also encircled and slaughtered by the Jin Wei. With none escaping, the entire force was annihilated. Take the captives back to the imperial city. The commotion from the battle had long since alarmed the citizens of the city, but the Jin Wei had already informed the local authorities. delegating them to handle the aftermath. In Qingchuan County, the sky was clear and serene, an image of peace and tranquility. Suddenly, a cavalry unit burst into the county, charging towards the city with a speed that left the inhabitants in shock. The Tongzhou army and the strong had been reassigned by the Qiwang, leaving Qingchuan County exceptionally vulnerable, unable to muster any effective force to confront the cavalry. Boom! Rumble! The ground trembled, startling countless citizens who mistook it for an earthquake. Their fear escalating. Where is this tremor coming from? What is happening? Are we experiencing an earthquake? No, it is not an earthquake. It is the tremor caused by the cavalry's charge. Could the Hu people be attacking? Some citizens, sensing the abnormality, realized that the tremor was the result of the cavalry's advance, sending them into a state of panic and confusion. The arrival of the Hu cavalry was common knowledge among the Tongzhou populace, and they immediately feared that the Hu cavalry had descended upon Qingchuan County, their terror palpable. What should we do? The Hu people are coming. What shall we do now? It is over. Everything is over. Just as the citizens were in disarray, the county magistrate, Wang Xianfeng, had already led the remaining forces of the city to the city gates to take command. Upon witnessing the imposing arrival of the Golden Flame Cavalry, akin to a surging tidal wave, the onlookers instinctively swallowed hard. Their hands gripping their weapons trembled uncontrollably, as a wave of immense fear enveloped them, rendering them incapable of rational thought. Wang Xianfeng, though equally anxious, was ultimately the county magistrate. He forced himself to remain calm and fixated his gaze upon the approaching cavalry. As the Golden Flame Cavalry drew near the city gates, an expression of surprise crossed Wang Xuanfeng's face. These were not the cavalry of the Hu people, but rather the Golden Flame Cavalry led by the general. This revelation allowed a sigh of relief to escape him. Although the court had branded the Qiwang a rebel, the citizens of Tongzhou were still subjects of the Great Qin. Even if the court sought to deal with the Qiwang, they would not execute a massacre upon the people of Tongzhou. As the cavalry approached the city gates, they halted instantaneously, thousands of riders moving as one, their commands unified. Meng Tian addressed the citizens within, stating, "I am Meng Tian, general of the Great Qin, acting under the emperor's decree to eliminate the rebels. You are all subjects of the Great Qin. Why do you not hastily open the city gates to welcome the royal forces?" Meng Tian's voice thundered, resonating throughout the entire county, reaching the ears of every citizen. "Ha ha ha, splendid news. It is the army of the Great Qin, not the Hu cavalry. It is the general. The general has come to quell the Qiwang. What a false alarm. We are safe now." Realizing that the approaching army belonged to the Great Qin, all the citizens felt an immense burden lift from their shoulders, experiencing a sense of survival after a calamity. Had it been the Hu cavalry, they would have had no choice but to fight to the death to defend the city. However, with the arrival of the Great Qin army, a legitimate force, they felt no inclination to resist. At the city gates, Wang Xianfeng was engulfed in an internal struggle. The Qiwang had placed immense trust in him by appointing him as the magistrate of Qingchuan County. He was reluctant to betray the Qiwang. However, with the arrival of Meng Tian's forces, not only did they occupy the moral high ground, but Qingchuan County lacked the strength to oppose them. Should he stubbornly resist, it would lead to his demise. A soldier dies for his comrade, and a woman beautifies herself for her beloved. The Qiwang had shown him favor, and he could neither betray the Qiwang nor surrender the county. Chapter 23. Blood God Culto, Qiwang. I am powerless now. With that, Wang Xianfeng placed his palm upon his crown and ended his life. My lord, no, my lord. This scene caught everyone off guard. There was no time to intervene. Wang Xianfeng did not wish to betray the Qiwang, yet he dared not resist Meng Tian. His loved ones and family resided in Qingchuan County. If he were to resist to the end, he would only bear the infamy of treason, endangering his family and Qin. In a desperate situation, he chose to end his life, preserving his family and demonstrating loyalty to the Qiwang. After Wang Xuanfeng's self-inflicted demise, the others promptly opened the city gates, allowing the Golden Flame Cavalry to effortlessly seize control of Qingchuan County. The 50,000 Imperial Guards soon arrived, securing all crucial thoroughfares of Qingchuan County firmly in their grasp. Before the Qiwang, still reeling from the heavy losses of the recent battle, could return to his residence, He received this devastating news, causing him to spit blood in rage. These scoundrels are too arrogant. This king will not let them go unpunished. The Qi Huang's fury threatened to scorch the heavens and the earth, leaving him unable to find solace, my lord. It is of utmost importance to swiftly withdraw our forces to prevent further deterioration of the situation. The advisors hastily reminded King Qi that Qingchuan County serves as the central hub of Tongzhou, linking the other 4 counties. If prompt countermeasures are not taken, the consequences could be dire. Songyuan's swift and decisive actions have opened the eyes of many factions, yet simultaneously incited growing trepidation towards him. The intrusion of the Hu people posed a significant threat to the Great Qin, jeopardizing the very foundation of the state. However, Songyuan effortlessly resolved the situation, seizing both Dasangwan and Qingchuan County, emerging as the ultimate victor. Gradually, the court of the Qin dynasty has fallen under Songyuan's control, rendering the combined efforts of Nangong Yushu and Ouyang Luan increasingly arduous. The Genie Wei infiltrated every corner, meticulously gathering evidence of their transgressions. Songyuan frequently targeted members of their faction, methodically clipping their wings. Within the prime minister's residence, Ouyang Luan and Nangong Yushu reconvened in private. The emperor grows ever more formidable. If this continues, it won't be long before he turns his hand against us, lamented Nangong Yushu, reflecting on the irony that the puppet emperor he had once supported could now threaten his very life and fortune. Indeed, the unpredictability of fate is a harsh mistress. The emperor, for now, has refrained from striking, choosing instead a method akin to boiling frogs in warm water, gradually eroding their power until their time inevitably arrives. I shall not grant him that opportunity, Ouyang Luan declared with a malevolent glint in his eyes. They would never allow the emperor a chance to act. I intend to send someone to the city of Sin. At this, Nangong Yushu's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated Ouyang Luan's ruthlessness. The city of Sin, shrouded in mystery for untold ages, existed even before the dawn of ancient times. Within its lawless confines, abandoned heirs, imperial fugitives, and traitorous disciples could all seek refuge, their presence a testament to the city's dark allure. Countless assassin organizations thrived within its depths. Ouyang Luan planned to venture into the city of Sin to procure a killer, with the emperor being the prime target. The price for such an endeavor would be exorbitant. To enlist an assassin to eliminate Songyuan would require an unimaginable reward. Ouyang Luan turned to Nangong Yushu, a sly smile gracing his lips. This is precisely why I sought you out. The Nangong family has dominated Jiangnan for years. You should be able to provide the necessary resources. Liaozhou, with its barren lands and scarce resources, left the Ouyang family far from affluent. In contrast, the Nangong family, possessing vast wealth and connections within Jiangnan's mercantile circles, could undoubtedly afford the price to assassinate the emperor. Given the gravity of this matter, Ouyang Luan needed to deliberate carefully. Nangong Yushu did not immediately acquiesce, recognizing that such a resource allocation would not be a trivial affair for his family. He was unperturbed by the prospect of exposure. Merely providing the resources would absolve him of further involvement in the assassination. He had faith in Ouyang Luan's cunning, believing this astute strategist would leave no trace of evidence. Unbeknownst to Songyuan, who was currently receiving intelligence from Qinglong, Nangong Yushu and his companion harbored murderous intentions against him. Your Majesty, these individuals belong to the blood god cult, and they have been massacring the citizens of the Qin to collect blood for the purpose of unsealing a certain ancient seal. Under the relentless interrogation of the Genie Wei, even the most resolute of individuals could not withstand the pressure, revealing all they knew. The blood god cult, this ancient evil sect, has returned. Historical texts of the Qin recount the atrocities committed by the blood god cult, a supreme dark sect that once roamed the ancient world unchecked, slaughtering cities indiscriminately to cultivate their nefarious arts. It was only after inciting widespread outrage that various factions united to eradicate them, bringing an end to their reign of terror. Now, the blood god cult has resurfaced, committing heinous acts within the borders of the Qin. The empire would not let them evade justice. Your Majesty, the blood god cult is currently hiding in the city of Sin, and our men dare not venture into such a treacherous place. Mentioning the city of Sin caused Songyuan's expression to turn grave. The city of Sin has existed since time immemorial. And even at the height of the Qin Dynasty, it was a source of great apprehension. With the blood god cult concealed within its walls, the Qin found themselves at a loss for how to confront them. Send the genie Wei into Huangzhou and Anzhou. I want control over both provinces. Huangzhou and Anzhou have long remained without formidable powers asserting dominance, with the central region now under his sway. Ing Songyuan aimed to gradually reclaim all 9 provinces of the Qin. He deemed Huangzhou and Anzhou as the most feasible targets for recovery, thus prioritizing them. Soon, a considerable number of Jin Wei infiltrated the 2 provinces, meticulously assessing their conditions and reporting back to Ing Songyuan. The Jin Wei continued to expand, attracting numerous strong individuals to their ranks. In recent years, the Qin has exhibited signs of rejuvenation, prompting many to seek allegiance with the court, as the emperor's personal guard. The Jin Wei naturally caught the attention of the populace, especially given their reputation for decisive action and imperial endorsement, prompting countless individuals to vie for a position among them. Presently, the Jin Wei's ranks exceeded 10,000, with many more operating covertly among the common folk, remaining unknown. Just as Ing Songyuan made his move in the 2 provinces, however, Jiangnan was rife with undercurrents and intrigue. Following their occupation of Jianghuai County, the White Lotus cult was not content, their ambitions driving them to infiltrate neighboring areas. The Nangong family would not permit the White Lotus cult to act with impunity, allying with the Jiangnan Merchant Association to engage in both overt and covert skirmishes. A fierce conflict erupted between the 2 factions in Jiangnan, plunging the once thriving region into chaos. Various forces within Jiangnan found themselves caught in a precarious position. On one side stood the formidable White Lotus cult, an ancient power whose strength was beyond question, while on the other, the long-established Nangong family could not be disregarded, leaving them in a dilemma. The White Lotus cult has gone too far. We cannot allow their tyranny to continue unchecked. The Nangong family seethed with fury as the White Lotus cult swiftly regained control over a county and dispatched operatives to encroach upon the Nangong family's 3 counties, seeking to rally support from the forces within Jiangnan. It was evident what their intentions were. We must eradicate all White Lotus disciples who dare enter our territories, making it clear that this is not the ancient era, and Jiangnan is no longer their playground. Nangong Yu's rage boiled over as he resolved to confront the White Lotus cult head-on, laying their cards on the table for a showdown. Even if the White Lotus cult wielded ancient power, they had remained hidden for years. Their extensive resources should have been depleted. Though their strong members were formidable, they were still constrained by the natural order, as those at the Dao integration stage and above could not act freely. United, the Nangong family and the Jiangnan Merchant Association were unafraid to engage the White Lotus cult in battle. The counterattack from the Nangong family and the Jiangnan Merchant Association was swift and brutal, with hundreds of disciples cruelly slaughtered and left hanging as a grim warning, officially declaring war on the White Lotus cult. I have underestimated the Nangong family and the Jiangnan Merchant Association. How dare they oppose our sacred sect? Upon learning of the Nangong family's retaliatory actions, the White Lotus cult quickly mobilized their response. Numerous merchant caravans from the Jiangnan Merchant Association were ambushed, their goods plundered. Members of the Nangong family mysteriously perished, and their affiliated forces frequently met with extermination. Employing ruthless tactics, the White Lotus cult struck at the vulnerable points of the Nangong family and the Jiangnan Merchant Association. In retaliation, the Nangong family and the Jiangnan Merchant Association sealed off Jianghuai County, reclaiming another county occupied by the White Lotus cult, intent on trapping them within Jianghuai County. Following the resurgence of the White Lotus cult, other ancient factions began to emerge from obscurity, with hidden forces surfacing in Liaozhou, Tongzhou, and Yinzhou in Yulin County of Liaozhou. The ancient Yinyang sect had already claimed dominion, leaving the Ouyang family with no recourse but to acquiesce. Within the sacred chambers of the Yinyang sect, a strikingly handsome and dignified youth listened intently to a disciple's report. Sacred son, Linlang Pavilion has rejected your generous offer and expelled our envoy. After the emergence of the Yinyang sect, Ling Tianqing dispatched emissaries to Linlang Pavilion, demanding that they send their young lady to become his concubine, offering half of their assets as a dowry to forgive any previous affronts. Such a humiliating proposal was utterly unacceptable to Linlang Pavilion, especially as Su Ruowei was on her way to the Great Qin, poised to be proclaimed the empress. How could she possibly be given to Ling Tianqing as a concubine? Since they refuse to recognize their place, they shall be rendered obsolete. Once our sect unifies Liaozhou, we shall eradicate Linlang Pavilion. Ling Tianqing took little heed of their refusal, as if Linlang Pavilion were utterly insignificant in his eyes. Outside the imperial city, a magnificent procession entered, the ornate carriages drawn by exceptional steeds. The most striking feature was the personal escort of the Jin Wei, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. The fearsome reputation of the Jin Wei was well known. They were the emperor's elite guard, and who else could command their protection? Who could be inside the carriage to warrant such an honor? Was it a person of great significance? The news quickly spread, with spies reporting back to their respective factions. Within the carriage, two young maidens gazed out at the imperial city. One exuded elegance and grace, embodying the essence of a noblewoman, while the other, dressed as a maid, displayed a more spirited demeanor. "Miss, look, we've entered the Great Qin's imperial city. How lively it is!" The imperial city, as the epicenter of power in the Great Qin, thrived beneath the emperor's rule, bustling with people and alive with the sounds of merchants peddling their wares. In recent years, under Ing Songyuan's leadership, the central region had flourished, further enhancing the city's vibrancy. Su Ruowei observed the lively spectacle before her, yet her mind wandered. Curiosity about the man she was to wed, Ing Songyuan, filled her thoughts. She understood this marriage was a strategic alliance, but she wondered if he would loathe her. Her fate was now intertwined with his, and once she entered the inner palace, her freedom would vanish. The procession made no attempt to conceal itself, entering the palace under the watchful eyes of numerous factions. "Your Majesty, Miss Su has arrived." Zhu Ke arrived to report to Ing Songyuan. "Let them in." "Yes." Su Ruowei felt a flutter of anxiety within her as she followed Zhu Ke into the great hall. Upon her entrance, Ing Songyuan was momentarily taken aback, astonished by her beauty. However, it was but a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. The enchanting figure before him resembled a celestial being stepping out from a painting. Gracefully advancing with an air of scholarly elegance, as she drew closer, her breathtaking visage captivated Ing Songyuan, momentarily rendering him speechless. "Commoner Su Ruowei pays her respects to your Majesty." Just as Su Ruowei prepared to bow, she was halted by his outstretched hand. "You shall henceforth be my empress. There is no need to concern yourself with such formalities." "Thank you, your Majesty." As she spoke, Su Ruowei glanced at Ing Songyuan and noted his extraordinary demeanor. His stature commanding and exuding the authority of a ruler, causing her heart to race. "You must be weary from your travels. Please retire and rest. The coronation ceremony will take place in a month." Ing Songyuan discerned her trepidation and endeavored to soften his tone. "This subject shall obey." Shortly thereafter, a palace maid escorted Su Ruowei to Fengwu Palace, the residence of the empresses of the Qin Dynasty. That she entered Fengwu Palace prior to her official coronation spoke volumes of Ing Songyuan's affection for her. The news of Ing Songyuan's imminent coronation spread like wildfire throughout the Qin. At last, His Majesty is to crown an empress. It has been nearly 3 years since His Majesty ascended the throne. It is indeed time to establish an empress. I wonder which fortunate lady will have the honor of serving at His Majesty's side? The people of Qin were simple-hearted. After Ing Songyuan became emperor, he diligently governed, consistently enacting policies that benefited the nation and its citizens, earning their heartfelt gratitude. As the prospect of his coronation loomed, countless citizens silently offered their blessings. Whom shall His Majesty choose as empress? Why has there been no prior hint of this? Who will be named empress? Why is it so sudden? Various factions speculated fervently. Understanding that Ing Songyuan's decision to crown an empress involved more than merely admitting a woman into the harem, it was also a matter of political exchange. The power he wielded was immense, and to be chosen as empress was no ordinary fate for a mere commoner's daughter. Ing Songyuan was transparent about the matter, and soon many factions learned of Su Ruowei's identity. So it is no wonder Linlang Pavilion supports the Qin so wholeheartedly. Linlang Pavilion, what a remarkable establishment. I never imagined it would be Linlang Pavilion, allying with the Qin and becoming part of the imperial family, destined for great success. Chapter 25. The belonging of Tongzhou. Presently, the Qin was a vastly different entity, and the empress's status was undoubtedly exalted. A month later, the Qin held a grand coronation ceremony, and the alliance between the Qin and Linlang Pavilion became known to all factions. In the city of Xin, a lawless place devoid of order, where might ruled over all, a notorious assassin organization known as the Seven Kill Palace received a challenging assignment. The White Lotus sect and the Yin Yang sect are both paramount sects. Can you afford this price? Members of the Ouyang family arrived in the city of Xin seeking to hire an assassin. Initially, they had planned to assassinate Ing Songyuan, but the situation had changed rapidly, with the White Lotus sect and the Yin Yang sect growing increasingly aggressive, posing a greater threat than Ing Songyuan himself. They abandoned their original plan to first deal with the White Lotus sect and the Yin Yang sect. This is a portion of the deposit. The remaining resources will be provided upon completion. The visitor concealed their identity and altered their voice, rendering their origins untraceable. Upon seeing the substantial resources presented, the members of the Seven Kill Palace's eyes gleamed with interest, as long as the price was right. They cared little for the so-called paramount sects. Completing the task would allow them to return to the city of Xin. And what could those paramount sects do? Very well, the Seven Kill Palace will take this job. The visitor did not return to the Ouyang family, but instead remained in the city of Xin. The Seven Kill Palace quickly initiated their actions, dispatching elite assassins from the city of Xin towards the territories of the Qin. Huangzhou and Anzhou were soon brought under Ing Songyuan's control, prompting him to order the formation of the Huangzhou army and Anzhou army. Jiangnan province was already in chaos, but it was not chaotic enough. In the 9 provinces of the Qin, aside from Zhengzhou, Huangzhou, and Anzhou, the other 6 provinces were rife with turmoil, with ancient powers and various factions vying for dominance. Jiangnan province was the wealthiest region in the Qin, and Ing Songyuan had long desired to regain control, yet he had not found the opportune moment. Now, with his forces at full strength, it was time to reclaim Jiangnan province and deal with the Nangong family. Duan Shui, Wangliang, you are to proceed to Jiangnan province and act according to plan. Understood? Yes. The two set off immediately, determined to turn Jiangnan province upside down. Meanwhile, King Qi personally led his army towards Qingchuan County, unwilling to witness its loss. Even in a weakened state, he sought to reclaim it while Meng Tian's position remained precarious. As King Qi's forces advanced, they had yet to approach Qingchuan County when Meng Tian had already assembled his troops. Lying in wait on a vast plain, rebellious ministers and traitors dare to mutiny. Today, they shall receive just punishment. Meng Tian's voice was icy, filled with murderous intent, determined to ensure King Qi's return was thwarted. Ing Donglin, you dare betray the Ing clan. Today, I shall cleanse our ranks and eliminate you. The scourge. Ing Songyuan also arrived at the battlefield, as Ing Songyuan had decreed for him to personally slay King Qi. Ing Songyuan did not resist the order. Although he had once supported King Qi, after King Qi betrayed the interests of the Qin and was stripped of his identity by the Ing clan, he was no longer considered one of them. Ing Songyuan severed all ties with him and drew a clear line. King Qi's expression was grim. Being expelled from the Ing clan struck him as a heavy blow. He had always taken pride in his identity as a member of the Ing clan since birth. Yet this pride was ruthlessly stripped away, leaving him struggling under the weight of this shadow. You are all soldiers of the Qin. Are you willing to follow this unfilial and disloyal rebel into rebellion? Ing Songyuan raised his voice, questioning the hundreds of thousands of troops from Tongzhou. This man has been stripped of his Ing clan identity. He is merely a treacherous minister. If you lay down your weapons and return to the light, I can represent His Majesty and absolve you of past grievances. Think of your families. Do you not fear dragging them down with you and bearing the sin of treason? Ing Songyuan's words stirred unrest among the Tongzhou army. No one wished to involve their families in such a fate. Bearing the stigma of treason. I cannot endure this. I am a citizen of the Qin and will never betray it. Do not continue to follow this traitor. He will lead us into an abyss. We have all been misled by this rebel. We cannot repeat our mistakes. The Ing clan's 1,000-year rule had deeply ingrained itself in the hearts of many soldiers, prompting them to cast down their weapons and choose to surrender. You shall pay for this. You shall pay. In the face of great peril, how dare you betray the prince? Take up your weapons, or you shall not be spared. There are many foolish loyalists in the world. They cared not whether King Qi was a member of the Ying clan or whether he was a rebel. They remained fiercely loyal to him, unwavering in their devotion. Kill. Seizing the moment of chaos within the Tongzhou army, Meng Tian immediately ordered an assault. The Golden Fire Cavalry moved like the wind, shattering the thunder, and charged into the ranks of the Tongzhou army with overwhelming force. They penetrated the enemy lines as if they were in an unguarded realm. Swiftly dividing the Tongzhou forces, I refused to be a traitor. I cannot implicate my family. At least half of the Tongzhou soldiers were unwilling to fight, seizing the opportunity to flee the battlefield. As these soldiers fled, the battlefield collapsed instantaneously. Under the onslaught of the Golden Fire Cavalry, the Tongzhou army was mercilessly slaughtered. 5,000 imperial guards joined the fray, working in tandem with the Golden Fire Cavalry. Suddenly, in the distance, dust rose high, and the ground trembled as an endless army approached the battlefield. The military banner bore the words Hanyang, indicating the long-assembled Hanyang army. Ha ha ha, the opportunity for glory is at hand. Kill. These are the means to rise and achieve titles. Kill. The Hanyang army, having trained for an extended period, yearned to prove themselves through a battle of blood and fire. They sought military merit to attain titles, secure wives and children, and bring honor to their ancestors. The Tongzhou army was already no match for the Imperial Guards and the Golden Fire Cavalry. Now, with the fierce Hanyang army joining the fray, their fate was sealed, and there was no possibility of recovery. My lord, quickly leave. If you do not depart soon, it will be too late. The tide of battle had become irreversible, and the crowd hurriedly urged King Qi to flee. No, this king has not yet been defeated. King Qi was unwilling to accept failure. He had committed all his strength to this battle, and if his forces were to be annihilated here, all his years of foundation would be for naught. He still had one last chance. If he could slay Meng Tian, he could surely shake the morale of the Qin army and turn the tide. Hou, follow this king and kill. King Qi charged forth, followed closely by a figure at the Dao Harmonization realm, both intent on slaying Meng Tian to reverse the situation. Stubborn and unyielding. There is no hope for you. King Songyuan would not allow them to have their way. He surged forward, blocking their path. Bang! King Songyuan, filled with fury, struck without mercy. His strength surpassed both King Qi and Hou, holding them at bay single-handedly. Chapter 26. The curtain falls on King Qi with King Songyuan's intervention. The two found it increasingly difficult to break through, their urgency mounting, and their composure faltering as openings appeared in their defenses. Observing quietly until now, Meng Tian suddenly took action, wielding his spear with great force, aiming a thrust directly at King Qi's face. King Qi was struck with alarm, hastily attempting to evade. Despite his efforts, he was still grazed by Meng Tian's energy, leaving a crimson wound upon his face. King Qi's rage surged uncontrollably, his eyes wide with fury, fixated on Meng Tian, wishing nothing more than to tear him asunder. Boom! Without pausing, Meng Tian swung his spear, unleashing a massive burst of energy toward King Qi, forcing him to retreat in a frantic scramble. Boom! At the moment when King Qi sought to evade, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Realizing he could not escape the impending doom, King Qi gathered all his inner strength and struck upward with a mighty fist against the enormous hand. Bang! The clash of fist and palm resonated like thunder, reverberating through the skies and tearing the very fabric of space. Poof! Blood erupted from King Qi's mouth as his body was forced backward, his complexion pale and his vitality waning. Splat! Meng Tian seized the opportunity, thrusting his spear through King Qi's heart and lifting his body aloft. My lord! Seeing this scene, Hou, engaged in combat with King Songyuan, recklessly charged at Meng Tian, desperate to save King Qi. Die! In that fleeting moment of distraction, Hou left himself vulnerable, and King Songyuan seized the chance, delivering a powerful punch to his back, causing him to stagger and struggle to remain upright. Boom! King Songyuan pressed his advantage, striking down on Hou's crown with another blow, definitively ending his life. Boom! Meng Tian exerted force, shattering King Qi's lifeless body into a mist of blood. It's terrible. The Lord has fallen in battle. Kill. Avenge our Lord. The Lord is dead. Flee, flee at once. Following King Qi's demise, some soldiers chose to fight to the death, even if it meant mutual destruction, to avenge their king. Yet, many others were utterly demoralized, their fighting spirit extinguished, and they fled in a panic. Leave no survivors. Slay them all. Meng Tian ordered the execution of these soldiers. Although they were elite fighters, their unwavering loyalty to King Qi rendered them dispensable in the eyes of the emperor. The battle soon concluded, with King Qi's faction utterly defeated. The soldiers who had previously laid down their arms were filled with trepidation, uncertain of Meng Tian's intentions toward them. They were swiftly subdued, awaiting Meng Tian's judgment. Immediately seized Tongzhou. The power of the Qi royal household was entirely lost in this battle. There was no time to lose in capturing Tongzhou. The army divided into several routes, each taking control of the remaining counties. Meng Tian advanced towards Dongyue County, the epicenter of power in Tongzhou and the residence of the Qi royal household. At this moment, chaos reigned within the Qi residence. Young master, hurry and leave. The Lord has fallen, and the enemy will soon follow. Several elders of the royal household shielded the young master as they fled Tongzhou, striving to preserve the bloodline of King Qi by the time Meng Tian's forces arrived. The Qi residence lay in disarray, already abandoned, with servants having seized valuables amid the turmoil. The once magnificent Qi household had met its end. Even if a remnant of King Qi's bloodline remained, it could only live in obscurity, fearful of revealing itself. Meng Shan led the Hanyang army in a swift assault towards Lingshan County. Upon entering, they were met with an unexpected obstruction. A group of individuals adorned in the attire of a sect blocked the army's advance, haughtily declaring, "Lingshan County now belongs to our King Kong sect. Depart at once, or face our wrath." The King Kong sect, a reclusive faction, had recently emerged into the world, seizing Lingshan County. King Qi, intent on reclaiming Qingchuan County, had overlooked the King Kong sect's ascent. Is there any land beneath the heavens that does not belong to the king? Is there any shore that does not belong to the king's ministers? Every place illuminated by the sun and moon is Qin territory. Do you intend to rebel? Meng Shan demanded, his voice booming as the Hanyang army bristled with hostility, the atmosphere charged and tense. What Qin? Merely opportunists, they retorted. What can you, the King Kong sect, do to us? At that moment, a formidable pressure descended from the heavens, as an elder of the King Kong sect stood before the Hanyang army, brazenly exuding his might. King Kong sect, very well, withdraw your forces. Realizing the futility of further conflict, Meng Shan understood that continuing would only lead to the annihilation of his army. The King Kong sect possessed more than one elder at the harmonization realm. The Hanyang army was no match for them. Observing the Hanyang army's retreat, the disciples of the King Kong sect were puzzled and questioned, "Elder, why did we not slay them and allow them to depart so easily?" Given the enmity that had formed between both factions and Meng Shan's determined demeanor as he left, it was evident that he would not let this matter rest. Since that is the case, why not capture this army? It could alleviate future pressures in our conflict. The Qin should not be underestimated. We have only just entered the world and cannot afford to completely sever ties with them. The reclusive powers did not entirely shun interaction with the outside world. They were well aware of the current state of the mighty Qin. The Qin was formidable, and until those above the harmonization realm could intervene, direct confrontation was ill-advised. Meng Shan promptly reported the situation in Lingshan County to Meng Tian, who did not dare to underestimate the matter and personally set out. Upon arriving in Lingshan County, 3 elders of the harmonization realm appeared forthwith. "General Meng, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." The leader among them greeted Meng Tian with a smile, emanating an aura of mid-harmonization strength. This display was intended to convey their capability and signal to the Qin that they had no desire for conflict, yet they would not tolerate undue oppression. Meng Tian's expression darkened as he sensed several faint auras of harmonization within the county. These were the forces of the King Kong sect. Lingshan County may temporarily serve as a stronghold for the King Kong sect. May you act prudently. Meng Tian was quick to arrive and just as swift to depart. If the Qin were to concentrate their forces, they could potentially eradicate the King Kong sect. However, the presence of powerful figures above the harmonization realm in the King Kong sect posed a grave risk. Should they be provoked into retaliating without regard for the consequences, it could spell disaster for the Qin. After capturing Tongzhou, Meng Tian immediately reported to Ying Songyuan. Ying Songyuan dispatched a multitude of officials to Tongzhou to assume their posts, feeling a thorn in his throat over the King Kong sect's affairs. These ancient powers were exceedingly formidable, and should the heavens fully restore, it would be arduous for the Qin to contend with them. After arranging for officials to head to Tongzhou, Ying Songyuan proceeded to the royal family's forbidden grounds. A vast and overwhelming presence surged within, as if a primordial beast resided there. He hoped that the ancestor would achieve a breakthrough, enabling the Qin to confront the numerous ancient powers with newfound confidence. Filled with anticipation, Ying Songyuan wished for the individual in seclusion to successfully transcend the threshold of life and death. Within this sanctum dwelled Ying Tian, an extraordinary ancestor of the Ying clan, who had closed himself off long before the previous emperor ascended, striving to comprehend the mysteries of life and death. Even after the previous emperor and many powerful members of the royal family had perished, plunging the realm into turmoil, the Ying clan did not disturb the ancestor's seclusion. Ying Tian had previously declared that unless the Ying clan faced total annihilation, he was not to be disturbed. Lest his efforts go to waste, as the spiritual energies of the heavens and earth gradually recovered, changes began to manifest in Ying Tian's retreat, with astonishing auras occasionally emanating from within. After lingering for a while near the site of the ancestor's seclusion, Ying Songyuan took his leave. He could not place all his hopes on Ying Tian alone. Chapter 27. The Assassination Organization Huangzhou. Anzhou, Zhongzhou, and Tongzhou all fell under Ying Songyuan's control, while Yaozhou, Jiangnanzhou, and Yanzhou remained in the grasp of various factions. As Ying Songyuan's power grew, the Linlang Pavilion also flourished. The 4 provinces opened their doors to Linlang Pavilion, allowing it to amass substantial wealth. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Xuantiang Chamber of Commerce, and Dongyuan Chamber of Commerce were barred from entering the 4 provinces, severely disrupting their businesses, which were subsequently absorbed by Linlang Pavilion. The 3 major chambers had drawn the attention of numerous reclusive factions who, having exhausted their resources, sought to enter the world and replenish their supplies. Naturally, the 3 chambers became their prime targets. The Qin's measures only exacerbated the plight of the 3 chambers, rendering them nearly incapacitated. In the Xuantiang Chamber of Commerce, Du Jingxuan wore a troubled expression, his face etched with worry from the mounting pressures from all sides. Visibly aged, he envied the Linlang Pavilion, which, backed by the Qin, not only stood alone at the top but also monopolized business across half of the Qin's territories. Moreover, they had the towering support of the Qin. Even if they offended the Yinyang sect, they could still remain unscathed. Unlike them, who constantly feared being devoured by ancient powers, their business was severely impacted, relegated to operating solely within the 5 provinces, as the other 4 had become the domain of Linlang Pavilion. Alas, my initial decision was truly misguided, Du Jingxuan regretted deeply, recalling how Ying Tsong and his companion had once approached him to discuss a marriage alliance, which he had rejected without hesitation. Now, he mused, had he agreed to the alliance with the Qin, the Xuantiang Chamber of Commerce would be in a vastly different situation. Master, the merchant convoy led by Elder Liu has been completely annihilated. And Elder Liu has also perished. At that moment, further bad news arrived. A crucial merchant convoy of the Xuantiang Chamber of Commerce had been obliterated, with even Elder Liu of the Harmonization Realm falling in battle. The Xuantiang Chamber of Commerce had 4 Harmonization Realm elders. One had already been killed by the Lingxi sect, and now they had lost another, leaving the chamber severely weakened and facing greater adversity. No, I cannot remain idle. Du Jingxuan resolved to fight back with all his might, refusing to allow the Xuantiang Chamber of Commerce to be destroyed on his watch. The 3 major chambers faced similar predicaments, with the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce joining forces with the Nangong family, faring somewhat better than the other 2 chambers. Elder Zhao, here are the resources we seized from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Within Lingyuan City, disciples of the White Lotus sect returned jubilantly after ambushing an important merchant convoy of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, retrieving a bounty of resources. Ha! Splendid! Elder Zhao's spirit soared. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was immensely wealthy, and the White Lotus sect desperately needed these supplies to bolster their ranks. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword chi shot towards Elder Zhao. He hurriedly dodged and shouted, "Who goes there? Show yourself." As he spoke, he struck out with a palm toward the sky. Whoosh! A sword chi shattered his palm energy, continuing its relentless advance towards Elder Zhao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, from another location, countless sword chi's surged forth, targeting the disciples of the White Lotus sect below, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 disciples lay dead. "You shall pay for this. You shall pay." Witnessing the deaths of his disciples, Elder Zhao was consumed with rage and charged at the two assailants, determined to engage them in a life-or-death struggle. The two attackers moved like phantoms, their chilling sword light illuminating the sky, each strike aimed directly at Elder Zhao's vital points. Intent on taking his life, in mere moments of combat, Elder Zhao found himself covered in numerous wounds. Realizing he faced adversaries unlike any he had encountered before, Elder Zhao understood he could not escape this calamity and resolved to fight desperately, hoping to drag one of them down with him. Elder Zhao, in a desperate bid to enhance his combat prowess, self-destructs his own foundation, igniting the flames of his life force, propelling his strength to new heights as his cultivation ascends rapidly, soon breaking through to the mid-stage of harmonization. Whoosh, whoosh. The two assailants remain unfazed, persisting in their relentless pursuit. Their synergy is impeccable, striking with ruthless precision, akin to emotionless killing machines. Even with Elder Zhao forcibly elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of harmonization, he stands no chance against them. Moments later, numerous wounds mar Elder Zhao's body, his breath dwindling swiftly, and even his harmonization realm becomes increasingly difficult to sustain. Pfft. Seizing the opportunity, Duanshui delivers a fatal blow, severing his head. "Let us depart." With the battle concluded, the two vanish, leaving behind hundreds of corpses of the White Lotus sect. Shortly thereafter, members of the White Lotus sect arrive, their fury ignited upon witnessing the gruesome fate of their brethren. "The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and the Nangong family shall not escape my wrath." The White Lotus sect attributes the deaths to the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and the Nangong family, as both parties had long been locked in a deadly feud, with only they daring to slay disciples of the White Lotus sect. Duanshui and his companions sporadically strike, at times assassinating members of the White Lotus sect, and at other times targeting those from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and the Nangong family, further complicating the situation. Before long, Duanshui discovers that an assassin organization has infiltrated Jiangnan Prefecture, with their sights set on the White Lotus sect. The scenario grows increasingly intriguing. Upon encountering the assassin organization, Duanshui's interest is piqued, and they observe from the shadows. These assassins exhibit remarkable skill, retreating 1,000 miles without a trace after a single failed strike, leaving no room for others to react. Returning to the imperial city, our presence is no longer required here. With the involvement of this assassin organization, Jiangnan Prefecture is bound to descend further into chaos. And Duanshui wishes to remain undetected, promptly returning to the imperial city. Simultaneously, the Yinyang sect in Liaozhou also suffers assaults from the assassin organization, losing a significant number of personnel. Holy Sun, these assassins likely hail from the city of Sin. Only the killers from there would dare to strike against us. The sect leader of the Yinyang sect remains in seclusion, delegating sect matters to Ling Tianxing. The Yinyang sect, with its ancient legacy, has its speculations regarding the origins of these assassins. Continue the assault on the Ouyang family. These assassins must have been hired by them, and they cannot endure for long. Ling Tianxing remains unperturbed. While these assassins pose a certain threat to the Yinyang sect, it is not severe enough to disrupt their plans. The emergence of the Yinyang sect necessitates the establishment of their own territory. They aim to dominate the entirety of Liaozhou. The Yinyang sect is relentlessly aggressive, placing the Ouyang family in a precarious position. Yinyang sect, do not force my hand. If provoked, I shall ensure mutual destruction. The Ouyang family harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Yinyang sect, and they possess a final resort. Should the Yinyang sect seek total annihilation, they will stop at nothing to invite the barbarian tribes into the realm, inciting a brutal conflict between the barbarians and the Yinyang sect. Concurrently, the court of the Great Qin is unstable, with Nangong Yushu and Ouyang Luan persistently appealing to Ing Tsang Yuan regarding the heinous deeds of the White Lotus sect and the Yinyang sect. urging him to dispatch troops against the two supreme sections, Your Majesty. The White Lotus sect sows discord in Jiangnan Prefecture, leaving the populace in misery and destitution. They are utterly rebellious, disregarding the laws of the kingdom. I implore you to discern the truth. Nangong Yushu speaks passionately, seemingly devoted to the welfare of the nation, painting the White Lotus sect as irredeemably wicked. Chapter 28. The annihilation of the Zhao royal manor under the relentless assault of the White Lotus sect. The Nangong family retreats step by step. Securing the three counties becomes increasingly daunting. Without external intervention, the Nangong family is no match for the White Lotus sect. Your Majesty, the Yinyang sect is equally detestable. They instigate endless slaughter in Liaozhou, dragging countless innocents into their chaos, showing utter contempt for the court, deserving of the most severe punishment. Ouyang Luan hastily interjects, lamenting the various atrocities committed by the Yinyang sect. I am aware of this matter and will dispatch individuals to investigate. Ying Songyuan's nonchalant response infuriates Nangong Yushu and Ouyang Luan. However, the current Ying Songyuan is no longer a puppet they can manipulate, and provoking him could lead to dire consequences. The power struggles among various factions are advantageous for Ying Songyuan as they weaken each other, which is preferable to uniting against the Great Qin. Presently, Ying Songyuan commands control over 4 states. Maintaining these territories is sufficient. A chilling wind sweeps through, and smoke billows across Yinling City in Yinzhou, where a great battle erupts. Ha ha ha! Let us offer them all as blood sacrifices. Yinling City, where the Zhao royal manor is situated, is enveloped in a blood-red formation, the air thick with the scent of blood, as the formation exerts a tremendous pull, relentlessly draining the life force of the citizens within the city. Ah, no, please, help me, save me. The flesh and blood of the common people are forcibly stripped away by the formation, leaving them in unbearable agony, their cries echoing in despair. As corpses litter the ground, I will kill you all. The Zhao King, leading numerous powerful individuals from the royal manor, fights valiantly against the blood god sect. Yet they are utterly outmatched, cackle, wail in despair. To be part of the grand undertaking of the holy sect is your utmost glory. Listening to the countless cries of despair from the citizens and witnessing the futile struggles of the Zhao King and others, the members of the blood god sect revel in the torment. Boom! The power of the formation intensifies, mounting pressure on everyone. Even the Zhao King and another harmonization realm expert are affected, their combat strength destabilized. Ha ha ha! The Elder of the Myriad Souls banner requires 2 powerful main souls. Come forth! The blood god sect, ensuring their success, has summoned numerous formidable figures from the demonic paths. An insidious-looking elder, with a chilling smile, wields a sinister banner that devours the souls of countless citizens. Woo-woo, ah, it seems that innumerable vengeful spirits reside within the Myriad Souls banner, emitting haunting wails that send shivers down one's spine. The cries pierce through the soul. The Zhao King is immediately affected. His spirit under attack, causing him excruciating pain as he instinctively shields his head with his hands. The Elder of the Myriad Souls seizes the moment, plunging a claw into the Zhao King's heart, ripping it out while he is still alive. Facing a life-threatening crisis, the Zhao King screams in agony, exerting every ounce of strength to retaliate. Cackle. Why struggle? It only adds to your suffering. The Elder of the Myriad Souls wears a cruel smile, crushing the Zhao King's heart in his grasp before consuming it, savoring it as if it were the finest delicacy, his expression one of rapture. Kill. The Zhao King, fully aware of his impending demise, summons his last reserves of strength to charge at the Elder of the Myriad Souls, seeking to perish alongside him. The wish for mutual destruction is naively optimistic. The Elder of the Myriad Souls, mockingly grinning, swiftly distances himself from the Zhao King, refusing to engage further. The Zhao King is already at his last gasp. Although he poses minimal threat to the Elder, the latter is unwilling to take risks against a cornered foe. Who knows if the desperate Zhao King has any hidden cards? Damn it! The Elder of the Myriad Souls, unwilling to engage, senses the Zhao King's vitality waning rapidly, compelling him to unleash a massacre upon the blood god sect, hoping to take down as many enemies as possible before his demise. Observing the crimson formation rising over Yinling City, various hidden forces begin to converge, yet they refrain from intervening. This is the blood sacrifice formation of the Blood God sect, a ritualistic slaughter of Yinling City. The Blood God sect truly is relentless. I never expected them to rise from the ashes. Even if they return, how much strength can they muster? They are not to be feared. Recognizing the Blood God sect's involvement, the hidden forces show no intention of stopping them, standing by as the Blood God sect conducts their bloody sacrificial rite in Yinling City. After 3 days and nights, the life within Yinling City is utterly extinguished, and the formation enveloping the city gradually dissipates. The members of the Blood God sect appear before the various hidden forces, both sides exhibiting restraint, with no intent to engage. Blood God sect, from this day forth, you shall not tread upon Yinzhou. An elder from the Wujiman, a harmonization realm expert, speaks up. They do not wish to be enemies with the Blood God sect, yet Yinzhou has been deemed their possession, and the Blood God sect must not be allowed to conduct another blood sacrifice there. They can tolerate the Blood God sect's massacre of Yinling City, as it serves to eliminate the Zhao royal manor, and allows the Blood God sect to reap their rewards, departing satisfied. Ha ha ha, esteemed guests, we shall meet again. The members of the Blood God sect make a hasty exit, preferring to avoid conflict with the hidden forces. With the blood of over 1 million citizens and countless practitioners from the Zhao royal manor spilled during the blood sacrifice, they have nearly quenched their thirst for blood, deciding against lingering in the land of the Great Qin. News of the blood sacrifice in Yinling City swiftly spreads across the 9 provinces of the Great Qin, inciting widespread panic among the populace. As hidden forces emerge, the Great Qin is engulfed in turmoil. Smoke rising from every corner, with the common people ultimately bearing the brunt of the suffering. The populace, lacking the power to resist, can only helplessly pray to the heavens. Blood God sect, a most nefarious organization. I shall eradicate you all. Ing Songyuan, upon learning of the blood sacrifice in Yinling City, erupts in fury. The Blood God sect has once again committed a massacre in the Great Qin, exhibiting the utmost contempt for the realm, warranting their utter annihilation. Ing Songyuan composes himself. The Blood God sect is elusive, making it difficult for the Great Qin to anticipate their next move. Furthermore, they retreat swiftly after their strikes, hiding within the city of Sin, leaving the Great Qin powerless. System, summon. A year passes, and Ing Songyuan receives another summoning opportunity. Initially, he intended to save this opportunity, believing that accumulating more summoning chances would yield richer rewards. He aimed to gather more summoning opportunities in hopes of calling forth unparalleled experts above the harmonization realm. However, given the increasingly tumultuous situation in the Great Qin, he requires more strength to suppress the realm and must commence summoning. Ding! Summoning results. 3,000 Imperial Guards. This summoning reward pales in comparison to the previous 3. Yet 3,000 Imperial Guards at the Inner Dan realm and above constitute a formidable force, capable of aiding him in better managing the unrest in the Great Qin. Ing Songyuan swiftly calls forth the 3,000 Imperial Guards, assigning them to Qinglong. Shortly thereafter, news arrives from Meng Tian, announcing that he has successfully broken through to the mid-stage of harmonization, bringing a smile to Ing Songyuan's face. Now, Meng Tian and Ing Songyuan are stationed in Tongzhou, while the trio of Luan Shun, Zhuanpe, and Mia Hun guard the Great Scatterpass, allowing them to support each other without requiring Ing Songyuan's concern. Huangzhou and Anzhou are temporarily stable, with the Jinui and another figure from the royal family overseeing the situation under the auspices of Ing Qingshan. In Zhengzhou, the presence of Qinglong, Duanshui, Jingong, and Wangliang provides an unwavering assurance, with the 4 prefectures firmly under the control of Ing Songyuan. Chapter 29. The downfall of the Xintian Chamber of Commerce. The Ouyang family, under relentless assault from the Yinyang sect, has continuously lost territory, with 4 of the 5 prefectures now in enemy hands, leaving only Liaoan Prefecture under their control. The morale of the Yinyang sect has surged, pushing the Ouyang family to the brink of annihilation. Subsequently, the Yinyang sect has opened its gates wide, commencing the selection of disciples to replenish their ranks, having sequestered themselves from the world for many years. They are in dire need of fresh blood to avert a precarious succession crisis. The Holy Sun has already recruited over 1,000 disciples, With an ultimate goal of 5,000, reports have reached Ling Tianqing regarding the smooth recruitment of disciples by the Yinyang sect. The influx of new disciples necessitates vast resources for cultivation, making it an opportune moment to target the Linlang Pavilion. The massive resource demands of these new disciples represent an astronomical sum. Ling Tianqing intends to seize the wealth of the Linlang Pavilion. However, Holy Son, the Linlang Pavilion has recently allied with the Qin royal family, and their pavilion master's daughter was just crowned as empress. It would be unwise to provoke them, elderly interjected urgently. He understood the enmity between the Holy Son and the Linlang Pavilion, but with the backing of the Qin, it was ill-advised for the Yinyang sect to engage with them at this juncture. If the Ouyang family is already a formidable adversary, provoking the Qin could spell disaster for the Yinyang sect's favorable position. Elder Li's counsel caused Ling Tianqing to furrow his brow. Indeed, it was not the right time to confront the Linlang Pavilion. Thus, he resolved to direct their efforts toward other merchant associations. The Tianyuan sect is currently contending with the Xintian Chamber of Commerce. How could they miss such a sumptuous feast? Since they cannot act against the Linlang Pavilion for the time being, they shall instead target the three major chambers of commerce. The Xintian Chamber of Commerce has recently attracted the attention of numerous hidden forces, intent on dismantling it for their own gain. And the Yinyang sect must also claim a share of the spoils. Yes, I shall descend to make preparations immediately. Under the relentless scrutiny of various hidden factions, the Xintian Chamber of Commerce is under tremendous pressure. With a storm brewing on the horizon, within the Xintian Chamber, Du Jingchuan is imparting his final wishes to his children. The hidden forces will not spare the Xintian Chamber. Once they strike, it will be catastrophic, leaving no opportunity for reprieve. However, the bloodline of the Du family must not be extinguished. Du Jingchuan feels a poignant sorrow, knowing that the Xintian Chamber is destined to meet its end at his hands. He has attempted resistance, yet all efforts have proven futile against the overwhelming strength of these hidden forces. Father, is there truly no way out? Father, if it comes to it, I will fight to the death alongside you. Father, the Xintian Chamber is the hard-won legacy established by our ancestors through trials and tribulations. We cannot yield it to others. Among Du Jingchuan's progeny are many valiant souls, unafraid of death, determined to battle fiercely to preserve their ancestral heritage. Observing his children, Du Jingchuan feels a swell of pride. They are indeed exceptional individuals. Yet, the reality remains that the hidden forces are too formidable. Even before fully unleashing their might, three figures at the Dao integration stage have already fallen, making it clear that they stand no chance against such overwhelming opposition. Du Jingchuan is engulfed in despair. The hidden forces have barely begun to act, plunging the Xintian Chamber into dire straits. Should they unleash their full might, the chamber's destruction would be imminent. I shall remain and share the fate of our ancestral legacy. You must flee to the Qin imperial city, as it is the only sanctuary for you. The hidden forces would not dare to act with impunity there. The hidden factions employ ruthless tactics. Should they eradicate the Xintian Chamber, they will undoubtedly pursue the Du family to the ends of the earth to eliminate any future threat. Only the Qin royal family can intimidate these hidden forces. Only within the imperial city can the Du family find refuge. Father, please come with us. Father, I will not leave. I wish to stay by your side. Father, I fear not death. I will remain to protect our ancestral legacy. Some descendants refuse to abandon their kin, pledging to share the fate of the Xintian Chamber. Du Jingchuan is heartened by their loyalty but sternly rebukes. What can you achieve by staying? Merely increase the count of corpses. Only if you survive can you hope to rise again and exact vengeance. Why every move is being monitored by the hidden forces. My departure will surely draw their attention. I must remain to divert their gaze. Du Jingchuan understands that he cannot leave. He must attract the attention of the hidden forces to secure a chance for his descendants to survive. I will transport a portion of our resources to the Qin and entrust your safety to Su Tianhe. As long as you reach the Qin imperial city, you will be safe. Du Jingchuan has long made preparations, secretly dispatching a substantial quantity of resources to the Qin, offering them in exchange for protection for his descendants. He has a rapport with Su Tianhe, now the Minister of Revenue for the Qin, a trusted official of Yingsang Yuan, ensuring that his children will be looked after in his absence. Du Jingchuan reflects on how, not long ago, the Linlang Pavilion was far inferior to the Xintian Chamber. Yet, a single choice altered their fates irrevocably. The Xintian Chamber is on the brink of collapse, facing existential peril, while the Linlang Pavilion thrives under the full support of the Qin, expanding their influence not just within the Qin borders but beyond. Surpassing the Xintian Chamber in prominence. There is no time to lose. You must depart at once. Du Jingquan urgently urges everyone to leave, for delaying further may result in their permanent entrapment point. One cannot help but commend Du Jingquan's foresight. Merely a day after the departure of the Du family, the hidden forces led by the Tianyuan sect, Yinyang sect, and Taihua Mountain stormed the Xintian Chamber. A myriad of Dao integration pressures surge forth, akin to the wrath of heaven, overwhelming the Xintian Chamber. Even with preparations, Du Jingquan is left with a profound understanding of the terrifying might of these hidden forces. Everyone, act, eliminate them root and branch. Spare no unnecessary troubles. Elderly speaks coldly, taking the lead in the assault. Boom, bang, hum. The others, unwilling to waste time, rush to subdue the Xintian Chamber, eager to commence the feast of division. I will fight you to the end. Du Jingquan destroys his foundations to enhance his strength, determined to clash with the others. Yet, his actions appear utterly laughable, failing to stir even the slightest ripple, as he is swiftly overwhelmed by their combined might. After the massacre, the hidden forces extract information from the remaining survivors, learning that some of the Du family fled to the Qin imperial city just a day prior. We must eradicate the roots. Allow no chance for resurgence. The hidden factions dispatch their forces to pursue the fleeing descendants of the Du family, adhering to their ruthless methodology. They leave no opportunity for their enemies to regroup. Recalling the ancient powers that underestimated the small family they annihilated, only to have one survivor ascend to the Dao integration stage and bring endless trouble upon them. This lesson is etched into the minds of many factions. They will show no mercy. Chapter 30. Evasion. The disintegration of the Xintian Chamber of Commerce at the hands of numerous hidden forces sends shockwaves throughout the Qin.as, one of the three major chambers of commerce. The Xintian Chamber was a formidable entity, yet it was devoured to the bone in an alarmingly short time, instilling fear in various factions and leaving them restless. The current situation of the Dongyuan Chamber is equally dire, likely to follow in the Xintian Chamber's footsteps soon. The Jiangnan Chamber and the Nangong family alliance fare slightly better, but their outlook remains grim. Apart from the three major chambers, others have not escaped the clutches of the hidden forces, with many being forcefully assimilated. Only the Linlang Pavilion remains unscathed, not only avoiding any losses but seizing the opportunity to commandeer the trade routes of the absorbed chambers, swiftly growing into a behemoth that eclipses the three major chambers. A year ago, Tsang Yuan reformed the tax system, placing a heavy emphasis on commercial taxes. The revenues from the Linlang Pavilion alone are astronomical. Yet, they remain enthusiastic, as the Qin extends every convenience to support the Linlang Pavilion. Countless chambers gaze upon the Linlang Pavilion with envy, a testament to the strength of the Qin, as even the hidden forces dare not openly challenge the imperial power. Not far from Zhongzhou, a group of ragged and battered individuals flees in a disarrayed retreat, pursued by a formidable contingent behind them. Ha ha ha, where else can you escape to? Chase them down. Do not let a single one slip away. The pursuers relentlessly close in, offering no respite to the Du family members. Quickly, flee. I will hold them off. As the pursuers close in, several members of the Du family step forward to act as a rear guard, buying precious time for their kin to escape. Amid their frantic flight, several have already fallen behind. With some remaining to delay the pursuers, the rest of the Du family manages to distance themselves. Nearing the city of Zhongzhou, soon, they are caught up, and a commotion erupts at the city gates, drawing the attention of many onlookers and the jinui stationed within the city. Fuming at the gathered crowd, the hidden forces are incensed. Were it not for their sect's directive to avoid conflict with the Qin, they would have already unleashed violence upon the spectators. The Yinyang sect is here. Clear the way? Or face our wrath. The members of the Yinyang sect, accustomed to brazen dominance, are the first to speak, though they remain surprisingly restrained. What Yinyang sect? This is Zhongzhou, the realm of the Qin emperor. Do you dare to commit murder in broad daylight? Indeed, You look like thieves. How dare you act violently in public? Do you have no regard for the law? Someone hastily informed the authorities. These villains must be brought to justice. The common folk are oblivious to the existence of the Yin-Yang sect. They simply recognize this place as Zhongzhou, where lawlessness cannot prevail. You court death. The members of the Yin-Yang sect, seething with rage, cannot fathom how a mere swarm of ants dares to provoke them so audaciously. In a fit of fury, they strike, sending the outspoken citizens hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths, rendered immobile. This restraint is a mere mercy. Had the Yin-Yang sect unleashed their full fury, these civilians would have been reduced to mere corpses. Murder, boldly done, to kill in public. Such an affront to the law is simply intolerable. The populace, aflame with indignation, instinctively recoils in fear. Suddenly, a barrage of blade energy hurtles towards the members of the Yin-Yang sect. As the crowd attempts to defend against the onslaught, a formidable group clad in flying fish attire, wielding embroidered spring knives, descends. The Imperial Guards, their eyes cold as they survey the fallen citizens, the guards, brimming with murderous intent, declare, "Who dares to harm the common people of the Great Qin?" Upon witnessing the arrival of the Imperial Guards, the onlookers find newfound courage. "Why, Lord, it is they, my lord. They dare to kill in broad daylight, utterly disregarding the laws of the Great Qin. My lord, they wield weapons and inflict harm. They must be brought to justice." The hidden powers, recognizing the Imperial Guards, understand that these are the Emperor's elite troops, endowed with the authority to act without prior decree, wielding supreme power that equates any attack against them to treason. "We hail from the Yin-Yang sect and the Tianyuan sect. We were merely pursuing enemies, with no intention of provoking the Great Qin," one explains, seeking to avoid conflict with the Imperial Guards. Given that they are being pursued by numerous hidden powers, their identities must be anything but ordinary. They cannot allow the hidden powers to succeed. Jiyu Chang'an, the chief officer, ponders deeply, having made a decision. "Take them all away. I shall personally interrogate them." With a single command, Gu Chang'an orders the apprehension of all hidden powers and the members of the Du family. "What did you say?" The hidden powers are incredulous, unable to believe that the Imperial Guards would dare to detain them, fully aware of the consequences of such actions. With a swift motion, Gu Chang'an unsheathes his long knife, and the other Imperial Guards immediately arm themselves, radiating a terrifying aura of impending death. Any sign of resistance will result in immediate execution. "Very well, we shall depart." The wise man does not seek unnecessary conflict. The Imperial Guards hold the upper hand, particularly in their own territory, where engaging in battle would yield them no advantage. The hidden powers, seething with anger, withdraw, knowing this matter will not be easily resolved. Gu Chang'an and his entourage do not intervene, understanding that the hidden powers are formidable adversaries, necessitating a degree of restraint from both sides. Is this the deterrent power of the Great Qin? Witnessing this scene, the members of the Du family are stirred. Even the supreme forces such as the Yin-Yang sect, Tianyuan sect, and Taihua Mountain must temporarily evade the might of the Great Qin. "Take them all away." Jiyu Chang'an pays no heed to the Du family, leading them away without resistance. Being in the hands of the Great Qin affords them greater safety. The Du family willingly discloses their origins and identities. Gu Chang'an, cautious not to underestimate the situation, promptly reports the matter to the White Tiger commander's residence. Su Tianhe personally pays a visit. Su Tianhe, the uncle of Su Ruowei and the Minister of Revenue, is a trusted official of Ing Songyuan. Even the White Tiger does not neglect him, personally coming out to greet him. Su Tianhe, aware of the significance of the moment, refrains from displaying arrogance before the White Tiger. Recognizing that the Imperial Guards are the Emperor's elite troops, and that Ing Songyuan, who does not require offerings from the temple, instead relies on the Imperial Guards for his own safety, underscoring his trust in them. The four commanders of the Imperial Guards are particularly favored by Ing Songyuan, wielding the power of life and death, and none dare to underestimate them. "Your Excellency Su, your presence is truly a boon to my humble abode. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope the commander will not take offense." The two exchange pleasantries, creating a harmonious atmosphere as they gradually enter the residence. Chapter 31. Treason. Once inside, Su Tianhe does not mince words. Stating directly, White Tiger Commander, prior to the extermination of the Xintian Trading Association, Du Jingchuan entrusted me with the care of his descendants. Now that they have arrived in Tianzhou and are under the custody of the Imperial Guards, I kindly request that you grant me this favor and return them to me. Su Tianhe remains true to his word, not forgetting his promise to Du Jingchuan. Since you, Your Excellency Su, have personally requested it, I shall instruct the Imperial Guards to hand them over to you. The White Tiger is willing to grant Su Tianhe this favor, knowing that the descendants of the Du family are not of great consequence and will not disrupt the overall situation of the Great Qin. Thank you, Commander. Su Tianhe bows slightly in gratitude, and after concluding their business, the two engage in further pleasantries before Su Tianhe takes his leave. Meanwhile, the hidden powers become aware of the actions of the Imperial Guards and are incensed. What a Great Qin! What a formidable Imperial Guard! Do they truly believe we cannot handle them? The hidden powers, aflame with righteous indignation, perceive that their attempts to avoid conflict have led the Great Qin to consider them weak and easily bullied. Provoking such treatment, patience. Now is not the time for open hostility against the Great Qin. We shall await the full resurgence of the world's spiritual energy. The dynamics among the hidden powers are intricate, with many harboring irreconcilable enmities. No one wishes to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the Great Qin, risking becoming pawns for others. The spiritual energy of the world will soon be fully restored. At that time, those stronger than the Tao realm will remain unaffected, and exterminating the Great Qin will be a trivial matter, rendering any current provocation unnecessary. After seizing numerous resources from the Xintian Trading Association, the Yin-Yang sect embarks on a new expansion, cornering the Ouyang family and leaving them no avenue for survival. Yin-Yang sect, royal family, you have forced my Ouyang family into a corner. Do not blame me for being ruthless. The Ouyang family, driven to desperation, harbor deep resentment not only towards the Yin-Yang sect, the root of their grievances, but also towards the royal family, whom they feel have stood idly by. They will not submit quietly, but will seek revenge against the Yin-Yang sect and the Great Qin. The barbarian rock strength tribe. A distinguished visitor is received by Chief Muley Gu. Elder Ouyang, your arrival is indeed a surprise. The visitor is none other than Ouyang Fei, the Grand Elder of the Ouyang family, who has battled against the barbarians for many years. None could have anticipated that he would come to the barbarian tribe. Chief Mu, let us speak plainly. My Ouyang family has suffered defeat in the struggles against the Great Qin, but we will not allow our enemies to thrive. Ouyang Fei's eyes brim with resentment. The annihilation of generations of his family's efforts is a burden no one can bear in silence. The Ouyang family seeks vengeance and is willing to cede Liaoan Pass to the barbarians. Ouyang Fei's proclamation is shocking. He intends to hand over Liaoan Pass to the barbarians, inciting a deadly conflict with the Yin-Yang sect. What of the ancient forces of the Yin-Yang sect? The barbarians are not lacking in ancient tribes. How can the Yin-Yang sect contend with them? Is this truly your intention? Muley Gu is taken aback. The Ouyang family is presenting him with an unexpected gift. Absolutely. In half a month, you may lead your troops into the pass, and at that time, my Ouyang family will fully withdraw from Liaoan Pass. The Ouyang family is resolute. If they cannot possess Liaozhou, then neither shall anyone else. Ha ha ha, it is a deal. Muley Gu has long coveted Liaozhou. With Liaoan Pass in hand, the barbarians can surge forth and plunder the region. The Ouyang family decides to betray the Great Qin, selling its interests to the barbarians, and far away in the imperial city, Ouyang Luin receives the news. During this time, he feigns seclusion, having discreetly led his family to escape. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the Great Qin bureaucracy for years, the forces he commands are beyond imagination, and he swiftly departs the imperial city. The Ouyang family ultimately abandons Liaozhou, seeking refuge overseas, leaving the Great Qin, a land rife with strife. The Yin-Yang sect emerges victorious in its struggle against the Ouyang family, seizing control of the 5 counties of Liaozhou. Ha ha ha, Liaozhou belongs to my Yin-Yang sect now. The Ouyang family's ambitions to oppose the Yin-Yang sect are laughable and foolish. They may have escaped for now, but they shall not elude our wrath. The Yin-Yang sect revels in its triumph, basking in the glory of its conquest of Liaozhou. Yet, As they celebrate their acquisition, the barbarians have already taken control of Liaoan Pass. Launching a massive incursion, Holy Sun, the Ouyang family has actually surrendered Liaoan Pass to the barbarians. They have already occupied it and can invade Liaozhou at any moment. Elder Li's expression is tense as he hastily informs Ling Tianqing. They had not anticipated such ruthlessness from the Ouyang family, leaving the Yin-Yang sect with a monumental dilemma. The barbarians, having existed for as long as humanity, have a long history of fierce conflicts with them, and their strength is beyond question. Although the Yin-Yang sect is powerful, to stand alone against the entire barbarian nation is sheer folly. Cursed Ouyang family, truly detestable. Ling Tianqing's earlier elation at conquering Liaozhou dissipates, as the situation has spiraled beyond their control. Since the Yin-Yang sect has claimed Liaozhou, they cannot relinquish it. A bloody battle with the barbarians is inevitable. Immediately contact the Tianyuan sect and request their support. I, the Holy Sun, will lead the sect's disciples to Liaoan Pass at once. Understood. Ling Tianqing remains composed, promptly devising a response. The Tianyuan sect has always maintained good relations with the Yin-Yang sect, and they will surely lend assistance. Liaoan Pass is of utmost importance. He must seize it while the barbarians are still establishing their foothold. As long as Liaoan Pass is secured, the Yin-Yang sect will hold the advantage. News of the change of hands at Liaoan Pass spread swiftly, reaching numerous factions. The current chaos in the Great Qin is already overwhelming, and with the barbarians now occupying Liaoan Pass, the situation becomes even more tumultuous. Liaoan Pass has long been under the control of the Ouyang family. How could it fall without a whisper of warning? Ouyang Luan is summoned to court to explain. The fall of Liaoan Pass catches everyone off guard, including Ying Songyuan, who sends for Ouyang Luan to uncover the details. Soon, the Imperial Guards dispatched to summon him return. Your Majesty, I must inform you that the residence of the Grand Marshal is now deserted, save for a few servants who maintain its operations. The Grand Marshal and his family have discreetly vacated the premises. Upon hearing this, Ying Songyuan immediately grasped that the loss of Liaoan Pass was no mere accident, but rather a calculated scheme orchestrated by the Ouyang family. Fearing exposure and subsequent retribution from Ying Songyuan, the Grand Marshal's family fled at the earliest opportunity. Truly, they are not to be underestimated. Ying Songyuan felt no rage. After all, to wield power over the Great Qin, one must possess a certain acumen, and to underestimate Ouyang Luan would be folly. Issue an edict. The Ouyang family is guilty of treason and collaboration with the enemy. Immediately publish a warrant for their arrest. Any member of the Ouyang family shall be executed without mercy. Ying Songyuan commanded the pursuit of the Ouyang clan, ensuring they would find no refuge within the Great Qin. The betrayal of the Ouyang family and Ouyang Luan's cowardly flight was, in fact, fortuitous for Ying Songyuan. Not only would it allow the barbarian tribes and the Yin-Yang sect to mutually constrain one another, but the power of the Grand Marshal's faction would also collapse. Once Ying Ysh was dealt with, the court of the Great Qin would be entirely under Ying Songyuan's control. The Ying family had suffered immensely under the onslaught of the White Lotus sect, rendered ineffective and unable to support Ying Ysh. Without the backing of the Ying family's influence, Ying Ysh had lost all significance, and Ying Songyuan could apprehend him at any moment. Chapter 32. The Temple of the Sacrificer. The news of the Ouyang family's treachery and the Grand Marshal's flight ignited considerable uproar within the court of the Great Qin. The Grand Marshal's faction was thoroughly purged by Ying Songyuan, while Ying Ysh's faction stood isolated, too fearful to confront him. Your Majesty, my old injuries have resurfaced, and I find myself increasingly unable to fulfill the duties of Chancellor. I humbly request permission to retire to my hometown. With Ouyang Luan's escape and Ying Ysh's fear of remaining in the imperial city, he sought to leave as swiftly as possible. The Chancellor's concern for the nation and its people is commendable. It is precisely for the sake of the Great Qin that he has worn himself thin. Truly, he is the cornerstone of the nation. The Great Qin cannot do without its Chancellor, nor can Ying Ysh's desire to flee would not be so easily realized. Following the incident with Ouyang Luan, the Chancellor's residence was under constant surveillance by the Jinhui. Leaving no opportunity for escape, a bitter smile crept upon Ying Ysh's lips. It seemed Ying Songyuan had no intention of allowing him to slip away. I suggest you remain in the residence to recuperate from your injuries. Chancellor, we hope for your swift recovery, for the court cannot afford to be without your wisdom. Ysh did not anticipate this turn of events. Instead of finding freedom, he was now subjected to Ing Tsangwen's authority. Effectively confined within his own residence, I shall obey the decree. At this juncture, Ysh possessed neither the will nor the strength to resist Ing Tsangwen. During his confinement, the Jinui began their purge. With numerous officials meeting dire fates. Bang! The Jinui stormed an official's residence, bursting through the door and startling everyone within. Faced with the imminent threat of the Jinui, the official felt despair wash over him. Realizing escape was futile. Take them all away, no one dared to resist. They were all seized and thrown into the dungeons. A sweeping purge enveloped the court of the Great Qin. Countless officials were executed or had their families eradicated over the course of 2 months. Replaced by a new cadre entirely loyal to Ing Tsangwen, Ysh remained confined within the chancellor's residence, having declared his readiness to return to court, yet Ing Tsangwen rebuffed him, claiming he still needed to recover, systematically dismantling his faction. Now, he was but a lamb awaiting slaughter, with only Ing Tsangwen's timing determining his fate. Within the confines of the Ing clan's sacred grounds, a message emerged urging all efforts to locate the Fountain of Life. This news was promptly relayed to Ing Tsangwen. The Fountain of Life, a sacred treasure of the barbarian tribes, was notoriously difficult to acquire. It was a miraculous elixir for healing, capable of restoring life as long as one drew breath, and it lay firmly within the hands of the barbarian tribes. Regardless of the cost, the Fountain of Life must be obtained. Its significance for the royal lineage's ancestors' breakthrough was paramount. Ing Tsangwen would stop at nothing to secure it. An edict was dispatched. Zhang Gang, along with the wraiths, was immediately dispatched to the barbarian lands to procure the Fountain of Life. To acquire the Fountain of Life, Ing Tsangwen was willing to send forth Zhang Gang and 2 others, especially since Zhang Gang, in the late stage of harmonization, represented peak combat capability. Before the world was fully restored, those in the late harmonization stage were formidable. Ing Tsangwen was determined to deploy him. If the 3 wraiths could join Zhang Gang, the endeavor would be even more assured. However, the Desan Pass was of utmost importance. The Hu people were ever watchful, and the wraiths could not be spared from their post. Qinglong and the other 3 commanders were also in seclusion, striving to attain new heights. At this moment, Ing Tsangwen found himself devoid of capable allies, save for a solitary guardian in the harmonization realm to maintain order across the territories. This was a time of great vulnerability for the imperial city. Should an enemy seize the opportunity to attack, the consequences would be dire. Ing Tsangwen had observed the various factions embroiled in conflict, which emboldened him to take such a risk. Liaoan Pass, a fierce battle erupted. The Yinyang sect and the barbarian tribes clashed ferociously. Neither side willing to yield, both intent on claiming Liaoan Pass. The idea of reclaiming it was nothing short of a pipe dream. The barbarian tribes came prepared, uniting numerous clans in their offensive. Even with the Yinyang sect's formidable warriors, breaching Liaoan Pass would prove exceedingly difficult. Boom! Among the 2 most ferocious combatants, both were in the mid-stage of harmonization, creating a battleground of their own. Swish, swish, swish. The barbarians Mu Ligu unleashed a torrent of sword energy, enveloping the Grand Elder of the Yinyang sect in an unending rain of blades. Facing this tempest of lethal force, the Grand Elder remained stoic, showing no sign of fear. The cold sword energy of Mu Ligu froze the surroundings, reaching for the heavens while consuming the earth. The Grand Elder reigned in his aura, resting his right hand behind him, exuding an air of confidence. In a moment of crisis, a surge of Yinyang energy erupted from him, akin to the duality of heaven, drawing in the storm of blades. Boom! Mu Ligu gripped his sword tightly, raising it above his head. A colossal frost-cold sword energy descended from the heavens, cleaving towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder harnessed the surrounding spiritual energy, channeling it into his palms, drawing in the essence of the cosmos and reversing the tides. This was a legendary skill of the Yinyang sect. Bang! The Yinyang energy shielded his palms, forcefully absorbing the overwhelming sword energy. Mu Ligu howled towards the sky, his sword energy growing ever more potent, yet it remained unable to breach the Grand Elder's defenses. Crack! The Grand Elder's commanding shout shattered the sword energy, effortlessly dismantling the attack with a mere flick of his palms. Kill, Muli Gu, with his sword in hand, pressed the assault, but the Grand Elder stood firm as a mountain. Countering each move, both were unparalleled warriors, engaged in a breathtaking clash of titans, neither yielding to the other. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the fighting remained brutal. Although the disciples of the Yin sect were powerful, they were outnumbered by the barbarian tribes, who fought with reckless abandon, preventing any breakthroughs. Feel the might of your grandfather. Niu Dingtian swung his twin hammers with tremendous force, forcing his opponents to evade rather than confront him directly. Those who could do nothing but hide were truly tiresome foes. Niu Dingtian relished a face-to-face confrontation with his enemies, loathing the avoidance tactics they employed. Yet he found himself ensnared. The two sides engaged in a desperate struggle for 3 days and nights, suffering grave losses, including several deaths among those in the Nirvana realm. Retreat. Seeing the situation was untenable, the Yin sect had no choice but to order a temporary withdrawal. The forces of both sides were nearly equal, and continuing the fight would yield no victor, merely exhausting both factions. After the battle, Muli Gu returned to the pass and immediately dispatched messengers to the barbarian tribes for reinforcements. The Yin sect was unfathomably powerful, and they were in dire need of assistance. Moreover, their ambitions extended beyond merely reclaiming Liaoan Pass. They sought to plunder the Great Qin. Unless they could eliminate the Yin sect, they would be unable to invade the Great Qin for their plunder. The Yin sect was an insurmountable obstacle that had to be addressed. Simultaneously, the Tianyuan sect dispatched a sizable contingent to Liao Prefecture to support the Yin sect as the battle raged at Liaoan Pass. Zhang Gang and his companions ventured into the territory of the barbarian tribes, drawing closer to the sacred temple of the sacrificer. Chapter 33. The Fountain of Life within the temple, alluring melodies echoed, stirring the heart and igniting passions. The temple's priest wielded supreme power, making demands upon the numerous tribes of the barbarian clans, who were compelled to offer a selection of beautiful young women annually for their pleasure. Most of the tribe's resources were also surrendered to the temple, leaving the people of the barbarian clans in dire straits, while the temple indulged in opulence and revelry. The Haishi tribe, a prominent clan among the barbarian tribes, currently hosted 5 harmonization masters who convened to plot a significant undertaking. The temple has exploited our barbarian clans for countless years, and we finally have the opportunity to overthrow them. We must take decisive action, declared the tribe leader, Gu Xian, in a grave tone. He was at the pinnacle of the mid-harmonization stage, on the cusp of breaking into the late stage, a necessary step to challenge the temple's authority. To achieve this breakthrough, he required the aid of the Fountain of Life. Yet this precious resource was scarce and tightly controlled by the temple's upper echelons, who would never part with it willingly. The only way to obtain the Fountain of Life was to seize it directly from the temple. According to intel, the Yanli tribe was in dire straits in their conflict with the Great Qin and had sought aid from the temple. This would provide them with their sole opportunity. The Yanli tribe was a loyal servant to the temple, and the temple would undoubtedly dispatch powerful reinforcements to assist them. That would be their moment to strike. For countless years, the temple has drained our barbarian clans of their lifeblood, and they must pay the price. During the years of temple domination, the common folk of the barbarian clans saw no glimmer of hope. The temple held the power of life and death over the barbarian tribes. Even when temple members slaughtered entire clans, they faced no repercussions. Yet, the tribes were forced to sustain the temple with their very existence. Bowing and scraping, which had long since incited widespread discontent among the barbarian clans. However, the temple's might rendered them powerless to resist. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, cultivation had become significantly easier, and the strength of the barbarian clans surged, granting them a newfound hope to overturn the temple's reign. The Blackstone tribe stands as a paragon among its peers, having clandestinely allied with numerous like-minded tribes, poised to rise at any moment. However, they must bide their time. Only upon breaking through to the late stage of the harmonization realm can they confront the temple head-on. Patience is key. After all these years, there is no need for haste. Subsequently, they reached out to other tribes, strategizing on how to seize the Fountain of Life. Over the years, they have persistently offered beautiful women to the temple, some of whom were strategically placed to relay vital intelligence, enabling them to orchestrate the most effective plans. Within a small tribe of barbarians, despair reigns, with corpses strewn about. Ha ha ha! The flesh and blood of the barbarians surpasses that of the humans. Unbeknownst to them, the Blood God sect has infiltrated the barbarian territories, relentlessly slaughtering their tribes as sacrifices to their dark deity. The barbarians, endowed with a natural vigor, are far superior to humans, providing the Blood God sect with an abundant supply of blood. Now, as various hidden factions emerge in the Great Qin, these organizations are not to be trifled with, and the Blood God sect dares not attract too much attention, opting instead to abandon the Great Qin in favor of other realms to collect blood. Targeting both the barbarians and the Hu people, the barbarian tribe's plight soon draws the ire of the temple, which erupts in fury. Although they are indifferent to the fates of the barbarians, they regard them as resources. And when their interests are threatened, they will not stand idly by. Even though they have dispatched many to assist the Rock Power tribe, the temple mobilizes a significant number of experts to pursue the Blood God sect. It is time to act. The Blackstone tribe finally seizes this fortuitous opportunity, approaching the temple with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Zhengang and his companions spring into action, infiltrating the temple. Upon nearing the temple, Gu Xian and the others hesitate not a moment. Immediately entering the hall, armed with intelligence from their scouts, they possess an intimate knowledge of the temple's layout and head straight for the location of the Fountain of Life. A.S. Zhengang and his companions cautiously infiltrate the temple. They feel like headless flies, slowly searching for their objective. They dare not alert the temple's guardians, thus refraining from capturing anyone to interrogate. Suddenly, the sounds of combat erupt, drawing their attention. Let us investigate. Upon arriving at the scene of the clash, they discover two opposing forces engaged in fierce battle. One side comprises the temple's warriors, while the other, though shrouded in secrecy, bears a striking resemblance to the barbarians. Those who lurk in the shadows dare to covet the Fountain of Life, unaware of the peril they invite. The temple's elite regard Gu Xian and his companions with disdain. Upon hearing this, Zhenggang's eyes brighten. They have indeed stumbled upon the very Fountain of Life they sought. Scanning the area, they fix their sights on a well. The air around the well is thick with rich spiritual energy, seemingly connected to the luminous moon above, absorbing its silvery light. Without hesitation, the trio leaps into action, charging toward the well, boldly, brazenly, seeking death. The temple's forces, incensed, scramble to obstruct them. Duan Shui and Wang Li momentarily halt, unleashing two waves of sword energy to fend off the attackers, buying time for Zhengang. Boom! The sword energy proves unstoppable, causing the temple's warriors to evade with trepidation. This is the final opportunity. We too will advance. Observing the opening, Gu Xian and his companions rush toward the well, splitting to create a barrier against the temple forces, allowing Gu Xian to plunge into the well. Though they are strangers to the Blackstone tribe, both parties share a common purpose, seamlessly uniting against the temple. Is the temple a place where you can act with impunity? Just as Zhengang nears the well, a thunderous voice resounds, followed by a colossal hand descending from the heavens, aimed at Zhengang. The high priest has made his move. The enemy is doomed. The high priest strikes. You still refuse to submit? The high priest, an unparalleled force who has cultivated his power for many years in the late stage of the harmonization realm, serves as the temple's pillar of strength. The temple's authority over the barbarians, instilling fear and compliance, owes much to the high priest's prowess. When the high priest acts, the temple's followers rejoice, believing that the outcome is all but assured. Boom! At that moment, a magnificent sword energy erupts from the ground, cleaving the skies and shattering the descending hand. This unforeseen event catches everyone off guard, and Zhengang seizes the opportunity to leap into the well, followed closely by Gu Xian. Upon entering, they find not the anticipated waters, but rather a dry well, illuminated by moonlight that reveals a small pool of vibrant, life-giving water. This must be the Fountain of Life. Zhengang retrieves several containers, attempting to collect the precious liquid. What on earth is happening? In a shocking turn of events, Zhenggang's containers fail to hold the fountain's water. Upon contact, the containers dissolve and return to the pool. Just as Zheng Gang is at a loss, Gu Xian arrives at the well. Hold your actions. Seeing Zheng Gang poised to act, Gu Xian urgently calls out. Zheng Gang could shatter the high priest's full-force attack with a single swing. In such strength, Gu Xian knows he stands no chance. Yet Zheng Gang remains undeterred, unleashing his sword energy and advancing forward. I can assist you in collecting the Fountain of Life in a moment of desperation. Gu Xian reveals his trump card. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zheng Gang halts his actions, fixing his intense gaze upon Gu Xian. Under Zheng Gang's scrutiny, Gu Xian feels a shiver run down his spine. He hurriedly produces 2 crystal-clear jade vials. Explaining, only the unique vessels of the barbarians can contain the Fountain of Life. As he speaks, Gu Xian tosses 1 vial to Zheng Gang. Zheng Gang's gaze narrows as he contemplates whether to strike down Gu Xian and seize the other vial. Sensing Zheng Gang's murderous intent, Gu Xian quickly interjects. Friend, though your strength is unparalleled, I too possess means to defend myself. If we engage in combat, only the temple will benefit, yielding a costly outcome. Gu Xian's warning is not mere hyperbole. He is but a hair's breadth from the late stage of the harmonization realm in a desperate struggle. Even Zheng Gang would find it difficult to swiftly eliminate him. Should they entangle themselves in conflict, it would only grant the temple an opportunity. Zheng Gang glances at the Fountain of Life, realizing there is enough for both to share, and that once they exit, they can collaborate to escape the temple with greater ease. He then sheathes his murderous intent and approaches the small pool. Zheng Gang fills the jade vial with the Fountain of Life. It proves effective. While Gu Xian remains vigilant of Zheng Gang, he too collects the life-giving liquid. After both have filled their vials, a portion of the fountain remains. What a pity! Just as Gu Xian laments the inability to carry away the entirety of the fountain, he witnesses Zheng Gang perform a shocking act. He drinks the remaining life-giving water from the pool. Friend, you must not, Gu Xian urgently protests, but it is too late. Zheng Gang feels an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him, an immense power threatening to burst his very being, inflicting excruciating pain. Amidst the agony, he senses his own barriers loosening under the relentless energy. Friend, you are mistaken. The Fountain of Life harbors tremendous energy. It must be refined drop by drop, not consumed in haste. At this moment, Zheng Gang disregards the warnings and bolts from the well's depths, seeking a tranquil space to refine the volatile energy within him. Death. As the two exit the well, they are met with the full-force strike of the high priest, who has refrained from entering the well for fear of damaging it. Upon their emergence, the high priest unleashes a devastating blow. Bang! Zheng Gang's sword arcs, severing the high priest's attack and swiftly reaching Duan Shui and Wang Li, whose sword energies repel their adversaries, allowing the trio to make their escape. Oh, not let them flee. The high priest, seething with rage, leads a relentless pursuit with many temple elites, quickly cornering them. The 3 exchange glances, unleashing a barrage of indomitable sword energies. Boom! Their combined sword energies coalesce, creating a shockwave that even the high priest dares not confront directly, forcing him to evade. Flee! The trio carves a path to safety, hastily departing. How infuriating! Watching the trio retreat, the high priest is filled with resentment. Just then, the sky fractures, the moonlight dimming as a finger pierces the spatial barrier. Appearing above the thread, an astonishing pressure emanates from the finger, as if the very heavens are collapsing, the space shattering, leaving the trio with no avenue of escape. Alas, in that critical moment, Zheng Gang emits a primal roar. A surge of power erupting from within him, and he channels all his strength into a single strike against the descending finger. Bang! The sword energy cleaves through the finger, severing it while also fracturing the sword energy, causing Zheng Gang to be thrown back, blood staining the sky. Run! Duan Shui catches the barely conscious Zheng Gang, unleashing unprecedented speed to flee. At this instant, the severed finger reconstitutes in the air, thunder roaring as the heavens tremble. Zheng Gang has provoked the one who struck. He seeks to annihilate the trio. Boom! Crackle! Crackle! Just then, dark clouds gather in the sky, foreboding celestial wrath descending, lightning flashing, seemingly searching for something, ready to strike at any moment. How detestable! With a furious roar of defiance, the finger gradually dissipates, its presence receding, and the ominous clouds disperse, the divine punishment vanishing, at the same time. Numerous formidable beings at the threshold of life and death sensed a disturbance and turned their gaze towards the barbarian temple. Some of these beings took action, inciting divine punishment. The heavens and earth had not yet fully recovered, rendering those at the threshold of life and death incapable of intervening. Soon, it will not be long before we can once again tread upon this world. The trio fled for their lives, racing onward without daring to pause for even a moment. Although Zhengang had succumbed to unconsciousness, the life-giving spring within him was mending his injuries and preserving his life. Intruders had breached the temple and pilfered the life spring, provoking the temple's wrath and instilling fear among the barbarian populace. Meanwhile, outside the Great Sand Pass, the Hu people advanced in great numbers. With hundreds of thousands of cavalry knocking at the gates, a battle looming on the horizon. Witnessing the turmoil within the Qin Dynasty, the Hu sought to return, eager to seize a share of the spoils. The Great Sand Pass was an insurmountable obstacle for them. Only by capturing it could they maneuver freely and seize the initiative. The news was promptly reported to the general. Meng Zhan, stationed at the Great Sand Pass, immediately dispatched a messenger to Meng Tian, who was suppressing Tongzhou and could soon mobilize troops for support. Despite the enemy's overwhelming numbers, Meng Zhan remained unperturbed. The Great Sand Pass was easily defensible, and the 50,000 battle-hardened Imperial Guards were sufficient to safeguard it. Should the enemy deploy their powerful forces to attack, the 5 Nirvana Realm Guardians at the Great Sand Pass, along with several formidable beings at the Harmonization Realm, were not to be underestimated. A mournful horn echoed through the ranks of the Hu army, signaling their impending movement as an endless wave of Hu troops surged towards the Great Sand Pass. The enemy was upon us. Everyone stay vigilant. Caution, the enemy approaches. Come forth, this shall be your burial ground. The Imperial Guards were indeed formidable. They had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood in their conquests. Even in the face of hundreds of thousands of fearsome Hu warriors, they maintained their composure, refusing to regard them with any seriousness. Attack! As the Hu forces neared the city walls, they launched their assault. The Imperial Guards retaliated, firmly controlling the Great Sand Pass and making it nearly impossible for the Hu to advance an inch. Chapter 35. The disturbance in the Forbidden Zone. The Hu did not initiate a full-scale assault. They were still testing the waters, gauging the strength of the Great Sand Pass. If the Qin Dynasty were to withdraw their forces from the Great Sand Pass to reinforce the court and suppress the 9 provinces, the Hu would seize the opportunity to infiltrate. However, if the forces at the Great Sand Pass remained robust, they would retreat back to the steppes. After 3 days and nights of probing, the Hu realized the Imperial Guards were stationed there, making it difficult for their army to shake the Great Sand Pass. Yet they needed one final test. 5 beings of the Harmonization Realm rose into the air, collectively exerting pressure upon the Great Sand Pass. Hemph! With a cold snort, 3 waves of harmonization power erupted from the Great Sand Pass, one of which was vast beyond measure, surpassing the early stages of harmonization. There remained strong defenders at the Great Sand Pass. Retreat the troops. Having discerned the strength of the Great Sand Pass, the Hu lacked the confidence to breach it and could only choose to withdraw. Not long after, Zhengang and his companions returned safely to the Qin Dynasty. Zhengang's injuries had fully healed during their journey, and his cultivation had progressed. Your Majesty, I wish to enter seclusion. Zhengang had consumed a substantial amount of life spring water and had engaged with beings at the threshold of life and death, granting him the confidence to attempt a breakthrough in his realm. Very well, take whatever you need from the national treasury. You may also take from my private vault. Songyuan was overjoyed, filled with anticipation for Zhenggang's potential breakthrough into the realm of life and death, which would hold profound significance for the Qin Dynasty. Simultaneously, Songyuan personally delivered life spring water to the Forbidden Zone. The fluctuations emanating from the Forbidden Zone grew increasingly intense, hinting at powers that were already approaching the Harmonization Realm. Songyuan was filled with hope, wishing for the ancestral spirit to successfully break through and reach the heights once achieved by the great ancestor. As time flowed by, with numerous hidden forces emerging, the power dynamics of the Qin Dynasty gradually solidified. Yanzhou was occupied by the Wujimin, Taihuashan, and Tianyuanzong. Jiangnan was claimed by the Balian sect. the Wangsheng sect, the Nangong family, and the Jiangnan Merchants Association. Liaozhou fell under the control of the Yinyang sect, who were presently engaged in a fierce battle against the barbarians. The Ling mountain range in Tongzhou was seized by the Jinggang sect. However, with Meng Tian and Ing Songyuan stationed there, the Jinggang sect made no further moves. Confined to a single district, other hidden forces emerged but did not venture into the territory of the Qin dynasty. The 9 provinces of Qin, located in the northern region of the Xianyuan continent, were not particularly formidable given the vastness of the northern territories. Recently, however, the city of Sin became a cauldron of upheaval, as ancient demonic sects and formidable entities surged into the city, strengthening its power. These individuals were filled with ambition. It was inevitable that they would not confine themselves to the city of Sin, but would seek to expand outward. In Huangzhou and Anzhou, hidden forces also appeared, but their strength was not comparable to that of the Balian sect and its kin. Thus they remained obedient, refraining from defying the laws of the Qin dynasty. As long as these individuals adhered to the laws of the Qin and did not stir up trouble, the Qin could tolerate their existence. Soon after, good news arrived for the Qin dynasty once more. The 4 dragons had successfully broken through. The dragon had advanced to the mid-harmonization realm, while the 3 white tigers had all reached the harmonization realm. Members of the royal family also achieved breakthroughs, adding 3 more guardians of the nirvana realm. With the situation becoming clearer, various forces expressed a desire to cease hostilities, recuperate, and await the complete restoration of the heavens and earth. As the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth gradually increased, cultivation became easier, and treasures of heaven and earth emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, alongside numerous once-in-a-millennium prodigies, heralding the imminent arrival of a flourishing age of cultivation. Before long, a year had passed, and Ing Songyuan received a summoning opportunity. System, summon, ding. The summoning yielded the dragon protecting villa. Immediately, information regarding the dragon protecting villa flooded into Ing Songyuan's mind. Taidan, a formidable figure in the mid-harmonization realm. Duan Tianya, in the early harmonization realm. Cheng Shifei, also in the early harmonization realm. Gue Haidao, in the early harmonization realm. And Shangwan Haitang, in the late nirvana realm. The 36 celestial generals and 72 earthly fiends all possessed cultivations above the Qi realm, each excelling in their respective fields. The next day at court, a new special organization emerged within the Qin dynasty, known as the Dragon Protecting Villa. Its authority rivaled that of the Jinyui, tasked with monitoring officials and patrolling the realm, directly commissioned by the emperor. What origin does this Dragon Protecting Villa possess? How could it be compared to the Jinyui? To wield such immense power, it must surely be an intimate confidant of the emperor. One Jinyui already leaves us uneasy. Now with the addition of the Dragon Protecting Villa, our future days grow increasingly arduous. The emergence of the Dragon Protecting Villa sent shockwaves through the Qin court, many officials feeling the weight of 2 swords hanging above their heads, knowing that any misstep could lead to immediate retribution. Just as the Qin dynasty found itself in a precarious balance, the Taichu Forbidden Zone began to stir, capturing Ing Songyuan's utmost attention. The previous emperor had already reached the late harmonization realm, leading nearly 10 harmonization realm members of the royal family, alongside dozens of nirvana realm cultivators, into the Taichu Forbidden Zone, yet none had returned, evidencing the zone's terrors. Now, as disturbances arose once more, Ing Songyuan felt a grave heaviness in his heart. He ordered the perimeter of the Taichu Forbidden Zone to be sealed off, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Ing Songyuan dared not recklessly enter the Taichu Forbidden Zone, deciding instead to temporarily seal it. Only when his strength had grown formidable would he consider entering. He hoped fervently that no significant events would transpire within the Taichu Forbidden Zone. Otherwise, the promising situation could be irrevocably shattered. Thankfully, the most feared scenario did not unfold. The Taichu Forbidden Zone soon returned to tranquility, relieving Ing Songyuan of his worries. In the city of Sin, a lawless realm in the northern territories, inhabited by the most heinous of villains, several figures stepped into this den of iniquity today. Is this truly the city of Sin? It lacks even a semblance of order. Cheng Shifei and Duan Tianya led a contingent of dragon-protecting villa spies into the city of Sin, swiftly encountering the city's brutal laws of survival. Murder in the streets, pillaging, and debauchery were mere commonplace occurrences. Some factions were even engaged in the trafficking of sentient beings. The nefarious and malevolent sought the flesh and souls of living beings for their dark practices. The trade of sentient life flourishing. They concealed themselves, gathering intelligence. This group were seasoned informants, hiding within the city of Sin to collect information. While the Qin dynasty stabilized, the northern territories were rife with turmoil. The barbarian Blackstone tribe revolted, prompting countless tribes to rally and break free from the temple's control. With the internal strife among the barbarians, the temple reduced its support to Liaogan Pass, allowing the Yinyang sect and Tianyuanzong to launch a fierce offensive aimed at seizing it. Witnessing the chaos among the barbarians, the malevolent forces of the city of Sin surged into their lands, slaughtering the populace. Meanwhile, the Bohai forces on the opposite side of the barbarians also united and invaded. Seizing territory from the barbarians, the entire expanse of barbarian land was engulfed in flames of war, fraught with peril. The Hu territories were likewise restless, with numerous hidden forces emerging from the steppes. The previous power dynamics were disrupted, leading to relentless infighting among factions. Just as the Qin dynasty observed the strife among the various forces, the flames of war soon spread to its own doorstep. The Kanglan River flowed from Bohai, passing through Huangzhou and Anzhou before entering the Han Sea. Long vital to the Qin dynasty, it was now controlled by others, severely impacting the state. Chapter 36. Military Training, Your Majesty. The Kanglan River has been seized by the Bishi Palace and the Water God sect. They control all vessels traversing the river, and anyone wishing to pass through must pay in spirit stones. The Bishi Palace and Water God sect were both supreme sects, monopolizing the Kanglan River and reaping enormous profits. Issue a decree to Meng Tian, commanding him to lead the armies of Huangzhou and Anzhou to address the Kanglan River situation. With the dragon protecting Villa and Jinui providing full support, the Kanglan River was of utmost importance. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Upon receiving Ying Songyuan's edict, Meng Tian immediately set out, with the iron-bellied Marquis bringing elite members of the dragon-protecting Villa along for the campaign. A significant move was underway within the Qin dynasty. The Water God sect and Bishi Palace were not benevolent entities. This would surely be an exciting confrontation. Many factions stirred at the news, eager to ascertain the true extent of the Qin dynasty's strength, which would dictate their next course of action. Simultaneously, the Water God sect and Bishi Palace learned of the Qin dynasty's impending advance and promptly prepared their countermeasures. The mighty forces of the Qin are advancing toward us with great ferocity. What strategies do you all propose to counter this threat? The leader of Bai Shui Palace, Shui Xingyun, inquired of the assembly. What is there to fear from such a trivial entity as the Qin? Should they dare approach, we shall ensure they return to their realm without success. Indeed, when Bai Shui Palace roamed the world, the Qin was yet to be found. Their audacity to oppose us is merely a path to their own destruction. We need not wait for the Qin to storm our gates. We ought to take the initiative and eradicate them completely, demonstrating to the Qin what it means to confront a supreme sect. The members of Bai Shui Palace were filled with fervor, dismissing the Qin entirely. Very well, assemble 10,000 disciples immediately and march to Guangfeng Plain to annihilate the Qin forces. Shui Xingyun, like the others, deemed Qin feeble and advocated for a proactive engagement. Simultaneously, the Water God sect made similar preparations, dispatching their own thousands of disciples to confront Qin's army. General, we have received intelligence that the Water God sect and Bai Shui Palace are converging upon us, reported the Genie Wei, who had been gathering information. The Water God sect is launching an offensive and is closing in on our forces. Since the enemy approaches of their own accord, we shall seize the opportunity to ensnare them all, interjected Taidan Shin Hou.in this battle. Both Taidan Shin Ho and Gue Hai Dao would engage, alongside the Genie Wei, who dispatched the Bai Hu and Xianwu commanders, with the Golden Flame Cavalry also participating. They showed no fear of a direct confrontation with the enemy. Then let us meet these two supreme sects on Guangfeng Plain. If the enemy seeks a clash, Meng Tian welcomes it. Ying Songyuan assigned the Huangzhou and Anzhou armies to this battle, intending to test their training. These two armies had been formed for some time, and it was now time for them to engage in battle. Only through the trials of blood and fire could they be deemed a worthy military force. On Guangfeng Plain, the winds and sands surged. The heavens and earth grew somber, and the spirit of battle surged, shattering the skies. The De Qin army stood resolute, soon to witness the disciples of the Water God sect and Bai Shui Palace charging forth. Both sects comprised talented cultivators, for they would not have been accepted into two supreme sects otherwise. Though they could not form a battle formation like the De Qin army, they excelled in individual strength and combat experience. Is this truly De Qin's army? They appear vastly inadequate. Ha ha ha, let us dispatch them swiftly and move on to further training in other territories. Engage. Let us conclude this battle swiftly. The disciples' eyes were cold and imperious. Entirely dismissing De Qin. Kill, Meng Tian brandished his spear, and the two armies maintained their formation, charging to confront the disciples of the Water God sect and Bai Shui Palace. With the clash of weapons, both armies suffered considerable losses. Only half of their ranks were cultivators, and their cultivation levels were insufficient to match the disciples of the two sections. Despite this, the two armies fought valiantly, their morale unbroken. Observing this, Meng Tian felt satisfied, knowing that Yuan had invested significant resources into the two armies. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the sound of thunderous roars drowned out the din of battle through the billowing dust. A cavalry unit surged onto the battlefield like a blazing inferno. The Golden Flame Cavalry, having been summoned after many years in De Qin, possessed considerable talent and, thanks to Yuan's generous training, had undergone a remarkable transformation. With over a dozen in the Nirvana realm and the rest at least at the Inner Dan level, their formidable power, combined with their exceptional steeds, made them a force that even those in the combined Dao realm would hesitate to confront head-on. The arrival of the Fire Cavalry turned the tide of battle. In mere moments, thousands of disciples from the two sects lay slain beneath their hooves. Is this truly De Qin's elite Golden Flame Cavalry? They are indeed extraordinary. What a terrifying force! Such an army cannot be overlooked. The Golden Flame Cavalry lived up to their legendary reputation, proving even more powerful than rumored. Many spectators were left in awe of the Fire Cavalry's might. De Qin's most renowned cavalry was truly fearsome. How audacious! As the battle turned against them, the two sects' powerful figures could no longer remain passive and rushed to the battlefield. Your opponents are here. A multitude of spies from Hulong Mountain Manor and Genie Wei emerged, revealing that the Genie Wei had not idled over the years. With many new additions to the Nirvana realm, their strength had grown significantly. Although Hulong Mountain Manor had only recently arrived in De Qin, the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends were no ordinary figures, capable of demanding respect. As the experts clashed, the battle quickly tilted in favor of De Qin, as the two sects were utterly suppressed, unable to retaliate. The Water God sect found themselves easily overpowered. Is De Qin truly this formidable? The two sects are no match. The battlefield once again astonished the onlookers. De Qin's strength exceeded everyone's expectations, in terms of military might, cultivators, and top-tier combat power. De Qin demonstrated no weaknesses, exhibiting a terrifying, all-encompassing strength. How audacious! The combined might of 7 experts from the two sects was unleashed, filling the battlefield with their overwhelming presence. Let me test your strength. The recently ascended Bai Hu and Xian Wu charged forth, eager for a grand battle to prove their might. With a massive surge of energy, Gue Hai Yi Dao wielded his long blade, entering the fray with tremendous force. His swordsmanship was bold and unyielding, effortlessly overpowering 2 opponents in the combined Dao realm. Who is this? Such domineering swordplay. Is this yet another of De Qin's formidable warriors? Why had there been no prior information about him? This individual is incredibly strong. Nearing the mid-stage of the combined Dao. Chapter 37. Surrender. A sharp sword aura swept across the battlefield, shattering all obstacles in its path. Meng Tian twirled his spear, countering the fierce sword energy. In a brief moment of eye contact between Shui Xingyun and Meng Tian, both sensed the intensity of each other's battle intent. No words were exchanged, only the silent command to engage. With the force of a mighty river, Shui Xingyun's sword surged relentlessly, each wave stronger than the last, filled with countless follow-up techniques. Meng Tian's spear danced through the air, cleaving the skies, an unstoppable force that met every one of Shui Xingyun's strikes. The two figures wove in and out of each other's reach, old wounds reopened and new blood drawn, as the clash of swords and spears echoed in a deadly symphony. Truly, This was a general of Qin, exhibiting astonishing combat prowess. Both were exceptional warriors, their strengths nearing the late stage of the combined Dao. What a spectacular clash of dragons and tigers, captivating all who bore witness. The spectators, awestruck, could only admire the incredible prowess displayed by the two. A sudden scream of anguish broke the tension, drawing eyes away from the duel between Meng Tian and Shui Xingyun. Taidan Shenhou, calm and collected, faced two adversaries in the combined Dao realm, whose faces were filled with terror, unwilling to engage him further. With a swift motion, Taidan Shenhou vanished and reappeared beside the two, their expressions shifting to one of panic as they attempted to defend themselves. Seizing an opening, Taidan Shenhou struck one of the opponents in the chest with a powerful palm, employing the star-absorbing technique to forcibly draw in their true essence, even siphoning their very lifeblood. "Ah, help me, save me." As the unfortunate soul felt their vitality drain away, they could only plead for aid from their companion, who, paralyzed by fear, sought only to distance themselves from the terrifying Taidan Shenhou. Unwilling to assist, with a final, desperate scream, the individual fell lifeless, their cultivation and essence fully consumed by Taidan Shenhou. With a single strike, Taidan Shenhou obliterated the corpse into dust. A combined Dao realm warrior has perished just like that. What kind of demonic technique is this, that it is so fearsome? What a terrifying figure. Having made his initial mark, Taidan Shenhou instilled deep trepidation in the hearts of many. After dispatching one foe, he turned to join the fray alongside Gue Hai Dao, creating a chasm in the battlefield with his palm and activating the star-absorbing technique. Even without direct contact, he could siphon the true essence and lifeblood of his enemies. The enemy, horrified, struggled to break free from the control of the star-absorbing technique, fleeing in haste. "Do you think you can escape?" Taidan Shenhou smirked, knowing that those marked by him would find it exceedingly difficult to elude his grasp. The fleeing individual was soon overtaken, and after just a few exchanges, they met the same fate as their predecessor. "All of you retreat behind me." Sensing the imminent peril on the battlefield, Shui Xingyun recognized that if he did not intervene, the remaining members would be systematically defeated by Taidan Shenhou. He forcefully repelled Meng Tian, seeking to assist his comrades. "Do you think it will be that easy?" Meng Tian fell back and swiftly re-engaged Shui Xingyun, keeping him occupied and unable to aid others. "Cease!" Shui Xingyun shouted, producing a shimmering water droplet from his grasp, containing an immensely terrifying strike that momentarily stunned Meng Tian and his companions. "Today, we concede defeat. Shall we end this here? From now on, Qin shall traverse the Kanglan River unimpeded, with no one daring to obstruct our path." Unwilling to continue the fight, Shui Xingyun feared that not only would their forces be annihilated, but both by Shui Palace and the Water God sect would find themselves ensnared in a prolonged conflict with Qin. In today's battle, the Great Qin has already showcased its formidable strength. Although the Emerald Water Palace and the Water God sect have yet to reveal their full capabilities, the same can be said for Great Qin, which has not unleashed its entire force. Sensing the presence of an aura surpassing the Dao integration realm within the water droplet, Meng Tian refrains from making any rash moves. He is confident in his ability to survive a strike from the water droplet. Yet he cannot guarantee the safety of everyone. As the battle has reached this point, the objective has been achieved. Not only have both armies gained valuable experience, but the Emerald Water Palace and the Water God sect have also been compelled to make concessions, rendering further bloodshed inadvisable. Should the Emerald Water Palace and the Water God sect be cornered, provoking their masters of life and death would spell disaster for Great Qin. Very well, it is settled. With Meng Tian's willingness to cease hostilities, Shui Xingyun breathes a sigh of relief, and the rest also express their relief. The pressure exerted by the iron-blooded Duke has been overwhelming, and none wish to engage in combat with him again. The order to retreat is given. Following the collection of their fallen comrades' bodies, the army begins its withdrawal back to Great Qin territory. The Emerald Water Palace and the Water God sect likewise gather the remains of their deceased disciples. Returning dejectedly, upon their arrival, they were filled with zeal, dismissing Great Qin as inconsequential, believing it to be nothing more than a blatant slaughter. Now, however, they depart in somber silence, fully aware of why Great Qin has endured for millennia and dominated the 9 provinces for countless years. They also comprehend why other hidden forces and supreme sects regard Great Qin with trepidation, refraining from engaging in conflict with it. This battle has made it abundantly clear to all factions the might of Great Qin. This is merely a fraction of its power, yet it is already so formidable. The only potential weakness of Great Qin appears to be the absence of masters of life and death. Once such a figure takes residence within Great Qin, it would be sufficient to subdue even the most supreme sections. After the conclusion of hostilities, both armies return to Huangzhou and Anzhou to recuperate and replenish their ranks. Meng Tian returns to Tongzhou to maintain order there while also coordinating support for Daqing Pass, instilling fear in Jiangnan province. The Dragon Guard Manor and the Jinui return to the imperial city to report to Ing at Songyuan. They cannot remain in one place indefinitely, as their duty is to oversee the realm. The Emerald Water Palace and the Water God sect honor their promise. As long as Great Qin's ships pass through the Kanglan River, they will not obstruct them, and at times, they even send escorts to prevent any mishaps that might reignite hostilities. The Kanglan River connects many regions, with countless ships traversing daily. Great Qin's unique treatment has drawn the envy of many. Alas, how wonderful it would be if we were also part of Great Qin's fleet. The Great Qin Empire is exceedingly powerful. Even the supreme sects dare not offend them. With such formidable protection, the citizens of Great Qin are truly fortunate. Countless individuals yearn for the opportunity to become subjects of Great Qin. Upon returning to the imperial city, the Jinui and the Dragon Guard Manor diligently fulfill their respective duties. Yet their spheres of authority overlap, leading to both overt and covert rivalries. Chapter 38. The Land of Seals in Songyuan is well aware of the open and covert struggles between the Dragon Guard Manor and the Jinui but does not intervene. Where there are people, there is conflict, especially within an empire. Even though they are all summoned by the system, their personalities differ. Some are indifferent to fame and fortune, while others are eager for power. Some seek only to grow stronger, while others desire an ordinary life. Their only commonality is their unwavering loyalty to Ing Songyuan. With numerous personnel, the Jinui begin to recruit and expand aggressively to rival the Dragon Guard Manor. The Dragon Guard Manor also captures many wanted criminals, bringing them back to the imperial city and delivering them to the manor, where they vanish without a trace, their fates shrouded in mystery. Within the Taiji Hall, Ing Songyuan releases various princes who had been under house arrest for many years. The most irascible among them, King Chu, immediately demands, "Why have you imprisoned us for so long? What crime have we committed?" His inquiry echoes the thoughts of all present, their gazes fixed on Ing Songyuan, awaiting his response. "Your very existence poses a threat to my reign. Thus, you bear the sin of rebellion. Being of royal blood is an inherent crime." Ing Songyuan bluntly states their transgressions. They have the backing of other forces and the identity of the former emperor's offspring, at that time. Ing Songyuan's position in the court was precarious, and should any of them be elevated to power, it would pose the greatest threat to him. Now that the situation in Great Qin has stabilized, Ing Songyuan has no desire to continue their confinement and prepares to speak frankly, allowing them to depart. "You are free to return to your fiefs. Ultimately, they are kin of blood, and had they not opposed him, Ing Songyuan would not have sought their destruction." The princes leave the Taiji Hall in silence. Having regained their freedom, yet they are far from elated. By releasing the princes, Ing Songyuan's authority within the royal family has only increased, allowing him greater mastery over the Ing clan. "Your Majesty, the Chancellor has hanged himself." The Jinui reports that Nangong Yushu has taken his own life. Stripped of power and placed under house arrest in the Chancellor's residence, he knew that, given his past crimes, the Emperor would not spare him. Aware of his inevitable death, he chose to end his own life. "Send his family down to accompany him. Let it be a gift from me, as you command." Given Nangong Yushu's actions, executing his entire clan would be no injustice. He wishes for a quick end, but such a reprieve shall not be granted. Subsequently, the Jinui compiled a list of his misdeeds and executed his entire household. Thus, the reign of the once mighty power broker in Great Qin came to a close. With Nangong Yushu's demise, a new chapter dawns for Great Qin. Outside the forbidden grounds of the Ing clan, Ing Songyuan waits anxiously, his heart racing. He cannot recall the last time he felt such unease. Moments later, a middle-aged man with defined features, sword-like brows, and a resolute demeanor emerges from the forbidden zone. Ing Songyuan pays his respects to the ancestor. Ing Songyuan offers a slight bow to the individual, who is none other than the revered ancestor Ing Tianzhan, having successfully broken through to the realm of life and death after obtaining the fountain of life. With the emergence of a master of life and death in Great Qin, the empire need no longer fear the supreme sections. Are you the current emperor of Great Qin? Ing Tianzhan inquires with a serious expression. Indeed. Upon receiving confirmation, Ing Tianzhan performs an astonishing act, kneeling before Ing Songyuan and paying his respects as a subject, stating, I, Ing Tianzhan, pay my respects to His Majesty, the Emperor of Great Qin. Ing Songyuan is taken aback by the overwhelming reverence exhibited by Ing Tianzhan, the ancestor of the Ing clan and a master of life and death. Please, ancestor, rise. There is no need for such formality. Ing Songyuan assists Ing Tianzhan to his feet, yet Ing Tianzhan insists, one must not disregard decorum, especially the teachings of our forebears. If even my own clan does not respect your majesty, how can anyone else in the world hold you in esteem? How can you lead this vast empire of Great Qin? Ing Tianzhan's voice resonates with authority, compelling attention. Leaving the forbidden grounds, Ing Songyuan recounts the events that have transpired in Great Qin over the years. However, he refrains from elaborating on Meng Tian and the others, for even if he were to explain, it would be difficult to clarify. Ing Tianzhan is perceptive enough not to inquire further about them. He only needs to know that Ing Songyuan is of the Ing bloodline and not under anyone's control. The rest, the emperor has his reasons for silence. Ancestor, how much do you know about the Taichu Forbidden Zone? The Taichu Forbidden Zone has long been a source of concern for Ing Songyuan. Now that Ing Tianzhan has broken through to the realm of life and death, he intends to address the issue. Upon hearing about the Taichu Forbidden Zone, Ing Tianzhan's expression becomes grave. Your Majesty, the Taichu Forbidden Zone is, in fact, a place of sealing, known only to the Emperor of Great Qin and the High Priest of the Offering Hall, passed down through generations. Ing Tianzhan reveals the secret of the Taichu Forbidden Zone. The High Priest and the former Emperor both perished within the Forbidden Zone, leaving no time to relay information regarding it. Thus, Ing Songyuan remains uninformed. Ing Tianzhan knows because he was once the High Priest, but later relinquished his position to focus on his cultivation. Within the Forbidden Zone lies a passage leading to another unknown continent, one far more brutal than the Xianyuan continent. Ing Tianzhan gradually explains the origins of the Taichu Forbidden Zone to Ing Songyuan. Individuals from that continent have entered the Xianyuan continent through the passage. The forefather feared invasion from that continent and sacrificed himself to seal the passage. The Taichu Forbidden Zone serves as a seal, and for millennia, the Ing clan has protected and reinforced it. When the seal weakened, the former emperor could only attempt to strengthen it, yet unforeseen circumstances led to his demise along with his forces. Your Majesty, I shall personally inspect the Taichu Forbidden Zone. Having broken through to the realm of life and death, Ing Tianzhan resolves to explore the Forbidden Zone. Be cautious, ancestor. Despite Ing Tianzhan's newfound strength, Ing Songyuan remains apprehensive. Ing Tianzhan is the pillar of Great Qin, and any mishap would have dire consequences. Your Majesty need not worry. Even if the seal falters, I am confident in my ability to handle it. A month later, Ing Tianzhan returns unscathed, bringing news regarding the Taichu Forbidden Zone. Your Majesty, the seal can no longer be maintained. The former emperor and the others did not perish within the Forbidden Zone, but were drawn into the passage and transported to another continent. Ing Tianzhan delivers an unexpected revelation. The former emperor and the Ing clan may not be dead. Ancestor, do you have a way to re-establish the seal? Even the forefather of Great Qin felt trepidation, choosing to sacrifice himself to seal the passage. One can only imagine the horrors of the opposing continent, and Ing Songyuan wishes to avoid any dealings with them at this juncture. Chapter 39. Restoration of Heaven and Earth. The minister has utilized the seal left by the Grand Ancestor to temporarily create a new seal. Though it cannot be sustained for long, Ing Tianzhan's cultivation level is far inferior to that of the Grand Ancestor. Thus, the seal he has laid will not endure for an extended period. For now, this is the only course of action. Ing Songyuan, feeling helpless, can only proceed one step at a time. Time flows unceasingly, and swiftly 3 years have passed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has fully recovered. And the realm of life and death is no longer under the suppression of the natural order, allowing them to unleash their full power. Ha ha ha, the world has finally returned to its former state. The previously tranquil situation in the Great Qin has suddenly become turbulent, with numerous hidden factions stirring restlessly, dissatisfied with their current gains, plotting to strike against the Great Qin. Before they can make a move, the Great Qin takes the initiative, mobilizing its armies towards Liaozhou, exerting pressure on the Yin-Yang sect. Once the spiritual energies of heaven and earth were restored, the Yin-Yang sect believed that the Great Qin could be easily oppressed, and they began to act against the Linlang Pavilion. N01 anticipated the Great Qin's response would be swift and ruthless. The Jinyue, Hulong Mountain Manor, Huangzhou Army, Hanyang Army, and Anzhou Army all deployed, charging into Liaozhou with great momentum. The Great Qin and the Yin-Yang sect were at war. How dare they? Did the Great Qin still think it was in the time before the restoration of heaven and earth, below the realm of life and death? All are but ants. Was the Great Qin's audacity a sign of overconfidence, or did they possess hidden strengths? The Great Qin's grand mobilization left many factions puzzled. Those who initially planned to act chose to observe for the time being, awaiting the outcome of the battle between the Great Qin and the Yin-Yang sect. If the Great Qin was courting disaster, then let them be fulfilled. Their years of forbearance have obscured their vision, and it is time for them to comprehend the true nature of a supreme sect. They aim to invade Zhongzhou, strike at the imperial city, and obliterate the Great Qin. The Yin-Yang sect, filled with righteous indignation, yearned to rush into the Great Qin's imperial city. Summoning their disciples, they set forth to Shufeng County to eradicate the Great Qin. The sect's holy master, Lu Wuyan, personally led tens of thousands of disciples towards Shufeng County, intending to entomb the Great Qin's forces there. To counter the Yin-Yang sect, the Great Qin deployed the commanders of the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird Jinyue, 2 Dao Integration Realm offerings, and over a dozen Nirvana Realm offerings. Hulong Mountain Manor unleashed the iron-blooded God Marquis, who had broken through to the late Dao integration stage, alongside Guihai Dao, who had reached the mid-Dao integration stage, and Cheng Shifei also participated in this battle. The late Dao integration warrior Duan Shui and mid-Dao integration warrior Wang Liang were also dispatched. The army was led by the general of the Hanyang army, Meng Shan, who had recently broken through to the Dao integration realm. Marching with great might, their banners blotting out the sky, their killing intent piercing through the clouds. 3 formidable armies marched forward with heads held high, silent yet imposing, instilling immense pressure. The Great Qin made no attempt to conceal their military rout, seeking to demonstrate their strength through this battle, ensuring all factions understood that the Great Qin remained the Great Qin. Even with the restoration of heaven and earth, the Great Qin was not to be trifled with, still capable of subjugating them into submission. Soon, both sides encountered one another in Shufeng County, entering a standoff. The Yin-Yang sect had committed acts of rebellion. As a general, I am here under His Majesty's command to eradicate the traitors. Kill. Meng Shan wasted no words and immediately ordered the army to charge. How infuriating, damn them. Eliminate them. The Yin-Yang sect did not anticipate that the Great Qin would commence hostilities right away. However, they showed no fear and engaged in battle. With the spiritual energies restored, all 3 armies had greatly benefited from Ing Songyuan's relentless training, transforming them into formidable forces capable of standing their ground even against the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. As the clash commenced, both sides suffered significant casualties. Although the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect held higher cultivation levels than the soldiers of the Great Qin, the sheer number of soldiers allowed them to form battle formations and coordinate effectively, preventing the Yin-Yang sect from gaining any advantage. The army of the Great Qin was overwhelmingly powerful. In future confrontations, they must ensure that the strongest engage first to minimize the casualties among the disciples. The Great Qin's ability to dominate the 9 provinces for countless years speaks to their profound depth. Yet, what use is a strong soldier if the outcome of battle ultimately rests in the hands of the top-tier warriors? Observers were deeply moved. Some believed the army of the Great Qin was too strong and resolved not to engage them in a life-and-death struggle. Others remained unconvinced, asserting that in this world where might is paramount, even the strongest of ants are still but ants. The outcome ultimately depends on the prowess of the formidable warriors. Kill. Seeing the heavy casualties among their disciples, the powerful figures of the Yin-Yang sect sprang into action. These disciples were nurtured with abundant resources. Each loss was an irretrievable blow to the sect. Ha ha ha, now it is our turn to strike. As the elite warriors of the Yin-Yang sect moved, the numerous powerful figures from the Great Qin, already brimming with battle intent, rushed into the fray. Bang! A blade aura of unparalleled might sliced into the battlefield, sweeping across dozens of meters and astonishing all onlookers. What a fierce and domineering blade aura! Such power rivals that of the late Dao integration stage. The Dao integration warriors of the Great Qin should not be underestimated. What a pure blade aura this is! Guihai Yi Dao was the first to strike, his blade shocking all present. Even a mid-Dao integration warrior like Guihai Yi Dao should not be underestimated by those in the late Dao integration stage. His offensive capability was comparable to that of a late Dao integration warrior. Though his foundation was not as solid, nevertheless, he was certainly not without the strength to contend. Yin-Yang unity, at that moment, a Taiji diagram of black and white, embodying Yin and Yang, manifested on the battlefield. Intercepting the blade aura, boom! The ultimate clash obliterated both the Taiji diagram and the blade aura, causing the great elder of the Yin-Yang sect to stagger backward, while Guihai Yi Dao advanced with his dominating blade. "Do you fear me?" the great elder bellowed, stabilizing his retreating form, and charged at Guihai Yi Dao. Boom! The two engaged in a fierce exchange. Guihai Yi Dao stood firm, but the great elder struggled against the overwhelming blade aura. Continuously retreating in a one-on-one duel to the death. "Do you dare?" Guihai Yi Dao declared with an aura of dominance, his blade emanating a chilling gleam, as if ready to sever the great elder's head at any moment. "Ha ha ha, what is there to fear?" the great elder retorted fiercely. Having trained for many years in the pinnacle techniques of the Yin-Yang sect, how could he possibly flinch before a junior? The two clashed in a tempest of momentum, the winds and clouds shifting. One resembled a lion, exuding unmatched ferocity, while the other was a formidable tiger, with only one victor to emerge in this life-and-death battle. Both fought with reckless abandon. The great elder struck first. Unleashing a venomous palm, boom! Guihai Yi Dao remained unperturbed, his brow furrowed with confidence, every movement steady as a mountain, as his piercing blade aura surged forth. To contend against such a domineering swordsman, engaging in brute force would be the height of folly. The great elder, seasoned in combat, not only attacked but also calculated and devised strategies in his mind to subdue his opponent. "And what about my opponent?" "Just you." The others began to pair off and engage in fierce combat. The Yin-Yang sect, renowned as a supreme sect, sent forth 11 Dao integration warriors and over 100 Nirvana realm fighters, a force that was truly astounding. Chapter 40. The Battle of Life and Death Die. Watching as his disciples fell one after another, Lu Wuyan, filled with rage, unleashed his most formidable attack. An image of Yin and Yang enveloped the battlefield, descending with the dual energies of Yin and Yang, relentlessly assaulting everyone. "Interesting. Let me have a taste of you." The iron-blooded god Marquis stepped forward, channeling energy into his palms, forming a colorless vortex that devoured all the Yin and Yang energies. What kind of sinister technique has that man cultivated to be so terrifying? This is getting exciting. The iron-blooded god Marquis had previously made an appearance, and many factions were deeply impressed, fully aware of his fearsome reputation. Lu Wuyan, like a shooting star, swiftly approached the iron-blooded god Marquis, launching a palm strike aimed at his face. Bang! The iron-blooded god Marquis countered with a punch, and upon the clash of their palms, Lu Wuyan felt his essence rapidly depleting. The iron-blooded god Marquis absorbed his essence, causing his own attacks to grow increasingly potent. Lu Wuyan exerted more force, breaking free, and immediately distanced himself from the iron-blooded god Marquis, wary of any physical contact, as the holy master of the Yin-Yang sect. His cultivation at the late Dao integration stage was earth-shattering. Each move he made was an extraordinary technique. The iron-blooded god Marquis' performance was even more astonishing. Whether it be palms, fingers, legs, or fists, he seemed to master every martial art effortlessly. Coupled with his peak mastery of the absorbing star technique, he could even siphon the essence of others from a distance, completely subduing Lu Wuyan in mere moments. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. A figure radiating golden light. Akin to a copper statue, the iron-blooded god Marquis rampaged across the battlefield, impervious to the yin and yang energies of the yin-yang sect, allowing him to disregard others' attacks and act with reckless abandon. His fists, heavy and powerful, left the enemy struggling to withstand his overwhelming might, unable to inflict any substantial damage upon him, leading to immense frustration as they could only evade and skirmish as the battle raged on. The yin-yang sect was swiftly overwhelmed. Whether among the disciples below or the top-tier warriors, they found themselves at a disadvantage, and defeat became a foregone conclusion. Ha ha ha, perish all of you. This is my battlefield. By slaying you, I can attain nobility and rise to greatness. The morale of the Great Qin soldiers soared. The Great Qin placed immense value on military achievements, and as long as they could slay more enemies, they could exchange for all they desired: cultivation techniques, rare treasures, elixirs, promotions, and glory for their ancestors. All was attainable. Before the fierce and relentless Great Qin army, even the disciples of the supreme yin-yang sect began to crumble. Tens of thousands of disciples had perished in droves, with countless injuries, and the battle had already left the yin-yang sect severely weakened. You all deserve to die. You all deserve it. This scene drove Lu Wuyan to the brink of madness. His eyes wild with fury, seeking vengeance upon anyone in sight. The more frantic Lu Wuyan became, the more exhilarated the iron-blooded god Marquis felt, regarding Lu Wuyan as his quarry with the gaze of a hunter. In recent years, the Hulong Mountain Manor has engaged in a relentless pursuit of criminals, with all these individuals being drained of their essence by the iron-blooded Marquis, enabling him to swiftly break through to the later stages of harmonization. The iron-blooded Marquis has always been an ambitious figure, intent on absorbing the entirety of Lu Wuyan's cultivation to propel himself further. In a frenzied state, Lu Wuyan attacked with diminished composure and sensing an opportunity. The iron-blooded Marquis unleashed a flurry of strikes, inflicting numerous injuries upon him. The yin-yang sect has been vanquished. The Great Qin is simply too powerful. Even the yin-yang sect cannot stand against it. Will the ancestor of the yin-yang sect not intervene? Although the might of the Great Qin has astonished all, they do not believe that victory is beyond their grasp. As long as the ancestor of the yin-yang sect takes action, the tide of battle can surely be turned, reversing the outcome. Boom. At that moment, a formidable celestial presence descended, and a figure emerged slowly from the horizon. With each step, they traversed unfathomable distances, their aura swirling with yin and yang, shattering the very fabric of space as if to collapse the ages. Ha ha ha, the ancestor has made his move. With the ancestor present on the battlefield, your doom is inevitable. To oppose my yin-yang sect is to walk the path of death. The emergence of the ancestor of the yin-yang sect ignited a thunderous cheer among the disciples, for as long as the ancestor stood with them, victory was assured. A dominion of deathly pressure enveloped the battlefield, causing several soldiers of the Great Qin to involuntarily bend under its weight. The ancestor of the yin-yang sect gazed upon the Great Qin forces with disdain, as if they were mere insects. Eliciting contempt, esteemed one, the battle awaits beyond the heavens. Suddenly, the clouds surged in the sky, and an unfamiliar aura of death descended upon the battlefield, instantly nullifying the ancestor's oppressive presence. All eyes were drawn to the figure that appeared on the battlefield, Ying Tianzhan. The prodigy of the Ying family. Rumors had circulated that he had perished, so why was he here? Indeed, he is the most extraordinary genius in the history of the Ying family, having evidently broken through to the realm of death. Truly awe-inspiring. Ying Tianzhan, having made a name for himself over the years, once dominated an era. Initially, the Ying family had spread word of his demise in the Taichu Forbidden Zone, concealing him from the eyes of the world so that he could wholeheartedly pursue the realm of death. With Ying Tianzhan's appearance, the former invincibility of the yin-yang sect's ancestor wavered. Though Ying Tianzhan had just recently entered the realm of death, he exuded a presence that felt equally formidable. The two figures vanished in an instant, soaring into the high heavens. Boom! The onlookers struggled to witness the clash, only perceiving the skies darkening and the air trembling with the sounds of battle. akin to the roar of furious thunder, indicating that they had engaged in fierce combat, as the ancestor of the Yinyang sect was occupied with Ing Tianzhan. The iron-blooded marquis and his allies resumed their assault, intent on obliterating the Yinyang sect entirely. The Great Qin is indeed ruthless. Even if the ancestor of the Yinyang sect emerges victorious, the sect would be left severely weakened. The crowd had anticipated a cautious approach from both sides until a victor emerged between the ancestor and Ing Tianzhan. Yet they were taken aback by the Great Qin's relentless aggression, leaving no room for the Yinyang sect to recover. After an extended battle, the situation on the battlefield shifted drastically. The Yinyang sect suffered catastrophic losses, rendering them unable to contend with the Great Qin. Defeated, the Yinyang sect faced a dire setback. Following this conflict, it was uncertain how long it would take for the Yinyang sect to recuperate. It was truly unexpected. Who would have thought that the Yinyang sect would falter against the Great Qin Empire? The outcome of the battle became abundantly clear. The defeat of the Yinyang sect was inevitable. Even with the ancestor of the Yinyang sect still present, they could not alter their fate. The Great Qin also possessed a master of the realm of death, and the struggle to determine a victor would be prolonged. Slaying a master of the realm of death was akin to an insurmountable challenge. The presence of Ing Tianzhan was sufficient to keep the ancestor of the Yinyang sect restrained, preventing any further intervention in the conflict. Chapter 41. Recapturing Liaozhou. A piercing scream reverberated across the battlefield as the Grand Elder was disarmed by Gui Hai's blade, blood gushing forth. The Grand Elder, quick, save the Grand Elder. Panic-stricken, the disciples of the Yinyang sect rushed towards the Grand Elder, eager to provide assistance. Tio, assist? How naive. You should be more concerned for your own safety. Do not flee. The disciples of the Yinyang sect were already no match for the Great Qin forces. Their attempts to aid the Grand Elder were swiftly thwarted. In full view of the crowd, the Grand Elder's head was severed by Gui Hai's blade, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After slaying the Grand Elder, Gui Hai's eyes glinted with ferocity as he plunged back into the fray, further jeopardizing the position of the Yinyang sect. Boom! The skies darkened, and the atmosphere shifted as a new wave of deathly pressure enveloped the battlefield, signaling the return of the ancestor of the Yinyang sect and Ing Tianzhan. The ancestor of the Yinyang sect spoke slowly. The Yinyang sect shall withdraw from the territory of the Great Qin. Shall we end this battle here? With the Yinyang sect having dwindled from tens of thousands to fewer than 1,000 disciples, with 4 of 11 harmonization realm experts perished and numerous nirvana realm casualties. The toll of this conflict had left the sect grievously weakened. If they continued to fight, all members of the Yinyang sect could be buried here. With no other recourse, the ancestors sought peace, offering to relinquish their hold on Liaozhou in exchange for safe passage. Not enough. The Yinyang sect must surrender the resources acquired from Liaozhou over these past years, Ing Tianzhan countered, pressing the advantage. Even as the Yinyang sect expressed willingness to return Liaozhou, he remained unsatisfied. The ancestor of the Yinyang sect hesitated, his expression darkening. Having made such concessions, why would Ing Tianzhan not relent? Did he not fear that the Yinyang sect might resort to desperate measures? Even if the Great Qin could annihilate the Yinyang sect, as long as the ancestor remained alive, he posed a significant threat to the Great Qin, prompting concern for their own safety. Ing Tianzhan, however, harbored no such fears. The Great Qin had not only him but also Zhen Gang, a master of the realm of death, and together they might seize the opportunity to eliminate the ancestor of the Yinyang sect. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, the air thickening with tension. After a moment of silence, the ancestor of the Yinyang sect finally relented. Very well. This condition was humiliating for the Yinyang sect, yet the circumstances compelled them to accept. Return to the sect. With the order from the ancestor of the Yinyang sect, the disciples felt a wave of relief wash over them, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. They hurriedly gathered the remains of their fallen comrades and swiftly departed with the wounded. Great Qin, what a formidable entity! Who would have thought that they could defeat the Yinyang sect and compel them to retreat? The Great Qin is simply too powerful. We must tread carefully. The Great Qin's victory earned it a formidable reputation, causing numerous ancient powers to reconsider their stance towards it. Those who had previously been eager to challenge the Great Qin suddenly fell silent, no longer daring to provoke it. despite the numerous ancient factions. They also bore their own grievances and enemies, unwilling to become a target for the Great Qin. The Yin sect stood as a bloody testament to this. Not only had they suffered tremendous casualties, but they had also lost their foothold, forced to retreat. The repercussions of this battle were profound. Other factions now recognized that the Great Qin also possessed masters of the realm of death, deterring them from reckless actions. In due time, the Yin sect dispatched a substantial amount of resources, gradually regaining control over Liaozhou and beginning their withdrawal. 6 months later, the Yin sect completely exited the territory of the Great Qin, and Liaozhou returned to Qin rule. Thus, the territories of Zhengzhou, Liaozhou, Tongzhou, Huangzhou, and Anzhou fell under the dominion of Yuan. The provinces of Jiangnan, Yanzhou, Yuzhou, and Yuzhou remained independent. Although Yuzhou and Yuzhou were nominally part of the Great Qin, they had never been occupied, meaning that the Great Qin effectively controlled only Jiangnan and Yanzhou. Jiangnan was home to the White Lotus sect and the Rebirth sect, while Yanzhou was occupied by the Wujiman, Tianyuanzong, and Taihuashan. Even with the current strength of the Great Qin, reclaiming these territories posed a significant challenge. Following the recapture of Liaozhou, the court promptly dispatched a multitude of officials to take office and began the formation of the Liaozhou army. In Lingshan County, the leaders of the Jinggang sect and various powers gathered, the atmosphere thick with unease. The Great Qin is too formidable. They will not allow us to occupy Lingshan County. What solutions do you propose? Inquired Wang Langyue, the leader of the Jinggang sect. With the Great Qin possessing its own masters of the realm of death, the situation had undergone a dramatic transformation. Even the Yin sect had been driven away. The Jinggang sect was far inferior and could not contend with the Great Qin. How can we allow ourselves to be vulnerable while the Great Qin asserts its dominance? We cannot permit Lingshan County to remain outside its control. Why not unite with other factions to overthrow the Great Qin and divide its spoils? Some radical individuals suggested, asserting that with numerous ancient powers within the Great Qin's territory, if they all banded together, they could pose a formidable threat. Yet, such a notion was easier said than done. While it sounded simple to unite multiple ancient factions, the reality was fraught with challenges. Firstly, someone would need to step forward to lead. That person would inevitably become the target of the Great Qin's full wrath, facing immense peril. Secondly, the deep-seated grudges and rivalries among the various factions made it exceedingly difficult to foster unity. Finally, the distribution of benefits posed another dilemma, with many factions likely to prioritize their own survival over engaging in conflict with the Great Qin. Given these various obstacles, the prospect of uniting against the Great Qin appeared daunting. Why must we oppose the Great Qin? We bear no grievances against them. We should not be enemies. The words of the Grand Elder, Lu Fengyuan, sparked a moment of realization among the crowd. Indeed, why should they be at odds with the Great Qin when there was no animosity between them? Why not form an alliance through marriage with the Great Qin? This would not only transform enmity into friendship, but also provide us with a powerful ally. Lu Fengyuan spoke once more. The prospect of a marital alliance was not uncommon for the Vajra sect. Forging an alliance with a formidable ally would be mutually beneficial. Haha, the Grand Elder speaks wisely. Let this matter be handled by you. With this conundrum resolved, Wang Langyue felt a surge of delight. Indeed, the Grand Elder readily agreed, pondering which member of the sect might serve as a suitable candidate for the union. Firstly, they must possess appealing looks. Secondly, their status must be substantial. Finally, the alliance should yield advantages for oneself. Following the reclamation of Liaozhou, the Qin Empire had remained relatively inactive, allowing the citizens of the 5 provinces to live in peace and prosperity, while the nation's strength grew by the moment. Soon after, a piece of news shattered the tranquility of the Qin. Numerous factions from the city of Xin had joined forces to invade Yuzhou. A daunting challenge for the local powers, leaving them no choice but to seek assistance from various regions. The city of Xin was notorious for its brutality, committing acts of murder with abandon. Their expansion could not be permitted. Aid for Yuzhou was urgently required. Should Yuzhou fall, none among us would remain unscathed. Chapter 42. Gathering at the imperial city with Yuzhou under siege by the city of Xin. Surrounding factions could no longer remain idle. The city of Xin had long been a formidable enemy to many powers since ancient times, and an unwritten rule had once been established. Should the city of Sin dare to step beyond its walls? All factions would unite to strike against it. Despite the passage of millennia, the terror of the city of Sin lingered deeply in the hearts of many. Even ancient powers felt trepidation at its mention. The Qin also received a plea for aid from Yuzhou, prompting Ing Songyuan to summon the gathered leaders for a discussion. Your Majesty, the city of Sin is akin to a famished tiger. Should it break free from its cage, it would spell disaster for all factions, Ing Tianzhan spoke solemnly. The horror of the city of Sin far surpassed imagination, a force capable of wreaking havoc across the Xianyuan continent while remaining elusive. Your Majesty, the Hulong Mountain Manor has operated within the city of Sin for many years, yet has failed to penetrate its true core. However, the mere glimpse of the iceberg that is the city of Sin is enough to instill fear. Taidan Shinho also chimed in, acknowledging the inscrutable depths of the city of Sin. Even though the Hulong Mountain Manor's spies were adept at gathering intelligence, obtaining core information from the city of Sin was exceedingly difficult. Yuzhou and Huangzhou were neighboring regions, and should Yuzhou fall, Huangzhou would be the next target. The Qin could not stand idly by. Ing Songyuan was resolute. If Yuzhou were to succumb, the city of Sin would not halt its expansion, and Huangzhou would inevitably face invasion. Destruction is always simpler than construction. Ing Songyuan intended to repel the enemy at the borders, preventing the flames of war from encroaching upon the Qin. He promptly invited all factions within the Qin to the imperial city to discuss matters of utmost importance. Confronting the city of Sin was not a task for a single family or clan. It necessitated the mobilization of all available forces. He believed that other factions also wished to see no further expansion of the city of Sin. And thus, Ing Songyuan planned to unite with them to support Yuzhou. The news of the Qin Emperor's invitation to the leaders of various factions to convene in the imperial city quickly spread throughout the realm of Qin, eliciting numerous responses. The Qin Emperor has summoned us to the imperial city for significant discussions. This is indeed good news. The Qin had no desire to witness the city of Sin rampage unchecked. They were anxious. The city of Sin is a common enemy. We must hasten to the imperial city. The threat posed by the city of Sin was too great. No one could escape its reach. With a rallying cry from the Qin, a multitude of factions hastily answered the call. Meanwhile, other regions also received news of Yuzhou's plea for assistance. After a millennium of silence, was the city of Sin finally preparing to make its move? It must not be allowed to act with impunity. Troops must be dispatched to Yuzhou without delay. The city of Sin was the enemy of all, deserving of eradication. In the northern territories, a tempest brewed. Shaken by the news of the city of Sin's mobilization, instilling panic and unrest. Truly, the heavens have favored me. Let chaos reign. The more tumultuous, the better. Life finds meaning in the struggle. Some ambitious individuals reveled in the news. Eager for disorder, for only amidst turmoil could they reap the benefits. System, summon. Having accumulated 4 summoning opportunities, Ing Songyuan commenced the summoning amidst the unrest. Ding, summoning successful. Yin Kuang 2, late stage of life and death realm. In an instant, a rugged and audacious figure appeared before Ing Songyuan. I pay my respects to your majesty. Despite Yin Kuang 2's ruthless nature and eccentric personality, he was bound to obey Ing Songyuan under the system's constraints. Please rise, Leader Yin. With the summoning of Yin Kuang 2, Ing Songyuan felt immense joy. A powerful ally in the late stage of life and death realm would fortify the Qin's defenses. He did not allow Yin Kuang 2's presence to be revealed, as this was the Qin's trump card. Soon after, representatives of various factions began to arrive at the imperial city. Is this truly the imperial city of Qin? It is remarkably prosperous. The citizens here, most of whom possessed some level of cultivation, were indeed formidable. As expected beneath the sovereign's feet, the order and prosperity here are unmatched by any other place. The splendor of the imperial city left many in awe, deepening their respect for the Qin. The Jinui were responsible for arranging the needs of the visitors, and as various factions continued to arrive, Ing Songyuan invited them to the hall of worship for discussions. The leaders of the 4 supreme factions, the Vajra sects Wang Langyue, the Wuzhizongs Sikong Wanli, the Tianyuanzongs Niejing Tian, and the Taihuashans Dingyu, personally attended, indicating their serious concern regarding the city of Sin. In addition to these supreme sects, numerous hidden factions were also present. Though they might not rival the supreme sects, they were not to be underestimated. Once all had gathered, Ing Songyuan, accompanied by Ing Tianzhan, strode confidently toward the throne, seating himself with an imposing presence, radiating unparalleled authority. I have encountered the Qin Emperor. Your Majesty Qin, we greet you. I have encountered the Qin Emperor. Although Ing Songyuan was merely a youth with cultivation at the level of Qi, he was the supreme ruler of the Qin, and all present bowed to him in respect. I express my gratitude to you all for coming. Your presence enhances the glory of the imperial city. Ing Songyuan returned their greetings and then got straight to the point. I trust you are all aware of the reason for the Qin's invitation. Should the city of Sin spiral out of control, the common people will suffer and calamity will befall the realm. None shall remain unscathed. Upon hearing this, the assembly unanimously agreed. Indeed, the city of Sin is a common enemy. It is our duty to confront it. The Qin Emperor speaks truthfully, indeed. Ing Songyuan continued, Yuzhou is currently under assault from the city of Sin. Though Yuzhou is powerful, they are no match for the city of Sin. Immediate support for Yuzhou is imperative. What are your thoughts? Ing Songyuan candidly expressed the Qin's decision to dispatch troops to Yuzhou. The Vajra sect agrees to deploy forces. The Tianyuanzong will not stand idly by. The Wujizong is willing to send troops. The attendees were already prepared to mobilize. Very well, the Qin shall dispatch 200,000 troops, 6 in the harmonization realm, and 1 in the life and death realm, to confront the city of Sin. Upon hearing this declaration, the assembly was left in shock. They had not anticipated that the Qin would commit such resources, fearing the potential obliteration of their forces. If this contingent were to suffer defeat in Yuzhou, it would be a tremendous blow to the Qin. The Vajra sect shall send 20,000 disciples, 4 in the harmonization realm, and 1 in the life and death realm. Wang Langyue immediately responded to Ing Songyuan. As both sides had already established connections and were on the brink of an alliance, naturally, she would spare no effort in supporting him. The Vajra sect's response was unexpected, surprising many with their willingness to fight fiercely. With both the Qin and the Vajra sect mobilizing such formidable forces, other factions felt compelled to do their utmost as well. The Tianyuanzong will dispatch 30,000 disciples, 4 in the harmonization realm, and 1 in the life and death realm. Taihuashan will send 30,000 disciples, 3 in the harmonization realm, and 1 in the life and death realm. Many factions expressed their willingness to send troops. Chapter 43. The Battle of Yumen Pass. Since there was a consensus among all, the forces would depart for Yuzhou in 1 month. During this time, no one was permitted to instigate hostilities. Violators would face collective retribution. Ing Songyuan established the timeline for the expedition while also imposing restrictions on the various factions, ensuring that all could participate in the battle without concern. The Qin Emperor's words are indeed prudent. However, the Balian sect and the Wangxing sect occupy the Jiangnan region, and they have not sent representatives. Both sects are malevolent and cannot be overlooked, Wang Langyue warned. The Wangxing sect and the Balian sect are not benevolent forces. Should they decide to ally with the city of Sin, none would be surprised. If the main forces were to march out, a betrayal from these two sects could inflict grave consequences upon many factions. Rest assured, I shall send individuals to monitor Jiangnan. Should they harbor any ill intentions, the Qin will act promptly. Ing Songyuan assured the assembly, sharing his concerns regarding the Balian sect and the Wangxing sect. Although it was unclear how the Qin intended to counter these sects, the certainty in Ing Songyuan's promise put the assembly at ease. After all, if the two sects took action, the Qin would be the first to suffer. After deliberating on various details, the assembly gradually dispersed to prepare for the expedition. The Qin also began preparations to send troops to Yuzhou, with Ming Tian appointed as the commander. The Golden Flame Cavalry, Hanyang Army, Liaozhou Army, and Huangzhou Army would participate. Taidan Shenhou, Gue Haidao, Baihu, and Ing Songyuan would accompany the expedition. Ing Tianzhan would oversee the army, and the Jinui and Hulong Mountain Manor spies would also be deployed. A month slipped by swiftly as numerous factions converged upon Huangzhou, preparing to enter Yuzhou. Outside Yuzhou's Yumen Pass, the sounds of battle echoed incessantly. The coalition forces of Yuzhou were locked in a life-and-death struggle against the city of Sin. Ha ha, we have breached Yuzhou. Take what you desire. Kikik, the souls of the fallen can elevate our ancestral demonic powers. Kill, kill. In the city of Sin, malevolence reigns supreme. characterized by its brutal methods, predominantly employed by those who practice nefarious and dark arts. They exhibit a complete disregard for friend and foe alike. Even if their own perish, they become mere fodder for the cultivation of their sinister powers. Such merciless tactics instill terror in the hearts of the U-State coalition forces. The human past stands as a formidable natural barrier, yet under the relentless assault from the City of Sin, numerous breaches have appeared, and this once imposing stronghold cannot hold out much longer. Should the siege continue, it will inevitably be reduced to rubble. Have reinforcements from other factions arrived? The U-State coalition suffers greatly at the hands of the City of Sin, having exhausted all their strength, yet they remain precariously poised. With the human past teetering on the brink of collapse, relief is imminent. The Qin Empire has dispatched troops, and it will not be long before support arrives. They have no choice but to endure. Should the human past fall, the entire U-State will be transformed into a hunting ground for the City of Sin. Their foundations and legacies in the U-State would be obliterated in an instant. Boom! At this moment, a formidable existence from the realm of life and death emerges from the city of Sin. Why, U-State vermin, come forth and meet your demise. The overwhelming pressure from the 6 entities of life and death sweeps across the battlefield, challenging the U-State coalition. Such audacity! The U-State could stand independently, free from the grasp of the Qin Empire, not for any other reason than their sheer strength. The 7 great supreme sects are situated within the U-State, with countless other factions besides. Such formidable power renders even the founding emperor of Qin powerless against them, allowing them to pursue their own autonomy. The 7 entities of life and death ascend into the sky, swiftly converging on the battlefield, where a cataclysmic battle is about to erupt. Come forth! The 13 beings of life and death launch into the heavens, engaging in an unparalleled clash of titans. Though one more has joined, the U-State finds itself in an absolute disadvantage. The tactics of the denizens of the City of Sin are inscrutable. A single misstep could lead to disaster, forcing the 7 to huddle together for warmth. Adopting a defensive posture, suddenly, a shroud of dust and snow envelopes the surroundings, thunder roars, and the sky darkens, revealing a colossal demonic visage. The demon appears as a world-destroying deity, poised to consume the cosmos, with an awe-inspiring demonic aura that threatens to plunge heaven and earth into despair. Such formidable demonic energy, this is dire. It is the demon avatar. Has the heavenly demon sect intervened? This bodes ill. Upon sighting this immense demonic form, all present are filled with dread, for it is the unique manifestation of the heavenly demon sect, which is far more powerful than other supreme sections even at its peak. The blood god sect could only be considered its equal. The cataclysmic power of the demon instills terror throughout the realm, ensnaring the U-State coalition in despair. Upon the demon's visage stands an individual whose gaze surveys the world with disdain, exuding an air of dominance that compels submission, radiating an overwhelming demonic aura. Alas, it is the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord has actually emerged from the City of Sin. How can we hope to withstand the coming storm? The Demon Lord, infamous for countless ages, has struck terror into the hearts of many since ancient times. With a cultivation level at the peak of life and death, he intimidates the heavens and the earth, traversing across seas and realms. After millennia, the Demon Lord has only grown stronger, leaving the onlookers in utter despair. Even the 7 entities of life and death feel the weight of hopelessness. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the Demon Lord retracts his monstrous avatar and turns his gaze towards the 7 entities of life and death in the U-State, swiftly unleashing a single palm strike. Combine your efforts to resist. Faced with the Demon Lord's casual attack, none dare underestimate him. The 7 unite with all their strength to withstand the blow. Bang! In the aftermath of the strike, the Demon Lord remains unfazed, while the 7 sway, revealing the stark difference in power. Kikik, how about you all yield to me? Just then, a river of blood manifests in the air, revealing countless corpses drifting within. It is over. The Blood Lord, an ancient terror, has escaped captivity. The newcomer is the Blood Lord of the Blood God sect, whose fearsome presence rivals that of the Demon Lord. With the arrival of these 2 titanic figures of darkness, the U-State is on the brink of annihilation. Just as despair envelopes the U-state, a radiant rainbow pierces through the pervasive gloom, showering down golden light. A scholarly figure steps onto the battlefield, holding a scroll of the spring and autumn annals, with a sword imbued with the righteous spirit of Confucianism strapped to his back. How intriguing! The Grand Scholar of the Howran Academy has also arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, the faces of the Demon Lord and Blood Lord reveal their first signs of solemnity. The Howran Academy is a sanctuary for scholars of the Northern Territories, dedicated to the cultivation of righteous energy, and stands in natural opposition to them. Clang, clang. At this moment, the resonant sound of a sacred bell reverberates in the ears of all present. Subsequently, a colossal palm of the Buddha, bearing the weight of celestial Buddhist seals, descends from above. Buddhist monks, come forth! The Demon Lord channels boundless demonic energy, unleashing a mighty palm strike towards the Buddhist seal. Boom! The clash of their palms transforms the sky, unleashing a tempest that shakes the very foundations of existence, causing the heavens and earth to appear as if they are on the brink of inversion. At the apex of their confrontation, an indomitable Buddhist figure emerges, steadfast and resolute, radiating both murderous intent and divine light. Advancing with an air of sanctity, the seemingly incompatible forces of slaughter and enlightenment coexist harmoniously within the Buddha, presenting no sense of discord. Chapter 44. Timely reinforcements. The newcomer is the holy arbiter of the 10,000 Buddha Temple, a peerless powerhouse capable of rivaling both the Demon Lord and Blood Lord. Though a practitioner of Buddhism, his hands are steeped in the essence of slaughter, akin to a wrathful diamond of the Buddhist realm. Amitabha. The holy arbiter joins the Grand Scholar on the battlefield, standing side by side as they confront the Demon Lord and Blood Lord, poised for battle. With their appearance, hope ignites once more within the U-state forces. Ha ha ha, Buddhist monks, let us engage in battle. The Demon Lord's laughter echoes, for they have come with great fanfare, and retreat is not an option. The forces of good and evil are irreconcilable, and their clash is inevitable. In an instant, the Demon Lord disappears, reappearing before the holy arbiter, unleashing a palm shrouded in ominous energy. The holy arbiter, enveloped in radiant light, responds with a palm of his own. Boom! Their palms collide in a perilous contest of strength, causing the surrounding light to dim, the very fabric of reality trembling. Quick, evade! The aftermath of their clash sends shockwaves through the battlefield, compelling onlookers to take cover. The Grand Scholar and Blood Lord engage in a standoff, neither side making a move, waiting for the outcome of the Demon Lord and Holy Arbiter's confrontation. Bang! As their powers surge once more, the heavens struggle to contain their might, fracturing the very space around them, and fissures appear in the sky, while the ground begins to crack, with flames surging forth, engulfing the heavens. Ha ha ha, splendid! This is the worthy challenge I seek. Matching wits with an equal, the Demon Lord's fighting spirit ignites, his attacks becoming increasingly fervent. The Holy Arbiter remains as steadfast as a mountain, his holy light illuminating the sky, effortlessly countering the Demon Lord's relentless onslaught. The strength of both is overwhelming. Onlookers are struck with awe, as the sheer might of the two leaves them in despair. Demon of the Abyss, the Demon Lord bellows, conjuring a colossal demonic visage that towers above the clouds. The demon's palms descend upon the Holy Arbiter, seeking to reduce him to dust. The Holy Arbiter sits in the void, a massive Buddha figure materializing behind him. The Tathagata extends his hand. A radiant Buddhist palm strikes towards the demon's claws, causing a cataclysmic explosion that darkens the skies and disrupts the balance of the cosmos, unleashing an overwhelming force that traverses dimensions. Boom! The human pass, a formidable stronghold, begins to fracture under the immense pressure of their battle, with certain sections collapsing entirely. As tranquility returns, it becomes evident that the two combatants have ceased hostilities, leaving the victor uncertain. All forces advance. With a command from the Demon Lord, the army below surges forth, launching an unrelenting assault aimed at overwhelming the human pass. The pass sustains damage, with multiple breaches forming, rendering it no longer the impenetrable fortress it once was. The pressure on the U-State coalition mounts, making defense increasingly arduous. The Holy Arbiter and Grand Scholar exchange glances, both perceiving the worry in each other's eyes. They remain constrained by the Demon Lord and Blood Lord, unable to intervene. The fate of the Yu state rests solely on their shoulders. Kikik, let the slaughter commence. The denizens of the city of Sin once again engage, resuming their relentless assault against the 7 entities of life and death from the Yu state. This is dire. We cannot hold them off. There are too many enemies. The human pass is on the verge of collapse. I will fight you all. The defenses of the human pass wobble precariously, instilling a sense of despair. The Yu state coalition fights with reckless abandon, yet they struggle to repel the ferocious assault of their adversaries. Numerous forces from the city of Sin have breached the wall, creating gaps in their defenses. Push them back. We cannot allow them to ascend. Follow me to battle. At this moment, the Yu state stands united in purpose, driven by a shared resolve. They understand the significance of preserving the human pass. Behind them lie their families, friends, and clans. Should they falter, all they hold dear would be laid waste by the city of Sin, even as the Yu state coalition fights with the determination to sacrifice their lives. They cannot halt the tide of defeat. An increasing number of enemies are breaching the walls, and the fall of the human pass looms ominously. The Holy Arbiter and Grand Scholar experience a shift in their expressions. They cannot bear to witness the human pass's demise. Sensing their unease, the Demon Lord and Blood Lord unleash their oppressive auras, fixating their focus on the two. Should they make a move, the Demon Lord and Blood Lord will act without hesitation. Should they engage, it would be impossible to determine a victor, and the aftermath of their clash could obliterate the human pass entirely, further jeopardizing the Yu state situation. The two, wary of one another, refrain from acting, forced to watch as the Yu state coalition continues to retreat under relentless pressure. We cannot retreat any further. Charge. Even as they bravely fight to the death, their voices hoarse from shouting. They cannot stem the tide of retreat. The battle has tilted decisively in favor of the city of Sin. Boom, boom. In this critical moment, clouds of dust rise in the distance, and the ground trembles as a formidable cavalry of flaming iron riders charges forward. Before this cavalry, numerous powerful beings soar above the battlefield, joining the fray. Bang, boom, crack. 5 entities of life and death, dozens of Harmonization Realm warriors, and hundreds of Nirvana Realm fighters surge into the human pass, instantaneously altering the course of battle. Ha ha ha, our reinforcements have arrived. Let us fight. It is the Qin Empire. The reinforcements from the Qin Empire have come. Slay them, cast them down to the abyss, in a moment of dire peril. Reinforcements from the Great Qin finally arrived. To expedite their support for the Jade Gate, they summoned powerful warriors above the Nirvana Realm and the Golden Flame Cavalry to hasten their approach. While the remaining coalition forces rushed to follow suit. 1 must commend Meng Tian's astute decision. It was indeed his timely choice that salvaged the precarious situation at the Jade Gate. Had they arrived even a moment later, the gate would have fallen, with catastrophic consequences. Let us confront the formidable forces of the city of Sind. Du Tiangang from the death realm of the Diamond Gate was brimming with battle intent, eager to join the fray. Ha ha ha, precisely our intention. Li Yaohua from the death realm of Mount Tai also surged with fighting spirit. Having come to the Jade Gate to engage in battle, they would not shy away from combat. They would join USS Yu Xinghe from the Tianyuan sect and Huang Yuchan from the Wujiman harbored similar thoughts. Then let us engage in battle. Ying Tianzhan feared not the conflict, as the 5 surged into the sky, unhesitatingly entering the battlefield. Ha ha ha, fellow comrades of the Great Qin, let us unite and ensure they remain here. The 7 warriors from the Jade Province's death realm were filled with elation, finally awaiting reinforcements, ready to take pride and dispel their previous despair. With their numbers now double that of their adversaries, they had every potential to slay several foes. The tides of battle had turned. Both the Demon Lord and Blood Lord wore grim expressions. It was no longer they who restrained the holy judges, but rather they who were being restrained, unable to intervene in the battle. The situation grew increasingly dire for the city of Sin. As the elder of the demon cloud produced a demonic banner, casting it into the battlefield while shouting, "Retreat swiftly." The banner exuded a chilling, bone-piercing malevolence, resembling a realm of the dead within, where vengeful spirits roamed, emitting mournful wails that unsettled the hearts of many. Just as the crowd prepared to strike at the banner, it detonated with a thunderous roar, unleashing a tremendous force that compelled everyone to evade momentarily. Chapter 45. Conflict. Once the dust settled, the forces of the City of Sin had already fled the battlefield, distancing themselves from the others. Humph! The demon lord snorted coldly and turned to depart. What now? Shall we pursue? Du Tiangang and his companions, still brimming with eagerness, longed to chase down their foes and re-engage in battle. Fellow comrades, this recent conflict has inflicted grievous losses upon the Jade Province, leaving us utterly exhausted. Pursuing them would be a futile endeavor. Wu Junshan of the Jade Province shook his head. They had fought long and hard, each bearing wounds, utterly drained of strength and will to continue. Moreover, the coalition forces of the Jade Province had suffered heavy casualties, their defenses too inadequate to dare an offensive. With the Jade Province unable to sustain further combat, Du Tiangang and his companions had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. At this moment, the Holy Judgers also arrived among the crowd. They had encountered the Holy Judgers and the Grand Sacrificial Priest. Recognizing the identities of the Holy Judgers, Du Tiangang and his companions offered slight bows of respect. The two were highly esteemed in the Northern Realm, not solely due to their formidable combat prowess, but also for their actions that commanded respect from all. We are eternally grateful to the Holy Judgers and the Grand Sacrificial Priest for saving our lives. Wu Junshan and the others solemnly expressed their gratitude, for had it not been for their timely arrival, they would have perished at the hands of the Demon Lord and Blood Lord. No need for such formalities, for the ancient demons, the Demon Lord and Blood Lord, have already made their move. Soon, the main forces of the Heavenly Demon Sect and Blood God Sect will arrive. Indicating that the City of Sin is intent on igniting conflict, the Holy Judger appeared compassionate and benevolent, embodying the image of a savior of the world. Yet he did not evoke disdain. He was unafraid of the City of Sin, nor did he fear his own demise. Rather, he worried that once the flames of war ignited, countless lives would be cast into turmoil. The 3,000 scholars of the Howran Academy had already set forth for the Jade Province, hoping to contribute in any way they could for the sake of the world. The Grand Sacrificial Priest, equally troubled, knew that both the Howran Academy and the 10,000 Buddhas Temple had always taken upon themselves the duty to protect the common people, earning the respect of numerous factions since their inception. While the City of Sin was powerful, the Northern Realm was not a place where they could act with impunity, as long as everyone united. They could surely drive them back into their city. Du Tiangang's voice rumbled like thunder. The Northern Realm was vast and boundless, home to countless factions, and many ancient powers remained hidden. Should the City of Sin threaten their existence, they would not remain idle as long as the forces of the Northern Realm united. What could the City of Sin do? Upon hearing this, the Grand Sacrificial Priest and the Holy Judger wore expressions of bitter concern. What you may not know is that the Great Qin Dynasty has formed a marriage alliance with the Nine Dragon Cavern, and the chaotic Demon Sea is also stirring, poised for invasion. Ambitious factions in the Northern Realm were sharpening their claws, eager to profit from the chaos. Uniting would not be an easy task. News had reached the Howran Academy that the Great Qin Dynasty had allied with the Nine Dragon Cavern, preparing to wage war across the realm and expand their territory. The Nine Dragon Cavern was unfathomably deep. While the Great Qin Dynasty had flourished for countless years, their national strength resplendent. Together, their alliance posed a threat rivaling that of the City of Sin. The chaotic Demon Sea was no less formidable than the City of Sin, being another lawless land in the Northern Realm. Witnessing the turmoil, they too were mobilizing troops, ready to strike at any moment. Furthermore, some factions reveled in chaos, eager to ignite conflict for personal gain. The situation in the Northern Realm was proving to be exceedingly troublesome, even for the 10,000 Buddhas Temple and the Howran Academy, leaving them feeling helpless. The Academy dispatched scholars to persuade the Emperor of Wei, hoping he would show compassion for the common people and refrain from igniting war. Regrettably, their efforts bore no fruit. The pressing matter at hand was to defend the Jade Gate and seek opportunities to repel the City of Sin. Other matters could only be tackled step by step. No one had anticipated that the situation had grown so dire. Even these supreme sects felt an uncertainty about weathering this calamity. A heavy pall descended upon the group. How long had it been since the continent had recovered? And were they once more on the brink of a full-scale war that could plunge the land into darkness? The city of Sin did not relent in their assault. Their army relentlessly besieged the Jade Gate day and night, depriving the coalition forces of any chance to fortify it. Soon, the Great Qin coalition arrived, with hundreds of thousands of elite troops joining the fray, significantly easing the pressure on the Jade Gate. However, conflict soon arose between both sides. The Great Qin coalition was under the command of Meng Tian, with no objections from Du Tiangang, Su Xinghe, and others. Meng Tian, now the Grand Marshal of the Great Qin, had demonstrated his military prowess, instilling confidence in the coalition forces as they entrusted their command to him. Yet the Yun province coalition was disorganized, each faction acting independently, akin to a scattered sandpile, lacking a true leader. Meng Tian's plans required cooperation from the Jade Province coalition, but they outright refused, leading to a discord that ended in discontent. Within the Great Qin coalition's tent, leaders from the various factions gathered. Those wretches from the Jade Province are truly short-sighted. They deserve to be oppressed by the city of Sin. One enraged individual from the Harmonious Realm voiced his displeasure. They had traveled great distances to support the Jade Province, yet the latter quibbled over trivial matters, even attempting to scheme against them. This was utterly outrageous. Do they genuinely believe we are easy to bully? If need be, we shall abandon the Jade Province and leave them to their own devices. If the Jade Province refuses to act as allies, why should we risk our lives for them? The group was filled with righteous indignation, harboring profound dissatisfaction towards the Jade Province. This is simply unacceptable. We shall convene with Wu Junshan and others tomorrow. If this matter remains unresolved, we shall have no reason to stay. Ying Tianzhan spoke slowly, with others nodding in agreement. Though they had their own conflicts within the Great Qin, upon arriving in the Jade Province, they formed a united front and could not afford to engage in infighting. The audacity of the Jade Province to belittle Meng Tian, their coalition commander, was astonishing. Even leaders of lesser powers dared to shout at him. Showing blatant disregard, it was essential to remember that Meng Tian was the commander elected by the various factions, and even those in the Death Realm were bound to heed his commands. He was not someone the Jade Province could afford to underestimate. The following morning, Ying Tianzhan and his companions strode into the Jade Province camp, their formidable auras and evident fury on full display. At that moment, the various factions within the Jade Province were deliberating defensive strategies. Sensing the intensity and wrath radiating from the five, Wu Junshan and his companions felt a heaviness in their hearts. During their last encounter, both sides had parted on amicable terms. Why had the atmosphere shifted so drastically overnight? Fellow comrades, we were just about to invite you to discuss important matters, but it appears you have already come to us. Clearly, we are quite in sync, Wu Junshan greeted, attempting to defuse the tension with an amiable smile. Yet, Su Xinghe retorted sarcastically, "Oh, is that so? I was under the impression that the Jade Province was so robust it could fend off the city of Sin without our assistance. Why bother consulting us? You could simply decide for yourselves." Wu Junshan's smile faltered. His greatest fears had materialized. Clearly, some of his subordinates had provoked the Great Qin side, inciting the ire of Su Xinghe and his companions, who publicly humiliated him. Chapter 46. Resources depleted upon witnessing the aggressive approach of Su Xinghe and his companions. Wu Ping, a powerful warrior from the Jade Province's Death Realm, promptly instructed someone to summon the Holy Judgers and the Grand Sacrificial Priest. "Esteemed guests, have we inadvertently offended the Jade Province? If that is the case, I assure you I shall impose strict penalties." The current Jade Province was incapable of resisting the city of Sin. Should the Great Qin support depart, it would spell disaster for them. The Jade Province truly has some audacity. A nameless wretch dares to shout at our coalition commander. Do they intend to order us about? The arrival of Su Xinghe and the others had stirred the Jade Province's ranks. Upon hearing his words, they were filled with trepidation, especially those who had openly confronted Meng Tian the day before. What? Such a thing actually occurred? Wu Junshan finally grasped the source of their anger. It was evident that his subordinates had acted recklessly, offending them. Wu Junshan's face darkened with fury as he immediately assured them, "Rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation. I will not tolerate any leniency. In this critical moment of life and death, there were still those who dared to cause unrest, inciting conflict between both sides. Wu Junshan seethed with rage, wishing he could dismantle the instigators into 1,000 pieces to quell his anger. The matter requires urgency, as I shall depart from Yumen Pass tomorrow, Xu Xinghai and his companions. With a wave of their sleeves, departed, leaving the people of Yuzhou under immense pressure. Their words were not mere exaggerations. Should Yuzhou fail to provide them with a satisfactory explanation, they would withdraw from Huangzhou. All gathered in the Grand Hall. After the departure of Xu Xinghai and his companions, Wu Junshan could no longer contain the fury within him, emanating a murderous intent, wishing to devour someone whole. Soon, the principal figures of Yuzhou arrived, yet the development of events exceeded Wu Junshan's expectations. Many had provoked Meng Tian the day prior, including individuals from his own faction. The law does not punish the masses, especially in such a critical period. Should he act against the many, it would undoubtedly shake the morale of the troops and render Yuzhou incapable of combat. Wu Junshan and his associates were at a loss, unsure how to pacify the wrath of the Qin coalition forces. After much deliberation, they still dared not deal with the people of Yuzhou and could only seek help from the Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Priest. Upon hearing their purpose, the Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Priest were greatly disappointed in the forces of Yuzhou. How could such a rabble withstand the malevolent city of Sin? They had lost faith in this battle, yet could not allow the situation to spiral out of control. They needed to retain the Qin coalition forces, for the loss of Yumen Pass would be imminent. The two approached the camp of the Qin coalition, where Ying Tianzhan and others did not dare to be remiss and promptly came forth to welcome them. After greetings were exchanged, the Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Priest addressed the assembly. There is no need for excessive formalities. We have come to implore you to remain, for the sake of our modest reputation, and not to hold Yuzhou accountable. The crowd, taken aback by their words, found themselves at a loss for how to respond. Yuzhou had yet to provide them with an explanation, seemingly unwilling to deal with the matter at hand. This ignited their fury, and they yearned to leave Yumen Pass at once, leaving Yuzhou to its own devices. However, the personal visit from the Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Priest compelled them to reconsider. In truth, given their status and strength, the Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Priest could have forcibly commanded the assembly to stay, and none would dare to defy them. Yet, they were appealing to the assembly to remain, a testament to their admirable approach. Your words are too weighty. We shall stay, they conceded. Unable to refuse the personal request of the Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Priest, the assembly acquiesced. Thank you, everyone, they replied, and soon the two departed while the Qin coalition remained behind, albeit without engaging with the forces of Yuzhou, only overseeing a portion of the defense line. Yuzhou dared not voice any objections, and the two sides maintained a cordial distance. Occasionally, when witnessing the collapse of the defense line managed by Yuzhou, the Qin coalition chose to remain indifferent, allowing Yuzhou's forces to suffer grievously. Under Meng Tian's command, the Qin coalition operated as a cohesive unit, skillfully maneuvering. Regardless of how fiercely the city of Sin attacked, they could not shake the coalition's defenses. Gradually, the city of Sin discerned the underlying tension. Yuzhou and Qin seemed at odds, and they chose to strike where it was weakest, directing their main forces against the defense line overseen by Yuzhou, inflicting severe losses. Subsequently, reinforcements from other regional factions arrived in droves, breathing life into the beleaguered forces of Yuzhou and barely stabilizing the situation. The war raged on for half a year, with all parties suffering grievously at Yumen Pass. The pass became a gathering point for 31 beings of the life and death realm, hundreds of those in the harmonious path realm, and thousands in the nirvana realm, with the rest of the army numbering beyond count. The strength of the city of Sin grew even more formidable, boasting 35 beings of the life and death realm, with their numbers in the harmonious path realm and nirvana realm rivaling those at Yumen Pass. The battle showed no signs of abating, as various factions deployed their forces far and wide, depleting resources swiftly, leaving many factions unable to cope. Our resources are nearly exhausted. We can no longer sustain this fight. Alas, the lack of resources makes it difficult to exhibit our combat prowess. What shall we do? The scarcity of resources became a pressing dilemma for numerous factions. Warfare is not merely a contest of strength, it is also a battle of endurance. The forces that traveled from afar brought limited resources, And as the conflict escalated, those resources dwindled rapidly. The Qin coalition faced a similar predicament, grappling with resource shortages. Everyone, our resources are running low, and we must find a solution swiftly. Du Tiangong's expression was grave. Their hidden sect had endured for millennia, yet their resources were nearly depleted. Having emerged not long ago, they had not accumulated substantial resources and could no longer endure. Others shared in this sentiment. As the issue of resources loomed large, fear not. His Majesty has dispatched personnel to transport resources, and they shall arrive shortly. Upon hearing Meng Tian's words, the crowd erupted in joy, their burdens lifted. Asked the commander of the army. Meng Tian understood the importance of logistics. He had already contacted Ing Song Yuan, who promptly began gathering resources, with Jin Gang personally overseeing the transport team, expected to arrive at Yumen Pass in a little over 10 days. While the resource issue for the Qin coalition was resolved, other factions still faced shortages. This is outrageous. We have traveled thousands of miles, risking our lives to provide support, and Yuzhou must take responsibility for all our resource needs. Indeed, Yuzhou has turned a blind eye to us. What are their intentions? Let us proceed to the Yuzhou camp and demand an explanation. The assembly, filled with righteous indignation, marched boldly to the Yuzhou camp. Stirring alarm among various factions. Wu Junshan, come forth. Is this how Yuzhou treats us? Yuzhou has gone too far. If we do not receive an explanation today, we shall not relent. Wu Ping, come forth. Chapter 47. Strike first. The assembly, incensed, demanded that Wu Junshan and his associates provide an explanation. As Wu Junshan and his associates emerged from the camp, they were met by the imposing presence of the crowd, and an ominous premonition gripped their hearts. A powerful figure of the life and death realm, Hu Lian, raised his voice in inquiry. Wu Junshan, Wu Ping, we risked our lives to rush to Yuzhou. Is this how you treat us? As Hu Lian posed his question, all eyes turned to Wu Junshan and Wu Ping, awaiting their response. Under the scrutiny of so many, even Wu Junshan and Wu Ping, beings of the life and death realm, felt a twinge of trepidation. I understand your intentions. Yuzhou has prepared ample resources, ready to be distributed at any moment. Wu Junshan assured the assembly, recognizing their quest for resources. Yuzhou is abundant and prosperous, even more so than Jiangnan province. Nestled against the Lianheng mountain range, which harbors boundless resources. Were it not for this, Yuzhou could not sustain such a multitude of factions. If you do not see the resources today, do not blame us for being heartless. After issuing his threats, the assembly dispersed. Having spent considerable time in Yuzhou, they had come to recognize its true nature. Selfish and devoid of responsibility, if no factions had come to their aid. Yuzhou might have fought desperately against the enemy. However, with numerous factions arriving to support them, Yuzhou began to conserve its strength, hoping to pit the various factions against the city of Sin in brutal combat. An utterly despicable move. Had it not been for the assembly's pressure, they would not have so readily provided resources. Soon after, the Qin coalition also received resources from Yuzhou. Within the camp of the coalition, many principal figures gathered. Everyone, Yuzhou is unfit for the task. The fall of Yumen Pass is merely a matter of time. We must plan ahead. Meng Tian spoke first. Over the past few days, he had come to grasp the situation. The fall of Yuzhou was a foregone conclusion. Were it not for the ongoing support from numerous factions, Yuzhou would have already succumbed. Yet, the support from various factions was limited, not infinite. Should they exceed their capacity, they would have no choice but to retreat from Yuzhou. Once Yuzhou fell, Huangzhou would be the first to suffer, and they must prepare for the worst. What thoughts do you have, General Meng? The assembly turned their gaze toward Meng Tian, who had thoroughly impressed them during this time. Although he had not yet reached the life and death realm, his battlefield command was unparalleled. Thanks to his leadership, the losses suffered by the Qin coalition were significantly lower than those of other factions. Yuzhou must not fall easily, at least not for now. We must contain the flames of war within Yuzhou and buy time. Simultaneously, we must take action to fortify Huangzhou and prepare for the impending invasion of the city of Sin. Meng Tian articulated his plans, emphasizing the need to organize a new force within the Qin territory while resisting the city of Sin, ready for any potential conflict. That is a sound approach. Very well. I shall relay this message to the sect. It is indeed necessary. The assembly unanimously agreed with Meng Tian's proposal, and hurried to convey the orders to their respective sects, as the assembly gradually dispersed. Du Tiangang and a few others remained behind. Once they confirmed that no one else was present, Du Tiangang asked gravely, "General Meng, is this true? Ying Songyuan has sent word that the White Lotus sect and the Rebirth sect, which occupy Jiangnan province, have recently established ties with the city of Xin. Ying Songyuan intends to strike first, uniting various factions to eradicate these two sections. Jiangnan province is a flourishing region of the Qin, abundant in resources, yet now it is occupied by these two sects, creating chaos. He is eager to reclaim Jiangnan province." This is indeed true. It is the Blood God sect that has forged connections with the White Lotus sect and the Rebirth sect. Jiangnan province is rife with spies from Hulong Mountain Manor and the Embroidered Uniform Guard. This news is undoubtedly reliable. Now that we are all in Yuzhou, it is truly a case of wanting to eliminate the two sects but being powerless to do so. Du Tiangang and others felt a sense of urgency. Should the White Lotus sect and the Rebirth sect betray them, their foundation would suffer catastrophic damage. Especially now, as they waged war externally, their sects were vulnerable and could not withstand the onslaught of the White Lotus sect and the Rebirth sect, let alone contend with the city of Xin behind them. Rest assured, esteemed ones, His Majesty has devised a flawless plan. All that is needed is for you to relay orders for cooperation from all parties, and we shall undoubtedly eradicate the two sects in one network. The Great Qin still has Yin Kuang-tu and Zhanggang stationed, thus dealing with the two sects poses no significant challenge. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. After all, the two sects are protected by formidable beings of life and death. The fact that the Great Qin is confident in eliminating them suggests the existence of more than one such powerful entity within its ranks. After a moment of contemplation, Du Tiangang was the first to acquiesce. The King Kong sect pledged their full cooperation with the Great Qin to exterminate the White Lotus sect and the Rebirth sect. The others, having no alternative, swiftly concurred. Meng Tian immediately reported the situation here to Ying Songyuan, and all factions soon received directives from their leaders to fully cooperate with the Great Qin in the eradication of the White Lotus sect and the Rebirth sect. Jiangnan province has now become the dominion of the White Lotus sect and the Rebirth sect, with the Nangong family and the Jiangnan Merchant Association relegated to history. The Jiangnan aristocracy has also faded into obscurity. Even those families that had previously allied with the White Lotus sect and the Rebirth sect could not survive. Having seized control of Jiangnan province with the strength of those allied families, the two sects dismantled their bridges after crossing, leaving no trace of these families and ruling over Jiangnan province. While the two sects excel in inciting passions, they lack governance, resulting in the once thriving Jiangnan province descending into desolation in a mere blink of an eye. Devoid of its former vitality, the two sects merely prey upon the populace, plunging the common folk into dire straits, leaving them to suffer immensely, as the forces of the Great Qin marched forth from the Great Sand Pass. 30,000 elite troops surged towards Jiangnan province. The Liao province army also gradually advanced towards Jiangnan, while 50,000 elite troops from Huang province approached as well. The disciples received their orders and immediately set off for Jiangnan province, fully committed to assisting the Great Qin in annihilating the White Lotus sect and the Rebirth sect. Meanwhile, at Mount Taihua, thousands of disciples from the King Kong sect, the Wujiman, and the Tianyuanzong descended the mountain in a grand display. Heading towards Jiangnan province, having just returned to Hulong Mountain Manor, the Iron Courageous Marquis led a multitude of spies from the manor out of the imperial city, making their way to Jiangnan province. The Iron Courageous Marquis, having absorbed the powers of countless enemies on the battlefield of Yuzhou, was on the brink of breaking through to the realm of life and death. With the imminent battle in Jiangnan province, Ying Songyuan specifically issued a decree for his return. The conflict in Jiangnan province would witness powerhouses of the life and death realm taking action, as Ying Songyuan intended for Yin Kuang-tu to capture the enemy's life and death realm practitioners alive, allowing the Iron Courageous Marquis to absorb their essence and facilitate his breakthrough. The Genie Wei, under the command of Bai Hu, also surged towards Jiangnan province, as various factions converged to eradicate the White Lotus sect and the Rebirth sect, leaving them no chance for survival. Within the imperial palace, a figure of unmatched arrogance vanished in an instant. Various factions swiftly encircled Jiangnan province, and a great battle was on the brink of erupting. The White Lotus sect and the Rebirth sect soon learned of the approaching forces but remained unperturbed, with the main forces of the Great Qin having already proceeded to Yuzhou for reinforcements. They believed themselves to be invincible. Chapter 48. Mu Balian fearless. The two sects joined forces and charged towards the Great Qin army. How dare the Great Qin take action against us, courting their own demise? Do they think we are the Yin-Yang sect? Jiangnan will become their burial ground. The disciples of the two sects, filled with arrogance, regarded the Great Qin and other factions with disdain. Soon, the two sides clashed violently in Jianghuai County. Is the Imperial Army coming? Excellent. The court has not forgotten us. They sent troops to rescue us. We must win. Upon realizing that the Imperial Army was engaged in a bloody battle with the two sects, the citizens of Jiangnan province rejoiced, fervently praying for the victory of the imperial forces to liberate them from their suffering. The cries of battle echoed through the heavens as the surrounding terrain was ravaged by the conflict. The Great Qin was not fighting alone. The King Kong sect and the other four supreme sects joined the fray, nearly emptying their ranks. The two sects, indeed formidable, managed to withstand the onslaught of the Great Qin and the four major factions, refusing to collapse. Suddenly, numerous sword energies swept through the air, targeting the disciples of the two sections who seek death. The powerful members of the two sects erupted in anger and retaliated. All 6 sword slaves entered the battle. Luan Shen and Duan Shui had both reached the later stages of the harmonization realm, while the 3 race had also broken through to the mid-stage of the harmonization realm. United, the 5 launched an unstoppable assault. Boom! On the battlefield, a golden figure charged through, unperturbed by any assault, wielding immense strength as it traversed the conflict, leaving no one capable of restraining it. Kill! Wang Langyue and the other harmonization realm powerhouses all sprang into action, and the two sects could no longer hold their ground, beginning to crumble. Suddenly, a massive, pure, crystal-clear lotus flower appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The lotus emanated the oppressive aura of the life and death realm. Slowly descending, the life and death realm practitioner of the White Lotus sect had made their move. A barefoot woman, with skin whiter than snow and an ethereal beauty, stepped gracefully onto the battlefield, each step giving rise to a lotus bloom. Her breathtaking visage captivated all who beheld her, rendering them spellbound. Boom! A palm descended from the heavens, shattering the firmament and rending the clouds, the force of the palm striking down the White Lotus, continuing unabated towards Mu Balian. Feeling the overwhelming might of this strike, Mu Balian's exquisite features twisted in shock, losing the tranquility that had once enchanted the masses. Will you not make a move? This strike is beyond my solitary defense, Mu Balian called out into the depths of the sky, urging the ancestor of the Rebirth sect to join forces. Yet, the heavens remained silent, witnessing the enormous palm descending. Mu Balian could only muster all her strength to withstand it. Boom! The immense palm's power shook the heavens and the earth, striking Mu Balian and severely injuring her. Her garments tattered, exposing her fair skin, adorned with numerous bleeding wounds. Seizing the opportunity presented by this turmoil, the hidden ancestor of the Rebirth sect took flight, vanishing without a trace. Faced with such an unprecedented powerhouse, even if he and Mu Balian joined forces, escape was impossible. He dared not reveal himself. Before Mu Balian could recover, a massive hand seized her delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly. Truly, a beauty to behold. Even Yin Kuang-tu could not help but admire Mu Balian's allure. Gripped by Yin Kuang-tu, her cultivation sealed, Mu Balian found herself unable to resist, gazing at him with an enchanting allure. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. Yin Kuang-tu, of course, was not swayed by her beauty. With a firm grip, he rendered Mu Balian unconscious. Subsequently, he departed with her, never once casting a glance at the battlefield below. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The ancestor is invincible. How could he possibly be defeated? This is a deception, a falsehood. Thus, Mu Balian was captured alive, shattering the faith of the disciples of the White Lotus sect. Their belief in the invincibility of their ancestor crumbled as they witnessed her defeat and capture, an outcome they could not accept as such a powerhouse truly of the Great Qin. How terrifying! What other hidden depths does the Great Qin possess? This level of strength is unparalleled. How frightening. I feel a shiver in my soul. Wang Langyue and the others were filled with dread. Yin Kuang-tu was too fearsome. Subduing Mu Balian with a single strike, such power exceeded their comprehension. The group resolved that once the battle concluded, they would immediately report the news to their ancestor. Simultaneously, they felt a deep respect for the Great Qin. No longer daring to harbor any other thoughts, a swift resolution is imperative. With their minds firmly set, the immediate priority was to eradicate the disciples of the two sects. As they observed the harmonization realm practitioners of the two sects stubbornly resisting. Inflicting casualties upon the allied forces, countless sharp sword energies descended from the heavens, sweeping through. These sword energies, unleashed by Jing Gang, were beyond what the harmonization realm could withstand, resulting in instant fatalities, whoosh, in the wake of the sword energies. Half of the harmonization realm practitioners from the two sects perished on the spot, while the remaining ones were all grievously injured. Kill them! Wang Langyue and the others surged forward, relentlessly slaying the masters of the two sections. After 3 days and nights, the battle concluded, and the two sects were utterly bereft of resistance. Countless disciples fled in disarray, with various factions pursuing relentlessly. As the conflict gradually subsided, the citizens were filled with anxiety, hoping fervently for the victory of the imperial army, fearing that they might be repelled. Soon, one after another, troops entered Jiangnan province, with the Jin Yiwei and Hulong Mountain Manor collaborating intensely to swiftly take control of Jiangnan province. Ha ha ha, it is the imperial army? Wonderful. Our troops have finally arrived. Upon witnessing the entrance of the imperial forces, countless citizens wept tears of joy, celebrating exuberantly and lining the streets to welcome them. With Jiangnan province reclaimed, Ing Tsongyuan dispatched a multitude of officials to assume office, aiming to restore order and revive the former prosperity of the region. Jiangnan province, rich in treasures and talent, with a profound heritage, though ravaged by the two sects, can swiftly regain its vitality with proper management. Within the palace, Mu Balian was brought back by Yin Kuang-tu and presented to Ing Tsongyuan. Beholding her, sealed of power yet exuding an alluring charm, tear-streaked and pitiable, Ing Tsongyuan could not help but gaze at her longer, women, truly a source of calamity. Observing Ing Tsongyuan's enraptured gaze, Mu Balian felt a surge of joy. If she could become Ing Tsongyuan's woman, not only would she preserve her life, but she could also make him her subordinate. She was confident that her methods could easily ensnare Ing Tsongyuan. With a sigh, Ing Tsongyuan withdrew his gaze, instructing that upon the Marquis's return, this woman be entrusted to him. Women would only impede his grand ambitions, especially one as perilous as her. Hence, Ing Tsongyuan would never keep her by his side. As the esteemed emperor of the Great Qin, what type of woman could he not have? Mu Balian was merely one among many. Chapter 49. Abandoning Yuzhou, the iron courageous Marquis swiftly returned to the imperial city. This battle had resulted in the capture of numerous disciples from the two sects, all of whom were escorted to Hulong Mountain Manor. Yu Bai Lian was also taken away by the iron-willed god Marquis. Her entire cultivation sealed by Yin Kuang-tu, rendering her unable to resist. After the recovery of Jiangnan Prefecture, Ing Tsongyuan ordered the formation of 3 formidable armies, the Tiger Bravery, the Feather Forest, and the Dragon Chariot, each fully staffed with 100,000 men. With the onset of a great war looming, Ing Tsongyuan recognized the necessity for a larger military presence to confront the multifaceted conflicts ahead. Unfazed by resource shortages following the reclamation of Jiangnan, he initiated a rapid military expansion, aspiring to elevate the 3 legions to a level comparable to the elite Imperial Guard. Recently, the barbarian tribes had been in disarray, plagued not only by external forces but also by internal strife. Although Ing Tsongyuan contemplated launching an offensive against the barbarians, he ultimately abandoned this notion. The barren lands of the barbarian territories would yield little in terms of resources, and with the precarious situation in Yuzhou, the Qin could not afford to engage on multiple fronts. Sufficient strength must remain to provide timely support to Yuzhou. The battlefield in Yuzhou grew increasingly perilous, with the assaults from the city of Sin intensifying, repeatedly breaching the defenses of Yumen Pass. Even the coalition forces of the Qin felt the overwhelming pressure. Cough, cough, coughed. Su Xinghai coughed incessantly, having sustained injuries in the previous battle. Had it not been for the desperate rescue efforts of Tianzhan and others, he might have perished. Even after being saved, he bore severe wounds, which had yet to stabilize. Gentlemen, the situation grows more dire by the day. How shall we respond? A sense of retreat began to permeate the hearts of the assembly. After nearly a year of combat, their disciples had suffered countless casualties, and they themselves had been wounded multiple times. Continuing to remain would only deplete their strength entirely. Now is not the time to depart. We must observe the situation. Should Yumen Pass fall to the city of Sin, we will retreat immediately. His Majesty has arranged for personnel to assist us, so there is no need for concern. At present, the Qin coalition could not withdraw. Doing so would undermine morale. If they faltered, panic would ensue, prompting a cascade of desertions. And the fall of Yumen Pass would be imminent. The collapse of Yumen Pass would bring no benefit to anyone. Currently, various factions were assisting in the defense of Yumen Pass, and should it be breached, the Qin would be left to hold Huangzhou alone, a far more precarious position. Upon hearing Meng Tian's words, the assembly gradually found solace. They had received intelligence from their sects regarding Yin Guangtu's capture of Mu Bailian. With such formidable champions safeguarding the Qin, they had unconsciously grown accustomed to the Qin's command of the situation. We cannot hold out any longer. If we stay, we shall perish here. This is a futile endeavor. Let us depart. The city of Sin was too ferocious. They were outmatched. Many factions were already inclined to withdraw, having sustained heavy losses in such a brief time, the brutal battlefield instilling fear within them. Their only desire now was to escape this perilous place. The consequences of Yuzhou's fall were no longer their concern. Many factions had long harbored thoughts of retreat, yet the high prestige of the Judgment Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Priest kept them from voicing such intentions. As both continued to fight. Furthermore, the Wanfo Temple had already dispatched 3 eminent monks from the realm of life and death, along with 50,000 disciples of the Buddhist sect to join the fray. The Howran Academy also sent 2 eminent scholars of the Tao and 40,000 students, continuously engaging in the fiercest battles against the heavenly demon cult and the blood god cult. Their losses were even more grievous, yet they remained undeterred by casualties, fighting to the last. Other factions felt no shame in proposing a withdrawal. It appeared that the city of Sin would not relent until Yuzhou was breached. To defend Yuzhou, greater strength was required. The Judgment Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Priest were acutely aware of the current situation. They had been physically and mentally exhausted during this period, tasked with overseeing the overall strategy while also clashing with the Demon Lord and Blood Lord. Recently, the city of Sin's Hahuan sect had entered the battlefield, with the Hahuan Elder being a formidable force in the late stages of life and death, which intensified the pressure on both of them, leaving them with additional injuries. Alas! The Great Way acts unilaterally, allying with the Nine Dragons Cave, poised to strike southward, thwarting the southern force's ability to assist. We have no surplus strength left. Initially, the southern forces had been persuaded by the Academy and Wanfo Temple to aid Yuzhou. But the Great Way's army now loomed threateningly, casting covetous eyes upon the south, leaving it unable to safeguard itself, thus extinguishing any hope of aiding Yuzhou. Let us relocate the populace of Yuzhou. We cannot stand idly by as countless innocents fall into the hands of the city of Sin. Both knew that Yumen Pass could not withstand the onslaught, and thus they could only prepare for the worst. The lives of over 1 billion souls in Yuzhou were at stake. Should they fall into the hands of the city of Sin, the consequences would be dire. The Judgment Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Priest, filled with compassion, could not bear to see the suffering of the common folk, and thus resolved to first evacuate the citizens of Yuzhou. They would relocate the populace to Zhangzhou, for Huangzhou was indefensible against the city of Sin's attacks. Should Yuzhou fall, the neighboring Huangzhou, Zhangzhou, and Shuezhou would bear the brunt of the assault. Zhangzhou, with the Tsang River as a natural barrier, could form a defensive line, making it more challenging for the city of Sin to breach. Shuezhou, with its harsh climate, perpetually blanketed in snow and obstructed by the Great Snow Mountain, posed significant challenges even for cultivators, making it no easy feat for the city of Sin to conquer. Only Huangzhou appeared vulnerable, potentially becoming the next target of the city of Sin's aggression. Huangzhou, a part of the Qin territory, housed countless innocent citizens, who were entirely blameless yet faced the prospect of becoming victims of the city's cruelty. We are powerless. They felt utterly helpless. Should Yuzhou fall, their only recourse would be to retreat to Cangzhou, leaving the fate of the Qin to chance. Soon, the citizens of Yuzhou began their evacuation, aided by the efforts of the Wanfo Temple and Haoran Academy. The Judgment Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Priest did not conceal the truth from the others, informing them to hold on for another year to secure time for the relocation of the Yuzhou populace. They spoke candidly, and with the prestige of both themselves and the Wanfo Temple and Haoran Academy, the assembly agreed to endure for one more year. The people of the Qin were aware that the Judgment Arbiter and others were preparing to abandon Yuzhou, and their hearts were heavy. Gentlemen, we have 1 year left. When Yuzhou falls, we shall have to rely on ourselves. The wave of immense pressure washed over the assembly, casting a shadow over their hearts. Though they knew this day would inevitably arrive, its onset was far sooner than they had anticipated. To survive in the Xin Yuan continent, they could only depend on themselves. Placing hope in others was a sign of weakness. Let us send word to our sects and prepare for a fight to the death. The city of Sin will find it no easy task to devour us. The assembly, unafraid of death, refused to abandon their roots. Their families were vast, and fleeing would require substantial resources while facing numerous dangers. Even if they left the Qin territory, the flames of war were widespread. Where could they escape the conflict? Chapter 50. The great array of Wanfo. After relaying the news back to their sects, various factions began to prepare for battle with renewed vigor. They opened their gates wide, enrolling disciples, and converting their accumulated resources into strength. In this dire time of life and death, clinging to their reserves would only serve to benefit their enemies. Yingtsong Yuan also received reports from Meng Tian, immediately mobilizing the resources of the national treasury and internal reserves to train the army. While the royal family contributed their own resources to nurture their kin, all efforts were directed towards the development of the Taichu Forbidden Zone. The Taichu Forbidden Zone was a rare treasure trove, brimming with resources. Once it was confirmed that there were no immediate dangers, Yingtsong Yuan committed to its full-scale development. After seizing power over the Qin, he took significant measures to improve the lives of the people and support commerce. The populace of the Qin had become prosperous, with thriving trade routes extending to other regions. He ordered the Qin merchant fleets to procure food, iron ore, war horses, and other supplies with all their might. With the impending war, Yingtsong Yuan required an enormous supply of battle materials, and these merchant fleets were crucial for procurement. The emperor's decree was clear. All merchant fleets of the Qin must comply without question. This was the first command from His Majesty, and no mistakes could be tolerated. Spare no effort to acquire food, iron ore, and war horses. The Qin merchant fleets had prospered across the realms, amassing immense wealth. Largely thanks to Yingtsong Yuan's leadership, they were deeply grateful to him. Now, upon receiving his orders, they complied wholeheartedly, even at the expense of their own interests. Meanwhile, Duan Tianya and Bai Hu arrived at the Bishi Palace to meet with its leader. What brings you both here? The Bishi Palace, harboring grievances against the Qin, found Shui Xingyun's demeanor rather indifferent. We have come to discuss a united front against the impending threat of the city of Sin. Bai Hu stated candidly. The Kanglan River traversed Huangzhou and Anzhou, holding immense significance for the Qin. Should someone gain control of the Kanglan River, they could easily descend upon Huangzhou and Anzhou. The Qin needed to secure the safety of the Kanglan River, ensuring it did not fall into the hands of the city of Sin. Upon hearing this, Shui Xingyun fell silent. The threat posed by the city of Sin was palpable, and they felt the weight of pressure bearing down upon them. What does the Qin propose for cooperation? In the face of life and death, old grievances could be set aside. Only through unity could they hope to weather this storm. Let us form an alliance. Sharing resources, you must ensure the safety of the Kanglan River and prevent the forces of the city of Sin from launching attacks against the Qin. Should you come under attack from the city of Sin, the Qin will send troops to assist. Bai Hu outlined the terms of cooperation, which would benefit all parties involved. Agreed. We shall not refuse. Shui Xingyun promptly consented, recognizing the mutual advantages. Soon, over half a year had passed, and the majority of Yuzhou's populace had been relocated. Some factions had begun to withdraw, leaving only the forces of Yuzhou, Wanfo Temple, Haoran Academy, and a few others still resisting the city of Sin. The forces of Yuzhou, aware that the Judgment Arbiter and others had abandoned them, continued to fight valiantly, spurred on by the promise of support in Sangzhou, in order to avoid becoming a stray dog. The forces of Yuzhou are compelled to fight with all their might. It is time to depart. The people of the Great Qin also intend to leave at this moment, as they need to return to Huangzhou to familiarize themselves with the newly established defenses of the Great Qin. The group approached the Holy Arbiter and the Grand Priest to bid farewell. Upon understanding their intentions, the two did not deter them. Instead, they slightly bowed, expressing gratitude. Thank you all for remaining to fight at Yumen Pass until now. Please take care in your future endeavors. The Great Qin had stayed due to the requests of these two, enduring tremendous casualties in the process. They felt a deep appreciation for the Great Qin, accompanied by a hint of guilt for their inability to support it and protect its countless citizens. Take care, esteemed elders, until we meet again. After bidding farewell, the group swiftly dismantled their camp and departed from Yumen Pass. Having battled at Yumen Pass for nearly 2 years, they left behind only endless corpses, with no tangible benefits to show for their struggles. However, through their relentless warfare, they had identified the opportunity for a breakthrough. With a period of seclusion, they could potentially transcend into the mid-stage of the life and death realm. Had it not been for the decline of the natural spiritual energy, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation and forcing them into seclusion, they would have long since broken through to a higher realm. Now that the spiritual energy had begun to recover after more than a year of warfare, a breakthrough seemed all but assured. Boom! Shortly after the Great Qin coalition departed, an earth-shattering tremor resonated from Yumen Pass, followed by an overwhelming radiance of Buddha light and an aura of sanctity. The monks of the Buddhist sect were truly detestable. This was the 10,000 Buddhas formation of the 10,000 Buddhas temple, and it was unexpected that they would go to such lengths to activate this grand array. How infuriating, with the 10,000 Buddhas formation obstructing them. When would they ever breach Yumen Pass? This formation, a supreme array of the 10,000 Buddhas temple, required 10,000 adept monks to set it up. It was a comprehensive array of offense and defense. Once activated, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach. With this formation guarding Yumen Pass, the time required for the city of Sin to conquer it would be significantly extended. Since Yumen Pass was challenging to breach, they decided to divide their forces and attack other territories. The city of Sin swiftly altered its strategy. The 10,000 Buddhas formation consumed the temple's resources with each passing moment, making it impossible to maintain for an extended period. Rather than incurring unnecessary casualties, it was wiser to wait for the formation to be withdrawn on its own. With the situation in the northern borders changing, the Great Qin Dynasty and the Nine Dragons Grotto had declared war on Tianan, and the forces of the chaotic Demon Sea were seizing the opportunity to enter the northern borders. The city of Sin, now free of concerns, could launch a full-scale assault. The actions of the city of Sin were rapid. They divided into multiple routes and quickly achieved remarkable results. Meanwhile, Tsang Yuan began to summon. Ding! The summoning resulted in the acquisition of Yishibinkwen, late stage of the life and death realm. Once again, summoning a late-stage powerhouse of the life and death realm justified the multiple summoning opportunities he had accumulated. Suddenly, a figure of extraordinary stature, unlike ordinary soldiers, appeared before Tsang Yuan, wearing a long knife at his side and exuding a distinct military aura. I pay my respects to your majesty. No need for such formalities, Commander. Yishibinkwen bore a resolute expression, his demeanor serious and military-like. The moment Yishibinkwen emerged, Yin Kuang-tu, stationed in the imperial palace, immediately sensed it and arrived at Tsang Yuan's side in an instant. Their auras clashed, their gazes locked with intensity, a formidable rival. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, both recognized each other as a formidable opponent. The following morning, Tsang Yuan summoned Yishibinkwen to the court, establishing the Breaking Army Office, placing him in command of the newly formed Yulin, Hubin, and Longxiang armies. Yishibinkwen ascended to a position where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Meng Tian, causing considerable upheaval within the Great Qin. Chapter 51. Breaking Army Office. Who exactly is this Yishibinkwen? Why does His Majesty place such trust in him, granting him such immense power? Another prominent figure has emerged in the court. We must quickly befriend him. This individual, despite lacking military achievements, has risen to prominence, which we find hard to accept. The emergence of Yi Shibingquan sent ripples through the Great Qin court, even altering its dynamics. He began forming the Breaking Army Office, assuming control over the three armies. Shortly thereafter, the Great Qin coalition returned, and Su Xinghai and the others eagerly returned to their sects to enter seclusion, aiming for a rapid breakthrough in their realms, as only in this way could they better navigate the impending calamity. Upon the return of Meng Tian and others, Songyuan took decisive measures. Overhauling the Great Qin court, he abolished numerous positions, including that of the Chancellor and the Grand Commandant, and established the Tiansu office, appointing Meng Tian as its head. He then initiated an expansion of the military, increasing the ranks of the Liaozhou army, Huangzhou army, Anzhou army, and Hanyang army to 100,000 each, all under the jurisdiction of the Tiansu office. The Imperial Guards and the Golden Flame Cavalry were also incorporated into the Tiansu office. Simultaneously, the Great Qin allied with numerous forces to construct an extensive defense line along the Huangzhou border, intent on keeping the enemy at bay. Within the barbarian territories, flames of war raged as the city of Xin launched a large-scale invasion. Inciting the fury of the barbarians, the Barbarian Temple and the Blackstone tribe temporarily ceased hostilities, setting aside their grievances to make the city of Xin pay dearly. Concurrently, the Hu people from deep within the grasslands began to mobilize, dividing into multiple military factions, with a substantial force advancing toward the territory of the Great Qin. The barbarians halted their internal conflicts. Songyuan swiftly devised a response, ordering the Liaozhou army to return to Liaozhou to guard the Lianan Pass. Not long after, the barbarians retaliated, capturing all those from the city of Xin who had entered their domain. Yet this was not enough to quell their deep-seated resentment. They were mobilizing troops to invade the city of Xin, determined to exact a heavy toll. Meanwhile, nearly 100,000 Hu cavalry charged toward Daisen Pass. The spies of Hulong Mountain Manor and the Jiniri received the news and promptly reported to Ming Songyuan. He issued orders to the Hanyang army, Anzhou army, and Imperial Guards to immediately proceed to Daisen Pass for defense, while the 6 sword slaves, Songyuan, Qingshan, Gui Haidao, and Bai Hu were dispatched to take command at Daisen Pass, with Meng Zhan appointed as the defender. With nearly 100,000 Hu people knocking at the gates, Songyuan did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, mobilizing the 3 armies to defend Daisen Pass. Daisen Pass was easy to defend but difficult to attack. The Hu people excelled in field battles but were not adept at sieges. The 3 armies were sufficient to hold Daisen Pass. The only concern was that the pass might not withstand the strength of the formidable Hu warriors, prompting Songyuan to send the 6 sword slaves and others to station there. Meanwhile, the Huangzhou army and Golden Flame Cavalry were able to swiftly reinforce Daisen Pass. A month later, the Hu cavalry arrived at Daisen Pass. As long as they could breach this formidable barrier, they would have free reign within the territory of the Great Qin. Like the barbarians, the Hu people existed in tribal forms. This nearly 100,000-strong cavalry was composed of numerous tribes, led by the most powerful Silver Wolf tribe. The war horn sounded, resonating ominously across Daisen Pass. Countless Hu cavalry began their charge toward the pass. As far as the eye could see, the area outside Daisen Pass was teeming with Hu cavalry. Nonetheless, the defenders of Daisen Pass displayed no signs of fear. They were seasoned warriors, unafraid of any battle. Come on, come on. These are all merits to be earned. I hope you do not let me down. The defenders, far from being tense, were instead invigorated. With the pass in their hands, the Hu cavalry would find it difficult to unleash their full strength. To seize Daisen Pass from them would be a fool's errand. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as the Hu cavalry approached Daisen Pass, a rain of arrows poured forth from within the gates, mercilessly claiming the lives of countless Hu warriors. By the time the Hu cavalry braved the deluge of arrows to reach Daisen Pass, at least several thousand had fallen. On the walls, immense crossbows appeared, their bolts the size of long spears, wielding astonishing power. Whoosh, whoosh. Once fired, these crossbows could pierce through horses and still retain enough force to strike down the Hu cavalry behind them. Such formidable weapons were crafted by the many skilled artisans of the Great Qin since Songyuan's ascension. Even the bolts were forged from special metals, capable of penetrating the protective qi of cultivators, showcasing an astonishing lethality. Before they could even approach the walls, over 50,000 Hu warriors had perished. a toll they found intolerable. While they boasted nearly 100,000 cavalry, such losses were unsustainable. Follow me into battle. The Hu warriors of the Harmonious Path charged toward Daisen Pass, intent on breaching it to create opportunities for their fellow riders below. You shall not succeed. Impudence, arrogance. The White Tiger and others at Daisen Pass immediately took action, flying out to engage the enemy, determined to prevent the residual effects of the battle from impacting the pass. The enmity between the Hu and the Great Qin had persisted since the establishment of the Great Qin. In ancient times, when numerous powerful factions retreated into obscurity, the land of the 9 provinces fell into chaos, with warlords fighting among themselves. The Hu could invade the 9 provinces at will, slaughtering the populace. Eventually, the Great Qin's founder emerged, cutting a path through the chaos, establishing the Great Qin, unifying the 9 provinces, and constructing Daisen Pass. From that moment on, a relentless conflict spanning over 10,000 years began between the Hu and the Great Qin. With countless corpses littering Daisen Pass from numerous engagements, the Hu mobilized 11 Harmonious Path warriors, their momentum formidable, yet the Great Qin was not to be underestimated. Notably, Duanshui and Luanshan, both late-stage Harmonious Path fighters, were decisive in battle and adept at seizing opportunities. Guihai Yidao exuded an imposing presence, wielding his knife with great flair, capable of contending even with late-stage Harmonious Path adversaries. Ing Songyuan and the 3 Wraiths. Though mid-stage Harmonious Path warriors were also formidable, the White Tiger and Ing Qingshan, though early-stage Harmonious Path fighters, were not to be trifled with either. After a brief exchange, despite their numerical disadvantage, the Great Qin quickly gained the upper hand. Meng Zhan, as the main commander of the army, refrained from engaging directly, instead observing the enemy's movements to formulate effective countermeasures. Meanwhile, high above in the skies, 2 pairs of cold eyes faced off against each other. Zheng Gang, expressionless and sword in hand, exhibited no emotion. Opposite him, the Silver Wolf King felt an instinctive sense of unease, sensing that he could not prevail against Zheng Gang. Since there is no certainty in overcoming Zheng Gang, it would be futile to take action. It is wiser to engage in mutual restraint while awaiting the resolution of the battlefield below. The Silver Wolf King refrained from striking, and Zheng Gang did not initiate an attack, both observing the conflict in silence. After 5 days and nights of fierce combat, the morale of the Hu people plummeted significantly. They had sacrificed nearly 200,000 comrades, yet still failed to breach the Great Sand Pass, let alone conquer it. Furthermore, their elites struggled to gain an advantage on the battlefield, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Chapter 52. Yishur's military authority. Witnessing the heavy losses, the Hu people, recognizing the futility of continuing their assault on the Great Sand Pass, reluctantly ordered a retreat to avoid further casualties. Upon receiving the command, the Hu soldiers, who had long wished to withdraw, swiftly departed. The Great Qin did not pursue. Relying on the Great Sand Pass, they could still confront the Hu people directly. Should they foolishly venture out to chase, they would only meet their demise. 1 month after the cessation of hostilities at the Great Sand Pass, the Iron-Bold God Marquis, having emerged from seclusion, found Mu Bai Lian reduced to a mere skeleton. The Iron-Bold God Marquis showed no mercy, hastening her demise without a second thought. Shortly after the Iron-Bold God Marquis' breakthrough, Su Xinghai, Du Tiangang, and others also emerged from seclusion, having accumulated strength to successfully break through to the mid-stage of the life and death realm. Although Ing Tianzhan's breakthrough was still fresh, he had the potential to surpass as he was remarkably gifted, likely to achieve a breakthrough before the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fully recovered. Various sects fervently recruited disciples, seeking ways to bolster their strength. The Great Qin did not impede their efforts. Rather, they offered assistance. As chaos loomed, unity became imperative, and the enhanced power of these sects and families could alleviate some of the burdens on the Great Qin. Half a year later, the 10,000 Buddha temple dismantled the 10,000 Buddha array, completely relinquishing control over Yuzhou. The city of Sin surged forward, capturing Yuzhou with unstoppable momentum. Fortunately, the populace of Yuzhou had already been relocated by the 10,000 Buddha temple and the Howran Academy, preventing the city of Sin from perpetrating a massacre. With Yuzhou secured, their next target was the Great Qin's Huangzhou. After taking Yuzhou, the city of Sin set their sights directly on Huangzhou. Their ambition was to breach Huangzhou and invade the territories of the Great Qin, having long coveted its millions of citizens. Should they manage to harness the entirety of the Great Qin's populace for their dark arts, the city of Xin would see a tremendous surge in power. As Yuzhou fell, Su Xinghai, Du Tiangang, and others had already established themselves at the Huangzhou defense line. The iron-bold God Marquis and Yi Shi's military authority had also arrived, with 3 divisions of the breaking army entering the line. Bracing for the impending conflict, numerous factions dispatched their experts and disciples to Huangzhou, recognizing the battlefield's significance to their own futures. If Huangzhou fell, they would have no choice but to flee with their sections. Within the command tent at the defense line, Yi Shi's military authority sat at the head, exuding an aura of dominance that instilled fear in Su Xinghai and his companions. Was this truly a powerhouse of the Great Qin? The leader of the breaking army was indeed terrifying, which explained why the Qin emperor had elevated him to such heights. This individual was formidable. Facing him was enough to instill dread. Despite having recently advanced to the mid-stage of the life and death realm, the group felt insignificant and powerless in his presence. They instinctively sensed that Yi Shi's military authority could extinguish their lives with ease. The city of Xin would soon launch an assault on Huangzhou. And from this moment forth, all must heed the commands of the commanding general. Military orders were absolute, and those who defied them would face execution without mercy. As Yi Shi's military authority spoke, he unabashedly radiated his overwhelming pressure. The gathered individuals felt as though they were adrift in a tempestuous sea, with the threat of capsizing looming ever closer. Shocked, they found Yi Shi's military authority even more intimidating than the likes of the Holy Arbiter, the Demon Lord, or the Blood King. Yes, they replied, we shall obey. In the face of such a staggering power disparity, they had no choice but to submit. Under normal circumstances, the emergence of such a fearsome figure in the Great Qin would have left them restless. Yet, given the tumultuous situation and the imminent threat from the city of Xin, his presence felt rather fortuitous. Yi Shi's military authority, pleased with the timely compliance of his subordinates, proceeded to organize defensive assignments. His meticulous planning won the admiration of all. He did not treat them as mere cannon fodder, as many perilous zones were directly addressed by the Great Qin itself. 3 months later, before they had fully digested the conquest of Yuzhou, the city of Xin's forces eagerly advanced towards Huangzhou. They were aware that the Great Qin's strength was not overwhelming and had not committed their entire forces, commanded by the Blood God sect. 7 life and death realm experts accompanied the army, a force ample enough to easily dismantle the Great Qin's defenses. With the citizens of Yuzhou already evacuated, their spoils were meager. This invasion of the Great Qin would undoubtedly be a bloodbath. Jia, the Great Qin has countless citizens. After a blood sacrifice, I shall surely break through to the life and death realm, they cackled. Ha ha ha, we shall invade the Great Qin and commence a massacre feast. Countless fiends anticipated the conquest, for the Ying clan had ruled the Great Qin for millennia. Though there had been occasional unrest, it remained one of the few sanctuaries in the world. The population of the Great Qin was unmatched by any other realm. Even the renowned and formidable Wei dynasty could scarcely compare. Such a vast populace was seen by the city of Xin as an inexhaustible resource, and they would stop at nothing to breach the Great Qin and indulge in this lavish banquet. Suddenly, as the fiends were lost in their sanguine fantasies of invasion, a tremor shook the ground, dust swirling into the sky as countless dark dots appeared on the horizon. These dots rapidly approached, causing a stir among the forces of the city of Xin. Ha ha ha, it is the people of the Great Qin. They are foolishly seeking their demise by coming to us. How audacious of them to initiate an attack. Truly, they were courting death. The approach was the Great Qin's allied forces. Yi Shi's military authority, having learned that the city of Xin had not deployed their entire strength in Yuzhou, chose to take the initiative, aiming to annihilate this army and bolster morale while diminishing the city of Xin's reputation. As the Great Qin's allied forces advanced, the soldiers of the city of Xin felt no fear. Rather, their spirits soared, eager to eliminate the Great Qin's coalition. Attack! The forces of the city of Xin charged headlong into the Great Qin's allied army, and soon they clashed in a brutal confrontation. 2 tides of warriors colliding in a fight to the death. Boom! Ah! Pooh! The Golden Fire Cavalry of the Great Qin surged forward, unstoppable and devastating. Each member of the Golden Fire Cavalry was above the Qi realm, with many in the Nirvana realm and even several in the Harmonization realm. This formidable army, charging forth like a raging tide, regarded the city of Sin's forces as mere straw dogs, easily crushed. Victory and glory awaited in this battle. Kill, though the Long Xiang, Hu Bin, and Yulin new legions were recently formed, Yingtsang Yuan had invested considerable resources, and Yi Shi's military authority had trained them vigorously. Their combat capabilities were impressive. Their morale was high. Fearless in the face of death, driven solely by the desire to engage the enemy and earn military accolades, Yingtsang Yuan treated his soldiers with great care. Not only were their salaries generous, but even the families of those who fell in battle would receive 2 years' worth of pay, along with substantial compensation. Their families would also be protected by the Great Qin, preventing any from bullying them. Furthermore, those injured on the battlefield, even if they could not return to combat, would be assigned new positions by the Great Qin, ensuring they were never in want. Chapter 53. The Huangzhou battlefield. One good turn deserves another. The people of the Great Qin were simple and sincere. With such treatment from Yingtsang Yuan, they could only repay with their lives. The valiant soldiers of the Great Qin fought fiercely, even willing to perish alongside their foes. A reckless strategy that instilled fear even in the hearts of the merciless fiends of the city of Sin. They may have scorned life, yet they were not immune to the fear of death. Confronted by the Great Qin soldiers, who were intent on annihilation, they too felt trepidation and began to waver. Kill. The formidable warriors of the city of Sin grinned maliciously as they engaged the experts of the Great Qin. Their methods brutal and unpredictable. However, the illustrious Golden Buddha sect was not to be underestimated, and the two sides clashed fiercely, neither yielding an inch. How is this possible? The 7 life and death realm experts from the city of Sin were incredulous. Su Xinghai and the others had actually broken through to the mid-stage of the life and death realm. Paired with Ying Tianzhan and the Iron-Bold God Marquis, they were no longer a match for the Great Qin side. Nothing is impossible. Prepare to die. Su Xinghai and his companions unleashed their strongest moves, intent on eliminating their foes. Just you? How naive. Among the 7 from the city of Sin, 3 were at the mid-stage of the Harmonization realm. Placing the 2 sides on equal footing, the outcome remained uncertain. Boom! Du Tiangang was the first to strike, employing the Golden Buddha sect's ultimate technique. His body rapidly expanded, transforming him into a 5-meter-tall giant. A faint golden light enveloped him, enhancing both his defensive and offensive capabilities. The Xianing Elder, an ancient fiend, charged forward, aiming a palm strike at Du Tiangang. Bang! As their fists collided, Du Tiangang merely swayed before regaining his balance, while the Xianing Elder was sent flying, retreating uncontrollably through the air, shattering the very space around him. Kill. The Golden Buddha sect's body-refining technique grew stronger as it progressed, and Du Tiangang was pleased with his might. Pursuing the advantage, the others quickly joined the fray, igniting an astonishing battle in the skies. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, the scales of war gradually tipped in favor of the Great Qin. The Golden Fire Cavalry continued their relentless assaults, dividing the battlefield and enabling the Great Qin army to dismantle their foes one by one. This is madness. I refuse to participate any longer. Upon realizing their disadvantage, some members of the city of Sin began to flee. They were selfish individuals, unconcerned for the fates of others. Faced with the Great Qin soldiers, who were willing to risk everything, they felt fear creeping in. A leader emerged, prompting others to follow suit, leading to the collapse of the front lines of the sinful city. Annihilation ensued, leaving no survivors. The forces of the Great Qin surged with an overwhelming killing intent, shattering the heavens, intent on capturing the entirety of this army. Meanwhile, on other battlefields, the sinful city found itself at a disadvantage, as both sides became locked in a stalemate, unable to support their forces below. How infuriating! In the realm of life and death, the Xianing masters grew increasingly agitated as the battle raged on. The Great Qin, led by Du Tiangang, showcased not only formidable defenses but also terrifying offensive capabilities, forcing the denizens of the sinful city into a position of mere defense, with no hope of retaliation. Concurrently, various factions learned of the sinful city's assault on Huangzhou. They held little faith in the Great Qin, believing its downfall to be inevitable. Countless lives hung in the balance in the Great Qin. Should the sinful city breach its defenses, it would lead to utter devastation. Alas, without support, the Great Qin faced certain doom. Once the sinful city decimated the populace of the Great Qin, their strength would inevitably swell. Leaving many to ponder their next target, the wave of anxiety swept over the people, for after the Great Qin's demise, the sinful city would not cease its incursions into other territories. As citizens from Yuzhou flocked to Cangzhou. Conflict erupted over resources. Even with the mediation of the 10,000 Buddha Temple and the Haoran Academy, tensions remained unresolved. The people of Cangzhou perceived the arrival of Yuzhou as an encroachment on their interests. Cangzhou's resources paled in comparison to those of Yuzhou, and sustaining their own populace was already a monumental challenge. The influx of countless Yuzhou citizens only intensified the inevitable clash. The factions of both states engaged in covert and overt hostilities. While the populace frequently clashed, the Yuzhou citizens, displaced and seeking survival, required food and clothing, leading them to compete fiercely for what little Cangzhou had, viewing the people of Yuzhou as nothing more than marauders. The animosity between the two groups had deepened significantly, and had it not been for the restraint imposed by the 10,000 Buddha Temple and the Haoran Academy, a full-scale war would have surely erupted. Ah, humanity! How painfully ugly it can be. The holy arbiter felt a profound sense of sorrow, recognizing the selfishness inherent in all people, who, in pursuit of their own interests, disregarded the larger picture. The Cangzhou powers, focused solely on immediate gains, failed to see that once the sinful city crossed the Tsang River, all they had would be rendered meaningless. At this juncture, the arrival of Yuzhou could have been advantageous, even providing them with a chance to repel the sinful city. Yet, Cangzhou remained fixated on petty gains, oppressing Yuzhou at every turn, leaving no prospect for peaceful coexistence. The conflict in the Great Qin was bound to escalate. One could only hope that more citizens might escape the impending calamity. The Grand Sacrificial Wine Master wore a look of deep compassion, feeling powerless to assist the people of the Great Qin. Hoping instead for the salvation of more lives. Regardless of the turbulent winds that swept through the outside world, they remained unaffected by the Great Qin. The battle in Huangzhou raged on, with both sides locked in a fierce struggle for 7 days and nights. Until the sinful city could withstand no longer and faced a complete rout. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. Kill, root out every last vestige of their existence. As the sinful city fled, the forces of the Great Qin relentlessly pursued, intent on exterminating the enemy as thoroughly as possible. Why had Bloodlord yet to make his move? Observing the army's collapse, the Xian'an masters were puzzled by Bloodlord's absence. In this battle, he was supposed to be the commanding general, yet his presence had been conspicuously lacking, leaving many bewildered. If only Bloodlord would act, he could effortlessly turn the tide of battle, allowing Du Tiangang and others a chance to remain. Suddenly, the sky shattered, thunder roaring as violent waves of combat surged forth. The onlookers beheld a blood sea flickering in the air, only to be severed by a blade of heavenly energy that caused the blood sea to evaporate. Amidst the chaos, two figures intertwined in combat, locked in an unending struggle. It was Bloodlord. Who could possibly contend with him? The Xian'an masters recognized one of the combatants as Bloodlord, while the other was a stranger to them. Xu Xinghai and others, however, immediately identified the other as Yi Shibingquan. They were taken aback by Yi Shibingquan's formidable prowess, clearly overpowering Bloodlord in their clash. Bloodlord, a top-tier master in the realm of life and death, was nearly unmatched within this domain. Had it not been for the upheaval of the world, he might have already ascended to an even higher realm. Such was his might, yet even this ancient powerhouse faltered against Yi Shibingquan, a testament to the latter's terrifying strength. The battle between Bloodlord and Yi Shibingquan momentarily distracted the onlookers, causing their actions to slow as they focused on the fierce confrontation. Bloodlord felt the weight of the moment. The Great Qin possessed a terrifyingly powerful guardian, a fact that astonished everyone. With a calm demeanor, Yi Shibingquan wielded his military blade, forcing Bloodlord to respond swiftly. The clash reverberated as they met again, Bloodlord sensing his true essence being gradually siphoned away by Yi Shibinquan. "Who are you? Why do you conceal yourself within the Great Qin?" Bloodlord demanded, pushing Yi Shibinquan away, wary of any physical contact. Such a formidable figure could not possibly be unknown, and given the Great Qin's resources, they could not have produced such a being. He must hail from elsewhere. Yi Shibinquan remained silent, relentlessly pressing the attack, making even Bloodlord feel the strain. A tumultuous sea of blood surged from behind Bloodlord, roaring as it surged forth to engulf Yi Shibinquan. Unfazed, Yi Shibinquan propelled himself forward, raising his military blade high, unleashing a colossal arc of energy that cleaved the blood sea in twain. The force of the strike continued unabated, crashing down upon Bloodlord. Bloodlord was sent reeling, blood staining the sky in an instant. Yi Shibinquan vanished, only to reappear behind Bloodlord, delivering a powerful blow to his head. Reacting swiftly, Bloodlord raised his palms to block the strike. But the force of Yi Shibinquan's blow sent him reeling further. In a moment of desperation, Bloodlord conjured a crimson blood pool, sending forth countless scarlet tendrils to ensnare Yi Shibinquan. The latter countered the attack, granting Bloodlord a brief respite. The blood pool returned to Bloodlord's grasp, allowing him to absorb some of the liquid and gradually mend his injuries. Yet, as Yi Shibinquan pressed the attack, Bloodlord found himself at a disadvantage, ensnared in a fierce struggle. How could Bloodlord falter? This was unfathomable. Who was this individual? What made him so overwhelmingly powerful, with such a formidable guardian in the Great Qin? Breaching its defenses would prove exceedingly difficult. Yi Shibinquan maintained the upper hand throughout their confrontation, leaving all in awe. The Xianin masters grimaced. They had hoped for Bloodlord to turn the tide, yet he now found himself in dire straits, hindered by this mysterious force from the Great Qin. How infuriating! Below, the battlefield lay in ruins, with hundreds of thousands defeated. Half the army had perished, and those who remained were being relentlessly hunted by the forces of the Great Qin. With only a few managing to escape, retreat, came the order from Bloodlord. This battle had reached its end. Any further conflict would only lead to greater losses. Bloodlord had no choice but to command a withdrawal. Moreover, Yi Shibinquan was far too powerful and enigmatic. He was simply not a match for him, and continuing the fight would only endanger himself. Retreat, leave, go. The 7 Xianin masters joined forces to unleash their most potent attack, then swiftly withdrew. With a resounding crash, Du Tiangang and his companions managed to fend off the 7's assault, but the latter had already made their escape, and the remaining forces of the sinful city hurried to flee. Pursue them! Without hesitation, they pressed their advantage, determined to chase down their foes. This pursuit continued relentlessly for half a month, yielding resounding triumphs. Ha ha ha, the sinful city is but a shadow of its former self. What is there to fear? This is not a place for their lawlessness. In the cities of the Great Qin, there would be no haven for the sinful city. With a resounding victory, the morale of the allied forces soared, and they celebrated exuberantly. Yi Shibinquan regrouped his troops, remaining vigilant and not letting his guard down, as he continued to fortify the defenses in Huangzhou. Soon, the news of the sinful city's disastrous defeat in Huangzhou spread like wildfire, sweeping through the surrounding territories and growing ever more widespread. What? The sinful city suffered heavy losses in the Great Qin's Huangzhou and returned in disgrace. Is this true? The Great Qin had a mysterious powerhouse, one that even Bloodlord could not match. How could this be? The sinful city had been vanquished by the Great Qin and forced to retreat to Yuzhou. Such a tale seemed utterly unbelievable. Countless factions received this news and were left in disbelief, only accepting it after thorough verification. The revelation was staggering, particularly regarding Yi Shibinquan's remarkable ability to defeat Bloodlord. Such a warrior was unrivaled in the realm of life and death. This battle cemented the Great Qin's formidable reputation, and upon returning to Yuzhou, the sinful city remained conspicuously inactive, seemingly wary of Yi Shibinquan's prowess. Shortly thereafter, civil strife erupted in Cangzhou, leading to a fierce clash between the forces of Cangzhou and Yuzhou. Seizing the opportunity, the sinful city dispatched its army, crossing the Tsang River with relative ease to secure a foothold. The Holy Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Wine Master attempted to mediate, but their efforts proved futile in halting the conflict between the two states. Disheartened, they could only lead a portion of the populace to safety. With the departure of the 10,000 Buddha Temple and the Haoran Academy, both Zhangzhou and Yuzhou fell into disarray. Without the protection of these two great factions, they stood little chance against the sinful city. Realizing the perilous situation, the factions of Yuzhou and Zhangzhou hastily sought a ceasefire, imploring the 10,000 Buddha Temple and the Haoran Academy to remain. Yet the two great powers, unmoved by their pleas, resolutely departed from Zhangzhou. Faced with the grim prospect of an untenable defense, both Zhangzhou and Yuzhou forces fled without a fight. Previously, they had fought fiercely over these lands. But now they surrendered to the city of Sin, rendering everything absurdly laughable. The city of Sin launched an aggressive assault on Zhangzhou, only to find their own backyard ablaze. The barbarian tribes and the Hu people joined forces, storming into the city of Sin, where millions of barbarian and Hu cavalry ravaged the territory, forcing these malevolent individuals to confront the brutality of foreign foes. The city of Sin suffered catastrophic losses. Although they ultimately repelled both clans, inflicting heavy casualties in return, they themselves were left severely weakened. A vast array of resources was plundered by the two tribes. 5 experts of the life and death realm were torn apart by the barbarian temple's priest, while 4 others met their demise at the hands of the Hu royal court's divine generals. The city of Sin, this is the blood price my barbarian kin must pay, and this matter shall not be left unresolved. As they departed, the barbarians issued threats, vowing not to let the city of Sin escape unscathed. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! Compared to clashing with the Qin people, who cower behind their walls, this is truly our battlefield. The Hu people laughed heartily, satisfied as they left. Their encounters with the Qin were the most frustrating, forced to relinquish their advantages and engage in a battle of their weaknesses against the strengths of the Qin. How could they hope to match them? Yet the city of Sin was different. Its flat landscape offered no defenses, and with millions of iron cavalry charging forth, even those of the life and death realm had to avoid their onslaught, allowing them to unleash their full potential. Chapter 55. The alliance of two tribes. The city of Sin was besieged by the two tribes, significantly impacting the ongoing battles ahead. The audacity of the Hu and barbarian tribes to attack the city of Sin demanded that they pay dearly for their transgressions. Enraged and filled with righteous indignation, the city of Sin sought to make the two tribes repay their blood debts. Soon, the city of Sin retaliated, sending their assassins into the territories of the two tribes, relentlessly eliminating key figures. Powerful entities from the demonic realm infiltrated both tribes, slaughtering entire cities, with blood sacrifices becoming a frequent occurrence. The two tribes were not innocent either, launching frenzied counterattacks against the city of Sin. The Hu cavalry frequently penetrated the borders of the city of Sin, pillaging and killing. The back and forth escalated, with blood debts mounting. The barbarians, not to be trifled with, sent sorcerers practicing dark arts into the city of Sin, unleashing malevolent spells that wreaked havoc. Simultaneously, the city of Sin's influence in Yuzhou came under scrutiny from both the barbarians and Hu, who sought to devour this power. Within the barbarian temple, the Golden Eagle King's general, Hu Yanzhua, arrived to discuss a joint assault on the city of Sin's forces in Yuzhou. The city of Sin dared to strike against us. If we do not make them suffer, the world will perceive us as weak and easily bullied. Hu Yanzhua spoke with conviction. Having stood upon this continent for countless ages, we cannot allow the city of Sin to so brazenly offend us without consequence. The annihilation of the city of Sin's power in Yuzhou will serve as a fitting response to their egregious actions. As the world returned to order, numerous powerful figures emerged from the barbarian temple, emboldening their resolve to eliminate the city of Sin's influence in Yuzhou. However, caution was warranted regarding the Qin, whose strength should not be underestimated. The Hu, having clashed with the Qin on multiple occasions, were acutely aware of their formidable might. Should they interject, it would undoubtedly disrupt their plans. Allow me to handle this matter. The barbarian temple willingly took on this responsibility, planning to restrain the Qin and deter them from meddling in Yuzhou. After discussing various details regarding troop deployment, Hu Yanzhua took his leave. A month later, the barbarians besieged the gates, launching a massive offensive towards Lian Pass. The news of the barbarian invasion sent shockwaves through the Qin, leaving Ying Songyuan and others perplexed by the sudden aggression. The internal strife within the barbarian ranks had yet to subside. And with their engagement against the city of Sin, they should not provoke the Qin at this time. Yet, the barbarians advanced boldly towards Lian Pass, their intentions unmistakably suspicious. Orders were dispatched to Meng Tian, the iron-blooded marquis, to take command at Lian Pass. Proclamations were made to Dazhan Pass, mobilizing the Hanyang army to assist in defending Lian Pass. Despite the peculiar nature of the situation, Ing Tsangyuan remained vigilant. Lian Pass was of paramount importance, akin to Dazhan Pass, and could not be compromised. Your Majesty, there have been changes in the channel of the Taichu Forbidden Zone. Yin Kuangtu reported, explaining that the passage had become unsealed. And if beings from another realm discovered it, they could traverse into the Taichu Forbidden Zone. Your Majesty, I propose that rather than remaining in a passive state of worry, we should proactively enter another continent. Securing the far end of the passage and seizing the initiative. Yin Kuangtu was never one to simply endure passive attacks. He suggested a preemptive strike, even harboring ambitions to conquer another continent. Ing Tsangyuan, not one to remain idle, was intrigued by Yin Kuangtu's proposal. However, he had his reservations. The Xianyuan continent was currently engulfed in warfare, and dispatching forces to another continent would stretch the Qin's resources perilously thin. After a moment of contemplation, Ing Tsangyuan made his decision. Very well, I shall assign the Tiger Bin army to you, granting you full authority over this matter. There was no doubt regarding Yin Kuangtu's capabilities, and Ing Tsangyuan entrusted him with this significant task. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yin Kuangtu's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the other continent. He did not act recklessly, but chose to personally enter the passage to gather intelligence on the other realm. The reassignment of the Tiger Bin army by Ing Tsangyuan did not affect the defenses of Huangzhou. The city of Sin was currently preoccupied with the assault on Zhangzhou and faced two formidable foes, leaving them with neither the energy nor strength to attack Huangzhou. Upon arriving at Lian Pass, Meng Tian discovered that although the barbarian forces appeared formidable, their thunderous display was merely a fade. They had encamped outside Lian Pass without launching an attack. What trickery is this? Meng Tian could not decipher the barbarians' true intentions. They neither attacked nor retreated, seemingly intent on merely distracting the Qin forces. For the time being, uncertain of the barbarians' plans, Meng Tian remained patient, opting to observe the developments. With the barbarian army of hundreds of thousands lingering, they consumed vast resources daily, a situation Meng Tian welcomed. 2 months later, he finally discerned the barbarians' purpose. The barbarians and who had allied, launching millions of troops towards Yuzhou, moving with swiftness and decisiveness. By the time other factions noticed, they had already invaded Yuzhou. Ha ha ha, kill. Let the city of Sin pay the price. Those who dare to offend our clans might have sealed their own fate. The two tribes were merciless, and even the fanatics of the city of Sin hesitated to engage them in a death struggle. However, the situation had spiraled beyond the control of the city of Sin. The two tribes slaughtered indiscriminately, seizing resources and incinerating anything they could not carry away. They had come to annihilate and destroy, demanding a heavy toll from the city of Sin. This is intolerable. This is intolerable. Immediately organize the forces for a decisive battle against them. Do they truly believe the city of Sin can be trifled with? The city of Sin roared with fury, swiftly recalling their forces from Zhangzhou to launch a counterattack. The two sides engaged in a cataclysmic bloodbath in Yuzhou, shaking the northern regions and turning it into a realm of chaos. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Thousands of disciples from the Blood God sect unleashed their powers, blood lights soaring into the sky. Under this bloodlust, the soldiers of both tribes were reduced to mere bones. The heavenly demon devoured souls. The heavenly demon sect was equally formidable, their dark arts capable of annihilating foe souls, causing instant death. Invoking divine powers, the barbarians worshipped their totemic gods, with each tribe performing rituals to gain their protection, rendering them fearless. After invoking their divine arts, the barbarians emanated an ethereal aura that shielded their souls from harm, rendering the Blood God sect's overwhelming blood aura ineffective against them. Ha ha ha. Kill! The barbarian soldiers were valiant and immensely strong, tearing apart enemies and devouring their flesh. The gruesome sight of them feasting on raw flesh sent chills down the spine. The who were equally terrifying. Their cavalry charged with unwavering resolve. Even if faced with mountains of blades and seas of flames, they would not retreat. Their only chance of survival lay in pressing forward. Any hesitation would result in being trampled into the ground by the charging cavalry behind them. Faced with this reckless onslaught, the city of Sin found itself utterly helpless. Such a strategy was completely irrational. Even the Qin would not dare engage the Hu in open battle unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 56. Defeat the Hu and barbarian tribes united, leaving the city of Sin in utter disarray. The two clans came prepared, deploying not only millions of troops, but also numerous powerful warriors to eradicate the city of Sin's presence in Yuzhou. Boom! In the skies above, the Demon Lord and Blood Lord clashed with Hu Yinzhua and Hu Xuanqing, all four being late-stage experts of the life and death realm, while others dared not approach their battlefield, retreating in haste. The combined might of the Demon Lord and Blood Lord was overwhelming, swiftly gaining the upper hand against Hu Yinzhua and his companion. Yet, Hu Yinzhua remained unperturbed, although they were at a disadvantage. They were capable of stalling until the battle below concluded. Killing you. Will the Hu and barbarian tribes truly suffer to the core? The Demon Lord's gaze burned with murderous intent. The two clans had thoroughly provoked his wrath. He and the Blood Lord were consumed by a desire for vengeance. Should they succeed in slaying Hu Yinzhua and his companion, it would inflict an unbearable loss upon the Hu and barbarian tribes. Ha ha ha, if you wish to kill me, then try. Even if he was no match for the Demon Lord, Hu Yinzhua's momentum was formidable. He was no weakling, and the Demon Lord would find it difficult to claim his life. Come again, Hu Yinzhua bellowed, swinging his spear with ferocity, launching a proactive assault. The battle among the four reignited, resulting in a fierce standoff. We cannot hold them off any longer. Retreat. The enemy is too vicious. The city of Sin found themselves in a precarious situation. The Hu cavalry charged back and forth, relentlessly claiming the lives of their soldiers. The barbaric tribes, unafraid of death, would even risk annihilation alongside the denizens of the city of Sin, striking terror into the hearts of its inhabitants. While they regard human life as mere chaff and kill with abandon, this does not imply a disregard for their own existence. They are inherently selfish beings. Upon realizing their inadequacy against the coalition of two tribes, their foremost thought is self-preservation, with no consideration for others. The ancestors have taken a step back. I shall no longer engage in battle. This is a band of madmen. I shall not partake any longer. As the people of the city of Sin began to flee, their departure caused the already crumbling battlefield to collapse entirely. Ha ha ha, charge forth! The cavalry of the Hu people surged once more, breaking through the formations of the city of Sin. The barbarian tribes remained to slaughter the inhabitants of the city of Sin, while the Hu dispatched the majority of their cavalry to pursue the fleeing individuals. The division of labor between the two tribes was clear, and their cooperation yielded remarkable results, inflicting severe losses upon the city of Sin. Military Commander, the great battle in Yuzhou has erupted. Should we intervene? The city of Sin is an enemy of the Qin, yet the two tribes are also mortal adversaries of the Qin. Should the two tribes seize Yuzhou? It would prove even more detrimental to the Qin. The optimal outcome would be for the two tribes and the city of Sin to remain locked in a fierce struggle, mutually restraining one another and thus unable to turn their attention to the Qin. No need. The two tribes, numbering in the millions, are far too ferocious. We are not their match. Ye Shi's military authority has no intention of intervening in the conflict between the two factions, especially now that the Yulin army has been reassigned, leaving them considerably strained in defense and lacking the strength to launch an offensive. Moreover, should he dare to strike against the two tribes, the barbarians would inevitably initiate an assault at Liaoan Pass. And the Hu might also attack at Dasa Pass. At that point, a three-front war would be a costly endeavor. The battle for Yuzhou attracted the attention of countless factions, becoming the focal point of the northern territories. In merely 3 months, the city of Sin suffered repeated defeats, continually losing troops and resources, with 2/3 of Yuzhou falling into ruin. The armies of the two tribes rampaged, leaving desolation in their wake. They came for vengeance and destruction, and even if they could not carry anything away, they would not leave a single stone unturned in the city of Sin. The city of Sin, once arrogant and overconfident, had now struck a hard wall. The Hu and the barbarian tribes could contend with our human race for endless ages. They are no mere adversaries. The city of sin has provoked them, and life will become increasingly arduous, so be it. Let them engage in mutual destruction, thereby alleviating our own burdens. The city of sin is embroiled in a bloody conflict with the two tribes, and numerous factions are eager to see this unfold, even wishing for their total annihilation. The forces of the city of sin, having set out for conquest, met an untimely demise, and 2 months later, Yuzhou was completely lost, suffering heavy casualties, forcing a retreat to Cangzhou. Cangzhou, safeguarded by the Tsang River, is a natural fortress. The Hu and the barbarians are not adept in waterborne combat and dare not cross the river to engage in battle. Their intent is merely to impart a bloody lesson to the city of sin, not to pursue an endless vendetta. Now, as they ravage and plunder Yuzhou, the city of sin's million-strong army is ruthlessly trampled, with hundreds of thousands slaughtered, resulting in a disordered flight from Yuzhou. The objectives of the two tribes have been achieved. Ha ha ha, what a delight, truly delightful. Within the barbarian camp, Hu Xianshun and Hu Yanzhua, among others, were in high spirits. This battle had avenged past humiliations and brought great satisfaction. Yuzhou is now in our grasp. Should we launch an attack from Yuzhou against Qin? Some wish to capitalize on the high morale of the two armies and the momentum of victory to assault Qin. The opulence of Qin, with its millions of citizens, had long been coveted by them. Indeed, let us invade Qin. The women, the resources, everything shall belong to us. Ha ha ha, to invade Qin has always been our goal. I am willing to take the lead in the assault against Qin. Many felt invigorated, eager to strike at Qin. However, observing the fervor of the crowd, Hu Yanzhua interjected to quell their enthusiasm. No, Qin is unlike the city of sin. Their army is a formidable force. As long as they huddle behind their walls, we will find it difficult to contend with them. Qin is a unified nation. Unlike the city of sin, which is a disorganized conglomeration of various factions, lacking cohesion. Behind Qin's military stands a vast empire. With their population, they can readily assemble more troops, as long as their elite forces remain undefeated. It will be nearly impossible to breach Qin's defenses. Furthermore, we have already suffered considerable losses in this battle. Prolonged conflict has left our soldiers wearied. It is time to return to the grasslands for recuperation. Hu Yanzhua possessed a keen sense of the larger picture. Now is not the opportune moment to attack Qin. Furthermore, the city of sin still eyed Cangzhou with intent. Should they engage in battle with Qin and become locked in a stalemate, it is likely the city of sin would seize the opportunity to stab them in the back. Shortly thereafter, the armies of the two tribes withdrew from Yuzhou, leaving behind a landscape of ruin and desolation, devoid of life. Once abundant in resources and thriving, Yuzhou now lay vulnerable under the ravages of war, its former glory reduced to mere memory. After the two tribes departed, the city of sin did not reclaim Yuzhou, nor did Qin incorporate it into their dominion. Yuzhou became a blank territory, a buffer zone for myriad factions. Not long after the two tribes' withdrawal from Yuzhou, the barbarian forces stationed at Liaoan Pass also began to disperse. With the conclusion of the fierce conflict between the two tribes and the city of sin, many factions shifted their gaze once more toward Tiannan. The Great Qin Dynasty allied with the Nine Dragons Cave to launch a fierce assault on Tiannan, seeking to conquer it. Yet, Tiannan was not without its means of retaliation. United, they began to rally their allies for a decisive confrontation against the Great Qin Dynasty and the Nine Dragons Cave. Chapter 57. The Battle for the War Origin Continent. This cursed place is truly unfit for human habitation. Fortunately, this time we have reaped considerable rewards. Let us depart swiftly. In the rainforest, a rugged voice shattered the silence. A group of brawny men, clad in animal hides and possessing exaggerated musculature, resembling serpents entwined, exuded an aura of raw power as they traversed the rainforest, wielding massive, heavy wolf-toothed clubs. The rainforest was damp and stifling, with dense trees and ancient pines obscuring the sky, allowing only sporadic rays of sunlight to pierce through the thick canopy. One cautious one-eyed giant warned, "Be careful, everyone. The endless mountain range has been restless lately, with some beast kings going mad. If we provoke them, we may all perish here." Upon hearing this, the group's expressions turned solemn, and even their chatter diminished significantly. The endless mountain range was notorious for its myriad of demon beasts. Brimming with resources that lured countless beings into its depths, the mountain range was fraught with peril, renowned as a place of dread on the war origin continent. Those who ventured into its embrace seeking resources often found themselves entombed within. The mountain harbored not only countless demon beasts, but also an array of omnipresent dangers. Alongside other beings that dared to enter its domain in the mountains, the act of killing for treasure was commonplace. Only the strongest or those blessed with great fortune had a chance to enter and exit the mountains unscathed. The group hastily departed the rainforest, their conversations and movements meticulously observed by a pair of cold eyes. Is this truly another continent? The spiritual essence in the air here is far denser than that of the Xian Yuan continent. This individual was Yin Kuang-tu, who had been exploring the depths of the mountain range for a considerable time. The range appeared boundless, seemingly without end, and was largely untraversed by humans, teeming instead with demon beasts. He frequently encountered howling wolves, roaring tigers, and lurking giant pythons, while fearsome birds occasionally soared overhead, their wings casting vast shadows like clouds descending from the heavens. Amidst the mountains lay an abundance of resources, with rare treasures scattered throughout. Yin Kuang-tu diligently scoured the area and eventually discovered a team of adventurers braving the mountains. He opted not to alert them but instead chose to shadow them discreetly. This team had amassed a substantial haul, acquiring several rare treasures while slaying a number of demon beasts, preparing to exit the mountains. Demon beasts themselves were a valuable resource, their bodies rich with treasure. And some powerful ones could even condense demon cores within them, coveted by many. Demon cores represented the essence of a demon beast, containing immense energy and considered priceless. Strong individuals often infiltrated the mountains to seize these cores. The demon beasts capable of forming cores were formidable foes, and the endless mountain range was their territory, where many strong warriors had vanished without a trace. The dynamics between hunter and prey continuously shifted. As humans coveted the cores while, in the eyes of the demon beasts, other beings appeared as walking medicinal herbs, both sides intent on exterminating one another, reliant on who wielded superior skill. After more than 2 months, this small team finally emerged from the mountains, arriving at a grand and imposing city. Yin Kuang-tu ceased his pursuit of the team, revealing himself and entering the city known as Ancient Sword City. Does anyone want to buy demon beast cubs? I have mysterious broken swords for sale. Come and see. I have all kinds of rare treasures here, and the prices are absolutely fair. Upon entering the city, it felt as though one had stepped into a bustling marketplace, where countless individuals shouted their wares from the roadside. These were all cultivators, some of whom possessed considerable prowess. The city's architecture was orderly and meticulously arranged, featuring various weapon shops, alchemy halls, and taverns, thriving with activity. Ancient Sword City was established at the foot of the mountain range, with a constant influx of beings passing through. These visitors, known for their generosity, contributed to the city's prosperity, enabling it to flourish and thrive. Yin Kuang-tu spent over a month in Ancient Sword City, gradually uncovering the intricacies of this continent. This land is known as the War Origin Continent, a realm steeped in perpetual conflict since its inception. Here, one can find myriad races, including humans, demons, bloodkin, and star clans. Regardless of how the world may change, even as the tides of time shift and the stars realign, war remains the unchanging theme of existence. The human race is among the most dominant factions on this continent. Its inhabitants are born to battle, destined to become warriors from the moment they draw breath. The cruelty of the War Origin Continent far surpasses that of the Xian Yuan Continent. It was the terrifying nature of this land that prompted the founding ancestor of Qin to establish seals and sever the connection between the two realms. Upon learning of the continent's harsh realities, Yin Kuang-tu's heart ignited with fervor and anticipation. Ha ha ha, this is the battlefield that belongs to me. The fervent Yin Kuang-tu is eager to unleash his prowess across the Xian Yuan continent. Challenging the finest warriors of the realm, he promptly reports the situation to His Majesty. Departing from Guyuan City, Yin Kuang-tu returns to the Great Qin. Upon hearing Yin Kuang-tu's account, Ying Yuan is filled with both concern and exhilaration. He fears that the Zhan Yuan continent might discover the passageway, leaving the Great Qin defenseless at this critical juncture. Simultaneously, he is thrilled by the might and circumstances of the Zhan Yuan continent. He has never been one to remain complacent. The chaos of the Zhan Yuan continent ignites his ambition and desire for conquest. Given the gravity of the situation, he swiftly orders the return of the Yulin army, ensuring they remain unaware of any details regarding the passageway. Yunzong immediately summons the Yulin army stationed at the passage, not out of distrust in their loyalty, but due to the life and death stakes for the Great Qin, necessitating utmost caution. After Yin Guangtu's departure, Yunzong begins to utilize his accumulated summoning opportunities. With a chime, he summons 100,000 elite armored soldiers. A wave of joy crosses his features. These soldiers arrive at an opportune moment. All 100,000 are cultivators above the Qi condensation stage, with the commander, Wang Li, at the initial stage of Dao integration, supported by 4 formidable generals, each at the late stage of nirvana. Excellent. With these elite soldiers, Yin Guangtu can infiltrate the Zhan Yuan continent. Soon after, the Yulin army is reassigned from the Taichu Forbidden Zone, remaining in the imperial camp, ready to assist the Great Qin from all directions. Leading 100,000 elite soldiers, Yin Guangtu enters the passageway and arrives at the Endless Mountains, accompanied by 1,000 imperial guards. These individuals are summoned by the system and are sworn to loyalty to Yunzong. Before long, news spreads swiftly around the mountains. Have you heard? A faction of the human race intends to establish a new city. To dare build a city on the outskirts of the mountains indicates a formidable force. It has been many years since a new city was established. This is indeed surprising. Constructing a city is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in ensuring its safety once erected. The Endless Mountains frequently unleash beast tides, and any city on the outskirts would be the first to suffer. If they cannot withstand the beast tide, it will lead to the city's destruction and the loss of lives. Moreover, this is the Zhan Yuan continent, rife with ruthless brigands and merciless marauders, where plundering of cities is a common occurrence. Many cities once existed at the periphery of the Endless Mountains, but over the years, only a few have managed to endure. It has been years since any faction undertook the construction of a new city, and now someone is doing so, drawing considerable attention. Chapter 58. A request in a picturesque location framed by mountains and rivers. A city begins to take shape, with countless armored troops patrolling vigilantly. The builders of this city are beings from the Zhan Yuan continent, fervently engaged in construction under generous compensation. This army is extraordinary. From whence do they hail? There has been no prior information about them, and their attire does not resemble that of nearby factions. What might their strength be? Many are intrigued by the newly constructed city and send personnel to investigate. But ultimately, they glean nothing. They only discern that an impressive army resides there, alongside several powerful warriors, with no further knowledge to be had. They can only continue to observe. In the Huangzhou camp, an extraordinary figure arrives. Umitba, esteemed benefactors, greetings to you all. The Holy Arbiter has come to Huangzhou, prompting everyone to show utmost respect, with He Shibingwen and Su Xinghai among those present. Master, we greet you. We have met the Holy Arbiter. Su Xinghai and others respectfully acknowledge the Holy Arbiter. What brings the Master here, if I may ask? Yi Shibingwen, seated at the head, gazes intently at the Holy Arbiter. The Holy Arbiter, calm and composed, shows no signs of agitation. Military Supervisor, I have come with a request. As a figure of the Buddhist order, the Holy Arbiter speaks directly, without preamble. Oh, what is the nature of your request, Master? If it is a matter beyond the resolution of the 10,000 Buddha temple and yourself, we are powerless to assist. Yi Shibingwen speaks solemnly. While he does not state it outright, it is a veiled refusal. The Holy Arbiter, undeterred, continues. I have been entrusted by the Tian-Nan faction to seek the Great Qin's assistance in occupying the Tian-Duan mountain, preventing the armies of the Dui dynasty from passing through. They are willing to offer 30 million spirit stones as compensation. The Tian-Duan mountain is the main peak of a lengthy mountain range in Yenzhou. Strategically significant, controlling it would sever other factions' access through the Tian-Duan mountain range. Should they attempt to circumvent it, the venomous creatures, treacherous swamps, fierce beasts, and the unique miasma of the mountains are more than capable of claiming lives. The Tian-Duan mountain range has long been under the control of the Great Qin, governed by a prominent clan known as the Shanyu clan. This clan has loyally followed the Great Qin's founding emperor in conquests, venerating the imperial family, and even during times of turmoil, they remained steadfast in their allegiance. Living in the Tian-Duan mountain range for generations, they are intimately familiar with its terrain and have adapted to its environment. The Dui dynasty, having failed to breach Tiannan for years, plans to dispatch a formidable army to bypass the Tian-Duan mountain range and launch an attack from behind, leaving Tiannan unable to defend both fronts. This alarming news reaches the Tiannan faction, thrusting them into panic. Should the Dui succeed in circumventing the Tian-Duan mountain range, the consequences would be dire. The Tiannan faction has an irreconcilable blood feud with the Great Qin. In the past, the Great Qin's founding emperor waged war against Tiannan, and upon their defeat, they resorted to cunning schemes to ensnare him, inflicting wounds that would never heal. The founding emperor chose to sacrifice himself to seal the passage to the Taichu Forbidden Zone, as he had been grievously harmed by the Tiannan faction, leaving him with little time. The blood feud between the Great Qin and Tiannan runs deep, with many emperors of the Great Qin having attempted to conquer Tiannan. All to no avail. The Tiannan faction understands their enmity with the Great Qin. Should they approach, it would only backfire. Thus, they have enlisted the 10,000 Buddha temple as an intermediary to facilitate this matter. Upon understanding the Holy Arbiter's intent, the atmosphere grows tense. If they acquiesce to the Holy Arbiter's request, they will undoubtedly offend the formidable Dui dynasty. The Dui dynasty has been a colossal entity since ancient times. Even when various factions choose to retreat from the world, they have not opted for seclusion, still firmly controlling their territory. Had it not been for various circumstances, the Dui would not have allowed the Great Qin Empire to rise unchecked. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy and the Dui dynasty's alliance with the Nine Dragons Cave, offending them would yield no benefit for the Great Qin. Silence envelopes the gathering, with only Yi Shibingquan lost in thought. The Dui poses a significant threat, not only to Tiannan but also harbors long-standing ambitions toward the Great Qin. The billions of citizens of the Great Qin are a coveted prize for the Dui. They yearn to extinguish the Great Qin and seize its lands and people. Should the Dui conquer Tiannan and grow even stronger, it would soon pose a threat to the Great Qin. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Shibingquan declares, "This matter is of great consequence. I must report to His Majesty for a decision." Though he has his own thoughts, he still seeks Yingzheng's counsel. Esteemed benefactors, should the Great Qin agree to seal off the Tian-Duan mountain range, the Tiannan faction will offer generous rewards, and the 10,000 Buddha temple will owe a favor to the Great Qin. At this juncture, the Holy Arbiter raises the stakes. The Great Qin's stance is crucial, potentially influencing the situation in Tiannan. The 10,000 Buddha temple is dissatisfied with the Dui dynasty's warlike actions. Yet they find themselves powerless to intervene. Though the 10,000 Buddha temple is powerful, they have too many obligations to manage, making it impossible to attend to every matter. 30 million spirit stones is a sum that would certainly entice the assembly. Considering that the Great Qin's annual tax revenue scarcely exceeds 10 million spirit stones. Moreover, the promise of the Holy Arbiter is invaluable. This matter will be reported to His Majesty. Subsequently, Yi Shibingquan drafts a memorial detailing his opinions and the rewards proposed by the Holy Arbiter. Meanwhile, the Dui dynasty's army of 500,000 marches resolutely toward the Tian-Duan mountain range. Among the ranks, Lu Xuanling feels a faint unease and addresses the commander, Prince Funwei. "My lord, the Tian-Duan mountain range is under the control of the Great Qin. Should we not send someone to negotiate with them regarding passage?" This is not the first time Lu Xuanling has raised this issue. Prior to the army's departure, he suggested discussing the matter with the Great Qin, but the Dui court dismissed it outright. The Dui has never regarded the Great Qin as a threat, believing they could easily annihilate them, deeming negotiations unnecessary. Prince Funwei, with an air of superiority and disdain, as a member of the Dui royal family, has always looked down upon the Great Qin. Considering the Ying clan merely opportunists unworthy of comparison with the Dui, why should we pay any mind to the insignificant Great Qin? Once we vanquish Tiannan, they will be next. The condescension in Prince Finway's tone leads him to reject Lu Xuanling's proposal outright. Alas, all Lu Xuanling can do is sigh and withdraw. The Dewey royal family has remained atop their pedestal for far too long, losing the caution they once possessed, and this expedition may encounter unforeseen complications. Yi Shibingwen's memorial swiftly reaches Ing Songyuan's hands. After perusing its contents, Ing Songyuan replies to Yi Shibingwen, granting him full authority to manage all affairs without further consultation. This demonstrates an unparalleled trust in Yi Shibingwen, as Ing Songyuan believes in his discernment and capability. Chapter 59. Tian Duan Mountain. Upon receiving Ing Songyuan's response, Yi Shibingwen summons the Holy Arbiter. The Great Qin can agree to the Holy Arbiter's request, but it will require 50 million spirit stones. Yi Shibingwen makes a bold demand. 50 million spirit stones will place considerable pressure on the Tiannan faction, especially as they are also engaged in a fierce struggle against the Dewey Dynasty and the Nine Dragons Cave, expending vast amounts of spirit stones daily. Producing 50 million spirit stones is no small feat, even for a family of considerable wealth. Agreed. The Holy Arbiter consents. Although 50 million spirit stones is substantial, it pales in comparison to allowing the Dewey's hundreds of thousands of troops to invade Tiannan. Furthermore, this is a list of stipulations. Tiannan must deliver the payment to the Great Qin within 6 months. Yi Shibingwen produced a scroll detailing an impressive array of treasures, all deemed necessary by the Qin dynasty. After perusing the list, the Holy Arbiter acquiesced to the terms. Once the negotiations were concluded, Yi Shibingwen commenced the mobilization of troops. The Imperial City's Yulin Army and the Liaoan Pass Hanyang Army promptly set forth towards the Tian Duan mountain range. Iron-willed God Marquis Su Xinghai, Du Tiangang, and Yi Shibingwen also made their way to the Tian Duan mountain. The mountain tribe swiftly received an imperial edict instructing them to comply with Yi Shibingwen's commands. Within the mountain tribe, elders and the chieftain convened. The military supervisor relayed orders for them to immediately secure the Tian Duan mountain and dispatch personnel to assist the Hanyang and Yulin armies in entering the mountain range. The chieftain of the Shanyue tribe, Shi Yuan, spoke solemnly. This matter was of utmost significance. Both the emperor and the military supervisor held it in high regard, and they could not afford to disappoint the emperor. The mountain tribe revered the Ing clan as divine, and their loyalty to the Ing lineage was ingrained in their very essence. Rest assured, the emperor had recently bestowed favors upon our tribe, selecting several of our women to enter the palace. We shall not let the emperor down. Ing Songyuan was always generous to his own, not only exempting the mountain tribe from taxes for a decade, but also granting them abundant resources and cultivation techniques. After selecting a dozen enchanting women from the mountain tribe for the harem, one was recently elevated to the status of concubine, demonstrating Ing Songyuan's formidable authority over the Shanyue clan. The mountain tribe swiftly took action, with numerous clansmen securing the Tian Duan mountain and strategically laying traps throughout the rugged terrain. Soon, the Yulin army and Hanyang army arrived in Yinzhou, guided by the mountain tribe members into the Tian Duan mountain. The soldiers struggled to acclimatize to the miasma of the mountain range and could only establish camp in and around it. Yi Shibingwen also arrived at the Tian Duan mountain, preparing his troops and awaiting the approach of the Dewey dynasty forces. A month later, the Dewey army drew near the Tian Duan mountain, learning of the Qin forces on high alert. Damn it! These Qin ants dare to obstruct my army's path. King Finway erupted in fury, displaying none of the composure expected of a commanding general. A true leader should remain unfazed even in the face of calamity. Yet King Finway's reaction to a mere report was deeply disappointing. However, as a member of the royal family and a formidable master of the death realm, others dared not voice their dissent. Since the Qin seeks death, let us oblige them. King Finway's eyes glinted with malice, his intent to kill palpable in the air. Your Majesty, do not act impulsively. The Tian Duan mountain is easily defensible but difficult to assault, shrouded in miasma. A reckless attack would only yield adverse results. It would be wiser to send envoys to the Qin to negotiate a passage. Lu Xuanling urgently interjected, warning against the folly of engaging in battle with the Qin in the Tian Duan mountain. Humph! Are we, the illustrious Dewey heavenly army, unable to subdue a mere mountain? King Finway, obstinate and unyielding, dismissed all counsel. The Qin were merely opportunists. How could the royal family of Dawei stoop to negotiate with them? King Funwei's arrogance blinded him to the realities of the situation, convinced of his superior lineage and dismissive of any notion of compromise with the Qin. Despite the opposition from his subordinates, King Funwei persisted in his course, leading the army toward the Tianduan mountain. Upon arrival, they were met with the miasma-shrouded peaks, obscuring their vision and rendering the terrain treacherous. Cough, cough, inhaling the noxious fumes. Many soldiers began to suffer, feeling weak and coughing uncontrollably. Retreat. Do not inhale the miasma. Upon witnessing this, the army hastily withdrew from the Tianduan mountain. A passage within the mountain led directly to the Tianduan. Acting as an invisible barrier that kept the miasma at bay. Launch the assault, King Funwei commanded, ordering his forces to charge through the path. The Dawei army has launched an attack. The mountain tribe had been closely monitoring the movements of the Dawei. Fully aware of their strategies, there was no need for a desperate struggle. Holding the Tianduan mountain would suffice. While they wished to prevent the Dawei from advancing into the southern territories and leaving them vulnerable, the Qin would not risk everything for the sake of the south. The Tianduan was easily defensible. The mountains were lined with formidable bows and crossbows, making any advance exceedingly difficult. Kill, as the battle cries erupted. The Dawei army began their assault on the Tianduan mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A torrent of arrows rained down upon them, claiming countless Dawei soldiers' lives. The Qin forces held the high ground, enjoying a significant strategic advantage. Wave after wave of arrows were loosed, and before the Dawei soldiers could even reach the foot of the mountain, thousands had already perished. Damn it, die! King Funwei, consumed by rage, led his strongest warriors into the fray. Suddenly, a blade of energy cleaved through the clouds, splitting the heavens and bearing down upon them. Be careful. Watch out. Quickly evade. The Dawei soldiers were gripped by fear, sensing the lethal threat emanating from the blade of energy, and scrambled to escape. Even King Funwei, despite his impulsive nature, could not afford to confront such a terrifying force directly. He knew better than to meet it head-on and swiftly dodged. The blade swept across, and those unable to evade were cleaved to pieces, reduced to nothingness. Swoosh! The unstoppable blade of energy claimed numerous lives before shooting skyward, shattering the clouds and vanishing into the ether. What a fearsome blade! The onlookers were left in awe, realizing that such power could only have originated from a formidable being atop the mountain. How could they possibly breach such an impregnable fortress? The mere presence of that blade had shattered their resolve, even causing the once invincible King Funwei to wear a grave expression. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, over 100 figures descended from the mountain, standing before the Dawei forces. The foremost among them exuded calmness and poise, as if everything lay within his grasp. Yi Shibinquan's gaze swept across the crowd before finally settling on King Funwei. That blade of energy was unleashed by you, was it not? King Funwei fixed his gaze on Yi Shibinquan, sensing the same aura from him as he had from the previous blade. And what of it? Yi Shibinquan's eyes flashed with determination. As a fellow master of the Death Realm, he was confident that he could best King Funwei in combat. However, he had no desire for such a confrontation. His goal was merely to intimidate the Dawei, compelling them to withdraw without unnecessary bloodshed. The Dawei and Qin had always maintained a respectful distance. What prompted the Qin to obstruct their forces? King Funwei's voice boomed in challenge, yet Yi Shibinquan merely regarded him with derision. How brazenly shameless of you to send your army to assault my Qin's Tianduan mountain, only to turn around and accuse us. How utterly ridiculous. The Dawei had dispatched no envoys to negotiate with the Qin, sending hundreds of thousands of soldiers to their gates, treating the Qin with utter disdain. Now, facing the Qin's formidable strength, finding themselves unable to press forward through the Tianduan, they dared to reverse the blame. Truly laughable. Sir, this is a grave misunderstanding. The Qin and Dawei should not allow this matter to sour relations. Lu Xuanling stepped forward to clarify, his concerns now realized. Had the Dawei heeded his advice and dispatched envoys to the Qin to negotiate, offering some concessions, they could have smoothly traversed the Tianduan mountain. After neutralizing the southern forces, they could then turn their full might against the Qin, repaying any concessions 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Alas, The Dewey had proven short-sighted. King Wei's obstinacy and refusal to listen to others had led to their current predicament. There is no misunderstanding here. Depart at once, or I shall not hesitate to unleash the wrath of my Qin's fierce warriors. Yi Shibingwen issued his final ultimatum to the Dewey, then turned to lead his companions back to the Tianduan mountain. Upon witnessing Yi Shibingwen's departure, King Funwei's fury boiled over, and he struck a nearby mountain with his fist. Boom! The mountain was instantly leveled. Yet, even this could not quell his rage. How dare the Qin defy my Dewey? I shall annihilate them. King Funwei's animosity for the Qin surpassed even that for the southern forces. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? The assembly was at a loss, with their massive army trapped at the Tianduan mountain. To attack the mountain would not only be perilous, but would also result in heavy losses, jeopardizing their ability to confront the southern forces. However, retreating now would be equally unsatisfactory. Arriving with such a grand army only to withdraw would leave them the subject of ridicule among the other factions. Moreover, the Dewey standoff with the southern forces necessitated their army's involvement to break the deadlock. They could not simply abandon their mission. Relay this news back to Dewey. Let His Majesty decide. King Funwei had no immediate solutions and could only wait for the Dewey court's orders. News of the Qin's successful defense of the Tianduan mountain quickly reached the southern forces, who felt a wave of relief wash over them. Ha ha ha, splendid. As long as the Qin can hold back King Funwei's army, we shall not be defeated. They promptly dispatched the promised 50 million spirit stones to the Qin. Lest they arouse suspicion, at this juncture, they could only hope that the Qin would successfully stall the Dewey forces, allowing them ample time to regroup. As the southern forces celebrated their newfound hope, they immediately sent the promised spirit stones and treasures listed to the Qin, recognizing the urgent need for the Qin to act as a shield against the impending threat from the Tianduan mountain. Meanwhile, the Dewey dynasty was in a state of collective outrage, eager to dispatch troops to obliterate the Qin. The Qin truly seeks its own demise, daring to obstruct my Dewey's heavenly army. We must annihilate them at once. Let them meet their end, the emperor declared. I volunteer to lead an entire army to obliterate the Qin and incorporate them into Dewey's territory. Upon receiving the news, the ministers of the Great Wei were incensed, deeming the Great Qin's actions excessively brazen, and clamoring for the annihilation of the Great Qin. The Wei emperor, equally furious, could not fathom how a mere Great Qin, with its ancestors hailing from a lineage of such lowly blood, would dare to oppose the illustrious Great Wei. Such insolence deserved death. Your Majesty, it is imperative that we do not provoke the Great Qin at this juncture. Their ability to repel the attacks from the sinister city is not to be underestimated. Hostility towards the Great Qin would bring nothing but harm to the Great Wei. The Prime Minister, Bai Ju spoke up, silencing the tumultuous court. Even the enraged Wei Emperor gradually calmed. What is your perspective, Prime Minister? Your Majesty, the Great Qin has no enmity with the Great Wei. Rather, they share a blood feud with the southern sky. If we send envoys to negotiate with the Great Qin and offer some concessions, they are bound to agree to a passage through their territory. Bai Ju's proposal was swiftly rejected by the Wei Emperor. The royal bloodline of the Great Qin is but a base lineage. Our Great Wei's royal bloodline is noble beyond compare. How could we stoop to plead with them? This matter shall not be broached again. The lineage of the Great Wei indeed boasts an extraordinary heritage from the ancient human race, a point of pride that they would never yield to the contemptible royal bloodline of the Great Qin. Since the Great Qin seeks its own demise, I shall eradicate them. The Wei Emperor's gaze turned icy as he commanded. Dispatch an edict to King Wu Wei, instructing him to lead an army of 100,000 to support King Funwei and teach the accursed Great Qin a lesson. With the Emperor's decree, the Great Wei army mobilized under the leadership of King Wu Wei, a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the life and death realm, marching with great fanfare towards the Tianduan mountain. In the Chaos Demon Sea, a lawless realm rivaling the sinister city, demons danced wildly, devoid of any semblance of order. Recently, numerous merchant caravans had appeared in the Chaos Demon Sea, bringing resources absent in that tumultuous land and purchasing unique items. Profiting on both ends, everyone remained vigilant. This was no place of benevolence. The act of killing and plundering was commonplace in the Chaos Demon Sea, and all were on high alert, unwilling to be complacent. These merchant caravans hailed from the Great Qin, thriving under the vigorous support of Ing Tsongyuan, leading to a meteoric rise in Great Qin's commerce. Some audacious individuals even ventured to conduct business in the Chaos Demon Sea and the Sinister City. Reaping immense profits, these caravans were not reckless. They invested considerable profits to hire numerous powerful protectors, including escort agencies and mercenary organizations. Some merchant guilds even forged connections with the powers of the Chaos Demon Sea, securing their protection. Though chaotic, the Chaos Demon Sea was ultimately governed by the principle of profit. As long as the benefits were substantial, they were willing to safeguard these merchant caravans. Ing Tsongyuan welcomed this development. The more profits these caravans earned, the greater the tax revenues for the Great Qin. Each was contributing to the accumulation of spiritual stones for the state at times. Ing Tsongyuan would request these caravans to gather necessities for the Great Qin, providing robust support for their endeavors. Shortly thereafter, the Southern Sky Forces delivered 50 million spiritual stones along with numerous rare treasures to the Great Qin, all of which were deposited into the national treasury. Now, with a well-stocked treasury, the Great Qin was financially robust, giving Ing Tsongyuan the confidence to act boldly. Chapter 61. The resplendent military might upon the arrival of King Wu Wei of the Great Wei Dynasty. He swiftly allied with King Fin Wei to launch an assault on Tianduan Mountain. The Great Wei advanced with great ferocity, brimming with murderous intent, determined to make the Great Qin feel the wrath of the Great Wei. This was also a demonstration to other forces of the dire consequences of opposing the Great Wei. 2 princes at the pinnacle of the life and death realm and 8 formidable warriors exuded overwhelming pressure, coercing Tianduan Mountain. The Great Qin would not permit such insolence to that moment. A magnificent aura surged skyward, forcefully shattering the oppressive atmosphere surrounding King Wu Wei and his entourage. Wei Shi Bing Quan, Taidan Shunho, and Su Xinghai faced them with cold indifference. Is this truly the strength of the Great Qin? Indeed, they are formidable. King Wu Wei had already learned of Yi Shi Bing Quan's existence from King Fin Wei. And now, facing Yi Shi Bing Quan directly, he realized that Fin Wei had not exaggerated in the slightest. Kill. With a single command from King Fin Wei, a tidal wave of troops surged toward Tianduan Mountain. This is troublesome. Observing the 10 individuals at the life and death realm, Su Xinghai felt a chill run down his spine. This battle was perilous. Stay close to me. Yi Shi Bing Quan remained unfazed, instructing the two to remain near him so that he could protect them. Bang! King Wu Wei and King Fin Wei struck first, unleashing 2 powerful waves of palm energy towards the three. Yi Shi Bing Quan propelled himself forward, drawing his military saber and slicing through the air, obliterating the 2 palm strikes with a fierce blade aura. Simultaneously, King Wu Wei and his companions had already closed in on the trio. Confronted with such formidable foes, King Wu Wei and his ally shared a tacit understanding, launching a combined assault on Yi Shi Bing Quan, directing others to handle Su Xinghai and Taidan Shunho first. Before encircling and eliminating Yi Shi Bing Quan together, both of them hailed from the same lineage, practicing the Great Wei royal family's supreme martial arts, adept at seizing opportunities and striking when advantageous. One attacked while the other defended, alternating seamlessly, effectively restraining Yi Shi Bing Quan for the time being. Pifty, as Yi Shi Bing Quan found himself restrained. After only a few exchanges, Taidan Shunho and Su Xinghai had sustained numerous injuries. The two were in dire straits, struggling against the onslaught of 8 life and death realm warriors. Hemph! Witnessing this, Yi Shi Bing Quan's fury surged, shaking the heavens and earth, manifesting the most profound techniques of the unique Sun martial canon. What terrifying power! Is he truly still at the life and death realm? The 2 warriors felt as if they were on the edge of a precipice, as Yi Shi Bing Quan's formidable strength once again shattered their understanding. A tempest arose, the skies darkened, and a sudden sandstorm enveloped the battlefield. Yi Shi Bing Quan unleashed his ultimate technique, striking towards the battlefield. Unite to resist. Faced with the boundless might of that strike, King Wu Wei and his companions could only join forces to counter it. Boom! Following the extreme impact, a vast rift appeared in the sky, stretching for dozens of miles, deep and dark, exuding a chilling aura. The surrounding terrain was drastically altered by the shockwaves of their battle. Mountains flattened, rivers evaporated, and a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded. Aped, coughed, coughed, as the dust settled. Yishur Bing Quan stood tall, while King Wu Wei and King Fin Wei were left in tatters, their bodies riddled with wounds, blood flowing freely. The other 8 life and death realm warriors fared even worse, their faces pale, breath shallow, barely able to stand. Why military authority shines across the world. Do you wish to challenge me again? Yishur Bing Quan's gaze was disdainful, his godlike presence indelibly etched into the minds of King Wu Wei and the others, instilling a deep sense of fear within them. Retreat. We must leave. King Wu Wei and his companion exchanged glances, no longer daring to linger, retreating in disarray along with their troops. Once they had completely departed, Yishur Bing Quan's body began to sway, his steps faltering. A mouthful of blood gushed forth from his lips. Against 10 individuals at the life and death realm, 2 of whom were at the pinnacle, Yishur Bing Quan had indeed sustained injuries from the confrontation. He had merely been forcing himself to endure. Now that King Wu Wei and his compatriots had left, he could no longer hold on. Commander, are you unhurt? Taidan Shen Ho rushed to Yishur Bing Quan's side. Casting a cautious glance at Su Xinghai, harboring distrust towards the hidden powers, concerned that he might pose a threat to Yishur Bing Quan. With Taidan Shen Ho providing protection, Yishur Bing Quan sat cross-legged in the void, tending to his internal injuries. After a brief period, his complexion returned to normal and his breathing steadied. Let us depart. After this skirmish, the Great Qin Dynasty will think twice before daring to invade Tianduan Mountain again. The group descended from the heights, returning to Tianduan Mountain. Yu Xinghai gazed at Yishur Bing Quan with newfound respect. Such a powerhouse was indeed dishearteningly formidable. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone could repel 10 warriors of the life and death realm single-handedly. Yet, all of this transpired right before his eyes, leaving him no choice but to believe. Those who had yet to enter the life and death realm viewed Yishur Bing Quan as a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the moon above. Only someone like Su Xinghai, who had reached the life and death realm, could truly comprehend the vast chasm that separated them from Yishur Bing Quan, like a mayfly gazing at the sky. Cough, cough. Having fled a considerable distance, King Wu Wei and the others finally halted to consume elixirs and recover from their injuries. They conjectured that Yishur Bing Quan had not pursued them because he too was wounded. Yet they dared not be complacent, nor did they consider a counterattack. Even if Yishur Bing Quan were seriously injured, their own wounds were not trivial. Returning to attack could very well seal their fates. What a terrifying powerhouse! The existence of such strength within the Great Qin is as steadfast as a mountain. King Wu Wei remained haunted by the encounter, and each recollection of Yishur Bing Quan's godlike presence sent shivers down his spine. With such a powerhouse in the Great Qin, it would be exceedingly difficult for other forces to shake their foundation. Even if they could annihilate the Great Qin, slaying Yishur Bing Quan would be an insurmountable challenge. As long as he lived, a vengeful Yishur Bing Quan would be the most dangerous individual under heaven. With Yishur Bing Quan personally guarding Tianduan Mountain, any attempts to forcibly pass would be futile. What should we do now? Yishur Bing Quan is too formidable. They no longer wish to engage with him. With him stationed at Tianduan Mountain, the Great Qin Dynasty would find traversing impossible. We must discreetly report this situation to His Majesty. After deliberation between the two, they resolved to secretly report to the Emperor of Wei, for they dared not let others know of the extraordinary strength of Yishur Bing Quan. Should it become known that they were defeated by Yishur Bing Quan alone, it would bring utter disgrace to the imperial family of Wei. Chapter 62. Heaven's wrath and people's resentment upon receiving the news conveyed by the two from King Wu Wei. The Emperor of Wei, contrary to expectations, did not erupt in fury but instead appeared remarkably composed. Although incredulous, he chose to place his trust in the two, believing they would not deceive him, withdraw the troops. After a night of contemplation, the emperor made the arduous decision. Though the Great Wei still possessed untapped strength, it was necessary to reserve it to intimidate other factions and could not be easily mobilized. The main forces of Wei were engaged in direct confrontation with Tiannan, leaving no room to detach additional forces to support the two from Wu Wei. Moreover, even if reinforcements were dispatched, it remained uncertain whether the Qin still harbored hidden strengths. rendering such an endeavor a potential folly. In light of the conflict, the previously amicable Wanfo Temple and Haoran Academy had severed ties with the Great Wei Dynasty. Wanfo Temple relocated its monastery, and the scholars from the academy, who had served in the Great Wei, departed in resignation. These scholars were the backbone of the Great Wei, and their exodus had a profound impact on the dynasty. Both Wanfo Temple and Haoran Academy were formidable entities, their prestige immense. They had spearheaded a coalition of various factions to pressure the Great Wei to terminate the unjust war. The Tian forces, having not been vanquished by the Great Wei or the Jilong Cave, found themselves entangled in a stalemate, heavily reliant on the support of Wanfo Temple and Haoran Academy. At present, the Great Wei Dynasty appeared powerful, yet it was beset by crises on all sides. Should they engage in further hostilities with the Qin, the situation would only worsen. Upon receiving the emperor's edict, the two from Wu Wei could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had feared the emperor might stubbornly persist in attacking the Tianduan mountain. It now seemed the emperor had not lost his reason and had made a judicious choice. The Great Wei military retreated, marking the initial clash with the Qin as a resounding victory for the latter. Although this maneuver allowed the Qin to acquire significant resources from the Tian forces, it simultaneously deepened the enmity with the Great Wei, which would not let the matter rest lightly. Whether this transaction yielded true benefits remained uncertain. The Great Wei's inability to breach Tianduan Mountain meant they could not mount a pincer attack, and the Tian forces, bolstered by the support of Wanfo Temple, Haoran Academy, and other factions, successfully repelled the fierce assaults of the Great Wei Dynasty, leading to a deadlock in the conflict a year later. With the Great Wei unable to achieve any victories, they were compelled to issue a reluctant order for withdrawal. The Tian forces, having suffered considerable losses, could not ascertain when they would recover. The battles with the barbarians, Hu people, and the city of Sin continued unabated. The denizens of the city of Sin, brazen and lawless, were being thoroughly beaten by the two factions and were unlikely to relent. A multitude of assassins from the city of Sin infiltrated the territories of the two factions, launching widespread attacks on their leaders. In retaliation, the two factions, not known for their benevolence, dispatched individuals into the city of Sin to exact vengeance, resulting in mutual casualties. 2 years passed, and a piece of news emerged from Zhangzhou, shocking the world. Damn it, the city of Sin. How dare they do this? Kill them. After conquering Zhangzhou, the city of Sin had the audacity to conduct a blood sacrifice of the entire populace, countless lives. Zhangzhou, already populous, was inundated with countless citizens from Yuzhou, far exceeding 1 billion, all of whom were slaughtered in this heinous act. A crime of unimaginable atrocity. The righteous forces were utterly incensed. Though many among them were hypocritical pretenders, the majority were genuine individuals with a deep sense of justice. Upon hearing of the calamity in Zhangzhou, they were filled with righteous indignation, resolved to storm the city of Sin and seek justice for the countless lives lost in Zhangzhou and Yuzhou. The failure of the Great Wei Dynasty's assault on Tiannan had incited a collective resistance from numerous factions, and the Great Wei was subtly becoming isolated by the northern powers. The Great Wei discerned this shift and sought to alter the situation. Your Majesty, this is the opportunity for the Great Wei. If we take a stand and rally the heroes of the realm, they will surely respond. The Great Wei can seize this moment to garner sufficient prestige, forge alliances, and suppress its enemies. Bai Li, with far-reaching vision, recognized this opportunity and earnestly urged the emperor. The chancellor speaks wisely. Let us heed his counsel. A proclamation was dispatched from the Great Wei Dynasty, declaring that the city of Sin had committed unspeakable atrocities, and the Great Wei would act in the name of justice, calling upon the forces of the realm to unite against the city of Sin. This news swept through the various factions like a tempest. No one expected the Great Wei Dynasty to take such a stand at this juncture. Truly, it was commendable. The wickedness of the city of Sin deserves to be eradicated by all. We shall proceed to the Great Wei and slay those deserving of death. Many factions responded. Even the beleaguered Tian expressed their willingness to lend their support. They had no choice but to act. If they remained passive, numerous factions would inevitably compare them to the Great Wei. And when the latter stirred discord, it would surely lead to a withdrawal of support from other factions. Without that backing, Tiannan would find itself no match for the Great Wei. The city of Sin was a malignant tumor in the north, and the Hu people bore the responsibility of its eradication. The barbarians were willing to join in the endeavor to obliterate the city of Sin. Surprisingly, the Hu and barbarian races, known for their disregard for life, also sought to act in the name of righteousness. Subsequently, Wanfo Temple and Howran Academy announced their intention to participate in the campaign against the city of Sin. The involvement of these two highly respected factions further amplified the momentum of the impending conflict. Your Majesty, now that the city of Sin has become the common enemy of all, should we not join this grand battle? The city of Sin had suddenly become the public enemy of the north, and the Qin could not afford to remain absent. Let the military commander act as he sees fit. Ing Songyuan entrusted everything to Yi Shibinkwen. The city of Sin, having dared to conduct blood sacrifices of the citizens from two states, was undoubtedly aware of the consequences of their actions. Faced with the mounting pressure from numerous factions, the city of Sin promptly retaliated, calling upon the forces of the demonic and unorthodox sects to join their cause. They proclaimed that the blood sacrifice of the two-state citizens was in pursuit of an unparalleled opportunity, now firmly within their grasp. Those who joined the city of Sin would have the chance to partake in this supreme opportunity. Upon the release of this news, many nefarious factions flocked to the city of Sin, driven by their selfish desires, not out of altruism but for the promise of fortune. A substantial influx of demonic forces entered the city of Sin, bolstering its power to the extent that it could now stand toe-to-toe with the righteous factions. This attraction extended beyond the northern forces. Even factions from other regions and overseas were drawn to the impending cataclysm. Chapter 63. The Demonkin. As numerous factions began to stir, preparing to wage war against the city of Sin, a newly constructed city, spanning hundreds of miles, finally emerged in the war element continent. The city bore the name Xianyang, its gates inscribed with the characters for Xianyang. Within, numerous soldiers clad in armor patrolled, weapons at the ready. The gates of Xianyang stood wide open, welcoming those who sought resources in the endless mountains. Though Xianyang had been built, it was still far from other bustling cities, drawing only a handful of visitors. The city lay in a state of potentiality, devoid of taverns, inns, or various shops, making it challenging to attract adventurous souls. However, the construction of Xianyang was merely intended to provide the Qin with a foothold in the war element continent. Whether it could rival other cities in wealth was of little consequence. Have you heard? The Iron Sword sect has been attacked by the beasts of the endless mountains. The sect has been annihilated, and their forces wiped out. Linen City also faced a surge of beasts, nearly resulting in its destruction. Many were discussing the recent chaos instigated by the beasts of the endless mountains, which had reportedly formed waves of beasts, descending upon cities. It was said that treasures had emerged from the mountains, prompting the beast kings to vie for dominance, forcing the beasts within to flee, thus inciting the turmoil. Some well-informed individuals revealed startling news. The treasures that have sparked the conflict among the beast kings must be of unparalleled value. Some self-important individuals even dared to infiltrate the mountains, believing themselves destined by fate to seize the treasures. The fate that awaited such fools was all too predictable. The beast kings were formidable beings, transcending the realm of life and death, having reached the realm of creation. What treasures could mere mortals hope to covet? Deep within the mountains, a group of individuals fled in a state of panic. Having incurred great costs to capture the offspring of the purple-winged beast king, we can finally commence our plan, if not for the emergence of the supreme treasure within the mountains. The purple-winged beast king would not have diverted its attention, allowing us this opportunity to capture its young. Once our plan is executed successfully, the endless mountains will surely launch an assault on the divine martial sect. And that will be our moment. The group's eyes gleamed with cunning, their words laced with schemes. Within Xianyang, Yin Kuangtu and Wang Li were analyzing the nearby factions. Blood Color, an organization that blended assassination, mercenary work, and trade, even had a few members at the life and death realm. It was a formidable entity. Blood Color welcomed any rogue cultivators or sects that sought allegiance, promising protection to those who passed their tests. They were known for their unforgiving nature. Anyone who dared to provoke them, regardless of their background or faction, would find themselves in dire straits. Their extreme methods deterred even factions of greater strength from engaging them. For blood color was akin to a pack of rabid dogs, powerful and unpredictable. Another faction, known as the Demon Qin, comprised descendants of both demon and human races, yet they were unacknowledged by either lineage. The human race regards their existence as a source of shame, with some radical factions even seeking to eradicate them entirely in a bid to cleanse this disgrace. The demon race, too, does not recognize them as kin, dismissing them as possessing the ignoble blood of humans, unworthy of standing alongside their kind. The demon humans, rejected by both factions and lacking formidable strength, find it difficult to survive, huddling together for warmth in a world that offers them no refuge. They dare not tread upon the territories of the great human powers, nor venture into the lands of the demon race, struggling to subsist near the endless mountains. The demon humans possess 3 beings at the life and death realm, making them relatively strong in the vicinity. They are more frenzied than the bloodthirsty, a band of reckless lunatics who will not hesitate to fight to the death if provoked. This is their only means of self-preservation. Such ferocity ensures that other factions think twice before taking action against them. Even so, their plight remains dire, often facing indiscriminate slaughter from self-righteous humans who leave after their rampages. Young heirs from powerful human factions also take advantage of them to gain prestige. Beyond these 2 forces, ancient Source City cannot be underestimated. Among the 3 factions, ancient Source City is the most inscrutable. Having stood for many years, enduring multiple waves of beastly assaults, it remains unyielding, a testament to its strength. The city thrives with bustling commerce and a variety of trading hubs, even boasting a black market where illicit goods are traded. Leader Yin, it has come to my attention that the demon humans are actively preparing for battle, seemingly in anticipation of significant events. Should we not consider making a move against them? Xianyang City has been completed, granting the Great Qin a foothold. It is time to take the initiative and expand our territory. Wang Li has set his sights on the demon humans, as they are the easiest faction to subdue. There is no haste. We shall wait until they are engulfed in despair before striking, ensuring they will be grateful and submit at our feet. Yin Guangtu's gaze is cold and unyielding. Easily obtained things are often taken for granted. The task of subduing the demon humans is fraught with challenges and will likely arouse their suspicion. If the demon humans face extermination, they will find themselves with nowhere to turn. When the time comes for the Great Qin to rescue them, we will easily bring them under our control. Very well, I shall organize a great army to enter the mountains and seek resources. Wang Li concurs with Yin Guangtu's plan, recognizing that there is no need to rush in subduing the demon humans. The resources of the endless mountains are boundless. During this time, he has often led his forces into the mountains to gather resources, yielding substantial rewards. Over the years, Wang Li has reached the mid-stage of the harmonious realm, while his companions, Hu, Bao, Chai, and Lang, have broken through to the initial stage of the harmonious realm, and the 100,000-strong army has also seen rapid advancements. The spiritual energy and resources of the Battle Yuan continent are superior to those of the Xian Yuan continent, making it difficult to avoid rapid growth here. However, the mountains have been restless lately. Caution is advised. Yin Guangtu cannot help but remind him that the endless mountains are a rare treasure trove, yet also a perilous place fraught with danger. Rest assured, Wang Li is well aware of the mountains' unrest. But he does not venture deep within. The periphery poses little threat. Yin Guangtu's reminder is merely instinctive, and Wang Li has complete faith in his capabilities. Within the demon-human faction, the atmosphere is heavy. A group of individuals bearing solemn expressions, radiating palpable tension. Do they truly intend to leave us with no path to survival? After all these years, has the slaughter they have inflicted upon us not been sufficient? Oh, vast heavens, why do you treat the demon humans with such cruelty? A profound sorrow fills the hearts of the crowd. Since their emergence on the continent, the demon humans have faced relentless calamities. Though they have clung to life through hardship, the toll has been immense. All they desire is to simply survive. Such a basic aspiration is denied by the human race, who view them as a disgrace, bent on their total annihilation to erase the stain of shame. Chapter 64. Gathering, cursing the heavens and blaming others does little to aid our cause. We must prepare for a desperate fight. Let us hope we can weather this crisis. The demon-human tribe leader, Lu Zihue, speak solemnly. With no other recourse, the demon humans must rely on their own strength. System, summon. Ding. You have summoned the character Zhu Wuxian, late stage of the life and death realm. Immediately, a figure with a gaze full of ambition and an austere demeanor appears before Ing Tsangya. I pay my respects to your majesty. Zhu Wuxian shows no hesitation, promptly bowing deeply to Ing Tsangya. Rise. The summoning of Zhu Wuxian further strengthens the foundation of the Great Qin, alleviating any concerns of lacking powerful allies. Under the command of Yi Shaibing, Yin Kuang-tu heads to the Battle Yuan continent, while Zhu Wuxian takes charge of the imperial city, allowing Ing Tsangya to focus without distractions on the Xian Yuan continent. Forces from the northern regions respond to the call of the Great Wei Dynasty and head to the Rhine Plain. The Rhine Plain serves as a no-man's land between the city of Xin and the outside world, where they will gather to launch an assault on the city of Xin. Various factions arrive one after another. The Great Wei Dynasty has stationed an army of 500,000 here, with the formidable Wang Wuwei and Fan Wei Wang, both at the late stage of the life and death realm, commanding a grand presence. Soon after, individuals from the 10,000 Buddhas Temple and the Howran Academy arrive, with the Holy Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Priest personally attending. The Holy Arbiter and the Grand Sacrificial Priest have arrived. The city of Xin has committed heinous sins, too numerous to recount. This battle must be fought at all costs to eradicate them. Until the city of Xin is vanquished, we shall remain restless. Numerous factions are eager to participate in this fierce conflict, seeking justice for the people of Yuzhou and Zhangzhou, but more so feeling the imminent threat posed by the city of Xin. The city of Xin acts without regard for the heavens or morality, even daring to sacrifice the lives of the people of both states. What further atrocities might they not commit? If the city of Xin were to attack their territories, the fate of the two states would serve as a dire warning, even to ensure their own safety. They must engage in this battle. Only with the complete downfall of the city of Xin can they find peace. Infuriatingly, it is the Great Wei that instigated this conflict, yet the spotlight is stolen by the 10,000 Buddhas Temple and the Howran Academy, truly vexing. The two leaders of Wang Wuwei are filled with fury. After the arrival of the Holy Arbiter and Grand Sacrificial Priest, all factions gravitate towards them, leaving the Great Wei in the shadows. It must be known that the Great Wei initiated this campaign against the city of Xin and should rightfully oversee the operation. Moreover, the 10,000 Buddhas Temple and Howran Academy have consistently opposed the Great Wei Dynasty. Had it not been for their interference, the Great Wei would have already breached Tianan. Now, with the 10,000 Buddhas Temple and Howran Academy usurping the spotlight, it is no wonder the two leaders are enraged. Since they wish to take the lead, let them, in due time. They shall be the ones to lead the charge. Fan Wei Wang states ominously. Leading a coalition is no simple task. It requires maintaining the cooperation of various factions while also demonstrating exemplary conduct in the assault on the city of Xin. Shortly thereafter, the Great Qin arrives. The Great Qin sends only the Golden Flame Cavalry and Yi Shaibing, with the two arriving in numbers under 10,000. Yet, none dare to underestimate them. Each member of the Golden Flame Cavalry possesses cultivation above the astral realm, surpassing the strength of 100,000 troops. The arrival of Yi Shaibing, the unparalleled warrior who defeated the Blood Monarch, bolsters the coalition's confidence significantly. After the Great Qin's arrival, the Holy Arbiter and Grand Sacrificial Priest personally come to greet them, indicating their respect for the Great Qin. Commander, you are well, master. It has been a long time. Yi Shaibing and the Holy Arbiter exchange pleasantries, while the Grand Sacrificial Priest gazes at Yi Shaibing with concern. Commander, your cultivation is profound. I am in awe. The Grand Sacrificial Priest offers a compliment. The three then enter the main tent, discussing matters for an extended period before Yi Shaibing departs. Aside from these three, no one else is privy to the content of their conversation. Damn it, why must he be the one to come? Both Wang Wuwei leaders see Yi Shaibing, and despite the passage of time, they still feel a lingering trepidation towards him. Half a month after the arrival of the Great Qin, the Hu people and the barbarians also arrive, each mobilizing armies of 100,000, drawing the attention of numerous factions. This is an internal matter of our human race. What need have these foreign tribes to intervene? They must leave at once. Indeed, the threat posed by these foreign tribes rivals that of the city of Xin. How can we possibly ally with them? These foreign tribes have slaughtered countless of our kin, staining our blood. How dare they show their faces here? Many are filled with righteous indignation, outraged by the arrival of the foreign tribes. The enmity between the Hu people, barbarians, and the human race is irreconcilable. Even if the two tribes come to assist in attacking the city of Sin, acceptance remains difficult. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. To eradicate the city of Sin, any cost is justifiable. Indeed, let the two tribes and the city of Sin engage in mutual slaughter. It will alleviate our losses. The two tribes are powerful allies. A rare asset. How can we shut them out? Some dismiss the concerns, believing the arrival of the two tribes will alleviate their burdens. Everyone understands the perilous nature of this battle. Even beings at the life and death realm cannot guarantee their survival. An additional force increases the hope of survival for all. Some even wish for the two tribes to expend their strength against the city of Sin, benefiting the many factions involved. How should we handle the arrival of the two tribes? The appearance of the two tribes leaves the holy arbiter and grand sacrificial priest in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, the grand sacrificial priest states, since they come to offer assistance, let us accept them. Our immediate priority must be the eradication of the city of Sin. The Howran Academy accepts all students without discrimination. Numerous Hu and barbarian students exist within the academy, treated no differently than their human counterparts. In truth, whether Hu or barbarian, they all belong to the human race. Only their regions of residence and cultural beliefs differ, leading to the classification into various races. Having made their decision, the holy arbiter and grand sacrificial priest step forward to accommodate the armies of the two tribes. The Hu are led by Hu Yanzhua, while the barbarians are commanded by Wu Gu. Both are formidable figures at the late stage of the life and death realm. Is that the Golden Flame Cavalry of the Great Qin? Indeed, they are extraordinary. Hu Yanzhua gazed upon the imposing Great Qin military camp, awestruck by the majestic Golden Flame Cavalry, which rightfully instilled fear in the hearts of the Hu people's iron cavalry. Though this cavalry numbered merely in the thousands, they were more than a match for 100,000 Hu cavalry, and their prowess extended far beyond that. Suddenly, a gaze as fierce as that of a tiger bore down upon Hu Yanzhua. Boom! As their eyes met, the air erupted with a crack, prompting Hu Yanzhua to swiftly avert his gaze. Wary of the Great Qin camp. What a terrifying powerhouse! Just one glance sends shivers down my spine. Hu Yanzhua's expression turned grave. This formidable figure from the Great Qin was indeed fearsome. Chapter 65. The assault on the city of Sin. 2 months later, various factions had gathered, with numerous leaders convening to discuss the assault on the city of Sin. The meeting was presided over by the holy arbiter and the grand sacrificial priest, demonstrating the immense prestige of the Wanfo Temple and the Howran Academy in the Northern Territories, as even the initiator, the Great Wei, was not afforded a position of authority. Esteemed colleagues, the city of Sin has committed heinous acts that defy humanity. They must no longer roam free, continuing their wickedness. The holy arbiter stated solemnly, the city of Sin is currently a haven for numerous malevolent forces, and this battle will be exceedingly arduous. I urge everyone to be prepared. This engagement will nearly encompass the entirety of the Northern Territories' powers, significantly impacting the future landscape and development of the region with a brutality that far exceeds our expectations. Since we have come, we are prepared to fight to the death against the city of Sin. Indeed, the eradication of the city of Sin is an immediate necessity. It is a place that everyone desires to see brought to justice. Those who dare to partake in this battle are well aware of the battlefield's ferocity. They are all prepared to face the possibility of dying in combat. Now that you are all ready, we shall depart tomorrow with utmost resolve to eliminate the city of Sin. They have already squandered too much time waiting for all factions to arrive. With the passage of time, the city of Sin has certainly made thorough preparations, making this battle even more challenging. However, they had no choice. The convergence of various factions requires time, unlike a singular force that can act with the precision of a finger. The Iron Cavalry of the Grasslands and the Howran Academy, alongside the Great Wei Dynasty, will assault the Eastern Front, while the Barbarian Army and the Wanfo Temple, together with the Great Qin, will attack from the south. The Holy Arbiter arranged the various factions, deliberately separating the Hu and barbarian tribes to prevent any potential collusion that could lead to unforeseen consequences. They were also aware of the animosities between the Great Qin and the Great Wei, thus ensuring they were not placed together. The army would be divided into two routes, launching a coordinated assault on the eastern and southern fronts of the city of Sin, with the aim of breaching its defenses as swiftly as possible. The 7 major powers of the city of Sin, the Heavenly Demon Cult, the Blood God Cult, the Harmony Sect, the Underground Palace, the Corpse-Driving Sect, the Hell Gate, and the Herbal Pavilion, had gathered. They were the true rulers of the city of Sin, capable of determining all matters within its domain, save for the enigmatic and long-absent lord of the city. They indeed hold us in high regard, having gathered nearly all the powers of the northern territories. Even in the face of impending war, the atmosphere remained remarkably nonchalant, devoid of tension. They merely wish to facilitate our endeavors. Once we have dealt with them, we shall unlock the ruins and seize our opportunities. In Wuxia of the Hell Gate spoke coldly, the coalition may appear formidable, but breaching the city of Sin is but a fool's dream. The city of Sin has committed countless acts that have drawn the wrath of heaven and the ire of humanity, having survived numerous sieges, and this time shall be no different. Yet, we must not let our guard down. This time, the Hu and barbarian tribes are involved, and they are not to be underestimated, as the mention of the two tribes arose. All eyes turned to the Blood Lord. Had the Blood God cult not audaciously ventured into the territories of the two tribes to conduct blood sacrifices, would they have provoked their ire? The Blood Lord, aware of his culpability, remained silent, knowing that the Blood God cult had only recently joined the city of Sin and could not be compared to the Heavenly Demon Cult. The past is past. There is no point in pursuing blame. Our immediate concern is how to repel the enemy. The coalition has already commenced its advance. Let us engage as planned, one by one. The leaders departed to prepare for battle. You are too slow. My tribe's cavalry shall pave the way. You may follow behind. The coalition's march could hardly keep pace with the Hu cavalry, and Hu Yanzhua, unwilling to wait, led the army away from the ranks. The grand sacrificial priest did not intervene. The Hu were eager to take the vanguard, and they welcomed the opportunity. Hemph, truly a barbarian. They cannot contain their impatience. With a cold snort, King Wu Wei regarded them. He had clashed with the Hu numerous times, and there was considerable animosity between them. Boom! The thunderous charge of over 1,000,000 cavalry surged forth like a tremendous wave. Shattering the heavens, the earth trembled and buildings swayed, as if foretelling the onset of an earthquake. The city of Sin was established upon a vast plain, devoid of any natural defenses, making it an ideal target for cavalry assaults. The city of Sin is not merely a fortress, but a term used by people to describe the territories governed by its malign influence. Last time, the Hu cavalry rampaged through the lands of the city of Sin, leaving with impudence. Now, they returned once more, seeking to plunder its resources. The Hu are coming to the Hu cavalry launched their attack, the earth quaked, making their approach impossible to conceal, and the city of Sin was immediately alerted. Only the Hu cavalry was detected. No other forces were found. Upon investigation, it became apparent that the Hu cavalry had detached from the coalition. Ha ha ha, truly a stroke of fortune. This revelation sent the city of Sin into a frenzy. The Hu's arrogance had gifted them an excellent opportunity. Strike! The Hu iron cavalry charged forth like a raging torrent, swiftly entering the eastern front of the city of Sin, advancing as if through unguarded territory. Boom! Suddenly, a crimson light shot into the sky as a scarlet barrier formed, enveloping the Hu cavalry in the blood sacrifice formation of the Blood God cult, unleashing countless blood-red rays to assault the Hu forces. You seek death! Hu Yanzhua remained unfazed. With a unified roar from the 1,000,000 cavalry, their voices reverberated through the skies, shaking the formation to its core, causing cracks to appear in the barrier. The blood sacrifice formation is nothing but this. Hu Yanzhua struck the fissure in the formation with great force, hastening its destruction. Is it really that easy? Just then, the ground trembled violently, and amidst the panic of the onlookers, corpses began to rise from the earth, shambling toward the Hu cavalry like mindless husks. Sizzle! The Hu cavalry immediately retaliated, but the ensuing scene sent them into disarray. These corpses felt no pain, even if their heads were severed. They continued to assault the Hu forces. Wail, wail, wail. Before one crisis could be resolved, another arose as countless vengeful spirits manifested within the formation. They emitted chilling wails, descending upon the Hu army, though not panic. The army is shielded by malevolent and sanguine energies. They cannot harm you, Hu Yinzhua calmly commanded. The army's malevolence and bloodlust were the bane of these spirits, as long as the army remained composed. These spirits posed no threat. These spirits were also a means employed by the City of Sin. They had slaughtered countless beings to forge these wraiths for their own use. Charge! The army maintained its formation, trampling the shambling corpses into the ground, while the vengeful spirits dared not approach the forces. The Hu truly proved to be valiant warriors, not to be underestimated. The elder from the corpse-driving sect and the Blood Lord observed the battlefield below. Their earlier condescension replaced with respect. The Hu were far from ordinary. Chapter 66. The Holy Sword Kill. At that moment, the forces of the City of Sin surged into the formation. They aimed to disrupt the Hu army's formation, providing an opportunity for the vengeful spirits. The blood sacrifice formation continually absorbed the army's vitality, while the vengeful spirits roamed nearby, and the shambling corpses joined forces with the minions of the City of Sin to relentlessly assault the Hu cavalry, who found themselves in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, the rear forces learned of the Hu army's entrapment within the formation. King Wu, you are to lead a contingent of elite fighters to provide support. I will follow with the main force shortly. The Grand Sacrificial Priest immediately made arrangements, dispatching King Wu and a group of powerful allies to advance. Understood. King Wu did not refuse, leading a large contingent of elite fighters away. Move at full speed. The army advanced rapidly, aiming to support the Hu cavalry as quickly as possible. After the outbreak of conflict in the east, the southern forces were also ambushed by the City of Sin. Ding, ding, ding. A sudden ringing echoed unexpectedly, throwing everyone into disarray, igniting a fiery rage that surged through their veins. Boom. At that moment, the clear skies darkened, shrouding everything in shadow. Amidst the panic, they beheld countless alluring women clad in revealing garments dancing gracefully in the air, captivating their hearts. Ah, beauty, wait for me. Ha ha ha, the beauty is mine. Who dares to compete with me for this beauty? The coalition descended into chaos. Some soldiers, even cultivators, became entranced, wearing foolish expressions. Some glared furiously at their companions. Ready to engage in battle, these vile and wicked forces resort to such despicable tactics. The sound was produced by the Harmony sect's treasure, the Harmony Bell. The Harmony sect specialized in the balance of yin and yang. Their prized possession, the Harmony Bell, could awaken the deepest desires within the hearts of men, rendering them unable to restrain themselves. The women dancing in the air were part of the Heavenly Demon cult's secret technique known as the Heavenly Demon Dance, which had caused countless righteous heroes to fall in its wake. Amitabha, as the Holy Arbiter intoned the sacred verse. Tens of thousands of disciples from the Wanfo temple sat cross-legged, chanting Buddhist scriptures. Instantly, boundless radiance surged forth, dispelling the darkness and restoring clarity to the world, allowing the minds of the bewildered to gradually recover. Those bald-headed monks of the Buddhist sect are truly detestable. With the failure of the Harmony Bell and the Heavenly Demon Dance, the countenance of the City of Sin's forces darkened, their hatred for the Wanfo temple reaching a boiling point. The 10,000 Buddha temple not only revels in meddling but has repeatedly thwarted the noble endeavors of the City of Sin. The cultivation techniques they practice are designed to restrain the denizens of this wicked city. Since we have arrived, let us all remain. Yisha Binkwin took the initiative, unleashing a magnificent blade aura that pierced the clouds. Descending like a heavenly cleaver, a vast surge of fist energy erupted from the army of the City of Sin, rushing toward the oncoming blade aura. Bang! In the instant of their clash, the heavens and earth erupted in a deafening silence, which only gradually returned to normalcy. Ha ha ha, let us kill. With a single command from Wugu, 1,000,000 savage tribesmen surged forth, charging towards the city of Sion. Do they fear us? The forces of the City of Sin advanced aggressively, igniting a bloodbath between the two sides. Kill! Today, we will eradicate the City of Sin. Let us strike down every last foe, acting as the will of heaven. Annihilate the City of Sin, restoring clarity to the heavens and earth. The air was thick with killing intent, the sounds of battle reverberating through the realms, as the Allied forces roared forward, determined to obliterate the city of Sin. The Allied army outnumbered them significantly, bolstered by the million-strong savage horde, driving the forces of the city of Sin into retreat. The disciples of the 10,000 Buddha temple displayed a visage of compassion, chanting the words of mercy while their hands were stained with blood, effortlessly shattering a demon of the city of Sin with a single strike. This spectacle left many in shock. Amitabha, let this humble monk guide you to rebirth in the Pure Land. The monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple unleashed a torrent of violence, showing not a shred of the compassion one would expect from followers of the Buddha. How detestable it is! Truly, the world has changed, and the hearts of men have grown callous. These bald monks are even more monstrous than we are. The forces of the city of Sin seethed with rage, for these monks acted with a cruelty that surpassed their own, daring to pose as high monks of the Buddhist order, inciting their profound disdain. Bang! Pht-ah! The Golden Flame Cavalry charged through, as if traversing uninhabited lands, leaving the forces of the city of Sin unable to counter them. Waves of flames erupted across the battlefield, mercilessly reaping the lives of the city of Sin soldiers. The light of the Buddha shone down, dimming the heavens, silencing all creation, as the Holy Arbiter, with a solemn expression, slowly drew forth the Buddha's sword from his back. Alas, it is the Hellbreaker. The moment the Buddha's sword was unsheathed, the brilliance of the Buddha and the blood-red glow intertwined, illuminating the sky. The demon lord and his companions quaked in terror at the sight of the Holy Arbiter wielding the sacred sword of the Buddha. This was indeed trouble. The Holy Arbiter's aura transformed once more, inscriptions of Buddhist texts and blood curses appearing on his countenance, rendering him an entity that defied the heavens. With resolute steps, he approached the demon lord and his allies, each stride stirring a tempest of dust, each swing of his sword promising to empty the depths of hell. The Holy Arbiter resembled a blood-soaked Asura, descending upon the world to deliver judgment. One swing of his sword unleashed a surge of sacred energy, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of bloodlust that entranced the mind. Unite to resist? The Demon Lord, the Elder of Joyous Harmony, and the Earth Master, all three in the late stages of the life and death realm, bore expressions of unprecedented gravity as they unleashed their ultimate techniques to counter the sword of the Holy Arbiter. The demon manifestation of the earth descended like a colossal shadow, radiating a terrifying malevolence that threatened to rend the heavens. Earth Sword? The Earth Master summoned the forces of the cosmos with his sword, striking first at the Holy Arbiter's blade. Yin-Yang diagram. The Elder of Joyous Harmony balanced the forces of Yin and Yang, channeling the power of creation to manifest a Taiji symbol that floated in the air. Attempting to deflect the might of the sacred sword, bang! The sword energy from the Earth Master met the sacred sword first, shattering almost instantaneously. Pft! As the sword energy crumbled, the Earth Master spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion paling, he hastily retrieved a pill from his robe, consuming it to stabilize his breath. Clang! The sword energy surged unabated, cleaving through the yin-yang diagram. The Elder of Joyous Harmony coughed up crimson blood, his eyes wild with desperation as he poured every ounce of his essence into the diagram. The overwhelming demon manifestation struck forth, raising his hands to support the yin-yang diagram and block the sacred sword. The Earth Master struck again, delivering a colossal blow towards the sacred sword. Boom! A force that could shake the heavens and move the spirits erupted, the aftermath of their battle shaking the very fabric of the battlefield, causing the ground to sink and the sky to crack as the dust settled. The Demon Lord and his companions gasped for breath, their energies fluctuating unpredictably. Ugh! The Holy Arbiter staggered, blood gushing from his mouth. Though empowered by the sacred sword, granting him a transcendence over the life and death realm, it exacted a tremendous toll upon him. The sacred sword wrought boundless slaughter, and the burden of its carnage weighed heavily upon the wielder, inflicting severe damage to the Holy Arbiter's body. Chapter 67. The Siege. Ignoring his injuries, the Holy Arbiter once again swung the world-destroying sword. The King of Light Sword Seal, the sword aura, suffused with Buddhist radiance, surged forth as if the King of Light were purging all evil from the world. We must fight. The demon lord and his allies had no avenue of escape, no means of evasion. They could only fight with all their might. They had underestimated the situation. Had they stayed within the city of sin, relying on its defenses, they could have easily withstood the might of the sacred sword. What a terrifying weapon the Buddhist sword is, and how fearsome the Holy Arbiter. Beside them, Wu Gu was shaken to the core. The Holy Arbiter wielding the sacred sword was a sight to behold. Leaving even him uncertain of his survival beneath its edge, Yi Shibinquan's expression was grave as well. Facing a Holy Arbiter in such a state, he saw no hope of victory. Yet, he did not belittle himself. If he chose to flee with determination, the Holy Arbiter would not be able to stop him. As the sword of the King of Light descended, the demon lord and his companions fought with their very lives. Bang! The three of them poured every ounce of their strength into their most formidable strike. Ugh! After barely deflecting the sacred sword, the three were immediately gravely wounded, their strength depleted and unable to mount any further resistance. The Holy Arbiter offered them no respite. With the sacred sword in hand, he recited the true words of the Buddha, summoning countless Buddha phrases that coalesced into chains of light, rushing forth to subdue them. Excellent! The demon lord and his companions were bereft of any capacity for resistance. Their demise was inevitable. These fiends would finally face judgment, allowing countless beings across the 2 continents to rest in peace. Slay the 3 of them, invade the city of sin, and eradicate them entirely. As the allied forces beheld this scene, their hearts surged with excitement. If they could eliminate the demon lord and his companions, victory in this battle would be within their grasp. Alas, we must save the demon lord. We cannot allow them to come to harm, kill, act swiftly. Upon seeing this, the forces of the city of sin began to fight desperately. Disregarding the vast disparity between them, rushing into the fray to rescue their demon lord. Block them. Do not let them through. Do not even think of interfering. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to obliterate the demon lord and his companions. The allied forces could not allow the city of sin to disrupt this chance and would go to any lengths to stop them. Blocked by the allied forces and unable to lend aid, the demon lord and his companions lost their capacity to resist, left to watch helplessly as the chains of the Buddha and the sacred sword descended upon them. Boom! An array of sinister, malevolent lights burst onto the battlefield, tainting the chains suffused with radiant Buddha light, causing them to begin breaking apart. The sacred sword was also impeded by layers of malevolent light, preventing it from striking down. It is the blade of evil. We are saved. Quickly, let us flee. Ha ha ha. The heavens have not forsaken me. The blade of evil is the supreme treasure of the city of sin, capable of rivaling the sacred sword. Surely, the powerful guardians left behind in the city have sensed their plight and are channeling the power of the blade of evil to rescue them. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. The battlefield underwent a sudden upheaval as the allied forces quickly surged forward. Having managed to severely injure the demon lord and his companions, they could not allow the tiger to return to its den. Boom! Yi Shibinquan was the first to strike, his brilliant military knife slashing forth, a blade aura intercepting the retreating demon lord and his companions, preventing them from nearing the city of sin. Bang! Crack! The blade of evil unleashed a blade aura that shattered Yi Shibinquan's strike, carving a path for the demon lord and his companions. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, the Holy Arbiter swung his sword towards the blade of evil. Boom! Withstand the blow of the sacred sword. The blade of evil's surface developed minute cracks. Yet as the malevolent energy coursed through it, it swiftly restored itself. Whoosh, whoosh! Immediately, the blade of evil unleashed countless blade auras, assaulting the allied forces, providing cover for the retreat of the inhabitants of the city of sin. Quickly, evade! Buzz! Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of blade auras, the allied forces found it impossible to pursue the army of the city of sin, and they scrambled to defend against the incoming strikes. Boom! The Holy Arbiter radiated with an overwhelming light of the Buddha, gradually expanding to form a massive barrier that shielded against the skies filled with blade auras. Once the dust settled, the forces of the city of sin had already made their escape. Ugh! The Holy Arbiter staggered, on the verge of collapse. Master, are you all right? Yishabinquan rushed to the side of the Holy Arbiter, inquiring while cautiously watching Wugu, concerned for the Holy Arbiter's safety. The humble monk is unharmed. I have merely absorbed the burden of karmic retribution and require time for purification, rendering me unable to act in the short term. The Holy Arbiter did not conceal his condition. A portion of the karmic retribution from the sacred sword had entered his body, necessitating his effort to transmute it. It is regrettable that we could not slay the demon lord and his companions in this battle. However, they too have been grievously wounded by the sacred sword, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, the other contingent of the City of Sin engaged in battle against the Hu people also retreated swiftly. Even with an advantage, they left without hesitation. Soon, the two armies convened successfully within the City of Sin. Master, you wielded the sacred sword. Are you truly unscathed? The grand sacrificial wine observed the ailing Holy Arbiter with concern. Thank you for your concern. I am quite well, though I will find it difficult to act in the coming battles. The Holy Arbiter remained calm, unconcerned about his injuries, yet worried about the forthcoming conflict. There is no time to lose. Let us launch our offensive. The assembly, unwilling to grant the City of Sin any respite, unanimously agreed to commence their attack. Our tribe is not adept at sieging cities, so the battlefield shall be entrusted to you. Huyinjua spoke in a deep voice, not out of a desire to conserve his strength, but rather because the Hu people were indeed not adept at besieging cities. Furthermore, the previous battle had cost them over 100,000 troops, a fact witnessed by all, leading them to acquiesce to the requests of the Hu. The Golden Flame Cavalry of the Great Qin did not partake in the siege, but instead roamed the outskirts of the army, preventing any ambushes from the allies of the City of Sin. Leave it to me, the Great Qin Dynasty. The king of Wuwei's spirits surged. It was finally time for the Great Qin Dynasty to showcase its might. Attack. With the king's command, hundreds of thousands of Great Qin soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave towards the City of Sin. Activate the Grand Formation. The City of Sin was well prepared, activating its city-protecting formation. The formation quickly enveloped the entire city, sheltering its inhabitants. Those above the Nirvana realm unleashed their powers to dismantle the formation. Thousands from the allied forces soared into the skies, relentlessly bombarding the formation. Boom, crackle, crackle. Under the assault of thousands of Nirvana experts, the protective formation trembled precariously, on the verge of collapse. Once more, the forces struck again. Even though the city's formation was formidable, it could not withstand the continuous attacks from the thousands of Nirvana experts. Among these thousands were also numerous harmonization experts and nearly 100 life and death realm warriors. They could not allow the assault on the formation to continue. They must be stopped. Everyone, unleash your power. Kill. The City of Sin could not remain passive. Its strong warriors charged out, determined to thwart the attackers. First, eliminate them, then breach the formation and annihilate the city. Seeing the defenders of the City of Sin rush forth, the allied strongmen immediately engaged, intent on dealing with them before breaching the formation. Chapter 68. The decree of the mighty Yishabinquan soared into the skies, his military blade cleaving down, the blade's energy shattering the heavens, aiming to destroy the formation. Boom. Suddenly, a sea of blood emerged, blocking the blade's energy, and the blood sovereign slowly emerged from the blood sea. Faced once again with Yishabinquan, the blood sovereign felt immense pressure, yet he had no choice but to engage. The Elder of Harmony, the Demon Sovereign, and the Earthmaster were all severely injured and currently exerting all their efforts to recover, unable to take action. The Corpse Dispatch Sect S. Shirshian and the Hellgate S. Yuwuxia were unwilling to confront Yishabinquan. The infamous warrior, the Herb Pavilion's medicine demon, was skilled in alchemy, not in combat. Moreover, he was currently occupied concocting pills for the Demon Sovereign and his companions, leaving the Blood Sovereign to face Yishabinquan alone. Ha ha ha, Blood Sovereign, we meet again. At that moment, Huyinjua rushed in swiftly. Having previously clashed with the Blood Sovereign and the Demon Sovereign, he had suffered considerable losses and would not miss this opportunity to strike. Just dealing with Yishabinquan was already a tremendous headache, and with Huyinjua, who was not far behind in strength, the Blood Sovereign felt the pressure mount, his expression grim. What, are you two going to bully me with numbers? The Blood Sovereign looked at the two, hoping they would adhere to their identities as strongmen and engage him one-on-one. Ha ha ha, do you think this divine general adheres to principles of righteousness? Upon hearing this, Hu Yanzhuo laughed uproariously. When have the Hu people ever valued etiquette and morality? Furthermore, they were enemies now. As long as they could slay each other, there would be no holds barred. Hu Yanzhuo scoffed, saying, against a fiend like you, why must we concern ourselves with righteousness? Before his words had even faded, Hu Yanzhuo had already plunged into the blood sea, launching a ferocious attack. Yi Shibingwen moved in an instant and appeared before the Blood Sovereign. His magnificent military blade aimed at the Blood Sovereign's forehead. The Blood Sovereign hastily dodged as the blade continued its relentless assault, leaving no room for respite. Die! A long spear cleaved through the air, aiming for the Blood Sovereign's rear. Clang! In a moment of peril, a pool of blood materialized behind the Blood Sovereign, intercepting the fatal strike. How much longer can you hold out? Hu Yanzhuo's spear flowed like a dragon, broad and forceful, each thrust aimed at the Blood Sovereign's vital points. Bang! Yi Shibingwen's swordplay was fluid as flowing water. Though he was not exerting his full strength, the Blood Sovereign felt an overwhelming pressure. Masters working in tandem, their synergy was palpable. Under their assault, the Blood Sovereign was on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the bizarre and unpredictable blood magic he practiced, he would have suffered severe injuries long ago. Even so, his situation was far from optimistic. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the Grand Sacrificial Wine, King of Wu Wei, and King of Fendong united to battle Shixian, Yu Wuxia, and Yu Mingue. Shixian had the most tricks up his sleeve, controlling the corpses of 3 late-stage life and death realm warriors in combat. These corpses, devoid of consciousness and incapable of feeling pain, fought relentlessly without fear of death. However, they were ultimately dead, merely shells. Unable to exhibit their pre-death strength, ranking at the bottom among late-stage life and death warriors. Yu Wuxia and Yu Mingue also employed numerous tactics, resulting in a stalemate. Today, the city of Sin is destined for destruction. A fierce expression emerged on the previously calm face of the Grand Sacrificial Wine as a decree slowly ascended into the sky from his hands. It then erupted in brilliant, dazzling light, exuding an overwhelming aura of righteousness. This aura flooded the heavens and earth, sweeping away the demonic miasma, causing the malevolent energy of the city of Sin to plummet by 1/3. This is bad. It is a decree written by a mighty figure from the Academy of Righteousness, surpassing the life and death realm. The city of Sin fell into a panic. First the holy sword of the 10,000 Buddhas. Now the decree from the supreme might of the Academy of Righteousness. These two powerful forces showed no mercy toward the city of Sin. After the ancient Great War, all mighty figures above the life and death realm had vanished without a trace. Whether it was the holy sword or the decree, both were exceedingly rare treasures that should never be used lightly unless one faced absolute peril. The emergence of these two supreme treasures indicated the determination of both forces to eliminate the city of Sin. The decree transformed into a streak of light, crashing into the protective formation of the city of Sin. Boom, crackle, crackle. The formation shattered, revealing numerous breaches. Ha ha ha, charge in, kill them, rush in, leaving no one alive. With the protective formation breached, the army launched its most frenzied and fierce assault. Quick, stop them. Repair the formation at once. We cannot allow them to invade the city. Follow me to kill. The defenders of the city of Sin shouted hoarsely, as the situation grew increasingly dire for them. Without the protection of the formation, they could only engage the allied forces in close combat, fighting for their lives. Bang! The robust and powerful barbarian warriors became the main force of the siege. Compared to the Great Qin's Liaoan Pass, the city of Sin was simply not on the same level, as its meager walls could not withstand their onslaught. However, the defenders were not to be underestimated. They fought fiercely, defending the walls while others hastily repaired the formation. Both sides fought valiantly for 7 days and nights, suffering devastating losses. The Allied forces made several attempts to scale the walls, but were ultimately repelled each time. The walls suffered extensive damage, and the defense became increasingly arduous. Hu Yanzhuo thrust his spear into the Blood Sovereign's chest, drawing forth a torrent of blood. The Blood Sovereign's complexion turned pale, his counterattacks growing weaker as the reserves of the blood pool dwindled. Without the assistance of the blood pool, how could he hope to survive under the onslaught of the two? Meanwhile, the army from the chaotic Demon Sea gradually approached the Rhine plains. A fierce battle had erupted between the city of Sin and the various allied forces. Should we hasten our pace to provide reinforcement? Lan Tianshan inquired of the others. Prior to the great battle, the city of Sin had reached out to them, offering to share supreme opportunities. Provided that the chaotic Demon Sea aided them in repelling the allied forces, in no hurry. The strength of the city of Sin is unfathomable. It will not fall so easily. Let them expend some of their power. It will benefit our future cooperation. Xiao Baiyun spoke coolly. Collaborating with the city of Sin was akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Although the chaotic Demon Sea was not a paragon of virtue either, should the city of Sin become severely weakened, they would be in a dominant position in future collaborations. Thus, they disregarded the city of Sin's repeated urgings, advancing at a leisurely pace. However, they could not afford to be overly assertive. First, they must reach the Rhine plains. The army quickened its march, a formidable force advancing towards the Rhine plains. News of the chaotic Demon Sea's arrival at the Rhine plains quickly reached the allied forces, causing considerable alarm among the various factions. Why is the chaotic Demon Sea making a move at this time? What do they intend to do? Are they here to support the city of Sin? The chaotic Demon Sea, like the city of Sin, is notorious for its heinous deeds. We must remain vigilant. The arrival of the chaotic Demon Sea threw the allied forces into disarray. Not only did they have to assault the city of Sin, but they also needed to retain enough manpower to guard against the chaotic Demon Sea to avoid being caught off guard. Let our tribe confront the chaotic Demon Sea. The Hu army volunteered eagerly, their cavalry swift as the wind, ready to monitor the movements of the chaotic Demon Sea. Even if the chaotic Demon Sea intended to strike, the Hu cavalry could launch a counterattack, restraining them and preventing any disruption to the allied forces. Good, then we shall rely on you. With the Hu cavalry addressing the chaotic Demon Sea, the allied forces faced no further concerns and continued their relentless assault. After another 3 days and nights of fierce fighting, the city of Sin was on the verge of collapse. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, a chilling scream echoed across the battlefield as the Blood Sovereign was struck in the chest by Yi Shibinkwan's blade. Blood staining the sky. The blood pool had run dry, and the Blood Sovereign, exhausted and depleted, could no longer persevere, die. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yanzhua thrust his spear forward, aiming to pierce the Blood Sovereign's head. The Blood Sovereign, pale and covered in numerous bloody wounds, found himself powerless to respond even as he saw Hu Yanzhua charging at him. Get away! In a moment of peril, a colossal demonic apparition descended. Swatting Hu Yanzhua away, poof! Hu Yanzhua was struck by the sudden assault, his body flipping through the air, already injured. Demon Sovereign, you seek death. After regaining his footing, Hu Yanzhua's face twisted into a ghastly expression, roaring as he charged towards the Demon Sovereign. Protect the Blood Sovereign and retreat. The Demon Lord, the Earth Master, and the Elder of Harmony appeared on the battlefield, taking the place of the severely injured Blood Lord. How could their wounds have healed so rapidly? Yi Shibinkwan was filled with questions. The three had been gravely wounded by the Holy Judge, and such grave injuries would typically take 3 to 5 years to heal. Yet, merely a month had passed, and they had seemingly returned to full strength, which was truly perplexing. Yi Shibinkwan launched a probing attack, eager to ascertain whether the trio of demon lords was merely putting on a facade of resilience. Boom, bang, crack. As the clashes continued, it became evident that the demon lords did not bear the appearance of those who had not yet recovered. They had indeed regained their peak condition, with Hu Yanzhua and Yi Shibinkwan unable to vanquish the three. A stalemate ensued as the fierce battle wore on. Both sides grew numb, having paid an unbearable price for this conflict. Since the war began, 17 beings of the life and death realm had perished in the city of Sin, along with over 100 from the harmonious path realm, with countless other casualties. Although the coalition's losses were not as severe as those of the city of Sin, they were nonetheless grievous. The fighting continued, reclaiming a section of the city wall, leaving behind an endless sea of corpses. Just as the city of Sin was on the verge of falling, An overwhelming wave of corpse energy emanated from its very center. This aura swept across the battlefield, obscuring the sky and affecting all present. The demon lord proclaimed loudly, "Do not push us too far. If the city of sin unleashes the seal of the ancient corpse pit, the northern realm will face utter annihilation." The demon lord's words were laden with menace. At the heart of the city of sin lay a vast sealing ground, containing a pit of unknown depth that had once erupted in chaos, bringing untold slaughter to the northern realm. Should the seal be broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Release the seal of the corpse pit, and you too shall meet your demise. To threaten us is a folly," they declared. "Indeed, we embrace death. If you seek to intimidate us, you are gravely mistaken. Today, it is either death or victory." Some, although aware of the perils posed by the corpse pit, found it hard to believe that the city of sin would dare to unleash the seal and perish alongside them. The threat posed by the city of sin was no less formidable than that of the corpse pit. Unless they eradicated the city of sin, they would never find peace. The expressions of the demon lord and his companions darkened. Taken aback by the unwavering resolve of the various factions to eliminate them, "I understand your concerns. If you withdraw now, the city of sin shall not step beyond the Rhine plain for a century." The demon lord was compelled to concede, hopeful that this would prompt the coalition to retreat. Indeed, upon hearing the terms proposed by the demon lord, some within the coalition began to waver. If the city of sin could truly refrain from crossing the Rhine plain for a century, there would be no need to engage in a life-or-death struggle with them. Do not be swayed by their deceitful words. The promises of wickedness cannot be trusted. True, if we turn back, they will undoubtedly seek revenge, and we will be picked off one by one. None of us can afford to be misled by them. This is the best opportunity to eradicate the city of sin. We must not let them escape. Those with foresight spoke up to bolster the morale of the troops. They had already earned the enmity of the city of sin by uniting against it. If they retreated now, the city of sin would assuredly seek retribution, becoming a disaster for them all, which they could not accept. The Chaos Demon Sea had already allied with the city of sin, and their forces were advancing rapidly towards the Rhine plain. There would be no second chances. If we do not act, we will only suffer casualties. Do not force us to unleash the ancient corpse pit. The demon lord revealed the alliance between the city of sin and the Chaos Demon Sea. Hoping to intimidate the coalition, the demon lord's threats bore fruit. Even the holy judge and the grand sacrificial priest hesitated to act rashly. They wished to eradicate the city of sin once and for all, but feared that the city might choose to destroy itself along with them by unleashing the ancient corpse pit. The threat posed by the ancient corpse pit was far more terrifying than that of the city of sin. It would spell disaster for the entire Xinyuan continent. Do not underestimate the madness of the city of sin. Even ordinary individuals, when driven to desperation, will fight back fiercely, let alone these ruthless beings. At that moment, news arrived from the Hu people that the forces of the Chaos Demon Sea were advancing rapidly towards the city of sin. Meanwhile, Yishir Bingquan, Hu Yinzhua, King Wu Wei, King Fenwei, Wu Gu, and leaders from other factions gathered near the holy judge and the grand sacrificial priest. Everyone, you are all aware of the situation. What are your thoughts? The decisions made by the strongest factions of the Qin, Wei, Hu, and barbarian tribes would influence the choices of many others. At this juncture, continuing the battle would not lead to a mutual defeat, but rather to the annihilation of all involved. It was time to halt the fighting. Wu Gu spoke first, stating that if the city of sin were to unleash the ancient corpse pit, no faction would escape unscathed. The barbarian tribe, with its vast population, could not afford to take such risks. "Let us withdraw," Hu Yinzhua concurred, for the Hu people were spread across the Xinyuan continent, and should the seal of the ancient corpse pit be lifted, countless would perish. The Wei also agreed to cease hostilities. King Wu Wei voiced his agreement to halt the fighting. After all, they had no desire to continue the battle at this point. Their objectives had been met, although not as they had initially envisioned. They had successfully altered their previously isolated circumstances and salvaged some semblance of reputation. The Qin had no objections. Yishir Bingquan also saw no reason to oppose. The Qin had merely come to participate in the conflict superficially and did not care about the outcome. "Very well, let us conclude this war." The holy judge and the grand sacrificial priest nodded slowly, indicating their intentions to bring an end to hostilities. Chapter 70. The conclusion. Holy judge, if we terminate hostilities at this juncture, how shall we contend with potential retribution from the city of Sin? One voice expressed concern. The city of Sin was known for its vendettas, and having suffered such substantial losses, it would not simply endure in silence. If they retaliated against the various factions, it would spell disaster for many. Fear not. The Academy of Righteousness possesses a blank decree left by a powerful figure, which can be used to establish an agreement with the city of Sin. Restraining them, the grand sacrificial priest reassured the assembly, willing to reveal their hidden resources once more. After deliberation, the holy judge and others approached the demon lord and his allies. We can agree to a ceasefire, but you must sign a treaty stipulating that for a century, you shall not step beyond the Rhine plain, nor shall you seek vengeance in any form. A truce would benefit both sides. Should they deny the city of Sin an avenue for survival, it was likely that the city would retaliate fiercely, unleashing the ancient corpse pit, by allowing the city of Sin to remain. They could also ensure it guarded the ancient corpse pit. While 100 years of peace was but a fleeting moment, it was the best they could hope for at present. Agreed. The demon lord and his companions had no choice. Unleashing the ancient corpse pit was their last resort, a means of mutual destruction, and had they any other options, they would not resort to such a course. They had recently acquired an unparalleled opportunity, and their focus would now shift towards it. Sealing the city for a century would not significantly impact them. Subsequently, both parties signed the ceasefire agreement, with the Demon Lord, Blood Lord, Earth Master, and others all providing their blood as a seal. The decree would remain in the city of Sin. Should it violate the terms, it would face dire consequences, and even the late-stage life and death realm warriors would not escape retribution. It is done. The war is finally over. Let us depart. With the conclusion of the great conflict, the participants felt a sense of relief wash over them, their tensions easing as they began to disperse. Each faction had paid a heavy price, but they had secured a century of peace. Whether it was worth it remained uncertain. Upon learning of the cessation of hostilities, the coalition withdrew, and the forces of the Chaos Demon Sea, fearing further confrontation, retreated from the Rhine plain. In the eyes of the righteous factions, they were akin to the city of Sin, both equally deserving of condemnation. Given the coalition's formidable strength, they sought to avoid any conflict with it. Yishur Bingquan also led the Golden Flame Cavalry back to the Qin. With the city of Sin sealing itself for a century, the Qin would not need to station troops and strong warriors in Huangzhou, liberating hundreds of thousands of troops and numerous powerful allies. Han Sui Mountain, nestled within a range of continuous peaks, was the most spiritually potent area of this mountainous region. Towering ancient trees and scattered remnants of stone forests were ubiquitous, interspersed with colossal peaks that rose skyward like swords, piercing the clouds. The landscape was imbued with a sense of desolation, solemnity, and grandeur. This was the dwelling place of the Demon Clan, a realm marked by sorrow and disdain. The Demon Clan had faced countless tribulations. Their ancestors had made immeasurable sacrifices, forging a path through adversity to establish Han Sui Mountain as their refuge. To protect their homeland, they were in a perpetual state of battle. Outsiders viewed them merely as a band of lunatics, oblivious to the reasons behind their madness. In this brutal continent, there was no room for both demons and humans. If they did not fight back, they would perish. The scene atop Han Sui Mountain was one of devastation. Numerous structures lay in ruins, and remnants of walls and debris were scattered everywhere. The Demon Clan was engulfed in sorrow, their hearts heavy with grief, as thousands of their kin had perished in the previous battle. The attackers were merely a handful of young warriors from powerful human factions, who left in triumph after mercilessly slaughtering the Demon Clan. These young elites of human factions were at most of the harmonious Path Realm, while the Demon Clan had life and Death Realm warriors to guard them, making it a simple task to eliminate them. Yet, they dared not act. These human prodigies were backed by formidable life and death realm protectors, and their sects were even more fearsome. Should any of these prodigies fall in the Demon Clan's territory, it would provoke retaliation from their sects, leading to the imminent extinction of the Demon Clan. Some clan members could no longer contain themselves and roared in anguish, venting their inner fury. witnessing their kin being ruthlessly slaughtered while feeling utterly powerless to resist. Even too terrified to fight back, was a despairing sensation that threatened to shatter their spirits. Despite sharing human bloodlines, why were they so vehemently rejected by humanity, treated as a disgrace and utilized as mere tools for the glory of the younger generation? The entirety of Han Sui Mountain was shrouded in a heavy silence, oppressive to the senses. This was merely the beginning. Many more young humans would come to slaughter the demon clan in the days to come. The population of the Yaoren tribe residing in Han Sui Mountain is merely a few tens of thousands. After this incident, how many will manage to survive remains uncertain, marking a profound tragedy. I report to you, General Yin, that Han Sui Mountain has been besieged by the human race, suffering considerable casualties. Xianyang City has been closely monitoring the movements of Han Sui Mountain, and news of their plight has swiftly returned. They can send envoys to establish contact with Han Sui Mountain. Currently, they are akin to drowning individuals, with Xianyang City being their sole lifeline. Yin Kuang-tu immediately dispatched personnel to engage with Han Sui Mountain and the Yaoren tribe, for he wished to see them spared from utter devastation. In his eyes, Han Sui Mountain already belonged to the strength of the Great Qin, and he could not allow it to be diminished by others. Meanwhile, a grand auction was taking place in the black market of Guyuan City, yet they remained oblivious to the calamity this auction would summon. The turmoil within the mountains gradually subsided, and the beasts, forced from their territories, began to return in succession. The contest for treasures had come to a close. The Yao beasts possess a strong territorial consciousness. Had it not been for the fierce competition among several beast kings, they would not have left their lands so readily. Now that the treasure contest had concluded, they were eager to return to their domains. Ing Songyuan, stationed in the imperial city, was acutely aware of the situation in the War of Yuan continent. He fully supported Wang Li and Yin Kuang-tu's endeavor to subjugate the Yaoren tribe. The power of the Great Qin in the War of Yuan continent was limited, necessitating a plethora of subsidiary forces for support. The strength of the Xian Yuan continent could not be dispatched to the War of Yuan continent, as such actions would risk exposure. Only the system-summoned individuals, like Ing Songyuan, could be entrusted to venture into the War of Yuan continent, for they would never betray him. He issued orders to Shenwu, Gui Hai, Baihu, and Zhu Ke to proceed to the War of Yuan continent to assist Wang Li and Yin Kuang-tu. As commanded, the city of Xin was sealed off, and the Hu and Man tribes needed time to recuperate. With no military conflicts erupting in the Xian Yuan continent for the time being, Ing Songyuan could deploy more personnel to support the War of Yuan continent, enabling the Great Qin to establish a firm foothold swiftly. While external threats to the Great Qin dissipated, subtle changes began to unfold internally. Various factions withdrew from Huangzhou, returning to their sects, filled with trepidation. They feared that the strength of the Great Qin was too formidable. Even united, they could not rival it. Occupying the lands of the Great Qin, they could not ensure that the Great Qin would not turn against them. Amidst the anxiety of numerous factions, the Great Qin made a grand announcement. The saintess of the King Kong sect was taken into the imperial harem by the emperor of the Great Qin, elevated to the status of imperial consort, causing a tremendous uproar throughout the Great Qin. Chapter 71. Allegiance. Ing Songyuan's vigorous promotion of this event was a clear expression of his stance. The Great Qin could tolerate the existence of numerous factions, provided they adhered to its rules. Other factions understood Ing Songyuan's intent and promptly responded. Many factions offered their female disciples and contributed resources, indicating their submission. Once the situation in the Great Qin stabilized, Ing Songyuan turned his attention to Yuzhou. Among the 9 provinces of the Great Qin, 7 were already under its dominion, while Yuzhou lay ravaged by the city of Xin and the Hu people, rendered desolate and uninhabitable. Nevertheless, Yuzhou rivaled Jiangnan province in size, backed by the bountiful Songyuan mountain range. Ing Songyuan was preparing to incorporate it into his rule, while Yuzhou had long remained aloof. But with the Great Qin now boasting a powerful military and robust national strength, Ing Songyuan sought to reclaim it, fulfilling a regret left unaddressed by the founding emperor who had failed to unify the 9 provinces. A large contingent of disguised Jin-Wei and spies from the Longhu mountain manor infiltrated Yuzhou to gather intelligence in preparation for the army's advance. At Han Sui Mountain, Lu Zihue and his companions bore grave expressions, each silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. After a moment of silence, a strong warrior at the initial stage of the life and death realm, Li Jiangon, spoke. Tribe leader, is this true? Does Xianying City truly wish to accept us and offer protection? Li Jiangon's face reflected a mixture of joy and skepticism. The Yaoren tribe had existed for countless ages, yet it was the first time a human force had approached them, expressing a willingness to embrace them. Upon hearing this news, the crowd erupted in exuberance, having endured long years of disdain and helplessness that had driven them to despair. If a force were willing to shelter them, it would indeed be a blessing from the heavens. However, they quickly regained their composure, fearing it might be a cunning deception, and thus remained indecisive. The envoy claimed to be from Xianying City, a newly established power, yet doubts lingered regarding their sincerity. Lu Zihue also struggled to discern the true intentions of Xianying. Deep within, he yearned to ally with Xianying City and secure their protection. The ability to construct a city within the endless mountains spoke volumes of their strength, undoubtedly formidable. Yet, why would such a powerful force suddenly wish to accept them? The human race regarded them with deep disdain. If any other human faction were to embrace the Yaoren, it would surely lead to isolation and animosity from the human forces. What merit did the Yaoren possess to compel Xianying City to offend other human factions on their behalf? Tribe leader, those human forces will soon return. Why not take a leap of faith? How much worse can it get? Another initial stage life and death realm warrior, Huang Lingfeng, thundered. Given the Yaoren tribe's current predicament, things could not possibly deteriorate further. Should they refuse Xianying City, they might regret it for life. Huang Lingfeng desired to end the days of living in fear and uncertainty for his kin and resolved to take a chance. He silently vowed that even if Lu Zihue declined, he would lead a portion of the tribe to ally with Xianying City. This was their opportunity to change their fate. Tribe leader, do not hesitate any longer. Tribe leader, let us ally with Xianying City. Tribe leader, we must not miss this chance. The crowd below urged fervently, all eager for the opportunity to ally with Xianying City for security. Very well, from this day forth, Han Sui Mountain shall submit to Xianying City. Ultimately, Lu Zihue made his decision. The news of Han Sui Mountain's allegiance reached Wang Li and Yin Kuangtu. I shall visit Han Sui Mountain. Yin Kuangtu intended to personally head to Han Sui Mountain. Not only could he arrange matters there, but he could also demonstrate the strength of Xianying City. Lu Zihue and the others did not conceal their intention to ally with Xianying City, and soon the tens of thousands of tribespeople of Han Sui Mountain learned of the news. Ha ha ha, finally, someone is willing to accept us. The heavens have shown mercy. We are no longer without support. The Yaoren tribe rejoiced, tears of joy streaming down their faces, having endured countless injustices and witnessed the fickleness of human sentiments. Now, with a force willing to embrace them, their hearts were filled with overwhelming elation. Plunging them into celebration, Lu Zihue and his companions did not intervene. Their emotions mirrored those of their kin, all equally exuberant. Just as the Yaoren tribe rejoiced, a contingent approached Han Sui Mountain. This party comprised men and women, young and old, predominantly youths, brimming with vigor and charm. The young men were strikingly handsome, while the young women were breathtakingly beautiful, clearly not of ordinary lineage. The elders among them exuded a powerful presence. Acting as guardians for these exceptional youths, the young elite formed a circle around a singular young man, showering him with flattery, while even the ethereal maidens exchanged glances, discreetly conveying their affections. This young man was a true disciple of the Shan Wu sect. Possessing extraordinary talent and a noble lineage, he relished the adoration of the crowd, basking in the limelight, yet maintained an outward demeanor of composure and kindness. Brother Zhuge, this time, you must slay more Yaoren. Their existence is a disgrace to our human race. A youth voiced his resentment, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the Yaoren, despite never having encountered them. In truth, his hatred stemmed from hearsay. The war of Yuan continent was rife with conflict, and the human and Yao races were no exceptions. When war broke out, it was the common people who suffered most, with countless human citizens abducted by Yao tribes. Some were subjected to serve as sustenance, while others, particularly young and beautiful women, fell victim to the Yao tribe's transgressions, thus giving rise to the Yaoren tribe. These women were utterly innocent, Yet the human race condemned them for bearing offspring of the Yao, branding them as a disgrace to humanity. The existence of the Yaoren tribe served as a constant reminder of the human race's impotence, unable to protect even its own citizens. Once, the human race sought to eradicate all Yaoren to cleanse this shame. Yet for reasons unknown, they ultimately refrained from carrying out their intentions. The Yaoren tribe survived, but their lives were far from easy. The human race frequently slaughtered them, rendering their existence in the War of Yuan continent a continuous struggle. The vulnerable Yaoren tribe not only faced human massacres but also endured humiliations from foreign tribes, living in a state of perpetual suffering. The Yaoren tribe of Han Sui Mountain was exceptionally fortunate, rarely subjected to external persecution, highlighting the tragic plight of other Yao tribes. The mere existence of the Yaoren tribe was a shame that humanity could never wash away. They were destined to live as slaves, repaying their sins for eternity. Our race has been too merciful. We should eradicate the Yaoren entirely. Such a despicable race should not survive in this world. Indeed, the existence of the Yaoren is intolerable. They ought to vanish from the face of the earth. The crowd seethed with righteous indignation, as if the Yaoren had committed unforgivable crimes, deserving of death 1,000 times over. Chapter 72. Shunwu sect. The group approached Han Sui Mountain rapidly, laughing and chatting. This is terrible. The people from the Shunwu sect are coming to kill us. News of the Shunwu sect's advance upon Han Sui Mountain swept through like a storm, sending the celebratory crowd into a panic, leaving them in a state of disarray. Do not panic. Let the tribe's people take refuge in Han Sui Mountain while we prepare to confront them, Lu Zihue commanded calmly. They had resolved not to succumb any longer and were ready to fight back. They had received word that the powerful allies from Xianying City would soon arrive. They merely needed to buy some time until help arrived. And then the tide of the situation would surely turn. However, Lu Zihue was also consumed with worry and unease. The divine martial sect was a renowned and formidable force among the human race. Presided over by a powerful being of the creation realm, he was uncertain whether Xianying City would dare to offend the divine martial sect for the sake of the demon race. Now, with an arrow knocked on the bowstring, they had no choice but to release it, leaving no room for contemplation. The divine martial sect had come in person, evidently not intending to spare the Cold Year Mountain. They could only fight to the death. When the members of the divine martial sect arrived at Cold Year Mountain, they were met by Lu Zihue and a host of experts standing defiantly in their path. Brother Zhuge, how dare these lowly bloodlines come seeking death? I implore you to give the order to annihilate them completely. In the past, when they had slaughtered the demon race, the latter had never dared to retaliate. Now, Cold Year Mountain audaciously dared to send all its forces to block their way, further enraging the group. Elder Wang, please take action against those in the life and death realm. We shall handle the others. Zhuge Songyun directed his protector to deal with Lu Zihue and his companions, as he intended to personally eliminate the rest. He was already at the mid-stage of the harmonization realm, practicing the pinnacle techniques of the divine martial sect. With unparalleled talent, even those at the late stage of harmonization would not match him. He was confident in his ability to slay all the harmonization realm experts from Cold Year Mountain. He sought to establish his supreme reputation through this battle, to make his name resound. Rest assured. Elder Wang's gaze swept over Lu Zihue and his companions, filled with disdain and contempt, completely disregarding them. Kill! Zhuge Songyun was the first to strike, leaping forward to confront the experts of Cold Year Mountain. Ha ha ha! Kill! Slay these wretched beings, annihilate them, and cleanse the shame of the human race. This group of young men and women were not to be underestimated. At the very least, they were at the Nirvana realm, with many at the harmonization realm. They hailed from prestigious lineages, training in top-tier techniques, their combat prowess not to be trifled with. They have gone too far. Let us fight back! Cold Year Mountain erupted with a furious wrath. Their repeated forbearance had not spared them from the machinations of various forces, but had instead intensified them. Now they faced total annihilation. Their seething anger transforming into a chilling intent to kill, prepared to fight with all they had. Vile ants, perish! Zhuge Songyun remained composed, exuding an air of a refined gentleman, effortlessly inflicting severe injuries upon a harmonization realm expert. Kill. Lu Zihui and his companions found themselves ensnared, surrounded by 6 harmonization realm experts, with Elder Wang at mid-stage harmonization, leaving them utterly powerless, teetering on the brink of despair. These lowly bloodlines dare to oppose us. They deserve to die. Elder Wang's tone was icy, his lethal strikes continuously inflicting wounds upon the trio. What to do? The clan leader is endangered. It's over. Cold Year Mountain is finished. Everyone, let us fight to the end. The clan members hiding within Cold Year Mountain, witnessing the life and death struggle of Lu Zihui and the others, were filled with despair. Some gritted their teeth, preparing to fight tooth and nail against the enemy, resolved to make them pay a price even in death. Lu Zihui was sent flying by Elder Wang's palm, blood staining the sky as his aura rapidly diminished. Clan leader, Huang Lingfeng and the others, witnessing this, were thrown into a state of panic as the enemy seized the opportunity to strike them down. The 3 were swiftly defeated, losing all ability to fight back, rendered as lambs awaiting slaughter. Ants that dare to defy the heavens, how foolish! Elder Wang and his companions looked mockingly at Lu Zihui and the others, not in haste to take their lives, intending instead to capture them alive. In the war-torn battle origin continent, the trade of human lives was rampant. Those in the life and death realm could fetch a considerable price in resources, and they planned to sell Lu Zihui and his companions as slaves to a human trafficking organization. Lu Zihui and his companions felt utterly defeated, foreseeing the grim fate that awaited them in Cold Year Mountain. Suddenly, the skies darkened, and a brilliant dawn emerged as a figure of unparalleled ferocity descended from the heavens. What a terrifying powerhouse! A sense of alarm spread among them as they sensed this formidable presence. Be cautious. This is no ordinary threat. Feeling the overwhelming aura, Elder Wang and the others braced themselves, quickly shielding Zhuge Songyun and the others. Seeking death, glancing at the miserable state of Lu Zihui and the others, Yin Guangtu retaliated with a swift strike aimed at Elder Wang and the others. Form a united front. Although they did not understand why this suddenly appeared mysterious powerhouse was targeting them, they instinctively joined forces to resist. Ugh. The overwhelming force of the strike sent them sprawling, blood gushing from their mouths. Those behind, including Zhuge Songyun, were also caught in the backlash, sent flying with weakened auras, clearly injured. Esteemed guest, I am Elder Wang of the Divine Martial Sect. May I inquire why you have attacked us? Elder Wang, gritting his teeth against the pain, called out loudly, invoking the name of the Divine Martial Sect to intimidate Yin Guangtu. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yin Guangtu's mouth. A sinister grin that sent chills through Elder Wang and the others. Who was Yin Guangtu? He was an unparalleled madman, unafraid of heaven or earth. Attempting to threaten him was the height of folly. Boom! Yin Guangtu unleashed another punch, the force more terrifying than before, leaving Elder Wang and the others in a state of horror, their expressions shifting dramatically. Flee! Run! Quickly! Elder Wang shouted, urging Zhuge Songyun and the others to escape swiftly, for they could not withstand Yin Guangtu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhuge Songyun and the others, disregarding their injuries, sacrificed their foundations to unleash unprecedented speed to flee. Boom! Following the punch, Elder Wang and the others were left battered and bleeding, staggering and barely able to stand. Humph! Yin Guangtu snorted disdainfully, delivering a world-destroying palm strike that reduced them to dust. Gulp! Lu Zihui and the others, witnessing this scene, instinctively swallowed hard. Yin Guangtu was far too extraordinary, effortlessly annihilating 6 life and death realm experts in an instant. It was evident that Yin Guangtu had not even exerted his full strength. Just how terrifying was his true power? Having been summoned for many years, Yin Guangtu had made further advancements in his cultivation, on the verge of stepping into the creation realm, exterminating Elder Wang and the others with ease. After slaying Elder Wang and his group, Yin Guangtu did not pursue Zhuge Songyun and the others. They were not worth his time. Chapter 73. The Purple-Winged Beast King. Are you the people of Cold Year Mountain? Yin Guangtu turned to Lu Zihui and the others. Lu Zihui's heart leaped, and he hurriedly replied, My lord, we are indeed the people of Cold Year Mountain. Yin Guangtu's expression remained impassive as he commanded, From this day forth, You shall be residents of Xianying City. Pack your belongings and move to Xianying City. Yin Kuang-tu intended to abandon Cold Year Mountain and allow the demon race to resettle in Xianying City. At your command. Lu Zihui and the others were overjoyed, their hearts swelling with excitement. From now on, they were no longer drifting without roots, but had a solid backing. With a powerhouse like Yin Kuang-tu in Xianying City, they would undoubtedly find protection. Meanwhile, Zhuge Songyun and the others had narrowly escaped but were unaware that their protectors were catching up, an ominous feeling settling in their hearts. Let us return to the sect and report this matter. Reflecting on Yin Kuang-tu's imposing figure, they were still trembling with fear, not daring to linger, and quickly made their way back to the sect. Soon after, a storm erupted across the eastern Xin continent. An obscure human force had suddenly emerged, accepting the demon race and slaying the strong members of the divine martial sect and other human factions. What was Xianying City that it dared to embrace the demon race, effectively severing ties with the human race? How audacious to accept the disgrace of the human race. Did they wish to oppose the entire world? They rallied to attack Xianying City, demanding the surrender of the demon race, determined not to let this precedent stand. Outrage spread among the forces of the eastern Xin continent, clamoring to march on Xianying City and force them to relinquish the demon race. At the same time, the scattered demon race across the eastern Xin continent received this news with immense excitement. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Finally, someone is willing to accept our kind. They felt genuinely happy for their kin who joined Xianying City, hoping they could escape their precarious existence. Heaven has opened its eyes. Blessings upon those who joined Xianying City. Upon hearing this news, the demon race was filled with envy, but more so with heartfelt blessings. What a remarkable Xianying City! They dared to slay the elders of the divine martial sect, immediately gather 100,000 disciples and march on Xianying City to annihilate them completely. The divine martial sect was the dominant force in the eastern Xian continent, with a powerhouse of the creation realm stationed within, reigning supreme. Now, facing extreme provocation from Xianying City, they had to respond swiftly, demonstrating to all that offending the divine martial sect came with severe consequences. With tens of thousands of disciples and control over vast territories, the divine martial sect was a true behemoth, their every move closely watched by those with ulterior motives. It had been many years since the divine martial sect had mobilized on such a scale, and various factions were keenly observing their actions. Just as the divine martial sect was preparing to assault Xianying City, an unexpected upheaval disrupted their plans entirely. The Endless Mountain's demon beasts erupted in rebellion, initiating a beast tide. Soon after, a piece of news swept across the eastern Xian continent. While the purple-winged Beast King was embroiled in a conflict with other Beast Kings over treasures, humans had infiltrated its territory and stolen its offspring. Subsequently, the humans placed the young beast in the ancient Source City's black market for auction, ultimately purchased by a disciple of the divine martial sect. That disciple, shockingly unaware of the purple-winged Beast King's offspring, killed it to refine it into pills. Though the source of this news and the reasons behind its dissemination remained unclear, none of that mattered now. Among demon beasts, the more noble the bloodline, the harder it was to produce offspring. The purple-winged Beast King had only this one cub over countless ages. Now, having been stolen and murdered at the divine martial gate by the human race, one can only imagine the tremendous wrath of the purple-winged Beast King. In retaliation, the purple-winged Beast King unleashed a beast tide, with cities surrounding the endless mountains bearing the brunt of the onslaught. As the ferocious beasts surged forth from the mountains, intent on making the human race pay dearly, simultaneously, the purple-winged Beast King allied with the Dragon King of the mountains to exact vengeance for its offspring. Ah, save me, save me. No, no. As the beasts initiated their tide, numerous cities in the endless mountains swiftly fell. The inhabitants within perished at the jaws of the beasts, becoming mere fodder for their ravenous hunger. Scenes of utter despair unfolded everywhere as the beasts rampaged, leaving no spark of life in their wake. Xianying City also faced the brutal assault of the beasts, embroiled in a fierce battle. Whoosh, 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 countless crossbow bolts were launched, striking down numerous beasts. The city was fortified with massive ballistae, formidable weapons designed to combat the onslaught of the beasts. The elite soldiers, clad in impenetrable armor, radiated a chilling brilliance that illuminated the heavens. Their weapons glinting ominously with a deadly aura. Faced with an endless tide of beasts, their numbers seemingly insurmountable, the elite soldiers harbored no fear, dismissing the beasts with disdain. Quick, slay them. Do not allow them to approach the city walls. All hands, engage. The demon race also lent their aid to defend the city, displaying remarkable bravery and an unwavering resolve, earning the respect of the elite soldiers. The demon race cherished their current existence, refusing to allow any harm to befall Xianyang City, thus willingly sacrificing their lives in its defense. Within the Lord's Manor of Xianyang City, Yin Kuang-tu had been in seclusion for an extended period. With the city's safety now entrusted to Zhu Wuxian, summoned years ago, Yin Kuang-tu had finally discovered the opportunity to break through to the Transcendence realm. Previously, he had to oversee the city's affairs, preventing him from entering seclusion. With Zhu Wuxian's arrival to take over his responsibilities, he could now focus on achieving his breakthrough. Observing the fluctuations emanating from his place of seclusion, Zhu Wuxian's eyes sparkled with determination. He believed himself to be as formidable as Yin Kuang-tu and anticipated that he too would soon enter seclusion to challenge his limits. The onslaught of the beast tide had only just begun, and the true peril lay ahead. Nevertheless, it had already led to the annihilation of numerous cities, leaving them in ruins. The entire eastern Xianzhou was engulfed in panic. Should the endless mountains unleash a large-scale beast tide? It would spell disaster for all factions on the continent. Damn it, who could have stolen the offspring of the purple-winged beast king? The endless mountains and eastern Xianzhou have maintained a peaceful coexistence. Why would anyone dare to pilfer the offspring of the purple-winged beast king unless some sinister plot was afoot? This is a frame-up, intended to incite war between the human race and the endless mountains. The human race has coexisted peacefully with the endless mountains for many years. They would never be so foolish as to steal the offspring of the purple-winged beast king. Even if they were to commit such an act, they would not resort to auctioning it off only to end its life in alchemical pursuits. Rather, they would hold it as leverage to threaten the purple-winged beast king. Everything reeks of conspiracy, undeniably orchestrated by someone seeking to frame the human race. Regrettably, the enraged purple-winged beast king had lost all reason, blindly launching the beast tide. All it knew was that the human race had stolen its offspring, which had also perished at the divine martial gate, slain by human hands. Amidst the turmoil and anxiety of various factions, a colossal tiger with purple wings and a majestic dragon descended upon the realm of eastern Xianzhou, unabashedly emanating their formidable presence as they advanced towards the divine martial gate. Chapter 74. The two beast kings' roar, deafening roar echoed through the heavens, reverberating at the divine martial gate. In the skies, a gigantic tiger adorned with massive purple wings, its body stretching over 1,000 meters, roared fiercely. The sound of its roar was laden with boundless fury and murderous intent, sending shivers down the spines of the disciples of the divine martial gate, causing them to tremble in fear. Beside the giant tiger circled a dragon, also over 1,000 meters long, fixated on the divine martial gate. Activate the Great Formation. The divine martial gate, having stood resilient for countless years in eastern Xianzhou, remained undaunted even in the face of two beast kings. Boom. The protective formation of the divine martial gate was activated, enveloping the sect in an instant. Meanwhile, the powerful expert of the Transcendence realm, Duanmu Feihong, emerged from the formation and addressed the purple-winged beast king. Beast king, you have suffered the loss of your beloved offspring. There are those who have framed the divine martial gate and the human race. Your true enemies should not be the human race or the divine martial gate. Beasts at a certain level possess wisdom comparable to that of the human race, not to mention that of the beast kings. It was evident to the purple-winged beast king that the death of its offspring was the work of another. Very well. Is this your explanation to me? The purple-winged beast king spoke in human tongue, its tone chilling as the temperature around them plummeted. What kind of explanation does the beast king seek? You have unjustly attacked the divine martial gate. Out of compassion for your loss, we will not hold it against you. Yet you still demand an explanation? The demon race and the human race have been adversaries. The divine martial gate is a prominent force among the human race, and even in the face of two beast kings, They would not bow their heads in submission. Good, very good. The purple-winged Beast King was enraged, roaring at the heavens. Roar! The sound tore through the very fabric of the soul, manifesting as a colossal sound wave directed at Duanmu Feihong. Ah, it hurts. My head aches terribly. Quick, seal off your hearing. The disciples of the divine martial gate with lower cultivation levels experienced a soul-shattering resonance, their heads pounding in agony. The divine martial gate is not one to be trifled with, declared the purple-winged Beast King as it launched its assault. Duanmu Feihong promptly retaliated fiercely, wielding his blade to shatter the infinite sound waves, swiftly advancing towards the purple-winged Beast King. Roar! The Dragon King also joined the fray, its massive body colliding with Duanmu Feihong. The physical might of the beast served as their most formidable weapons. Clang! Duanmu Feihong's blade struck the Dragon King's body, creating a shower of sparks, yet failing to penetrate its scales. The Dragon King, agile and fierce, swept its tail, prompting Duanmu Feihong to raise his blade defensively, blocking the blow. Bang! The force of the strike sent Duanmu Feihong flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The Dragon King opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of formidable demonic energy in a flurry of beams aimed at Duanmu Feihong. Clang, clang, clang! Duanmu Feihong remained composed, skillfully wielding his blade to counter the Dragon King's attacks. Suddenly, the purple-winged Beast King appeared behind Duanmu Feihong, striking at his head with a claw. Thud! The tiger's claw passed through Duanmu Feihong's form, leaving only an afterimage as he executed a swift maneuver to evade the purple-winged Beast King's lethal grasp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, a whirlwind of blade energy enveloped the Dragon King and the purple-winged Beast King, charging towards them. Roar! The roar of the dragon and the tiger resonated through the heavens, their overwhelming sound waves shattering the oncoming blade energy as the two colossal beasts surged towards Duanmu Feihong. Humph! Duanmu Feihong snorted coldly, resonating with the protective formation, as the power of the formation gradually coalesced into a towering giant. Bang! The giant swung its fist, striking the Dragon King. The Dragon King bore the brunt of the giant's blow while clawing at its massive form. Thud! Parts of the Dragon King's scales shattered, revealing wounds beneath. The giant was torn by the dragon's claws, causing a steady drain of energy from the formation. Quick! Immediately infuse spirit stones into the formation. The divine martial gate infused a significant amount of spirit stones into the formation for energy replenishment, gradually restoring its power, and the giant's form began to solidify. The Dragon King and the giant were locked in a fierce stalemate, while Duanmu Feihong and the purple-winged Beast King engaged in relentless combat. The purple-winged Beast King's attacks were frenzied, even willing to trade injuries, making it increasingly difficult for Duanmu Feihong. He dared not engage the purple-winged Beast King recklessly. The vitality of the beasts far surpassed that of the human race. If he were to adopt a mutually destructive approach, he would undoubtedly be the first to succumb. He could not stray too far from the divine martial gate. Fighting within its confines allowed him to receive support from the formation. Should he venture too far, the Dragon King would remain unimpeded, and should the two Beast Kings join forces, even if they could not slay him, they would surely inflict grave injuries upon him. The divine martial gate erupted into a battle of the Transcendence realm, shaking all factions across eastern Xianzhou. Could the two Beast Kings overcome the divine martial gate? Although the two Beast Kings were powerful, the divine martial gate was not to be trifled with. They would not find an easy victory. May the flames of war not spread further, for it would be detrimental to my kin. Many factions were filled with trepidation. The human race had recently been engaged in fierce battles against the demon race and the blood race. The geographical significance of eastern Xianzhou was paramount, serving as a bastion for the human race. Should eastern Xianzhou fall, the demon race and blood race would be able to invade with impunity, threatening the heartland of humanity. The human race had been locked in a stalemate with the two races. Should the endless mountains intervene, it would pose a complex dilemma for the human race. Should we lend our support to the divine martial gate? Within Qingyun sect, numerous powerful figures deliberated whether to aid the divine martial gate. Eastern Xianzhou is the stronghold of the human race, with the divine martial gate, Qingyun sect, and Dawang Valley forming a tripartite alliance. The three major forces exert pressure over eastern Xianzhou, maintaining a firm grip on the overall situation, leaving little room for other factions to maneuver. Now that the divine martial gate was under siege, they could not remain idle. Rest assured, the divine martial gate possesses the protective formation. The two beast kings cannot threaten them. Our greater concern lies with whether the endless mountains will relent. With Duanmu Feihong in the protective formation, the purple-winged beast king and the dragon king would find it difficult to overcome them. The more pressing issue was the countless beasts of the endless mountains. Should they launch a large-scale beast tide, it would subject eastern Xianzhou to a severe trial, particularly in this critical period. The blood race and demon race would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade en masse. The incident surrounding the offspring of the purple-winged beast king must have been orchestrated by the two races. Their goal was to incite a conflict between the endless mountains and our race, thereby breaking the stalemate. The clash between the human race and the endless mountains has yielded benefits only for the two factions involved. With the demise of the purple-winged beast king's offspring intricately linked to their strife. After a prolonged and arduous battle, the formidable Xinyu Gate remained unbreached, leading both the purple-winged beast king and the dragon king to withdraw swiftly. Alas, trouble looms ahead. Observing the retreat of the two great beast kings, Duanmu Feihong's expression turned grave. They would not relent so easily, and eastern Xianzhou must brace itself for impending warfare. Chapter 75. The return of the mighty upon their return to the endless mountains. The purple-winged beast king and dragon king immediately unleashed a tide of beasts. This surge far exceeded previous ones, with countless demonic creatures from the mountains being swept into the fray, swelling the tide's magnitude. The cities near the endless mountains bore the brunt of the onslaught, with towns falling daily, leading to destruction and loss of life. Boom. Ancient Source City, a venerable stronghold that had stood for millennia near the endless mountains, was utterly obliterated today. Countless lives perished within its walls as a colossal tiger claw blotted out the sun, crushing ancient Source City with a single strike. The purple-winged beast king, in a fit of rage, not only demolished ancient Source City but also captured a multitude of humans, dragging them back to the endless mountains, where they would face a hellish existence worse than death. Xianyang City also suffered an assault from the beast tide. However, the primary focus of the onslaught was eastern Xianzhou, resulting in only minor incursions near Xianyang City, which posed no significant threat. Soon, eastern Xianzhou descended into chaos as an unrelenting horde of demonic beasts surged forth from the mountains, roaring and slaughtering all in their path, leaving no trace of life behind. Quickly, evacuate the populace. Disciples of Qingyun's sect, follow me down the mountain to slay these beasts. We must intercept them and prevent their rampage against our kin. The Qingyun sect, Xinyu Gate, and Daowang Valley united with numerous factions across eastern Xianzhou to combat the onslaught of demonic beasts, refusing to stand idly by as their homeland was ravaged. The countless commoners residing in eastern Xianzhou formed the very foundation of the land. Their suffering would deal a catastrophic blow to the realm. Within the grand palace of the Great Qin, Ing Songyuan received intelligence from Xianyang City. Upon learning that Yin Kuangtu had entered seclusion to break through to the creation realm, he felt a surge of delight. System, summon. In a buoyant mood, Ing Songyuan commenced the summoning. Ding! Summoning results in the acquisition of Chao Zhengshun, mid-stage harmonization realm. After several summoning attempts, the only result was Chao Zhengshun, leaving Ing Songyuan somewhat disappointed. Yet, in an instant, he composed himself. Chao Zhengxuan's arrival was fortuitous, as he would be responsible for court affairs, especially with a multitude of women entering the harem, leaving Ing Songyuan in need of a capable manager. Proclaim an edict to the divine no god, commanding him to fully embrace the Beastman clans. The Beastman clan of Hansui Mountain could not suffice for the Great Qin's ambitions against the Yuan continent. They required greater strength from other Beastman tribes. The following morning, the court was abuzz as everyone noticed a eunuch accompanying Ing Songyuan, an unprecedented occurrence. After some inquiry, they ceased to underestimate this eunuch. Chao Zhengshun was appointed as the grand steward of the palace, overseeing all matters within. Such immense power left everyone astounded, prompting even the concubines of the harem to swiftly cultivate connections with Chao Zhengshun. Chao Zhengshun, who would have thought we would meet again in this lifetime? Upon hearing the news of Chao Zhengshun, The iron-boned god marshal felt a tumult of emotions. The two had battled for much of their previous lives, yet now they found themselves serving alongside each other. Following Ing Tsongyuan's decree, Xianyang City disseminated the news, offering sanctuary to all beastman tribes, even extending a welcome to the demon tribes. This announcement stirred great excitement, if it were not for the beast tide ravaging eastern Xianzhou, and the human race embroiled in conflict with the blood and demon tribes. They would have already marched upon Xianyang City to exact justice against its aberrant practices. Is this truly happening? Finally, someone is willing to accept us. Quickly, we must make our way to Xianyang City at any cost. The Beastman tribes, though numerous, had faced hardships and were scattered across various regions. Upon learning of Xianyang City's willingness to embrace them, they began to converge on the city spontaneously. The beast tide inflicted no damage upon Xianyang City. Rather, it left behind countless corpses, which became valuable resources transported back to the city. Amid the turmoil in eastern Xianzhou, the divine no-god harbored aspirations to seize the opportunity to invade and establish a foothold. Yet with Yin Guangtu on the verge of a breakthrough, he could not afford to leave. Needing to guard Yin Guangtu at all times, thus missing this chance in the Xianyuan continent, a realm of profound mystery suddenly fractured, releasing numerous figures from within. Ha ha ha, the world has finally awakened. We are no longer trapped in this damned abyss. After countless eons, the landscape has changed beyond recognition, leaving them uncertain of the continent's current state. Heh heh heh, the ancestors have returned. Prepare for lamentation. The crowd dispersed, having been confined in the abyss for years. Now required time to comprehend the state of the continent. Soon, news of the return of ancient beings swept across the Xianyuan continent like a tempest, igniting fervor where there had once been tranquility. Some of these mighty figures returned to find their factions decimated, inciting their fury and prompting a brutal rampage. Others, upon their return, were restless, eagerly preparing to strike against rival powers, in the City of Sin. The return of the sinister sovereign and the demon lord brought no joy. Instead, it incited discomfort as they now had to contend with an authoritative figure, losing their previous freedom. Cursed be the timing. The group felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. Had they been granted just a little more time, they could have seized supreme opportunities and broken through to the creation realm, at which point the return of the sinister sovereign would have rendered their dominion uncertain. Upon learning of the events that transpired during their absence, the sinister sovereign seized the decree left by the Howran Academy. How naive to think a mere decree could restrain the City of Sin. He scoffed derisively, and with a flick of his wrist, he tore the decree to shreds, leaving the demon lord and others unharmed under his protection. Across the Great Qin Dynasty, the 10,000 Buddha Temple, Howran Academy, the chaotic demon sea, Tian-Nan, and 9 dragon caves, powerful beings of the creation realm returned. With their resurgence, the continent was poised for upheaval, a storm brewing on the horizon. Your Majesty, the military commander has begun seclusion to break through his limits. Yi Shibing also encountered a bottleneck in the creation realm and commenced his own seclusion. As the creation realm beings returned, the continent prepared for a new round of power redistribution. Only those factions possessing these mighty figures would be qualified to be players, while the rest would merely be pawns. The Great Qin, occupying the land of Jiuzhou, would inevitably become a target of envy for many factions. An edict was issued to the mountain clan to form an army of 100,000. As commanded. Ing Tsongyuan required a larger military force, and the mountain clan had proven their unwavering loyalty to the Ing family. Thus, he permitted them to establish their own army. Another edict was sent to Hulong Mountain Manor, commanding the Jiniri to monitor the realm diligently, reporting any signs of unrest immediately, and no matter what, internal discord within the Great Qin must be averted. An edict was dispatched to Meng Tian, instructing him to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the barbarian tribes and commanding Meng Zhan to keep a close watch on the actions of the Hu people. Meng Tian held firm at Liaoan Pass, while Meng Zhan stationed himself at Dasa Pass, ensuring that no lapses would occur. Chapter 76. The Jialing Fortress. With the return of the mighty beings in the creation realm, the Xianyuan continent was rife with turmoil. The City of Sin was poised for action, heightening tensions among various factions. The barbarian tribes and Hu people were also restless, mobilizing their forces with uncertain intentions. Qinglong, you are to personally visit the 10,000 Buddha temple to request the favor owed to the Great Qin by the Holy Arbiter. Songyuan sensed the gathering storm, feeling an ominous premonition. With Yi Shibing in seclusion, he must not disturb him unless absolutely necessary. The 10,000 Buddha temple had previously owed the Great Qin a favor when they obstructed the Great Wei dynasty's passage through the Tianduan Mountains, making this an opportune moment to leverage their influence. Understood. Qinglong promptly set off toward the 10,000 Buddha temple. Ha ha ha, this place is now ours. What a splendid location. From this day forth, it belongs to us. It was peculiar that such a resource-rich continent remained unclaimed. Numerous overseas factions began to infiltrate the continent. Yu province, abundant in treasures and resources, was easily usurped by these foreign powers. These factions, led by the Crystal Palace, had recently witnessed the return of their creation realm patriarch, making waves across the land. Yu province was a veritable paradise tailor-made for the Crystal Palace. Not only was Yu province rich in resources, but it also lay adjacent to the Songyuan mountain range, with the Tsang River flowing through it, providing immense benefits for those practicing water-based cultivation techniques. The Crystal Palace established their sect along the banks of the Tsang River, asserting control over Yu province. Similarly, Rain province saw a significant influx of factions, both foreign and recently emerged hidden forces. Before Songyuan could act in Yu province and Rain province, the situation spiraled beyond control. He could only reinforce the borders of both provinces, dispatching the Jinyui and Hulong mountain manor to infiltrate and gather intelligence on their movements. In eastern Xianzhou, the war between the human race and the demonic beasts erupted in full force. Jialing Fortress, a crucial stronghold in eastern Xianzhou, situated in the southeastern region, guarded the vital passage through which the demonic beasts could invade the heart of eastern Xianzhou. The three dominant factions, Qingyun Sect, Xinyu Gate, and Daowang Valley, led the main forces of eastern Xianzhou to defend Jialing Fortress, prepared to engage in a fierce battle with the demonic beasts. Roar, a towering earth-shaking bear, over 100 meters tall and exuding brute strength, bellowed with fury, swinging a massive iron rod towards Jialing Fortress. Block him! The earth-shaking bear was renowned for its formidable power, and this particular beast was the purple-winged Beast King's most formidable general, boasting late-stage life-and-death realm cultivation that instilled fear in all. Armed with a weapon forged from earth magnetic ore and its monstrous strength, it was nearly invincible among its peers in the life-and-death realm. Should that strike land upon Jialing Fortress, it would surely create a gaping breach. The human race is well aware of the terrifying might of the earth-breaking bear, and dares not confront it alone. Three warriors at the late stage of the life-and-death realm burst forth from the fortress, their true essence coalescing into three formidable barriers to withstand the descending iron rod. Bang! The rod, imbued with overwhelming force, effortlessly shattered the first barrier, followed by the second. Only upon striking the third barrier did its velocity begin to wane. Boom! After obliterating the third barrier, the rod exhausted its power, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm upon the Jialing Fortress. Roar! The earth-breaking bear roared in fury once more, raising the iron rod high and bringing it down with ferocious intent. It could not be allowed to continue its assault. The three humans sprang into action, with two attacking the bear from either side, while the third summoned a colossal hand to seize the iron rod. Boom! Crackle! Crackle! With a mere flex of its strength, the earth-breaking bear shattered the gigantic hand. The iron rod, forged from earth magnetic ore, was extraordinary, not only amplifying the bear's strength but also rendering it immune to the majority of true essence and magical attacks. The bear swung the iron rod in a sweeping arc, and the two assailants dared not confront it head-on, swiftly evading. Bang! Even so, the force generated by the rod shattered the sky, creating fissures stretching over a dozen miles. The earth-breaking bear raised the rod once more, aiming to strike the Jialing Fortress. This is intolerable. The three warriors could no longer afford to evade. Behind them lay the fortress, and should the rod strike it, the consequences would be dire. Boom! They braced themselves against the full force of the bear's strike, feeling as though their very organs had been crushed. Blood trickled from their lips, and their bones felt on the verge of splintering, pain coursing through their bodies. the earth-breaking bear, relentless, swung the iron rod down again. Its onslaught simple yet brutal, merely lifting the rod again and again to smash down. With brute strength that could shatter all techniques, the bear, in conjunction with the iron rod, grew ever more formidable, leaving the three warriors with scant opportunity to retaliate, forcing them to merely delay the bear's advance. The bear's ferocity cast a pall over the morale of the human side. Such a terrifying creature. Who could possibly contend with it save for those at the creation realm? Yet now, three humans of the creation realm were locked in a standoff with two beast kings, unable to intervene. Despite their numerical advantage, in a true confrontation, the three were far from certain to match the prowess of the two beast kings. This is troublesome. Duanmu Feihong looked down at the invincible earth-breaking bear, which the humans struggled to withstand, his heart heavy with concern. The three of them were locked in a stalemate with the two beast kings, leaving the battlefield below to the humans, unable to lend their aid. With various apprehensions, they dared not engage in a desperate battle against the two beast kings. They feared that a mutual destruction scenario with the beast kings would leave them vulnerable to an opportunistic assault from the demon and blood clans, preventing them from fighting at full strength. Just then, the tide of battle shifted once more. A colossal golden eagle appeared high in the sky above the battlefield, its wings spanning hundreds of meters, casting a vast shadow. Following the golden eagle were thousands of its kin, varying in size. This was the elite force under the command of the Dragon King, the Golden Eagle clan, renowned for their astonishing speed. Their arrival further endangering the situation for the humans. After circling in the air for a moment, the Golden Eagles formed a formation and dove toward the Jialing fortress. Quickly, activate the Great Formation. Act swiftly and block their advance. Kill. Though the fortress was in a panic, it immediately sprang into action, activating the Great Formation as numerous powerful figures surged forth to confront the Golden Eagles. While the fortress's formation could not compare to the protective formations of the three major powers, it was not to be underestimated. Even beings in the life and death realm would pay a price to breach it. The Golden Eagle King, swift as lightning, broke through the ranks of powerful defenders and appeared before the formation in an instant. Bang! The claws of the Golden Eagle King struck the formation, tearing open a breach. Yet, as the defenders within the fortress supplied energy to the formation, the gap was swiftly mended. Boom! Meanwhile, the three warriors fending off the earth-breaking bear were sent flying. As the bear's full-force strike impacted the formation, the barrier of the formation buckled inward, beginning to warp. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, the Golden Eagle King arrived at the iron rod's location, tearing open another gap in the formation with a claw, the rod crashing through and dismantling a significant portion of the barrier. I will fight you to the end. The formation must not be allowed to be further compromised. You vile beast, die. As the formation faced destruction, the onlookers felt their hearts race with urgency, rushing toward the earth-breaking bear and the Golden Eagle King. Chapter 77. Beastly Avian. The Golden Eagle King moved with the speed of a thunderclap, while the earth-breaking bear possessed immense strength. Together, the two beasts coordinated seamlessly. Even with 6 warriors of the late life and death realm deployed, they struggled to fully restrain them, and the formation was intermittently assaulted by their attacks. Although the other beastly combatants were not as formidable as the two kings, they were not to be trifled with, posing a significant threat to the humans. The aerial beasts, in particular, were numerous and swift, applying tremendous pressure to the fortress. Humans could only fly through the air upon reaching the Nirvana realm, posing a threat to these airborne beasts. However, the number of humans in the Nirvana realm was limited. Far from matching the hundreds of thousands of ferocious avians, the fortress could only rely on the protective formation. If it were breached, the Jialing fortress would likely fall. Roar! Awoo! Arg! The beasts launched a tidal wave of assaults. Ignorant of death and fear, driven solely by a desire to slaughter, even amidst the heaps of corpses that littered the ground. The onslaught of the beasts was like a tempest, each wave stronger than the last. Intent on dismantling the Jialing fortress, kill, the humans, having survived on the battlefield of the war element continent, were no mere pretenders to strength. They erupted with a fierce resolve. Even the beasts would not wrest the Jialing fortress from their grasp. The two sides engaged in a bitter struggle, incessantly depleting their strength and suffering heavy casualties. Ziyu Beast King, the death of your offspring harbors deeper implications. The humans are not your enemies. Watching the dwindling forces below, Duanmu Feihong and his companions felt their hearts wrenched. These were the elite of Dongxian continent, and should they be lost, it would grievously wound the continent's vitality. The demon and blood clans lurked nearby, watching with hungry eyes, ready to pounce. Should the humans suffer a calamitous defeat, they would surely seize the opportunity to strike, plunging Dongxian continent into peril. The Ziyu Beast King remained silent, his fierce gaze fixed intently on the three, ready to strike at the first sign of interference. After half a month of conflict, the Jialing fortress was not strewn with corpses. Whether human or beast, the fallen were consumed by subsequent beasts. Leaving little behind, beasts from the endless mountains continued to pour forth, while support from Dongxian continent dwindled, the situation growing increasingly dire in Tianzhou, the heart of the human realm. Various factions were embroiled in heated debate over the affairs of Dongxian continent. Assistance must be rendered to Dongxian. If it were to fall, the heartland of the humans would be exposed. The individuals from the Mountain River Hall sought to dispatch troops to assist, as Dongxian was the gateway to the human realm and could not be allowed to falter. We too wish to support Dongxian, but the war in Xianzhou has already consumed most of our strength. If we divert forces to aid Dongxian, other regions will surely become unstable. The Joyo sect understood the significance of Dongxian, yet the humans were simply unable to spare sufficient forces at this time. The immediate priority was to ascertain the intentions of the Endless Mountains. Was the beast tide instigated by the Ziyu Beast King and the Dragon King? Or had they garnered support from other beast kings within the Endless Mountains? The greatest concern among the gathered was whether other beast kings from the Endless Mountains were also backing the Ziyu Beast King. If that were the case, no matter how many forces they dispatched, retaining Dongxian would be a Herculean task. The Endless Mountains were the domain of the beast race. The number of beast kings within was unknown, and the depths of the mountains were unfathomable. Even the unruly demon clan dared not provoke the Endless Mountains lightly. The humans were already exhausted from battling the blood and demon clans. Should the main forces of the Endless Mountains mobilize, the humans would face instant collapse. Regardless, we must send a contingent to assist Dongxian. After much deliberation, the various factions ultimately resolved to dispatch a sizable army to aid Dongxian, unwilling to watch it descend into isolation and helplessness. Ha ha ha, splendidly done, splendidly done. Prepare the troops at once, and be ready to charge into Dongxian. Humans, what other means do you possess this time? The demon and blood clans were amassing at the borders of Dongxian, poised to invade at any moment. The movements of the two clans were perceived by the humans, who were stricken with fear and uncertainty, yet found themselves powerless to act. The Ziyu Beast King heeded no words, turning a blind eye to the actions of the blood and demon clans, resolutely intent on a confrontation with the humans. After another 7 days and nights of bloodshed, the beasts altered their strategy. Arg! With a thunderous roar reverberating, hundreds of thousands of ferocious avians soared over the Jialing fortress, racing toward the heart of Dongxian. This is bad. The beasts have gone mad. What on earth are we to do now? It's over. Everything is over, and no longer entangled with the Jialing fortress. The hundreds of thousands of ferocious avians surged into the heart of Dongxian, the consequences of which were beyond imagination. These avians could unleash merciless slaughter within Dongxian, and given sufficient time, they could annihilate countless innocents. They required no supplies. The humans were their sustenance. Despair washed over the faces of the onlookers. If hundreds of thousands of ferocious avians were to invade the heart of Dongxian, what significance remained in their desperate stand here? Ziyu Beast King, Dragon King, do you truly wish to fight my human race to the bitter end? Duanmu Feihong and his companions had completely lost their composure, their hearts aflame with urgency. Hundreds of thousands of ferocious avians could obliterate Dongxian, wreaking havoc throughout the land. I have warned you. You will pay for your actions. The Ziyu Beast King's gaze was icy, tinged with a hint of satisfaction, reveling in the panic and disarray of the three. You Beast King, how can we appease you? The situation had become too dire, leaving Duanmu Feihong and his companions with no choice but to relent. If hundreds of thousands of ferocious avians rampaged through Dongxian, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Annihilate the divine martial sect, and I shall withdraw my troops. The purple-winged beast king seems convinced that it is indeed the people of the divine martial sect who conspired to harm his offspring, and thus seeks to exterminate the entire sect. You are detestable. The demands of the purple-winged beast king are utterly unacceptable to the human race. We must fight to the death. The eyes of Duanmu Feihong and his companions gleamed with madness, ready to engage in a desperate struggle against the two great beast kings. They are relentless in their pursuit of vengeance. The two beast kings, undaunted by the conflict, clashed with the three warriors. Yet they could not prevent hundreds of thousands of vicious birds from invading the heart of Dongxian continent. Alas! No, please, no! Flee, flee quickly! The Dongxian continent suffers an unprecedented calamity. The ferocious birds strike with alarming speed, effortlessly slaughtering cities and devouring countless human citizens, before setting the cities ablaze and moving on to the next target. The human populace is engulfed in despair, wailing fills the air, and there seems to be no escape from the heavens or the earth. Ha ha ha, the demon race is truly remarkable, slaughtering with such fervor. The demon and blood races revel in their carnage. The more the demon race kills, the easier it will be for them to invade the Dongxian continent in the future. Only the protective formations of the three major sects can offer some sanctuary, but how many can they truly safeguard? Compared to the countless beings on the Dongxian continent, the few hundred safeguarded by the three sects are but a drop in the bucket. Chapter 78. The holy practitioner. The Dongxian continent is vast, teeming with countless inhabitants. Unable to contend with the hundreds of thousands of ferocious birds, the human race can only order the populace to abandon their cities and seek refuge in the deep mountains and forests, attempting to preserve a portion of their vitality. With no other options, families are compelled to flee into the wilderness. This is their sole means of survival. The horrific scenes behind them shake the morale of the soldiers at Jialing Fortress. The mere thought of their friends and family, their sect brothers and sisters, being slaughtered by the ferocious birds extinguishes their fighting spirit. They can think of nothing but returning to their sects to protect their loved ones. Hold fast, everyone. The celestial state has dispatched troops. Jialing Fortress must not fall. If the fortress is breached, countless beasts will pour into the heart of Dongxian continent, plunging it into irredeemable ruin. Do not panic. Do not falter. Many strong warriors shout hoarsely to stabilize the troops' morale, but their efforts yield little effect. Meanwhile, a multitude of demon and human races traverse mountains and rivers, arriving at Xianying City as if on a pilgrimage. Is this Xianying City? Ha ha ha, we have arrived. We have finally reached Xianying City. Is this the place that welcomes us? Xianying City does not disappoint the arriving demon clans. They treat them equally and accommodate them properly. Han Sui Mountain has begun to assist the armored soldiers in patrolling and guarding the city. Upon witnessing this scene, the arriving demon populace is overcome with joy, tears of happiness streaming down their faces as they finally find their own haven. With the continuous influx of demon clans, the population of Xianying City nears 1 million and continues to grow. On the Xinyuan continent, the Hu army stirs restlessly, beginning to gather at the Great Sand Pass. The Qin Empire does not dare to be negligent, dispatching heavy troops to the Great Sand Pass, preparing various defensive weapons, and standing ready for battle. System, summon. Ying Tsongyuan initiates a new round of summoning. His available manpower has become critically insufficient. Ding, summoning successful. Obtaining the outlaws. Immediately, information regarding the outlaws appears in Ying Tsongyuan's mind. The outlaw commander Yuan Tiangang, late stage of life and death realm. Qili, early stage of life and death realm. Qili, early stage of life and death realm. Sanxian Yuan, early stage of life and death realm. All information about the outlaws floods into Ying Tsongyuan's consciousness. Many of the captains possess life and death realm and harmonization realm cultivation, displaying formidable strength. On the following day at the court assembly, Ying Tsongyuan establishes the outlaws within the Qin court, and the outlaw commander appears before the gathered ministers. Following the formation of the outlaws, the commander leads numerous captains towards the Great Sand Pass. Just as the outlaws head for the Great Sand Pass, the Qinglong returns smoothly to the Qin Empire. A month later, the Hu army gathers over 1 million iron cavalry, marching forth from the grasslands towards the Great Sand Pass. The Qin Empire and the Hu people have been entangled for millennia. Now that the Hu people have returned to the realm of creation, it is time for both sides to settle their scores. The Hu people are determined to seize the Great Sand Pass, and the Qin Empire lacks any presence in the realm of creation, rendering them incapable of resisting the Hu forces. The Great Sand Pass has gathered the Feather Forest, Tiger Bin, Dragon Xiong, Huangzhou Army, and Anzhou Army, totaling 500,000 troops, undeterred by the Hu army's million cavalry, yet they remain concerned about the realm of creation within the Hu ranks. Should a being of the realm of creation strike, they could wreak havoc, easily destroying the Great Sand Pass. The Qin Emperor has issued an edict, urging us to support the Great Sand Pass. What say you all? With the situation at the Great Sand Pass dire, Ing Songyuan commands the Golden Mountain sect, Taihua Mountain, and other factions within the Qin Empire to dispatch troops. This action will test their stance towards the Qin Empire and will determine the future attitude of the Qin towards them. Currently, we are bound together with the Qin Empire. Should one suffer, we all suffer. Let us send troops to battle. Various factions have begun to recognize the situation. The Qin Empire and they are now intertwined. When the great ship of the Qin Empire capsizes, none will escape unscathed. Each faction immediately dispatches personnel to support the Great Sand Pass, with Du Tiangang, Su Xinghai, and Huang Yuchan, 3 mid-stage life and death realm warriors, personally taking to the battlefield. Soon, the Hu cavalry arrives at the Great Sand Pass. This natural barrier has impeded our kind for millennia. Now, everything shall come to an end. The Hu people come prepared, intent on breaching the Great Sand Pass. Attack. The Hu forces launch their assault while the Qin side remains composed, unperturbed, each soldier fulfilling their role. They have grown accustomed to the Hu's combat style. The Hu will not breach the Great Sand Pass. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows rain down from the walls, saturating the battlefield with the cries of the Hu forces, resulting in countless casualties. Humph, a desperate struggle. Follow me in the slaughter. Hu warriors take action, as several from the life and death realm lead numerous harmonization and nirvana realm warriors in a fierce charge against the Great Sand Pass. Engage. At the command of the outlaw commander, he has already surged into the fray. Qi Li, San Qianyuan, Su Xinghai, Du Tiangang, Jinggang, Huang Yuchan, and Ing Tianzhan form a blockade against the Hu's life and death realm warriors. The outlaw commander channels the Tiangang formula, unleashing an invincible, pure yang force that overwhelms the Hu's 2 late-stage life and death realm warriors, while still having the strength to assist others on the battlefield. An awe-inspiring display of power. This person shows potential for a breakthrough into the realm of creation. He cannot be spared. Eye in the skies. A pair of hawk-like cold eyes fixate on the outlaw commander. Murderous intent surging within. The outlaw commander possesses deep foundations and a significant chance to break through to the realm of creation. If he is not slain, he will undoubtedly become a future threat. The ghost clan's Xian Yi can no longer remain aloof. He extends a palm, the winds and clouds shift, the balance of the universe falters, and a colossal hand descends upon the Great Sand Pass. Before the hand even lands, its terrifying presence has already obliterated several structures. Ha ha ha, our clan's powerhouse strikes. The Great Sand Pass is destined to fall. After entangling for millennia, it is time for the Qin Empire to meet its end. To have battled with our clan for 10,000 years, the Qin Empire can hold its head high. The morale of the Hu forces soars, their voices echoing in jubilant cheers, with a powerhouse in action. The Qin's defeat is inevitable. Suddenly, the sky is painted crimson, and under the rarest of blossoms, a towering figure of a Buddha, wielding a holy sword, descends like a blood Siajura, crossing into the world. Instantly, the Buddha's light illuminates the sky, sacred energy surging to the heavens. As the enormous palm begins to dissipate under the holy aura, the oppressive force upon the Qin disappearing entirely. This is bad. How could it be him? Upon seeing the newcomer, Ghost Clan's Xian Yi's countenance shifts drastically, and without hesitation, he chooses to flee. Lacking even a shred of dignity befitting a powerhouse, he dares to act on behalf of the Qin. The holy practitioner, the most ferocious monk of the 10,000 Buddha temple. The emergence of the holy practitioner serves as a warning to us, does it not? The one appearing on the battlefield is the most terrifying Buddhist figure from the 10,000 Buddha temple. who single-handedly forced the city of Sin into closure, and the chaotic demon sea dared not set foot in its waters. All the evil forces have lowered their flags, and the wicked do not dare to show their faces, bringing forth a world of clarity and peace. Although the holy practitioner is of the Buddhist sect, his hands are stained with blood, and no one dares to underestimate him. Even the likes of the evil sovereign, who are lawless, do not dare to disregard the holy practitioner's ferocity. Quickly retreat, depart. The entire army withdraws. Chapter 79. Catastrophe descends. Ghost Clan Xian Yi is so frightened that he flees in disarray, while the Hu forces dare not linger any longer, hastily fleeing for their lives. The Hu army, with its imposing presence, comes forth with the intent of utterly annihilating the Qin. Yet just as the battle begins, the Hu forces collapse and flee, destined to become the laughingstock of all factions in the future. The Qin Empire does not pursue. Should they pursue and encounter Ghost Clan Xian Yi, there would be no chance of survival. Thank you, Master. The outlaw commander and others are aware of the holy practitioner's presence. Tsang Yuan utilized the favor owed by the 10,000 Buddha temple to summon their assistance. However, he did not expect that the temple would send the holy practitioner. The holy practitioner's personal involvement not only serves to repay the Qin's favor, but also to intimidate numerous factions, especially the city of Sin and the chaotic demon sea, ensuring they do not act recklessly and harm the common people. There is no need for excessive formality. The holy practitioner shows no mercy towards the wicked, but extends compassion to the common folk as a venerable monk of the Buddhist sect. The 10,000 Buddha temple is trusted by countless factions, its prestige unparalleled, thanks to generations of benevolent monks. They uphold the mission of saving the world, taking the well-being of all beings as their own responsibility. Yet they are not naive. They harbor no compassion for the wicked. After maintaining a presence at the Great Sand Pass for 2 months and confirming that the Hu people do not dare to invade again, the holy practitioner returns to the 10,000 Buddha temple. Following the holy practitioner's appearance, many factions that had been preparing for battle begin to lower their flags, fearing to take the lead. How infuriating! That bald donkey is still alive. The evil sovereign's expression darkens like water. The holy practitioner is still alive, and even he does not dare to underestimate him. Originally filled with ambition to deploy troops, the evil sovereign must now bide his time and observe the unfolding situation. Like other factions, he too wished to avoid attracting the attention of the 10,000 Buddha's temple. Although he managed to navigate the crisis with the help of the saintly wanderer this time, it was ultimately not a sustainable solution. The Great Qin must establish its own realm of creation to stand steadfast as a mountain. Meanwhile, the eastern Xianzhou has descended into complete chaos, with various forces seizing the opportunity to plunge into the turmoil, fishing in troubled waters for profit amidst the disorder. In the heart of eastern Xianzhou, wave after wave of soldiers marched forward, their armor glinting, forged from fine iron. Some wielded battle spears, others carried combat sabers at their sides, while still others bore long pikes upon their backs, all gleaming with a chilling light as they stepped onto this land from distant realms. This was a formidable army, comprised of seasoned elites who had truly traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Each soldier exuded an aura of lethal determination, their strength palpable. They numbered in the tens of thousands, moving with unwavering discipline and order under the watchful gaze of their commanders, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic slaughter. Wherever this grand army marched, all things trembled, their formidable presence dimming the very stars in the heavens. At the forefront, a leader sat astride a magnificent and otherworldly beast, which emanated a breathtaking aura, unmistakably of extraordinary origin.